After that, Zhao Yuan resumed his usual routine, getting up early every day to study at Chongwen Hall. As for the matter of choosing a crown princess, his excitement had worn off. In everyone's eyes, the future crown princess, if nothing unexpected happened, had already been decided. He had seen what kind of person Miss Ji was, and what she looked like. And now he had no curiosity at all. He hoped that his brother, the crown prince, could find the best girl in the world to be the crown princess. But it was obvious that this was just his idea, and reality would not change with him. The crown prince was already satisfied with the current situation. Not to mention, maybe Miss Ji was the best girl? Zhao Yuan expected that the future crown princess would be able to love the crown prince and live together forever. He liked that more people would love the crown prince. When the crown prince has a child in the future, he will be happy every day and will not remember the one in Changchun Palace. But before the emperor made a clear decree, one thing broke the tranquility of the palace. At this time, Zhao Yuan was still in class at Chongwen Hall. This afternoon, the class was horse riding and archery, which was also the favorite course for most children. The management was not as strict as in the classroom. Zhao Yuan and his friends could find the right opportunity to talk more with the people around them. Suddenly, Dong Mingli rushed over, approached Zhao Yuan with a sly look, and said excitedly, "Your Highness, do you know what happened just now?" Zhao Yuan looked at him in confusion. "And so did Shenrui," Dong Mingli said. "I heard that Miss Du, one of the girls in the imperial court, fell into the water and was rescued by the prince." Zhao Yuan was startled. He had been in the palace for so long, and he was not a child who knew nothing. He knew that Du Yuling and Miss Ji had said before that they were both qualified to be the crown princess. But in fact, the real crown princess had always been Miss Ji. All this was because of the military power of the Du family. The prince's party was already powerful, and if they had the power of 100,000 soldiers, it would be a bit bad. So in order to balance, the second prince, whose mother's family background was not prominent, could marry Miss Du, although the second prince's mother's family was not prominent. It was not completely without. Moreover, he was born early and was relatively outstanding. He was not weak in the competition for the throne. As for the other princes, they are about the same age as Zhao Yuan, or even younger, and have no sense of existence in the fight for the throne. But now that the prince has saved Du Yuling, it is uncertain who will be the future crown princess. Moreover, the prince's actions seem to have the meaning of snatching the second prince's wife, which is not good to say, and because of the military power, it may make the emperor wary. Zhao Yuan can roughly think of all these things in his mind. He subconsciously asked, "Do you know how Miss Du fell into the water?" This is a palace drama, and all the accidents behind it are very likely to be man-made. Thinking of the consequences of Miss Du and the prince being involved, Zhao Yuan subconsciously felt a headache for the prince. Even though the benefits of marrying Miss Du are obvious, he doesn't think this kind of thing was arranged by the prince. He raised his foot and wanted to find the prince. But when he saw the teacher coming over, he had to stop. "Let's wait until the class is over. It won't be any use if he goes too early. Leave some time. Maybe when he returns, the truth will have been found out." On the other side, after hearing what happened in the imperial garden, the emperor didn't speak for a while. The Qinzheng Hall was filled with unspeakable silence. Su Quan couldn't help but raise his heart. He knew that the emperor seemed to be silent, but his mood must not be good. After a long time, the emperor said, "What's the situation now?" Su Quan said, "Your Majesty, after the prince rescued Miss Du, he asked the palace maid to take care of Miss Du. Now, the prince should have returned to the East Palace to change clothes. After all, the prince went into the water to save people, and his body was soaked." The emperor said, "Go and check this matter." "Yes," Su Quan responded quickly. In the East Palace, the prince changed his clothes, and his heart was full of regret and uneasiness. He himself knew what saving Du Yuling meant to him. Although the Du family had military power, to him, this advantage was really useless. It was the most worthless to arouse his father's suspicion for this so-called military power. In comparison, the role of the in-law of the Zhuxiangfu to him was no worse than that of the Du family. It was also appointed to him by the emperor. It was a pity that now that things had happened, it was useless to think about these things. I just don't know who is behind this. The second prince shouldn't do that. Being able to marry Miss Du will be of great benefit to the second prince. Could it be that the third prince is behind this? Full of doubts, The prince didn't have time to discuss anything with others. He had to rush to the Qingjing Hall to explain the matter to the emperor and let the emperor deal with it. In the Qingjing Hall, Su Quan came to the emperor quietly and said softly, "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Prince comes to pay his respects." The emperor raised his eyes. "Let him in." After the prince entered, he immediately knelt in front of the emperor. "I am here to apologize to my father." He knew that this matter was not calculated by him, but the emperor might not believe him. Above, the emperor looked at the prince kneeling on the ground, his eyes becoming more and more obscure. "What crime have you committed?" The prince leaned over the ground. "I passed by the imperial garden today and heard someone calling for help. I saw that the person who fell into the water was exhausted and no servant who could swim came. So I had to jump into the water to save him. I never thought that the person was Miss Du. Although it was not directly announced that Miss Ji was the crown princess and Miss Du was the second prince's wife. Basically all the high-ranking officials in the palace knew it. The prince also realized that this was not good after seeing the person. His nervous heart was beating like thunder, and he lay on the ground and dared not move, waiting for the emperor's disposal. At the top, the emperor hummed, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. "Get up. Saving people is a good thing. There is nothing wrong with it." The prince didn't know what the emperor meant by this. He carefully looked up and saw that the emperor didn't look at him. So he had to get up nervously. "Yes, I obey your order. Sit down." When the emperor raised his head, he seemed to accidentally find that the prince was still standing in front of him. So he pointed him to a seat. When the prince just sat down, he heard the emperor ask, "Why did you think of going to the imperial garden today?" The place where the accident happened was not on the way from the prince to the East Palace. What's more, because of the recent selection of beauties in the palace, the older princes would take the initiative to avoid these places where they might encounter beauties. After all, these beauties are nominally the emperor's people. The prince's heart trembled suddenly, and he quickly stood up and explained, "I heard that there are cats and dogs from the western regions in the cat and dog room today. I thought that Shujio wanted a good-looking one before, so I wanted to choose." With a bang, the prince's words were interrupted directly. The emperor slapped his palm on the table, and his eyes looked at him sternly. The prince was frightened and trembled all over, and he knelt on the ground quickly. He was telling the truth. Many concubines in the harem like to raise cats and dogs. A few days ago, Shujio heard that other children had cats, so he was a little envious. He was afraid that those cats would be wild and difficult to train and catch Shujio, so he didn't agree with it. But he heard that there was a kind of cat in the western regions that was not only good-looking, but also gentle. So after knowing that there was a cat from the western regions today, the prince thought about helping his brother to choose quickly, so as not to let other concubines be chosen first. But after he knelt down, he realized that his father probably didn't like him using Shujio as an excuse. Even though he was telling the truth, the prince closed his eyes, feeling powerless. "Please forgive me, father." The emperor was furious. Xiaojio didn't go there himself. So could it be that the one you chose must be the one he likes? You went there to choose a cat for Shujio, or to take advantage of this opportunity to do something. You know it yourself. The prince had no way to defend himself. "Father, please forgive me. I have no such intention. This is not my fault. And I didn't know that the girl who fell into the water was Miss Du. He just heard that the kittens in the western regions are famous, docile and beautiful, and he would give Shujio a surprise when he saw them when he arrived at the East Palace. Shujio is only interested in these things for a while. It's enough to keep her in the East Palace and touch her occasionally." The second prince also came here when he heard that his future second prince's wife was in trouble. He entered the Qingjing Palace angrily, looked at the prince with a knife-like look in his eyes, and spoke in a stabbing voice. "Your son sees the father. Father, you have to make a decision for your son." The emperor looked at him and said unhappily, "Make a decision." "What decision, father?" The second prince was also a little anxious. "You know, Miss Du was supposed to be my second prince's wife. The prince did this to snatch his brother's wife. He completely disregarded etiquette and did not take you." "Father." "Seriously?" "Okay." The emperor couldn't listen anymore. Things had already happened. Dueling would definitely be given to the prince. It was not nice for the second prince to keep talking about his brother's wife. "What do you mean your wife? When did I give you a marriage? Or are you so angry?" "Second prince? Not because of Miss Du, but because of the military power behind the Du family?" As soon as he said this, The second prince broke out in a cold sweat. How could he dare to say anything else? I dare not. He really wanted the military power of the Du family. Otherwise he wouldn't be so anxious. As for Du Yueling's appearance and personality, the second prince didn't care. At most, he could take in other concubines later. The emperor also knew that the second prince was indeed at a disadvantage. And it was not the second prince who did it. Among these beautiful girls, even if it was the daughter of the left prime minister, the benefits to the second prince were not as good as those of the Du family. The daughter of the left prime minister was also ordinary in appearance. It was impossible that the second prince and the girl had fallen in love with each other early on, and then made such a calculation. Like the prince, the emperor also thought of the third prince. This move not only reduced the second prince's help, but also made the prince suspected. The second prince and the prince would also confront each other, which was simply killing two birds with one stone. Of course, it is not impossible that the prince arranged it himself. After all, there is still the third prince who can take the blame. After marrying Du Yuling, the benefits are real. Outside, Su Quan's investigation results also came back. Miss Du fell into the water because the stone slab was loose. When she stepped on it, she lost her balance and fell into the water. As for going to that place, everyone just walked there casually, and no one was pushing it behind the scenes. Continue to investigate, the emperor said. Su Quan went out immediately. He knew that the emperor was anxious, so he hurried to report. Why was the stone slab loose? Who had been there before? Why did the person who calculated know that the prince would pass by there that day? Etc. All needed to be investigated. Chongwen Hall. After class, Zhao Yuan did not stay in the classroom for long. He said hello to his two study partners and left. I don't know how the investigation is going now. Muttering in his heart, Zhao Yuan went straight to the Qinzheng Hall. He estimated that at this time, the prince's brother might be with his father. When he arrived at the place, Zhao Yuan first leaned on the door and looked inside. He found that the situation inside was quite serious. His father, the prince's brother, and the second prince were all there. Looking at the second prince's gnashing teeth at the prince's brother, you can tell that he is not in a good mood. He didn't hide it too much. The emperor saw it at a glance. He waited for a while, and the two of them met each other's eyes. The next moment, his son came in with a sweet smile. Father Zhao Yuan called flatteringly. He came in and called the crown prince and the second prince. Then, at the emperor's signal, he sat down next to the emperor. The emperor asked unhappily, "What are you doing here today?" He felt a little disappointed. He used to think that the crown prince and Shujio were good friends. But now it seems that Shujio is still so innocent. But the crown prince may not be the same. No, the crown prince may have deliberately approached Shujio before. After all, Shujio was loved by him. And because his mother's family was of low origin, no matter how much the crown prince doted on such a younger brother, he would not be afraid of threatening himself. And he could also show brotherly love in front of him. Now, Shujio was even used to block the trouble. But his silly son didn't know anything yet. He must be worried that he would treat the prince badly when he ran over. Zhao Yuan blinked. He knew the emperor's expression very well. He knew that although the emperor's tone was a bit fierce, he was not really angry with him. So he said confidently, "I came to see the prince." Emperor. He knew it. The emperor scolded, "You just play around all day long. You don't even go back to Chaoxiao Palace after class. Your mother misses you all day long." Zhao Yuan thought that his mother loved him very much. But she didn't miss him when she didn't see him for a while. After all, he didn't leave the palace. He was in the palace every day and went back to Chaoxiao Palace to eat every day. His mother could see him every day. But the emperor was obviously bullying a child. So Zhao Yuan didn't argue with him about it. He directly moved the topic to what he cared about most. "Father, I heard that the prince saved a beautiful girl who fell into the water. But this beautiful girl is not the wife you are going to marry for the prince?" "Prince." He raised his head and looked at Shujio, and opened his mouth to interrupt his brother, who was talking straightforwardly. But he didn't know what to say for a while. Never expected that he was just talking about family matters with his father. And the next moment his brother asked about the matter so directly. He remembered his father's suspicion and anger towards him before. And what should he do if his brother was implicated? Zhao Yuan didn't care about that. He looked at his father curiously, waiting for his answer. The emperor didn't have any thoughts about Shujio. On the one hand, This was his favorite child since childhood. On the other hand, he might know that it was unlikely that Shujio would want to participate in a fight for the throne. He answered yes. The one who fell into the water was Miss Du from the Shui general's mansion. Originally, the emperor planned to marry her to your second brother. There were no outsiders in the hall. There was nothing to be said. Everyone knew it. The second prince looked at the prince again with grief and anger after hearing this. He felt that this was because the prince was jealous of the 100,000 troops in the general's mansion. So he did such a thing, and snatched his second prince's wife. Even though there was still Miss G from the left prime minister's mansion. And there were many benefits to the left prime minister's mansion. The second prince still coveted the military power, which was 100,000 troops. In his heart, Miss G was not as good as Du Yuling. Not to mention that even in terms of appearance, Du Yuling was much more to his liking. Zhao Yuan asked, "Have you found out who did it? Was it the third brother? Crown Prince? Can he directly name and suspect someone in front of his father? Second prince?" The second prince also called out in his heart. What a guy! He knew that Xiao Jiao had been favored by his father since he was a child. But he didn't expect that he was so proud of himself in private. And he actually blatantly flirted with the third prince. Shujio is obviously on good terms with the crown prince. Now that he is pushing the matter onto the third prince, will the emperor not have any reaction? As for the fact that Zhao Yuan could ask these questions directly, the crown prince and the second prince did not think it was wrong. After all, children who grew up in the palace know things early. Not to mention that Xiaoju is already over 6 years old and can no longer be regarded as a child who knows nothing. The emperor is used to it. Shujio has had deep grievances with the third prince since childhood. The two have fought, scolded each other, and competed for favor. Until now, Shujio would mutter a few words to the third prince from time to time. Of course, the third prince also did not stop at Shujio in front of him. At this moment, he could not hear a single harsh sound at all. Not to mention that it was not certain whether the third prince and the people behind him were involved in this matter. He said, "The matter has not been investigated yet, and it is not certain whether it is your third brother." He told his son some of the information he had found out at the moment, looking at his son with gentle eyes, intentionally wanting to train his son to think for himself and become better. Finally, he said with a smile, "Your prince brother said that he passed by the imperial garden because he knew you wanted a cat and heard that the cat and dog house had a new batch of cats from the western regions today. Your prince brother is also a suspect, and he went there under the pretext of you." Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up. Prince brother is so nice. Gao Sun's kitten last time was really cute. Gao Sun is a student at Chongwen Hall. He is close to Dong Mingli and has a similar temperament to Dong Mingli, being very lively and active. Last time, he secretly brought a cat to Chongwen Hall. The cat was very cute and stayed on Gao Sun's desk. People around him called it and only listened to Gao Sun's words. When Zhao Yuan came back, he whispered to the prince that he wanted one too. But he just said it and forgot about it later. Unexpectedly, the prince still remembered it. Zhao Yuan's eyes were smiling, and he was very happy that the prince brother cared about him so much. Emperor. The emperor felt a little itchy and wanted to reach out and knock on his son's little head. You are just a temporary interest. But someone deliberately used it as an excuse to get benefits. Can you still be a little vigilant in your heart? Obviously, he was so sensitive when it came to the 3rd and 10th children. But when it came to the prince, he believed everything they said. That's right. The prince played with the 9th child the most when he was a child. And those little actions were indeed very coaxing. The emperor reminded coldly, "What's important now is not the kitten, but your prince brother's innocence." Zhao Yuan glanced at the emperor in confusion, always feeling that the emperor's tone was a little strange when he mentioned the prince brother. But he didn't think much about it, but followed the train of thought and thought about who the murderer was. That person must know that the prince brother went back to the cat and dog room today. Did the prince brother hear anyone mention cat-related things? Or mention the 9th child? Children, etc. today? The prince knew what Shujio meant, and he shook his head. No, you wanted a kitten before, and I knew that a batch of cats from the western regions would arrive soon, so I was waiting in advance. But the news about the kitten was heard by Mu Wendy in the palace before you wanted it, and because it was a cat from the western regions, he mentioned it to me casually. Cats from the western regions are still quite famous nowadays, and the price they sell outside is also very expensive. Once the news came out, Many people would pay attention. Zhao Yuan nodded. When he told the prince that he wanted a kitten, he also said it alone. And there was no possibility of other people knowing it. Then how did outsiders know that the prince was likely to go to the cat and dog room that day? Who is the person who wants to plot against the crown prince? He never doubted that this was directed and acted by the crown prince himself. After all, for the crown prince, the benefit of marrying the left prime minister's daughter is greater than that of Miss Du. And the second prince can marry Miss Du, which is also the maximum benefit. Maybe he is secretly happy, and it is impossible for him to do it. Then it must be the third prince. The third prince has not married yet. And the emperor has no intention of deciding on the third prince's wife this time. There is no marriage relationship. The third prince must be dissatisfied with his two brothers, who have made a big step forward. The more stable the foundation of the crown prince and the second prince, the more disadvantageous it is for the third prince. And he is likely to do so. That Miss Du is also possible. After all, the crown princess and the second prince's wife are completely different. And the crown prince now has a great chance of winning. And the queen. The queen would not want the prince to have military power. And she would not take action. Among the remaining concubines, the children are still too young. Logically, they would not be so anxious to deal with the princes. But when the opportunity comes, it is normal to do it. He thought about Song Shuqing again. After all, she is the heroine of the palace fight. Various things always happen to her. It is not impossible to think of her. There are too many possibilities for the murderer. Zhao Yuan thought about it, and couldn't figure out who it was. He pouted unhappily. The emperor laughed. Okay. You are still young. And you really think you are an expert in investigating cases. You can tell it at a glance. Okay. It's getting late. You should go back first. The emperor pinched his son's cheeks. I'll tell you when I find out. Zhao Yuan nodded. There was insufficient evidence, so he couldn't make a conclusion directly. There was no such thing in the original plot. After all, in the original plot, the prince didn't live to get married. Not to mention encountering these conspiracies. The play didn't describe the second prince's marriage much. And the second prince's wife had little presence in the whole play. I only remember that the second prince seemed to be a person who coveted beauty and favored concubines. When he was led by the prince to walk out, he was still thinking in his mind. If it was the original plot, who would the second prince marry? Is it the possible crown princess from before? Or the Du family girl? With these two families, it is impossible for both to marry the second prince. Not to mention that there is only one position for the main wife. And their families are not suitable for concubines. After going out, the two did not go back directly. Zhao Yuan took the prince to the place where he fell into the water before. He wanted to take a closer look to see if he could find any clues. As a result, before the clues were found, the two met Miss Ji on the road. When the prince saw her, he was also a little confused. After all, if there was no accident, this should be his crown princess. But now, there is no such possibility. The family of Zhui Xiangfu could not come to be his concubine. Miss Ji. The prince spoke first. Miss Ji's eyes flashed, and she bowed her head to the prince. Greetings, Your Highness. The crown prince, Your Highness. The ninth prince. The two stood opposite each other in silence for a moment. Then, Miss Ji raised her head and looked at the prince with a look of disappointment that could not be concealed. Your Highness, the crown prince will marry Miss Du in the future. Right? The prince was also a little uncomfortable. It was not that he had feelings for Miss Ji, but it was obvious that Miss Ji should be his future crown princess. And she obviously had feelings for him. It was said that the left prime minister's mansion had always been aiming for the crown princess. But now, because of his diving to save her, everything was ruined. He felt a little guilty towards Miss Ji. It's my fault. Besides this, he didn't know what to say. Miss Ji forced a smile. Nothing. I thought too simply before. I didn't expect. Never mind. Things have come to this point. I just hope that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be safe and sound in the future. I will take my leave first. Miss Ji didn't give the Crown Prince any more opportunities to say anything. She turned and left. The Crown Prince stood behind and watched the other person leave. Zhao Yuan also watched from the side. And after Miss Ji walked away, he asked with some entanglement, Brother Crown Prince, do you like Miss Ji more? The Crown Prince came back to his senses and looked at his brother with amusement. What do you know about liking or not? You've only seen each other twice. How can there be any liking? Miss G was just the type he wanted based on the reality of the situation. But only because she was suitable. Not because he liked her. The prince was very defensive. Although he was gentle to others, he actually needed to spend a long time with her on a daily basis to get close to him. Zhao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what the prince said. He didn't want the prince to be sad. But if he went to ask his father, it would be unfair to Miss Du. After knowing that the prince was fine, Zhao Yuan began to think about other things. He asked in confusion, what did Miss G mean just now? Did she mean to report Miss Du to us? Miss G's meaning clearly did not think that the drowning was an accident. Maybe? The prince responded vaguely. He really didn't know whether the other party was accusing Miss Du. The words might also refer to an accident or other external factors. After walking a few steps, Zhao Yuan continued to ask, has Miss G met the prince's brother before? Why does she seem to really like the prince's brother? Whether it was the shyness when they first met, or the loss and sadness just now, Miss G's mood was very obvious. But this was not consistent with Miss G's deep character, who could say one thing in front of her and another behind her back. In other words, there was nothing wrong with being shy when they first met. After all, the status of men and women in this era was different. If a woman wanted to live a more comfortable life in the future, there was nothing wrong with proper performance and fooling around. Zhao Yuan had seen his mother show 3 points of love in front of his father since he was a child, and he had long been accustomed to it. Miss G will be the wife of the prince in the future. As husband and wife, they share the same interests. Even if Miss G does not love the prince so deeply, she will not do anything to harm him. He knows that the prince is a very good person. After getting along for a long time, the prince treats her well, and the relationship between the two will naturally deepen. Now that they have never met, how can we expect her to have such deep feelings for the prince? Although Zhao Yuan thinks that the prince is good in every way, he is not unreasonable. But Miss G's look of forgetting the old love just now made Zhao Yuan feel uncomfortable. The prince heard that his brother was doubting whether Miss G had a problem. The left prime minister's mansion has been working hard for the position of the crown princess. And Miss G's reputation in the capital is also being shaped in that direction. She is dignified and generous. And she handles things well. Now that she is gone, she may be really sad? He didn't mean how much Miss G admired him. But the position of crown princess was missing. In this situation, Miss G will most likely be the second prince's consort. The difference between the crown princess and the second prince's consort is quite large. At present, even in the fight for the throne, the crown prince has the most support. The second prince is far inferior to him. The person behind the scenes made her suffer such a big loss. But no matter who did it, her current status is not suitable for action. And she can only use us. Zhao Yuan said again, she will be the second prince's consort in the future. The fact that the second prince and the crown prince have a hostile relationship is also known to everyone. But she just treated the crown prince like this, which is inconsistent with her reputation outside. The prince also fell into deep thought. It was obvious that the palace would investigate the murderer behind this incident. Did Miss G really imply that Miss Du did it? Otherwise, how could Miss G know that this incident was not an accident? Zhao Yuan stopped. Miss G was also there when I touched the kitten of concubine Zhang 2 days ago. She is so obsessed with the prince that she may not only want to alienate the relationship between the prince and Miss Du, but also want people to completely unpredictable about her. After all, the left prime minister's mansion has always wanted to train their daughter to be the crown princess. And Miss G has feelings for the prince. Normal people would not suspect that Miss G used these means to avoid marrying the prince. The prince frowned. Why would she do this? It's normal not to want to marry into the royal family. After all, it's not easy to stay in the palace. Especially marrying a prince involves fighting for the throne. But even if she did these things, Miss G would still marry the second prince. Zhao Yuan tilted his head. Maybe the person she likes is the second prince? Well, go check. Has there been any incidents where the second prince heroically saved the beauty? He didn't have much evidence. Mainly because he had seen a lot of bloody plots in his previous life. So he subconsciously guessed it. The prince agreed. Okay, brother. Let someone check it out. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Although the prince thought his brother's guess was a bit unbelievable. When he saw the results of the investigation and found that the second prince had indeed saved Miss G, who was burning incense once before, the prince was speechless. He didn't feel comfortable complaining about these love affairs to his brother. But he didn't have so many concerns when studying with his two peers. I thought Miss G was the kind of calm and composed person who put love aside. But I didn't expect it to be like this. This is in the palace. The other party is calculating the positions of the two princes' wives. This is not the steady and meticulous thinking he thought before. This is simply audacious. This is the palace, not the left prime minister's residence. For a moment, he was actually a little glad that the choice of the crown princess was changed. Mu Wendy laughed so hard that he fell backwards. This is a good thing. He didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this. Thinking that the crown prince was actually disliked by his fiancée. He found it interesting. However, whether it is the left prime minister's mansion or the current Du family, the family background is suitable for the prince. Miss G's current experience has saved the prince from suspicion. The prince is not as optimistic as Mu Wendy thought. With the 100,000 troops of the Du family in his hands, he can't be assured. However, the Duke of Ying's mansion behind him is also eye-catching. And the Du family is not bad. When the prince investigated these, the emperor also investigated everything. He looked at the people above and smiled. It's a good plan. But it's a pity that the left prime minister has thought about it. The left prime minister's mansion has always wanted someone to marry the prince. But he didn't expect that the other person has always hidden his own thoughts in his heart. The emperor tapped the table and thought for a while. The left prime minister had been doing his job well for so many years. But there were many ministers who were doing their job well. He was the first one who dared to play with the two princes like this. Outside the Qingjing Hall, a minister in official uniform hurried in. After a while, he looked much more haggard when he came out. After Zhao Yuan finished his class, he found out that the selection had ended and the crown princess had been decided. There was no accident this time. It was Miss Du before. As for the second prince, it was also decided. Not only the second prince's wife was decided, but also two concubines. As he was talking, he arrived at the East Palace. Before he had time to ask who the second prince's wife was, he didn't care for the time being and went in directly, shouting to find the crown prince's brother. After all, although the palace servants around him were good at finding out information, they did not find out the specific murderer of the drowning incident. They only knew that several palace servants were captured, and some concubines were sent to the cold palace. They were not clear about the details, so Zhao Yuan could only ask the prince. After seeing his brother, the prince told him what he had found out. Shizhou's previous guess was correct. Second brother did save Miss G when her horse ran out of control once. The second prince was outstanding in martial arts, and in recent years, the emperor sometimes asked him to go to the camp outside the capital for training. This was done by Miss G and a concubine in the palace. The concubine was a relative of the G family. But the concubine didn't know that she was calculating so much to calculate me. Zhao Yuan opened his eyes wide. It was so exciting. He asked, "Does the emperor know about this?" The prince nodded. "I told the emperor. But it seems that the emperor has already found out." "Oh." Zhao Yuan nodded. And asked again, "Who is the second prince's wife now?" The prince said a name. And Zhao Yuan knew this name. It was also a family with a good family background, but not as good as the Zhuxiangfu and the Du family. He asked curiously, "What about Miss G?" The prince said, "The Zhuxiang asked for mercy, and the emperor thought of her hard work for so many years. So after demoting the Zhuxiang, he gave Miss G to the second prince as a concubine. It is not appropriate for the daughter of the Zhuxiangfu to be the concubine of the second prince. But it is okay if it is not the Zhuxiangfu. Of course, the demotion of the left prime minister was not done out of thin air. Father had known about some of the things the left prime minister did. But there were too many such cases in the officialdom. In the past, the left prime minister was useful. So father suppressed him and didn't come out. When he was not satisfied with him, he would naturally settle the score. Zhao Yuan. Ah? Concubine? Or the G family, who was demoted? The truth of the drowning incident should be clear to the second prince. The second prince's concubine, who was originally a sure thing with 100,000 troops, was gone, and was replaced by a woman with a weaker family background. And the person who caused all this was given to him as a concubine. Can Miss G's life still be better? Perhaps when Miss G was the crown princess, the second prince would be willing to admire a woman more, especially when this woman was the crown prince's wife. But when the G family was demoted and brought bad luck to himself, it would not be like this. Think about it. The second prince's mother, concubine Zhuang, is also a scheming woman. If she knew what Miss G did. Zhao Yuan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. After a while, he sighed. Father is so narrow-minded. The prince glanced at him. Don't talk nonsense. Chushio Palace? When the eunuch finished his announcement, everyone was silent. Everyone was surprised and asked, How come Sister G is the concubine of the second prince? Given the family background of the G family, being the concubine of the crown prince is a bit unfair. Let alone the concubine of the second prince. After the drowning incident, everyone knew that Miss G might not be able to become the crown prince's concubine. But it was still okay to be the concubine of the second prince. But now everyone heard something. Not only did she not become the concubine of the second prince, but she became a concubine? Didn't they really hear it wrong? The eunuch who delivered the edict smiled and explained. You are in the palace, and you may not know some changes outside. Lord G committed a crime, and is no longer the left prime minister. So Miss G's current position is quite suitable. What? Everyone was shocked. It was possible. Everyone looked at Miss G. Miss G tightened her hands, which were covered by her sleeves. Her nails dug into her flesh. Someone had come to ask her questions before. She roughly guessed that the palace might suspect her. This made her feel very sorry. She still thought she did a good job. Most of the things were done by her inadvertently. The reputation of the left prime minister's mansion for the position of crown princess was well known. She also acted like she was attracted to the crown prince. Logically, she should not be suspected. But even if she was discovered, she did not regret it. If she could accomplish this, the gains would be huge. Among the three princes, the second prince is both civil and military, and his martial arts are particularly outstanding. Now that the war is about to start, it is only a matter of time for the second prince to make achievements. His talent is also not weak. Such a prince is so similar to the emperor at that time. She felt that even the crown prince was not as good as the second prince. Not to mention that the crown prince was not the queen's biological son. She could see that the queen had a different attitude towards the crown prince. And the position of this crown prince was not stable. The third prince was willful and had asthma, so he was not useful. The other little princes did not seem to have any talents to cultivate. When these little princes grew up, the second prince would have already established a firm foothold in the court and the army. What could others do to compete with him? She is the daughter of the left prime minister. Her father holds a high position, and is always favored by the emperor. She thinks that even if her little thoughts are discovered, with her father around, the emperor should just dislike her, and will not lose her life. He may restrict himself in the selection of the two concubines for the second prince, such as finding two with good family backgrounds, and granting some beautiful concubines. But Miss G thinks this is also a help for the second prince. No matter how good their family backgrounds are, they are only concubines in front of her, the main wife. At that time, she has plenty of means to make those people behave themselves. But she never thought that her father, who was favored by the emperor, was demoted, and she was not the second prince's main wife as she imagined, but was actually just a concubine. After all, she is a young girl in her teens. Miss G has been smooth sailing for so many years. No matter how thoughtful she is, she can't hide the ugliness on her face. Everyone looked at each other, but many people were excited. After all, it is always exciting to watch other people's excitement. At this time, a girl suddenly remembered something and asked, "The second prince has two concubines. But did you hear who is the concubine of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? The girls of the right age are all here. Could it be that the candidate the emperor found for the Crown Prince could not come to this election because of some unexpected circumstances? Who is that? Is there any daughter in the capital who did not come to participate in this election due to illness? Or is the emperor dissatisfied with the Crown Prince?" The eunuch still smiled and replied, "This girl is right. The emperor only chose a princess for the prince this time. A few days ago, His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince told the emperor that if a concubine was also chosen, it would affect the relationship between His Royal Highness the Prince and the princess. He insisted that the emperor not allow the concubine to be given, and that he had to wait until the princess gave birth to a child. So the emperor had no choice but to agree." Everyone was stunned. I had heard that the emperor doted on the Ninth Prince a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. The prince was the same. He doted on his younger brother, and even let his younger brother do whatever he wanted. If he didn't marry a concubine, the prince's power would be much less. Finally, everyone looked at Du Yuling standing aside with envy. This person's luck is too good. Not only was she rescued by the prince when she fell into the water, but she also became the prince's consort. Before giving birth, she would be the only one by the prince's side. After giving birth, the position of the prince's consort would be stable. It must be said that from Du Yueling's perspective, having a younger brother-in-law like the ninth prince is simply a great joy. Du Yueling pursed her lips. It must be said that she was touched when she heard the news. Although they were all married into the royal family, they could live a better life. Who would want to live in a poor family? The eunuch who announced the decree saw that everyone should have nothing to ask, so he left first. The ladies also congratulated Du Yueling. Du Yueling was not the kind of arrogant person. Both sides were polite. Only Miss Ji stood there with a gloomy face. She didn't know if she regretted it. She did marry her lover as she wished, but Du Yueling's treatment should have been hers. It was hard for her not to feel disappointed. Which woman would not be tempted by the prince's condition that she was the only woman before giving birth to a child? She directly stood firm in her position and gave birth to the prince's eldest son. In the past, they only knew that the ninth prince was very arrogant in the palace. But now they found that he was not a naughty child who was not easy to mess with. He was obviously everyone's sweetheart. After the selection, a few people were added to the harem, and the others went home. After that, the time for the prince's marriage was also set, and it was next year. According to the various rules of the times, it usually had to be tossed to the second year. The prince was the eldest son, so the second prince's marriage time was naturally after him. But the difference between the two was only 1 month. The time for marriage was still far away, but another thing was very close. That was the war with Xia. The second prince was always good at martial arts. He knew that he could not compare with the prince in terms of background, but in terms of military strength, he was far superior to the prince. So he planned to go to the border to fight. After a few years, he would have merits and qualifications, and fight side by side with those generals. And he could also pull all the generals' power to himself. By that time, he could even suppress the crown prince. In the court, the second prince expressed his request. The emperor looked at his son below and did not agree immediately. Let's discuss this later. The second prince knew that this matter could not be done at once, but he knew that his father would agree sooner or later. After the court, Su Quan came over. Your Majesty, please ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Royal Highness the Second Prince to come over. The second prince understood that this was probably about him going to war. He glanced at the Crown Prince proudly. Prince, please. His tone was indescribably complacent. There was no way. The Crown Prince had been in the limelight for so long, and he had wanted to suppress the Crown Prince for a long time. This was a good opportunity. Even if the Crown Prince insisted on going to the battlefield with him, it would be useless. The Crown Prince was definitely not as good as himself in this aspect. The second prince knew where his strengths were. His mother had been deepening his strength in this aspect since he was a child. Regarding the things about leading troops in battle, the emperor even asked someone to teach him. The second prince did not live up to his strength. He did have some talent in leading troops in battle. After that, the offensive between him and the crown prince should be reversed. The two brothers went to the Qingjing Hall together and saluted together. The emperor casually said, "Okay. Get up." Then he looked at the second prince. "Have you told your mother about your desire to go to war?" The second prince looked a little uncomfortable, and the emperor understood that concubine Zhuang must have disagreed. "Go back and explain it to your mother first, and then talk about it after your mother agrees." The emperor was not against his son's training. When he was the second prince's age, he had been on the battlefield for several years. It was just that this was a dangerous thing. The second prince was going to get married next year, and his mother didn't agree. He didn't need to make such a dictatorial decision. What's more, the second prince was still far behind him in the past. He didn't believe in the second prince's ability. The second prince was about to say something, but when he saw the emperor's eyes, he immediately stopped. Don't say it. He was really afraid of his father. He couldn't say anything when the other party looked at him. I really don't know how Shujiao dared to do it when his father was angry. After coming out of the Qingjing Palace, the crown prince and the second prince separated. Not far away, he met Mu Wendi and Yu Chao, who were waiting for him. They all knew that the second prince was going to the battlefield. Mu Wendi said, "The second prince's move is indeed very useful. Military generals are very impressed by people who can be capable. And the second prince is just such a person." The other party has often gone to the camp outside the capital in the past 2 years. Mu Wendy and others know that this second prince is a person who can endure hardships. When he arrives at the border in the future, he will definitely be able to get along well with the soldiers in the barracks. They have never underestimated the second prince. Yu Chao said, "My father is also going to send me to the border. His military power is stronger than the second prince. But this is of little use. The two have different identities. And in the minds of the generals, their lethality is even more different. The second prince is a prince, born in a noble family. As long as he goes to the border, he can prove that he is not a show-off. He will suffer with the soldiers, respect the wise and humble, and have a little brain. He can get along with others and make it easier for people to submit. But Yu Chao is different. He is just an ordinary minister. No matter how strong he is, at most his soldiers admire him. But the same generals can't easily become his party." Mu Wendy sighed and comforted himself. It doesn't matter. It's not that whoever can fight is more powerful. Governing a country and fighting a war are not the same thing at all. The problem is that the second prince is also smart. Even the third prince, who has asthma, is not a simple person. It is not easy to fight for the throne. Yu Chao said slowly. The key is to see what the emperor thinks. If the second prince rises, it will be good to share the pressure. It is not a good thing to be the only one. We have the ninth prince. Now the prince's family is powerful, and he wants to marry a girl from the Du family. It is easy to arouse the emperor's fear. Even if the emperor has no idea now, he may not have no idea in the future. With the rise of the second prince, it helps them out of trouble. Mu Wendy slapped Yu Chao with a slap, and a smile appeared on his face. You kid. You are right. That's true. The prince also laughed when he saw it. Yes, they are the ones who are in charge. The incident happened suddenly, and they forgot to think about it. However, after praising Yu Chao, Mu Wendy said, although the ninth prince is good, he should not be able to influence the emperor in such a big matter. How can we put these things on a child? Afterwards, the second prince went back to discuss with concubine Zhuang. The mother and son had a quarrel. The second prince wanted to go to war now, but concubine Zhuang was worried about her son. She felt that her son should at least wait until he got married and leave the child. If something really happened to me on the battlefield, what's the point of leaving the child? Can he go and argue with the prince? They are not of the same generation, and the father will never pass over all his sons and give the throne to his grandson. Is it me, your son, or something else that you are worried about? As long as I keep the child, it doesn't matter whether he dies or not? Concubine Zhuang was very angry at this. But think about it. It would be best if her son could come back safely. If not, what's the point of going there after getting married? In the end, concubine Zhuang agreed to her son's request. The emperor naturally had no intention of stopping him, and the second prince led a group of people to the border. Without the second prince in charge of the capital, the second prince's faction settled down, and the entire court seemed to have returned to peace. Well, in fact, the second prince did not have many people. Everyone knew that this was not real peace, but the beginning of the second prince's party taking off. The crown prince had no choice. But fortunately, the second prince wanted to win the hearts of the generals. But there was still a long way to go, and it would not be done in 1 or 2 years. Zhao Yuan also understood the second prince's situation, but he knew that the crown prince was the eldest son, and he was already the crown prince. There were many people in the court who supported the crown prince. Even if the second prince rose up, he could not suppress the crown prince. But he was not prepared to sit and wait for death. As a young princeling, Zhao Yuan had long been determined to support the prince silently behind the scenes. After so many years in the palace, Zhao Yuan felt that he was old enough to go out of the palace. Out of the palace? The emperor said, you want to go out of the palace again. Let your prince brother take you. In the past 2 years, Zhao Yuan has been out of the palace 3 or 4 times, either with the prince or the emperor himself. The child is young, and the emperor is worried about him leaving the palace. Zhao Yuan shook his head. I don't want the prince brother to take me. I want to go out by myself. The emperor refused without thinking. That won't work. Even though he knew that his son was followed by guards, the emperor still refused. In his opinion, Shuzhou should go out after he grows up and has his own residence, and he should be accompanied by adults at other times. Zhao Yuan had already thought of a reason. He hugged the emperor's arm and smiled. Father, I saw my second uncle when I came in just now. Why don't you ask my second uncle to take me out? It just so happens that I want to visit the Liu family today. They have been in the capital for so long. And I haven't seen them yet. He did see his grandmother. When the Liu family settled down in the capital, the emperor allowed the grandmother of the Liu family to come in and visit Liu Han. He also saw her at that time. But apart from this, there was nothing else. He had not seen the rest of the Liu family. The few times the emperor and the prince took him out of the palace, they never went to the Liu family. The emperor pondered for a moment, thinking that it didn't seem right that his son hadn't been to his maternal grandparents' home for so long. Facing his son's expectant eyes, he signaled Su Quan to call in the second brother Liu and instructed him, Xiao Jiao wants to visit your home. You can take him out for a walk, but don't go to crowded places. You must keep an eye on Xiao Jiao and don't let anything happen. The second brother Liu knew what happened, and he was also a little happy in his heart. The family has been thinking about the little sister and the little prince for a long time, and it is a good thing to let the little prince go home to see. He immediately agreed. I will definitely protect His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Father, you are so kind. Zhao Yuan gave the emperor a bear hug. He then let go and ran, and brother Liu followed closely behind. Of course, although the emperor only called brother Liu, it was impossible for Zhao Yuan to be protected by brother Liu alone when he left the palace. After them, there were many guards following secretly. After leaving the palace, Zhao Yuan squinted his eyes, looked at the plain-dressed crowd in the distance, listened to the hawking sounds, and was excited. Your Highness, should we go shopping first? Or? Brother Liu asked behind him. Zhao Yuan replied. Let's look around first. He looked at the things around him, and found them very novel. The emperor and the prince had taken him out before, when there were festivals outside the palace, festive and lively, such as the Lantern Festival. But they only came out once during the day. Zhao Yuan hadn't been here for a long time, and now he was in the same mood as when he first came. Everything he saw was strange. Liu Urge followed Zhao Yuan closely, slightly behind him, to block the crowd that might bump into him. When he saw his eyes fall on the small stall next to him, he asked, if the little prince likes it, why not buy some? I have silver on me. Zhao Yuan proudly puffed up his chest when he heard it. Second uncle, don't think that I am unfamiliar with the outside world because I have rarely left the palace. The clay figurines outside have been bought for me by the prince a long time ago. They are all things I have had. He looked all the way, and basically the prince had bought him something interesting before. For example, if there are different series of clay figurines with different looks, the prince will buy him more times. After saying that, he realized something and reminded, it's not good to call me by my status outside. It's not good for others to hear me. Second uncle, you can just call me Shujio. Zhao Yuan and Liu Urge were not particularly familiar with each other, mainly because Liu Urge was very silent. When he was in the palace, he was basically on duty. So Zhao Yuan didn't want to keep pestering him. Of course, it may also be because he didn't like Liu Urge as much as he liked the emperor and Feng Ji. So he let their relationship be like this. Otherwise, Zhao Yuan could turn into a clingy person in a minute. And whether the other party liked to talk or not was not the point. Yes, Shujio. Liu Urge was stunned for a moment, knowing that the ninth prince was right, and hurriedly stammered to change his words. Although the little prince in front of him was his nephew, he was the emperor's favorite prince. His every move had a different temperament from ordinary children. This was why brother Liu could not completely treat him as his nephew in front of Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan was satisfied when he heard brother Liu change his words. He turned his head and sniffed. Although the prince had bought him almost all the small toys on the street, he did not have any food. He smelled the fragrance, which was really good. I want one of these. Zhao Yuan ran to the stall and was a little greedy. Hey! Brother Liu hurriedly followed him. When he saw that he wanted to eat, he felt his scalp tingling. If he remembered correctly, the emperor never let Xiaojio eat the food on these small stalls outside. Before, when Xiaojio wanted to eat, the emperor would go back to the palace and ask the imperial chef to cook it. Should he restrict the child now? Otherwise, what should he do if he gets an upset stomach? But if he doesn't let Xiaojio eat, will he be angry? While Liu Urge was still struggling, in a restaurant not far away, facing the street, two people were sitting at a table. One of them had a thin face, a cold expression with despair, and the other had worry in his eyes. He said with a bit of depression, Gao Yi, I have already asked, and the other party is not willing to help us. Su Gaoyi pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Kong Ping, you don't have to worry about my business. Since I arrived in the capital, the fourth prince has already known about it. You are still waiting for the appointment. Don't let my business implicate you. Not only his career, but if his friend's life was implicated, Su Gaoyi would be blamed for his death. Kong Ping's family still had his parents, and he was the only son in the family, so nothing could happen to him. He knew how arrogant these royal relatives were, but it was just a life, and they would not take it seriously at all. No one he had approached before dared to agree to help him. And today, the other party had already given him a warning. If he continued to pester them, the other party would not let it go so easily. For a while, the atmosphere was filled with depression, and both of them felt heavy in their hearts. Suddenly, Dai Kongping's eyes casually swept across the street, and in an instant, a look of surprise filled his heart. He stood up suddenly, and the stool made a loud sound on the ground. Su Gaoyi was also frightened by the noise. Dai Kongping's eyes were frighteningly bright. He grabbed Su Gaoyi, and Su Gaoyi's arm turned white in an instant. It can be seen how much force he used. Gaoyi, it's saved. Uncle and aunt are saved. Come on. Follow me down quickly. Su Gaoyi didn't react for a while, and staggered down with Dai Kongping's force, while asking, Kongping, what happened? What did you see? Dai Kongping kept walking, his lips trembling a little. Ninth Prince. That's the Ninth Prince. Ninth Prince? Su Gaoyi repeated. They soon arrived on the street. Dai Kongping looked at the child eating in front of the stall in front of him, and didn't approach directly. No matter how excited he was, he could see that several people around him had already noticed him. He was afraid that he would be caught by these people before he could get in front of the Ninth Prince. Su Gaoyi followed his line of sight and looked over. Is that child the Ninth Prince? It was actually not difficult to distinguish. Among the crowd, the Ninth Prince's temperament was very unique. It was obvious at a glance that this child was not born in an ordinary family. Yes, Dai Kongping said happily. He is the Ninth Prince. He repeated, he is the most beloved prince of the current emperor. Su Gaoyi's brows were still furrowed. He smiled bitterly and said, but that's just a child. And Kongping, you also know who our family offended. That's the fourth prince. Just the fourth prince is something that ordinary people like us cannot afford to offend. Not to mention that the fourth prince is on good terms with the first prince. The fourth prince is not a prominent figure among the princes, but in his fiefdom, he is an insurmountable mountain for ordinary people. Moreover, the fourth prince and the first prince are in the same group. The first prince is the eldest son of the previous emperor. He is the most arrogant and powerful. Until now, the other party still dares to go against the emperor. This is not something that a small prince can control. Which prince is willing to risk offending the first prince and the fourth prince to help them? No, you are wrong. Dai Kongping shook his head. He knew what his friend meant. Don't underestimate the Ninth Prince. When we were taking the imperial examination in the Golden Palace, the Ninth Prince was allowed to be indulged by the emperor. He personally held him in the palace to watch us take the examination and sat on the dragon throne with the emperor. Other princes did not have this honor. I heard that even when the emperor was angry, he would calm down instantly when he saw this prince. Gao Yi, this will be our only chance. No, it's not just a chance. This is their savior. Su Gaoyi's eyes could not help but fluctuate. His family had become like that, and his father's leg was broken. He was full of hatred. Even if there was a possibility, he wanted to try it. Although, he didn't have much hope for the Ninth Prince. Let's go! The two walked forward. But before they got close to Zhao Yuan, they were stopped by the guards, who had noticed their movements in advance. And they couldn't get close at all. On the other side, Zhao Yuan had already finished shopping and continued to walk forward while eating. Seeing that the Ninth Prince was about to leave, Dai Kongping was very anxious. You know, after this separation, it would be unknown when he would see this little prince again. On the street, Dai Kongping couldn't directly expose the identity of the Ninth Prince. If something really happened to him outside, not to mention them, even the whole family might not be able to get away with it. Dai Kongping opened and closed his mouth anxiously for a long time. When Zhao Yuan was about to leave, he finally blurted out a suitable name. Young Master, Young Master, Young Master, etc. Many people were attracted by his voice and looked over. And Zhao Yuan was the same. When he turned around, He saw the two people who were stopped, looking at him. He pointed his finger at himself and said hesitantly, "Are you calling me?" "Yes. Yes. I'm calling you. Young master. Don't you recognize me? We met before," Dai Kongping said happily. The two of them were still stopped by the guards, and were not allowed to approach. Zhao Yuan looked at him, and walked towards this side. Brother Lu looked at the two of them warily, and did not let Zhao Yuan go forward when they were still some distance away. "Does Shizhou know these people?" Zhao Yuan looked at the man's face carefully. Dai Kongping explained, "We really met. There were many people at that time. You were held by your father, and watched us do homework. Later, you came to see us, and I looked up and smiled at you." He eagerly described the scene at that time, wanting the child to remember it. After all, if the ninth prince was missed, Su Gaoyi's family would really be hopeless. But Dai Kongping had no idea in his heart. It had been so long since the palace examination. He was a person who had only met the ninth prince once. It was unlikely that the other party could still remember him. Zhao Yuan nodded slightly when he heard this. He did not say whether he remembered or not. He just said, "Let's find a room to talk." Looking at the two people like this, it was obvious that they had something to ask him, and it might not be a small matter. Dai Kongping was relieved when he heard this, but his heart was lifted again. After all, the child in front of him had a calm expression, and it was hard to tell whether he remembered him. Even if he remembered, Dai Kongping thought, it might not have much effect. After all, it could be seen from his expression that this little prince was not the kind of person who would agree to anything just because he was moved by a few words. Sure enough, children who grew up in the palace, even if they are still young, can't be fooled casually. Several people entered the restaurant and asked for a room. Zhao Yuan sat down and looked up at the two people. "Tell me, what do you want to see me for?" As soon as the voice fell, one of the two knelt down with a plop, and said with a painful face, "Please, Your Highness the Ninth Prince, save my parents." Su Gaoyi told the whole story. In Tianqi, the original princes all had their own fiefdoms, and there has always been no saying that the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Those princes took a few lives, even if it was not decent and unpleasant. But it was not a big deal. Su Gaoyi's family met the fourth prince. Su Gaoyi's family and Dai Kongping were all commoners in the fourth prince's fiefdom. Su Gaoyi was a scholar with great talent. Dai Kongping was his classmate. Both of them were very talented and had a good relationship. Originally, the Su family lived a pretty good life. The Su family was not bad. They were considered a small landlord with many fields and 2 hills. The only son, Su Gaoyi, was also talented in studying. He passed the examination and became a jurin. He wanted to take the joint examination and the palace examination with Dai Kongping. But Su Gaoyi had a high fever and missed the joint examination. This was actually not a big problem. If you missed it, you can take it again next time. But unexpectedly, something happened to the Su family a few months ago. The people in the fourth prince's mansion said they wanted to build a big farm for the fourth prince. So they forcibly bought all the land and hills of my family. For so many things, they only gave a few dozen taels of silver. Su Gaoyi said, seeing that the little prince was a little confused. Su Gaoyi explained, "The things in my family are estimated to be worth thousands of taels. Giving a dozen taels of silver for things worth thousands of taels is indeed a bit too much. My parents didn't agree, so they broke my father's legs." Su Gaoyi's eyes were full of hatred, and tears had fallen silently without knowing when. "As long as we don't agree, there will be other tricks waiting for us. Later, my face was scratched one night." Zhao Yuan silently looked at Su Gaoyi's face, which had a deep scar on it. Dai Kongping also shed tears and added, "Gaoyi is very talented and has passed the imperial examination. If he had not had a high fever in the last examination, he should have taken the examination with me in the Golden Palace. Maybe at that time, Gaoyi would also have the honor to see the little ninth prince tilting his head in the hall to see what these students look like. Officials need to have a decent appearance and a flawless face. Gaoyi is like this, and his career has been cut off. More than 10 years of hard study have all turned to ashes." Seeing the two of them like this, Zhao Yuan nodded slightly. This rule is indeed a bit unreasonable. It's just a scar on the face, not a brain problem. He felt that he would have to talk to his father about this matter when he returned. People's talents and abilities cannot be defined by appearance alone. Dai Kongping paused, realizing something, and glanced at the child at the top. Su Gaoyi was still immersed in pain. Even so, they haven't planned to let my family go. My parents were slandered for murder, and were arrested in prison. Only I escaped. Those people now know that I have arrived in the capital. But the fourth prince's mansion is also fearless, and is not afraid of what I do. These days, I have been looking for people everywhere. But no one dares to confront the fourth prince. My good friend Kongping has also been implicated and lost his official position. I really have nowhere to turn to. Please, Your Highness, save my parents. Your Highness's great kindness will never be forgotten. Zhao Yuan was thoughtful. He had read many laws of Tianqi, and knew that in all such murders, the local county magistrate and prefect would not directly investigate the case and execute the murderer. Instead, the evidence and other results would be sent to the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple in the capital. After the review, they would be sent back. This is a matter of life and death. And it is also to prevent false cases. So to a certain extent, Su Gaoyi's parents should still be alive. However, he felt that this person should be hiding something. Zhao Yuan asked, "What is your name?" He had a guess in his mind. Su Gaoyi. Su Gaoyi said his name. And Dai Kongping beside him also introduced himself. Zhao Yuan read it and thought, sure enough, this name is quite familiar. It is indeed a character that has appeared in the play, and has a name in history. However, Dai Kongping has a good reputation in history. But Su Gaoyi is not. Dai Kongping is one of the capable ministers of the Tianqi dynasty. He is not so high that he can be ranked among the ministers in the whole history. He is not the most outstanding among the ministers of the Tianqi dynasty. But he is definitely one of the available talents and a good official. As for Su Gaoyi, it is different. In history, his parents died tragically. He was silent for a few years, and quietly appeared beside the second prince. He became the second prince's staff, and participated in the fight for the throne. Although there is a rule that people with facial flaws cannot be officials, it is not impossible if there is a superior to protect them. Su Gaoyi became an official with the support of the second prince. But he was a corrupt official. Cruel, scheming, and did a lot of bad things. In the end, he was killed by Dai Kongping. This is the case in history. In the play, Su Gaoyi's life experience is similar. Zhao Yuan looked at Su Gaoyi, who was expecting him, and asked, "If this prince helps you, what use can you bring to this prince?" It's not that he has to ask for a reward. But the person in front of him is Su Gaoyi. Zhao Yuan just needs his own manpower. And this person came at the right time. Anyway, Su Gaoyi has a scar on his face, and cannot be an official. If he works with him, it is also a way out, and a protection for the Su family. Of course, if the other party is unwilling, Zhao Yuan will not force it. As for this matter, he will still help. He is a prince, and has the obligation to let the people live a stable life. Su Gaoyi was surprised when he heard this. He looked at Zhao Yuan with eyes that seemed to be shining. "As long as your highness can save my parents, I will go through fire and water for you in the future. I will not refuse to die. In addition, I have another piece of news that I am not sure about," Su Gaoyi said. "I suspect that the reason why the fourth prince forcibly took away most of my family's fields and the two mountains is because there seems to be a coal mine on the mountain. But I am not sure about this matter. If your highness can save my parents, I am willing to give these things to your highness." When the fourth prince's mansion came to rob them, the Su family was full of indignation. But now that it has come to this, Su Gaoyi doesn't care about these things at all. What's yours is yours. Zhao Yuan didn't want to rob others' things. He had a lot of money. His previous textile business had been sending him money continuously. He said, "When the matter is over, you can work with this prince in the future. It just so happens that this prince needs people now." "Yes, I thank your highness for taking me in. With his appearance, he has no other way out. This is the most favored ninth prince. People are willing to use him because the little prince is kind. No matter what the other party asked him to do, he was willing to do it." Zhao Yuan nodded, looked at Su Gaoyi's face, and said, "Don't be discouraged by your scar. Maybe this scar will not affect your official position in the future. But even if you can be an official, you have to help this prince do work for 10 years. After that, whether you continue or become an official is up to you." Su Gaoyi is also a smart man. Now that his parents are saved, he has the mind to think about other things. For example, from the words of the ninth prince, he heard that the little prince would advise the emperor on this matter. If it really works, it will be a great thing for many students, who have troubles in this regard in the future. But even if it doesn't work, we can see the kindness of the little prince from this. Although he was told to work for him for 10 years, he is actually getting benefits at the moment. There are many people who want to be favored by the ninth prince, but it is rare for someone like him to make the ninth prince offend two princes. The eldest prince has always been a strong candidate for the throne, and he has a lot of power. I heard that the ninth prince's mother's family is ordinary. If he offends the fourth prince and the first prince, can he afford the revenge in the future? For a moment, looking at the child in front of him, Sugoi actually felt a little bit reluctant. But he forced himself to ignore this feeling and told himself in his heart that he must do his best to work for the ninth prince in the future to repay his kindness. Seeing that they had all agreed, Dai Konping raised his hand and said cautiously, "How about I work for the ninth prince?" He laughed and said awkwardly, "My official position has been taken away by the fourth prince and his men." He had just observed that although the ninth prince was spoiled in rumors, he was not arrogant and unreasonable. On the contrary, he was quite smart. After all, if he was not smart, the ninth prince would not have made those spinning wheels and looms. Gao Yi could not be an official because of the scar on his face. The ninth prince actually wanted to change this rule. It was obviously the ninth prince who saved Gao Yi. But when the other party heard that Gao Yi was going to offer the two valuable mountains, he did not intend to accept them at will, and even made a 10-year agreement. Now that he is so young, he has to train people. Thinking about the scene when he was held by the emperor, and sat on the dragon throne together during the palace examination, and watched their examination together, Dai Konping had an amazing idea in his mind. Compared with other princes, maybe in the end, the one who will ascend to the throne will be the prince with the most insignificant family background in front of him. In a moment of impulse, Dai Konping regretted it a little after he finished speaking. It was all because he was too fascinated by observing the little prince just now, and he said it in a moment of excitement. But after regretting it, he felt that there was no need to regret it. Maybe his guess would really come true. Besides, in this day and age, having a prince as a backer is also very beneficial for him to get involved in the officialdom, especially when he has offended the first prince and the fourth prince. Even if the ninth prince can save Gao Yi's family this time, the first prince and the fourth prince will never die because of this matter. Even more dissatisfaction in the heart. Then in the end, they will continue to target him. Not to mention really doing something to him. It is still okay to make people embarrassed. But Zhao Yuan looked at him in confusion. Is this buy one get one free? But he wanted Su Gaoli because although this man is a corrupt official, he is indeed good at business, and belongs to the type of people who can do a little bit of everything. He just needs an all-round secretary. But Dai Konping, this man is an honest official and a capable minister. But what does he want him to do? He is so young and he has gathered officials around him. Doesn't that mean he is forming a clique for personal gain? And he is a prince's party, so his father will think that this is someone the prince has recruited. Isn't this causing trouble for the crown prince? He moved away in disdain. No. Please move away. I will tell my father about your dismissal. Dai Konping. He didn't regret choosing a side at all. The ninth prince's refusal made him want the other party to accept him. Unfortunately, the little prince refused and didn't change his mind at all. At least he smiled at the little prince during the palace examination. He was the first one to come. So how could his friend come later? Zhao Yuan had just left the palace not long ago and hadn't finished his work yet. He didn't want to return to the palace for the time being. But looking at Su Gaoli's appearance, he knew that he cared about his parents. And Zhao Yuan didn't want his parents to really get into trouble. He waited and called a guard over. Go back to the palace and tell the emperor about these things. And ask him to rescue his parents first. I will tell him in detail when we return to the palace. There are many guards following Zhao Yuan, so this one is not a big deal. The guard received the order and quickly went back. Su Gaoli was even more moved by this. Although he was anxious, he didn't dare to urge the prince at all. Now seeing the ninth prince being so considerate, he was instantly moved. He concealed the tears in his eyes, thinking that even if he had to die in the future, he would definitely repay the ninth prince. Dai Konping glanced at his moved friends around him and sighed in his heart. For this little prince, it seemed to be the easiest thing to make people feel good and even swear allegiance to him. Naturally, the best effect was achieved. Zhao Yuan would not let Su Gaoli do anything at this moment. It was still unknown whether his parents were alive or dead. He had to wait for a while. In his heart, the safety of his parents was the most important thing for every child. He only told them the time of the next meeting and the way to contact them, and then parted ways with them. Next, he had to go back to the Lu family to take a look. When Zhao Yuan arrived outside the Lu family's door, he stopped and looked at the door in front of him. The Lu family's house was not big, not the kind of large mansion where high-ranking officials lived. This was also because both Brother Lu and Brother Lu were not high-ranking officials, and their salaries were also average. The Lu family was also an ordinary family in the past, so naturally they didn't have much money. Brother Lu saw him looking at the house and introduced it to him one by one. This is the house we rented. It's not as big as Shiju's place, but it's big enough for us to live in. It's bigger than when we lived in the town before. Zhao Yuan hummed in response, and Brother Lu went forward to push the door open. The door was ajar and opened with a push. The houses here are basically like this. As long as there is someone at home, the door will not be closed. After all, ordinary people can't afford a doorman who specializes in guarding the door. However, the people living in this area are basically small officials of similar status to Lu Urge and his friends, and there are often patrols, so there is no problem in terms of security. After Lu Urge opened the door, he shouted to the inside, "Dad, Mom, someone is coming home." Usually at this time, his eldest brother is still working in the Ministry of Justice and will not come back until the afternoon. Only his parents, sister-in-law, and nephew are at home. His parents used to open a shop outside to supplement the family income, but unfortunately, because of Qin Yuanhua's revenge last time, they couldn't do business. Although Qin Yuanhua stopped later, his parents were still a little scared. They stayed at home all the time. "Who is it?" Mother Lu came out of the room, and when she looked at Zhao Yuan, she was stunned. She shouted in a trembling voice, old man, come out quickly." As she spoke, she quickly walked towards Zhao Yuan. When the Lu family moved to the capital, Mother Lu went to the palace to see her daughter, and she also saw her grandson Zhao Yuan. It has only been a year since that time, and she certainly still remembers what her grandson looks like. When she came to the front, Mother Lu suddenly felt a little at a loss, because the child in front of her was not only her grandson, but also the prince of the palace. Logically, she still had to bow in front of him. She hurriedly tried to pose and salute, but couldn't remember how to do it. Before she could think, the handsome boy in front of her had already smiled at her. Zhao Yuan stepped forward and hugged Lu's mother's hand as she was about to salute. "Grandma, Xiaojiu is here to see you." It was also when he entered the door that Zhao Yuan remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to buy gifts for the Lu family. He did buy some small things on the street just now, but these things were not worth much. He bought them just because he found them interesting. It was fine to give them to his father and mother, but it was a bit inappropriate to give them to his in-laws, whom he had met officially for the first time. Zhao Yuan could only pretend that he didn't know to prepare gifts. Fortunately, the Lu family didn't think about it. When Lu's mother was hugged by him, she smiled happily and couldn't stop smiling. Lu's father and sister-in-law in the house also heard the voice. Lu's father looked at the people in the yard and had a guess in his mind. He said in disbelief, This is... Lu Urge said, "Dad, this is the 9th prince." Sister-in-law Lu was stunned. Even though she had known that her sister-in-law had become a concubine in the palace, and the 9th prince was her nephew, she felt like she was in a dream when she suddenly came to her house one day. Zhao Yuan greeted people with a bright smile. "Grandpa." Looking at the middle-aged woman again, Lu Urge whispered about sister-in-law Lu's identity, and Zhao Yuan called her Aunt. "Hey." Sister Lu shuddered. "Oh my god. She actually had a nephew who was a prince calling her aunt." Sister Lu felt lighthearted. Father and Mother Lu surrounded Zhao Yuan. Seeing that they were nervous, Zhao Yuan naturally used his pleasing skills to chat with them non-stop, not at all shy, and made them laugh from time to time. Gradually, they were not so nervous. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan also guided them to talk more in time, and he responded in coordination. He also put the food brought by Father Lu into his mouth from time to time. It was agreed that Zhao Yuan would have lunch at Lu's house at noon. Sister Lu took the opportunity to go out to buy vegetables and quickly found her son, asking him to find her husband and ask him to come back for lunch at noon. Because the government provides meals, sometimes Brother Lu will not come back at noon. When Zhao Yuan appeared, it caused quite a stir in the Lu family. At noon, the whole Lu family came together and ate with Zhao Yuan. The topic during the meal was always around him. After the meal, Zhao Yuan asked to go back for a nap. The Lu family naturally did not dare to stop him. After all, the longer such a prince stayed outside, the more likely it was that something would happen. You know, even the common people knew that people in the previous dynasty had always been secretly trying to make trouble. With everyone watching, Zhao Yuan left the Lu family. After leaving everyone's sight, Zhao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that being treated with excessive enthusiasm is also a kind of pressure. However, today's trip was fruitful, and he also understood the temperament and nature of the Lu family. Generally speaking, they are not bad, and they are not the kind of people who will do bad things and drag their feet. His cousin is still young now, and it is estimated that he will be useful in 2 or 3 years. Of course, the most important thing is that he got Sugawi, a subordinate who is very good at making trouble in the original plot, has great ability, is cautious and careful, and has courage. After returning to the palace, he can think about what he should let the other party do. Back in the palace, Zhao Yuan gave the little toys he bought outside the palace to his parents, and then went back to the East Palace to take a nap with the prince brother. After waking up, he strolled all the way to the Qinzheng Palace. "Father, I asked someone to come back this morning to tell me about the Su family. Did you send someone to rescue them?" The emperor put down the pen in his hand and looked at his son with a smile in his eyes. "We sent someone to rescue them on horseback. The case in the Ministry of Justice has been temporarily suppressed. Theoretically, the Su family's murder case must be approved by the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple before the case against the Su family can be closed. However, just in case, the emperor also sent people to rush over. On the one hand, it was to save people. After all, this was the person his son was going to recruit. If the other party's parents died, it would be difficult for his son to use them in the future. On the other hand, the emperor was going to use the 4th prince as a scapegoat and sent people to investigate the situation in the 4th prince's fiefdom. Zhao Yuan trusted his father very much. This was an emperor who ranked among the top in history, and his ability was absolutely beyond doubt. So after hearing what the emperor said, he hugged the emperor and praised him sweetly for a few words, and didn't say much about it. The emperor didn't know so much, and he was satisfied to see his son trust him so much. He asked, "Why does Shujio want to accept that person?" He knew everything his son did outside, and he asked this question not because he had doubts in his heart, but just a little curious. And he also felt that his son was too soft-hearted when he said that he could be free in 10 years. Shujio saved the parents of others, and was willing to keep a disfigured person working by his side. That was a great favor to the Su family. This family should be loyal to Shujio until death. 10 years is nothing. I want to find some people to help me with my business, so that when my father is short of money, Shujio can give it directly to him. Zhao Yuan said happily, "I can also give it to my mother and the prince, so that everyone can have it." He looked generous. Of course, Zhao Yuan's real thoughts must be more than that. He wanted to give the prince more confidence, and he also wanted to have someone to use, so that when necessary, he would not have to do everything himself. He told the emperor directly at this moment. Firstly, he knew that he could not hide it, and someone told the emperor about his every move. And secondly, he had deep feelings for the emperor, and did not mind the emperor knowing these things. He said that he wanted to use money for his father from the bottom of his heart. However, he would not let the emperor know all his secrets. After the business started, how big his business was, the details of it, etc., that was not something the emperor could know just because he wanted to know. His father was not so controlling that he wanted to know everything. The emperor saw his son's sincerity, and thought about how he had always lamented about his lack of money in front of his son after the prince's dividends to Shujio were received. Look at how he fooled his son. He really treated his father as a poor little man who was short of money. His conscience was slightly painful, but thinking about his empty storehouse, the emperor quickly threw away his conscience and coaxed his son happily. With a touching face, "Father knows that Shujio treats father the best. Father is really short of money. This war costs money. Hundreds of thousands of troops need food and drink, and weapons and armor need to be replaced. Everything needs silver. The war with Xie is a long war, and it is not so easy to end. This silver money is spent like water every day. Father is worried." The more the emperor played the victim, the more addicted he became. "Zhao Yuan, I told you you were fat and you gasped. Right?" His face wrinkled. And then he became worried. And he comforted him clumsily. Father, don't worry. Xiujio will definitely find a way to make more money for you to fight. Seeing that his 6-year-old child was anxious because of him. He was the son he truly loved. He was not soft-hearted when he was cheating money. But that was because the child was still young and couldn't use it. If he really made his son uncomfortable, he would not be willing. He coughed awkwardly. Father is just talking to you. You are still young. Don't worry about these. Father will solve it himself. Really? Zhao Yuan smiled secretly in his heart. But his little face was full of disbelief. Of course. The emperor immediately said, Tell me, is your father the most powerful person in your mind? Yes. Zhao Yuan nodded. That's right. The emperor said, Father is an adult. The most powerful person. No matter what the problem is. Father will solve it. Besides, there are so many ministers in the court. There will be no problem. Zhao Yuan half believed and half doubted. Really? Of course it's true. Under the emperor's strong persuasion. Zhao Yuan finally laughed again. The emperor sighed in his heart. It's easy to tease a child. But it's really hard to coax a child. Although he always thought so. He still did it every time. After a while. When Zhao Yuan was in the prince's east palace. A eunuch came to announce. Your Highness the Ninth Prince. The emperor said that the matter you asked him to do last time has come to fruition. And he has specially ordered me to invite your Highness over. Zhao Yuan just picked up the dish in his hand. And turned his head with a confused look. But didn't I just come back from there? The eunuch smiled. The emperor said that your Highness can go there to eat. And the emperor also asked the kitchen to prepare mutton for lunch today. Zhao Yuan. When he was at the emperor's place in the morning. The emperor said that he had prepared mutton for him and asked him to stay to eat together. But Zhao Yuan said that he had promised his brother the crown prince first. So he didn't stay. As a result, the emperor used this trick just as the meal started. As expected, an emperor like my father who is used to fighting wars has a strong desire to win. Zhao Yuan looked at the eunuch and then at the prince. Feeling a little entangled. He really wanted to know what happened to Su Gao's parents. But it was not easy to leave the prince. So he agreed to the prince first. The prince also smiled slightly, stood up, and stretched out his hand to his brother. Let's go. Xiujio. Since the emperor asked you to go. Go. Brother will go with you. I believe the emperor can have more food for one more person. Mu Wendy, who was sitting at the table. I'm still here. If the prince leaves, he will be left alone. Originally, Yu Chao was with them. And the two companions often acted together. But since the second prince went to the border a few months ago, their prince party could not fall behind. So Yu Chao also went to fight. Of course, he was not in the same place as the second prince. Watching the prince and the ninth prince leave, Mu Wendy sat alone at the table and ate the dishes angrily. But as he ate, a smile appeared on his face again. The longer he stayed in the East Palace, the clearer he became about how much the emperor loved the ninth prince. And until the ninth prince grew up, the emperor's love did not seem to diminish. Mu Wendy felt a little scared when the prince and the emperor were jealous of each other. But as time went by, he felt that this was a way to get closer to the emperor. The emperor's treatment of the prince was very different from before. This fight for the throne. It is not enough to rely on military merit like the second prince. And in the end, it depends on the emperor's heart. And this kind of thing has been biased towards them from the beginning. When they got there, the emperor saw that not only Xiujio, but also the prince had arrived at the door. He was slightly dissatisfied. But it was okay. He had expected such a scene before. Zhao Yuan sat down close to the emperor and immediately asked impatiently, Father, how are Su Gao's parents? Fine, the emperor said, asking his son to eat quickly. Talk while eating. The food will get cold later. He had a smile on his face. As early as when his son went to the East Palace, he expected that the other party would definitely come back at noon today. Zhao Yuan began to pick up the dishes. As for the prince, no one greeted him. So he did it himself. At least after he came, the palace servants would not even give him a bowl and chopsticks. During the meal, Zhao Yuan also listened to the emperor's talk about the Su family's situation. Su's parents were fine. Their lives were saved. But Su's father's broken leg was a bit serious. But the emperor had already had someone take a look. And now the two have been brought to the capital. The fields and hills that were robbed from the Su family were also returned. There were indeed coal mines on those two hills. And the fourth prince's mansion should have gone for that. In addition to the Su family, the fourth prince's mansion also committed a lot of evil in the local area. But this emperor would deal with the fourth prince. The emperor was talking on one side, and Zhao Yuan nodded on the side. He couldn't interfere or anything, because those princes were involved in the struggle for the throne and power. And there were many behind the scenes involved. Of course, the most important thing is that he believes that his father will not miss this opportunity to deal with the fourth prince. Then, father, I will leave the palace again in a few days. He has to discuss future plans with Su Gaoyi. The emperor also knows this. Okay. Then ask your second uncle to take you. But you have to take the other guards with you. It's very dangerous outside the palace. Those human traffickers, like cute children, like you the most. There will even be people in the harem who want to harm you. Not to mention the forces of the previous dynasty. They hate the royal family to the core. Xiuzhou, don't have a fluke mentality at any time. That is the most stupid behavior. You have to protect yourself. The emperor himself was not someone who did not know how to let go. Sooner or later, the child would grow up and could not be kept in the palace forever. But he was also worried. So he could only tell the pros and cons. Let the child know what was going on. People of their status, if they acted recklessly at inappropriate times, were playing with their own lives. Father, I know. Zhao Yuan said seriously. He died like this in his previous life. How could he not know how cruel this world is? In this life, his father loved him, and his mother only had him as a child. So he would be more careful about his life, and he was reluctant to die. He wanted to be with his father and mother for a long time. 2 days later, Chongwen Hall was closed for the holidays, and Zhao Yuan finally had time to go out of the palace. Last time, Su Gaoyi told him that if he had any problems outside the palace, he could contact Brother Liu. So now that he was out of the palace, with Brother Liu leading him, Zhao Yuan also knew where Su Gaoyi's family lived. After leaving the palace, Zhao Yuan got on a carriage. The address of Su's family was a bit far away, and he was small, so it would be too tiring to walk there. Zhao Yuan sat in the carriage, opened the curtain, and looked at the street outside. The people were doing all kinds of business. He squinted his eyes, and felt satisfied in his heart. He was so happy. Father is a good emperor. The horse came to an alley, and Brother Liu opened the door curtain. Xiuzhou, we are here. Okay. Zhao Yuan stood up, and was helped down by Brother Liu when he got off the carriage. This is Shaolu Lane, where the Su family is currently settling down. Brother Liu led Zhao Yuan in, explaining to him in a low voice, ordinary people live in this area. The Su family had so many problems in the fourth prince's fiefdom. Even if they were solved by the emperor now, it would be difficult for them to continue living there. In addition, Su Gaoyi was going to work for Zhao Yuan now. So the family simply came to the capital to settle down. This way, they would be more secure under the imperial city. As he spoke, Brother Liu led Zhao Yuan to a door. He knocked on the door, and a woman's soft voice came from inside. I'm here. The footsteps were getting closer. With a creak, the door opened, and a woman in her 40s poked her head out, her eyes still wary. And she relaxed when she saw the familiar face of Brother Liu. This was normal. After all, the Su family had just suffered a disaster, and even now that they were in the capital, they were not completely at ease. After all, the fourth prince was in the capital, and it was not impossible for those people to do something to them. Lord Liu, the woman shouted enthusiastically, and her eyes fell on the person who was let go by Brother Liu. For a moment, the woman was stunned. She knew that they were rescued this time because her son found the ninth prince for help, and her son could still work with the ninth prince in the future. The Lord Liu who had been to the house during this period was the uncle of the ninth prince. So, the man in front of him. The woman was startled and was about to kneel down, stuttering. 9. The second Brother Liu reached out and helped her up in time. Auntie, is Gao Yi at home? We are here to find Gao Yi. The woman made way for Zhao Yuan and the other two, still looking at Zhao Yuan with a panicked look from time to time, and answered the second Brother Liu's words without delay. Yes, Gao Yi is at home. These days, my son has been staying at home and has not gone out, just in case the ninth prince comes and can't find anyone. Aunt, Zhao Yuan smiled and called people. My family calls me Xiuzhou. You can call me Xiuzhou too. Zhao Yuan walked in. He knew that no matter how friendly he acted, when people were so nervous, Talking less and communicating less was the best way to relieve their emotions. So he simply went inside to find Sugawi. Of course, on the other hand, it was important to keep a little distance when facing subordinates, especially people like Sugawi who had extraordinary character and means. After all, at his age now, if he didn't do it well, he couldn't suppress others. However, the possibility of these was not high. Sugawi was a bad person when he was bad, but he was indeed a filial son. Just because Zhao Yuan saved his parents, he could save a lot of trouble when using Sugawi in the future. Inside the house, Sugawi heard the noise and came out quickly. Seeing Zhao Yuan, he was a little happy. "Ninth Prince, I pay my respects to you." "Get up," Zhao Yuan said. Su's father also came out with a crutch. One of his legs was broken by the fourth prince's mansion. Now, he was holding a crutch and was very excited. It seemed that he wanted to salute Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan was worried. He didn't care about etiquette to such an extent. He took 2 or 3 steps forward and grabbed Su's father's arm. Sugawi said embarrassedly, "Your Highness, my father's leg." Zhao Yuan shook his head and said, "It's okay. There are not so many things to pay attention to outside the palace. You don't need to salute. Just treat me as an ordinary child." That being said, who can really treat him as an ordinary child? He is a prince. Zhao Yuan asked about the condition of Su's father's leg again. After knowing that the imperial physician had examined him, and that he had recovered well, he took Sugawi into the room and started to talk about business. Lu Urge and the other guards were waiting outside and did not come in. Sugawi was a little nervous. "What does your Highness want me to do?" He had asked Dai Comping about the ninth prince in detail during this period. However, apart from the fact that he was the emperor's favorite little prince, he didn't know much about the rest. After all, Dai Comping was just an ordinary official before. How could he know so much about the affairs of the harem? Considering the age of the ninth prince, and the fact that the other party easily confronted the fourth prince and the first prince for him, without any concern for the trouble that would be caused behind the scenes, Sugawi felt that asking him to help should be a way out for him out of kindness. As for Dai Comping, who had discussed with him that the ninth prince's intention last time might tell the emperor that appearance was not the basic standard for being an official, Sugawi did not take it to heart. He learned the arts of literature and martial arts and served the emperor. In the past, Sugawi's goal of studying was indeed to become an official. But after experiencing this disaster, he also found that being an official did not mean the end, but the beginning of the struggle. On the contrary, he became the ninth prince's close friend, which was a real step to heaven. This was an existence that he had to struggle for his whole life to get close to. Now, the shortcut to heaven was in front of him. Sugawi looked at the child in front of him with burning eyes. Zhao Yuan. He could roughly guess some of Sugawi's thoughts from his expression. But he never expected that a scholar could accept it so quickly. He thought that the other party would be melancholy every night because he could not be an official. He did not keep the suspense and went straight to the point. "I have learned about your previous situation. You are very smart. It just so happens that I like smart people. What I want you to do this time is also very simple. I want to do business. But I don't want to use the manpower of my father and the prince brother. So I need someone who is loyal to me to help me do things outside." Zhao Yuan didn't use those two people. Not because he was on guard, but because he felt that he should have his own power. The main purpose was to accumulate power and surprise his father and the prince if there was a chance in the future. For example, when his father had no money, he would directly give his father millions of dollars, thinking of how happy his father would be at that time. Zhao Yuan felt happy. And if the Duke of Ying's mansion wavered between the prince and the 10th prince, his power would be displayed, which would also give the prince more confidence. But Zhao Yuan didn't want people to know too much about these things before the matter was done. Sugawi could not have imagined that Zhao Yuan's true inner thoughts were actually like this. When he heard that the ninth prince did not want to use the emperor and the crown prince's men, his heart skipped a beat. Everyone said that the emperor's favorite prince was the ninth prince, and the crown prince also doted on the ninth prince very much. Even the 10th prince, the biological son of his adoptive mother, had to bow down in front of the ninth prince. But even so, the ninth prince did not trust them that much. At such an age, the ninth prince knew how to secretly accumulate power so that he could rise in the future. It seems that the ninth prince had the idea of seizing the throne so early. The princes who grew up in the palace are indeed much more cunning than others. The same is true for the harmless ninth prince. But this discovery did not scare Su Gaoyi. On the contrary, he became more excited. Zhao Yuan naturally couldn't have thought that Su Gaoyi would think so biasly with just 1 or 2 sentences. He thought that the other party was excited to be close to him. Zhao Yuan was not bragging. But as the emperor's favorite prince and the prince's closest brother, his status would not be low whether in the current dynasty or when the prince ascends the throne in the future. It is very natural that someone would want to work for him. Zhao Yuan took out 2 prescriptions and put them on the table. This is what I want you to make. But before that, you write a charter first. And let my second uncle bring it to me. If it is feasible, you can start working on it later. Of course, in addition to my prescriptions, if you have any ideas for other businesses, you can also mention them. As for whether the recipe would be taken away or leaked, etc., Zhao Yuan could only say that the imperial power was a useful thing. Even if someone knew the recipe, they would not dare to risk their lives to offend the ninth prince. Su Gaoyi nodded cautiously. He knew what the ninth prince meant. This was a test for him to see how capable he was. I understand. Seeing his nervous look, Zhao Yuan comforted him. If you don't know how to do it, you can recruit people. Don't worry. This is normal. Not everyone can do everything. Your strengths are in other places. It's normal that you can't do business. Besides, I want to expand my business. In the future, I can even stir up trouble in Xia. You alone can't do it. Being a superior doesn't necessarily mean you have to do everything. It's enough to set up a good framework. It's best to put the right people in the right place. I know you are smart, and you can definitely do these things. Of course he knew that Su Gaoyi did these things well in the plot. But now the other party has never done it before. So he just said so. Su Gaoyi's eyes were bright. And he became more and more excited as he listened. The ninth prince wanted to do business in Xia, and make trouble in Xia. His master was young. But his ambition was too big. But he liked it very much. As a subordinate, of course, the more capable the master is, the more he, as a subordinate, will soar. He quickly expanded the simple business blueprint in his mind. Yes, I will definitely not let your highness down. Su Gaoyi is a scholar, and he positions himself as the most valued aide to the ninth prince. These days, many scholars, besides being officials, have a way out, which is to serve as aides to some dignitaries and officials, and give them advice. Good aides are not only valued by their masters, but also have a higher status. This is his goal. But now, he is thinking that the ninth prince's mother's family is indeed a little weak, and if he wants to gain an advantage in the future, he will definitely have to work hard. Now is the early stage of the ninth prince's building power, and there are too many things to do. So it is reasonable for him to do these messy things now. He must perform well and show his value. Well, the ninth prince seems to be short of a lot of manpower. Maybe he can help train some. When the time comes, he will be the first person around the ninth prince, and he won't have to do these little things himself. Seeing Su Gaoyi full of enthusiasm, Zhao Yuan was also pleased. Who doesn't like subordinates who work hard? You are my man. You don't have to be bullied by others when doing business. But you should also pay attention. Our business must be on the right track. And don't use power to oppress others. Zhao Yuan reminded him. There is no way. In the original plot, this is a treacherous minister who will do anything to get what he wants. He can't let go without giving him a few reminders in advance. Su Gaoyi's expression turned grim upon hearing this. Yes, I understand. He certainly would not forget the despair that his family had just experienced not long ago. At the same time, he also silently remembered his master's preferences in his heart. At present, the master did not like to use some improper means. That's right. The master is still young and mainly relies on the emperor's favor. Now there are so many guards following him outside. So he really needs to pay attention to these aspects. After giving the order, Zhao Yuan did not stay in the Su family for long and left quickly. In the court, it seemed that overnight, many officials who criticized the fourth prince appeared. Those officials told the fourth prince everything he had done in his fiefdom. It was not the first time that the fourth prince's mansion had been able to directly rob the Su family's fields and hills. Other evil deeds were also investigated. Your Majesty, the fourth prince's reckless attack on innocent people is simply a heinous crime. And it has also brought bad reputation to the royal family. Please punish him severely. Your Majesty. At once, many officials stood up. At today's grand court meeting, several princes were present. When the fourth prince heard so many officials impeaching him, he immediately turned pale. He glanced at the first prince, hoping that the first prince could save him. In the past, he had always been close to the eldest prince. In fact, he knew a few days ago that Sugali had complained to the ninth prince and was accepted by the ninth prince. He had a bad feeling at that time. But now they were in the capital, and he couldn't do anything. He could only hope that the emperor would not take it to heart. After all, he and the emperor were blood relatives. He was a prince, but a commoner. Even if he died, what would happen? In the past few years of being suppressed in the capital, the emperor treated them, the princes, very well, which was also an important reason for his fluke. But today, after being reported by so many officials, he knew that it was bad. This was directed at him. Fourth prince? Are these officials' words true? The emperor asked. The fourth prince knelt down, his whole body covered in cold sweat. Reply to the emperor. This is all the people below acting on their own initiative. I don't know. He subconsciously pushed the responsibility away, fearing that the emperor would really kill him. You have to know that the emperor was a man of decisive killing in the past. And now the other party's position is also stable. The power of these princes can't compare with the emperor at all. He is really afraid that the emperor will use him to establish his authority. You have to know that the second son has been stabbed to death by the emperor. Humph! Acting on his own initiative? Immediately, an official snorted coldly and refuted the fourth prince's words. All kinds of evidence were laid out in the open. Your Majesty, the fourth prince secretly took away the 2 coal mines of the Su family. It is very likely that the fourth prince intended to rebel. After all, although coal mines are not as direct as iron mines, they can also be used as fuel for training troops. The fourth prince jumped up in shock and couldn't help but swear. You fart. Your Majesty, I have no such intention. Other charges may still allow him to survive. But if he is charged with treason, his life will really be in danger. In the end, with conclusive evidence, the fourth prince knew that he could not say anything, so he could only beg for mercy. I have failed the grace of the emperor. Please spare my life for the sake of the fact that I am a brother to you. Other officials immediately pleaded for the fourth prince. Some of them were from other princes, and some thought that it would be too cruel and heartless for the emperor to kill his own brothers. Brother killing is not a good reputation. A group of people quoted classics and argued for their own opinions in the court. The emperor watched for a long time before he said impatiently, Enough. What are you doing in the court? Ministerly. Put down your fists and stand back to your original position. If you want to fight, you can fight. The emperor commanded the officials in the court. The final verdict was made on the fourth prince, and the subordinates he had were dismissed. And the power of the palace soldiers was also wiped out. You know, the princes used to have the power of 2,000 soldiers. Of course, the exact number is not certain. But with the fourth prince, there is nothing left. If he dares to touch, the emperor can legitimately take his life. Before the fourth prince could worry about whether the punishment was too severe, he saw that the emperor was actually hesitating about his title. The fourth prince, without the title, he would be demoted to a commoner. For a moment, the fourth prince felt that the previous punishments were acceptable. He immediately spoke well of the emperor. In his fear, the emperor hesitated, but in the end, he preserved the fourth prince's title. He just ordered him to stay in the mansion for half a year. The fourth prince finally felt relieved and was very surprised. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. In fact, the emperor himself did not want to kill the fourth prince, mainly because if he pushed the fourth prince too hard, the other princes would not be at peace either. If they are all killed, it will not be a good reputation. The matter of reducing the power of the vassal states is a slow process. If things like the fourth prince happen a few times, the power of the vassal states will be gradually worn out. Of course, it is not just these. He is also waiting for those people to take action first, so that he can take action openly. After the court session, the crowd dispersed outside. The fourth prince was full of relief at this time. He was still alive. Those court officials seemed to think that he should die to apologize. He almost lost his life. At this time, a gloomy figure walked past him and said sarcastically, after being slapped a few times, and then given a sweet date, "It's really a pity that some people are stupid enough to be grateful." The man turned out to be the third prince, who had been silent for a long time. The fourth prince was ashamed and angry. Couldn't he see this? It wasn't that he couldn't fight the emperor. His title of a prince was only useful in front of the common people. But even so, why did the third prince, who was not famous, dare to mock him? He immediately said, instead of thinking about these things, you might as well take care of yourself. By the way, I almost forgot that the third prince has some special preferences. What? How about I send you a few men to the mansion? The third prince suddenly became gloomy. He looked at the fourth prince with a look that made him want to cut him into pieces. The fact that he was raped by a man before has always been a pain in the heart of the third prince. The fourth prince was frightened and quickly hid behind the first prince beside him. The first prince was not afraid of the third prince's look. He glared at him and said loudly, "Old third, do you have anything else to say?" The third prince and the first prince stared at each other for a few seconds, and finally turned around and left first. The fourth prince came out and muttered, "Old third is getting more and more scary." The first prince didn't care. What's so scary about him? He has nothing. How can he compare to his strength? The fourth prince thought that was the case. The third prince had always been quite transparent among the princes. He was frightened by him. The fourth prince was a little angry. Playing tricks. The two princes continued to leave the palace. As they walked, the fourth prince couldn't help but say, "The fifth prince really likes that little bastard. He is just a commoner. But he almost took away my title because of that little bastard." Thinking of his sweaty and frightened feelings in the court, the fourth prince was furious. The fifth prince mentioned here naturally refers to the emperor, who ranks fifth. The first prince glanced at him and said unhappily, "Is that the problem of the ninth prince? It is obvious that the emperor wants to weaken our power through this. The root cause is not the ninth prince. Without the ninth prince, there would be other things. This just happened to happen." The fourth prince snorted. "Anyway, I can't swallow this breath. And that Su family kid. I heard that he was taken over by that little bastard. If it weren't for the ninth prince, that little bastard meddling in other people's business, how could he have suffered such a big loss? Although the emperor has been keeping an eye on them, and will always find another opportunity to weaken them. If the ninth prince didn't intervene, the emperor would find other excuses, which would not necessarily be aimed at him. What if he bypassed him and targeted the first prince directly? Although he and the eldest prince were of the same faction, there is a saying that goes, "It is better to let a friend die than to let me die." The eldest prince has a thick blood, so he certainly doesn't have to be as panicked as he is. Moreover, the Su family dared to resist him, and the ninth prince took them in. It was obvious that he didn't take his fourth uncle seriously, and didn't respect his elders. Humph! The eldest prince didn't say anything. The fourth prince's dislike for the ninth prince didn't affect him. Besides, he might have thought so in his heart. The ninth prince didn't take the fourth prince seriously, which showed that he didn't take them, the princes, seriously. He still remembered that the little brat slapped him in the face at the full moon banquet when he was just 1 month old. Zhao Yuan soon found out about what happened in the court. He knew that he might have offended the fourth prince, but he had nothing to fear. These princes were helpless in the hands of the emperor, and all the dishonest ones were gone. He was idle every day. And if someone really wanted to play with him, it would be nice. Of course, Su Gaoi's family also knew about the punishment of the fourth prince. For Su's father and mother, this result was already good for them. The ninth prince not only saved their lives and took back their property, but also let his son, who had ruined his future, work with him. Now he even let the fourth prince be punished. He was simply the kindest person. But Su Gaoi was not happy. The fourth prince was only locked up for half a year, and he would still be well-fed and well-fed. When he came out after half a year, he would still be the high and mighty prince. But his father had his legs broken by the people in the fourth prince's mansion. Such a punishment was too easy. Su's mother sighed when she saw this. "Goi, I know you may not accept it, but this is the world. What can we do? People like the fourth prince, who bully the weak, are everywhere. But they are lucky to meet someone like the ninth prince, who is not afraid of offending other forces, and is kind and willing to help them. What should we do?" Su Gaoi murmured, "No. There will be a way." He thought of the ambitious and kind little prince. The way was clearly in front of him. Wasn't it? The ninth prince was ambitious and smart. He wanted to build his own power at such a young age. He coaxed the emperor and the prince to revolve around him. The recipe he took out was unheard of, but the value was amazing. If he remembered correctly, the spinning wheel and loom that the ninth prince had modified before directly overwhelmed those big merchants and made countless profits. Can such a person be a simple person? Of course he knew that the ninth prince could not do anything about the punishment of the fourth prince. The emperor detained these princes in the capital for obvious reasons. Even if it was to appease other princes, the other party would not really do anything to the fourth prince. This was for the overall situation of the court. But the current ninth prince can't do anything. But it doesn't mean that the ninth prince in the future can't do anything. He only needs to stay with the ninth prince and play his greatest value. Sooner or later, he will have the opportunity to personally break the fourth prince's legs and let him pay back today's pain twice. Gao Yi. Gao Yi. Mother Su didn't hear her son's words clearly. Seeing her son's crazy look, she shouted worriedly. Su Gaoyi came back to his senses. Mom, I'm fine. Gao Yi. Father Su also said worriedly, we are living a good life now. Although your face is ruined, being able to work for the ninth prince is also a way out. Don't think about it and do stupid things. Yes. Mother Su looked up at him. You are my only child. If something happens to you, how will your father and I live? Mother. Su Gaoyi laughed and comforted him. What are you and father thinking about? How could your son do something stupid? Your son was just thinking about the test given to him by the ninth prince and thinking about what to do. It's been a few days. I have to write a plan for the ninth prince as soon as possible. Mother Su was skeptical. Really? Really? Su Gaoyi complained. What else can your son do? Can you rush over and assassinate the fourth prince in the street? Your son hasn't lived enough. Your son still wants to take care of you in the future. Don't worry about it. Su's father and mother thought that this was indeed the case. Their son would not abandon them to do something dangerous. So they were relieved, hearing that her son was going to work for the ninth prince. Su's mother also advised, the ninth prince saved our family. You must do your best to work for him. Don't take him lightly just because he is a child. Besides, he is a prince. It would be bad if he makes him angry. Whether it is out of gratitude in the heart or for the future of his son, he has to work hard. Su Gaoyi was helpless. Mom, I know. After talking to his parents, Su Gaoyi went out. He was not particularly familiar with the capital. And of course, he could not make a business plan alone in the house. The recipe given by the ninth prince is good, and it can make money as long as it is implemented. But there is too little room for him to play. This is not good. He must show his ability to firmly occupy a favorable position beside the ninth prince. He does not think that the little prince will be alone. After a while, Zhao Yuan received the plan from Su Gaoyi. Looking at the things on it, he nodded with satisfaction. It is worthy of the person he values. His ability in this area is really good. He took out a box and handed it to Brother Lu. Second uncle, give these banknotes to Su Gaoyi and tell him that this prince is very satisfied with his plan. Let him start to act. The palace also has restrictions on taking things with you. But Zhao Yuan is a relative, and he has found someone to do business with, which is considered a violation in front of the emperor. Letting Brother Lu take some banknotes out is naturally a piece of cake. Brother Lu looked at the thick stack of banknotes in his hand, and looked at Lu Hanwan on the side with a hesitant look. All these things have to be handed over to a person he has only met twice. Seeing this, Lu Hanwan smiled and said, Brother, just do what Xiaojiu arranged. He always knows what he is doing, and he doesn't need others to intervene. Even if he is wrong, we can afford the price. Brother Lu was startled. It is not appropriate for him, an uncle who came halfway, to act like an elder and take charge of everything in front of the ninth prince. Thinking of this, he felt a little bitter. After giving out the banknotes, Zhao Yuan didn't care about it for the time being. Su Gaoyi would write to him every time there was some movement. It can be seen that the other party had done a good job. The products of his two prescriptions soon caused a stir in the capital and other places. It is said that Su Gaoyi is going to do other common businesses after these are stable. Although common, from the other party's analysis, the other party should be able to make money from ordinary businesses. However, the emperor and the prince don't know about these. It's not that the emperor can't find out, but they deliberately avoided the news of Su Gaoyi, wanting to keep some privacy for their children. After all, Zhao Yuan has always acted as if he didn't want them to know. The two simply satisfied the child. The child worked diligently to make money, hoping to surprise himself one day, which made the emperor feel pity for him. Time passed day by day, and soon, winter came, and it was the next spring. In the new year, Zhao Yuan was 7 years old. And this year, it was time for the crown prince and the second prince to get married. The crown prince's wedding was in May, and the second prince's was a little later, in June. Therefore, this year, the second prince should come back. Half a month before the crown prince's wedding, the second prince rushed back to the capital. His originally immature face became much stronger after the baptism of the battlefield, and his somewhat frivolous temperament also became a little more subdued. The whole person was proud and full of vigor. How could a young general not be full of vigor and vitality? The second prince had a good talent in martial arts. Although he was not as talented as Feng Ji in leading troops to fight, he was not a drag. During the year he was at the border, it was said that he performed very well. The generals there praised him again and again in their letters. He also led his troops to repel a small group of enemy troops, and his performance was remarkable. He was wearing armor and stood in front of the prince with a swaggering smile. "Brother, my younger brother should not be late to come back. Right?" The prince's heart sank at a glance. In the past, the second prince was always awkward and reluctant when calling the prince, and avoided it as much as possible, because the other party was very dissatisfied with the title of prince or elder brother. The second prince and the prince were only a few days apart in age, and in these few days, the second prince lost his position as the eldest son. He also boasted that he was better than the prince in everything, so it was strange that he could submit to the prince. But now the second prince calls him big brother clearly, without any hesitation. But the crown prince knows that this does not mean that the second prince is really convinced by him. But on the contrary, the second prince is more difficult to deal with than before. The reason why the other party calls him big brother is because he feels that in addition to the position of the eldest son, he has the strength to fight him. The two looked at each other with sharp eyes. The prince smiled and said gently, "How can it be late? Second brother came back just in time. You should go in quickly. Father is waiting for you inside." The second prince's mouth curled up. Hearing this, he walked past the prince and strode directly to the Qingjin palace. Facts have proved that the second prince, who returned from the battlefield after a year, has not only become stronger and more competitive, but also the emperor seems to like this son more. He even said directly that this son is like his father. Zhao Yuan was in the East Palace, and Mu Wendy was also sitting at the table. The second prince is really good now. The emperor grew up on horseback in the past, and was best at leading troops to fight. Now many people say that the second prince has inherited the emperor's style. The biggest label of the emperor is that he was very good at leading troops in battles. He won the world on horseback. After becoming the emperor, he still wanted to lead the army in person. It's just that due to his current status, he can't be as casual as before. And the second prince is just a coincidence. It's hard to say whether the emperor's love for the second prince is due to his inability to fight casually. Zhao Yuan looked at the somewhat quiet aura around the prince and said with some dissatisfaction, "How can he be so like my father? My father is much better at fighting. My father is a general who can be compared with my uncle. How can anyone compare with him?" This is actually the truth. The second prince has some talent, but that talent is really incomparable to the emperor's. He thought that his father's eyes were not very good. He said such words in public. I am afraid that many people will be uneasy when they go back. Although the second prince is also the son of the emperor, it is not a big deal for a father to praise his son. But Zhao Yuan, who has a strong possessiveness for his father, selectively ignores this point. Anyway, the father can't do this. Shujio. The prince came back to his senses and stopped him. Don't say this casually. Your second brother is indeed very hard-working in martial arts and very talented. The prince is not as good as him. There is nothing to deny. But the prince is not weaker than him in other aspects. Shujio doesn't have to worry about the prince. Shujio is still young, and there is no need to let Shujio participate in the fight between him and the second son. Otherwise, if the father regards Shujio as his party member, one day, he is afraid that Shujio will be affected by the father's impression. Instead of this, it is better to let Shujio just be a younger brother and always be loved by the father. He can see that Shujio is a very sentimental person and takes the father very seriously. If one day, the father no longer likes Shujio so much, or even guards against Shujio, it is unknown how sad Shujio will be at that time. Being in the royal family, the prince knows that as Shujio grows up, that day may come sooner or later. But if possible, he hopes that day will come as late as possible. Mu Wendy curled his lips. He felt that the ninth prince was right. How could the second prince be compared to the emperor when he was young? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was just too gentle. Zhao Yuan did not refute the Crown Prince. He nodded obediently. I know. Crown Prince. He knew that the Crown Prince was doing it for his own good. So he did not argue with him. But this did not mean that he was really convinced. In fact, Zhao Yuan had never forgotten. The next day, the emperor found that his son unexpectedly stuck to the Qinzheng Hall and refused to leave. Of course, when the ministers came, Zhao Yuan went directly to the side hall so as not to affect the emperor's handling of official business. He came from the side hall only after the ministers left. He also asked Su Quan to go outside and find his second uncle to come in. The emperor looked at him curiously. Shujio wants to leave the palace again? But it shouldn't be like that. If Shujio wants to leave the palace, just tell him and bring more guards. As the child grows up, he is not too strict with Shujio in this regard. After all, the child is going out to do business, and he wants the child to grow up slowly. Of course, the only prince who has such treatment is the ninth prince. For the rest of the people who are about the same age as the ninth prince, the emperor is rarely willing to stand in their perspective and listen to their needs, and directly erases them. No, Zhao Yuan said, I just went out of the palace to check the shop last time. Now it's on the right track. So there's nothing to go out casually. He didn't have a strong desire to leave the palace, mainly because there was nothing outside that attracted him. And the people he liked and cared about the most were all in the palace. Without their company, Zhao Yuan felt that it would be more comfortable to stay in the palace. Subconsciously, perhaps because he was kidnapped and killed in his previous life, Zhao Yuan had some rejection of the outside world. Only occasionally, with a child's mentality, did he want to go out. Soon, Brother Lu came in. The emperor waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to salute. Zhao Yuan stood up and took his sword. There was a sword he used in the Qinzheng Hall. Feng Ji always taught him something here before. He held the sword and looked at Brother Lu eagerly. Uncle, let's have a competition. Ah? Lu Urge was stunned for a moment. Is he teasing Shujio? He glanced at the emperor and found that the emperor had no intention of objecting. So he nodded. Okay. He didn't spend much time with Shujio, so it was good to play with the child more. He remembered that General Feng Ji had played with Shujio in this way before. Lu Urge's own skills were pretty good, and he felt that he should be able to control it and not hurt the child. Zhao Yuan emphasized. Uncle, you have to fight well. Don't let him go. Lu Urge nodded seriously. Okay. Don't worry. I won't. After the fight. Zhao Yuan. I don't believe you. It's obviously just playing with the child. Not fighting seriously at all. His eyes sharpened, and the sword quickly cut towards Lu Urge's wrist, which startled Lu Urge, who was teasing the child. Then, Zhao Yuan's movements became faster and faster, and Lu Urge had no choice but to fight back. After all, if he didn't treat him well, the cold sword might really appear on him. The child in front of him was not particularly strong, but it was not small. The main thing was that he was flexible and agile, which made him an old hand who had been everywhere, almost unable to resist. The emperor just smiled and watched, not taking it seriously. And now he also threw away his casual mood. After a while, a crisp sound was heard, which was the collision sound of the sword falling to the ground. After forcing Lu Urge's sword out of his hand, Zhao Yuan retracted the sword in his hand, turned around and looked at the emperor's little face with a slight raise, his eyes full of sparkling and proud smiles. Father, do you think Shujio is the person who looks most like you? The emperor used to be very good at swordsmanship, and his martial arts classes were far superior to others. The emperor was still surprised that his soft son was so good at swordsmanship. And then he saw the set, and these familiar words, and he always felt like he had heard it somewhere. Yes, it was when some ministers praised the second prince for being like him. And he personally said that this son is like his father. This happened just yesterday. For a moment, he laughed dumbly, looking at the smug child in front of him. He felt that his heart was filled with an emotion. His little nine. How could he be so cute? So cute that people want to touch his head and pinch his cheeks. He waved his hand to signal his son to come closer, and the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Father just praised your second brother, and you can't stand it? Zhao Yuan hugged the emperor's waist, tilted his head, and acted like a spoiled child. I don't care. Father must love me the most. Otherwise, Shujio will be very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. He emphasized in a strong tone. The emperor was obviously very pleased. He laughed. Okay. Father likes our Shujio the most. Shujio is the child who looks most like father. Okay. Zhao Yuan's mouth was grinning happily. And then he wanted to take credit. Father, was Shujio very powerful just now? Compared with father's childhood? Isn't it much different? Zhao Yuan is a genius in all aspects. But even so, he doesn't think that he can compare with the emperor before. The emperor has been training hard since he was young. He is passionate about war and military affairs. He went to the battlefield at the age of 12 or 13. Even if he is a genius, every performance needs to be watered with hard work and sweat. There is no doubt that his father is also a genius. So Zhao Yuan's daily study step by step can never compare with the emperor. However, since yesterday, Zhao Yuan has already thought that he must train hard in the future. How can people say that the second prince is the one who is most like his father? In the future, he is the one who is most like his father. Others are not worthy at all. In the heart of a child, his father is like a mountain. He looks up and yearns for it. In Zhao Yuan's heart, his father is super powerful. If the second prince is really that powerful, it's fine. But if you force the two to be compared, he won't agree. Well, Shujio is very good. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. Shujio was not as good as he was before, but he could see his son's potential in this area. He made the final decision and added a schedule for his son. Father will help you find a teacher. After school in Chongwingwen every day, you will come to father's place to practice martial arts for an hour. In the future, Shujio will also be like father and become an invincible general on the battlefield. Okay. Okay. Zhao Yuan agreed with a smile. He was not afraid of hardship. As long as father's eyes were always on him, no one else could compete with him. As for the emperor, after his son was jealous, he was also very happy. In the past, he was jealous of the prince, but he didn't expect that one day he would be treated like this. The more he thought about his son's expression, the more interesting it became. Looking at his son, who pestered him to have dinner together in the evening. He hadn't felt this kind of treatment for a long time. Well, it seems that he can still have more time with Shujio in the future. After pestering the emperor for several days in a row and gaining enough sense of security from the emperor, Zhao Yuan finally eased up a lot. And the emperor felt that it was enough. He liked it very much at first, but it was too enthusiastic, and he couldn't stand it. He was followed everywhere. He didn't want to explain to his son where he was going even when he went to the toilet. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day of the prince's wedding. Zhao Yuan put on the festive red clothes prepared by his mother early, and then ran to the prince's side. The palace was decorated and lively today. Many guests have arrived. Zhao Yuan, Chen Rui, and Dong Mingli were together, and the children were running around, looking for something delicious from time to time. So happy. As the prince, he certainly didn't need to ride a horse to the door of the crown princess to pick her up. But he needed to lead the officials to the gate of the palace to greet her. And Zhao Yuan followed to watch the fun. The crown princess is here. The children's giggling voices made the scene brighter. In the sedan, Dueling's nervous heart was pounding. As the curtain was pulled open, a pair of slender hands were placed in front of her, and she was helped down the sedan. After that, it was just following the process, which was not very important to Zhao Yuan. He met the prince every day, but he was not so close that he had to follow every step. As for the prince's marriage, he would not feel that the princess consort took away his brother's happiness. On the contrary, he was quite concerned about their happiness index. After all, the couple lived in harmony, which was the best for the prince. The princess consort was different from the second prince, who stole his father. In the former left prime minister's mansion, Miss Ji sat in front of the window. At this time, the palace should have already held the wedding ceremony. She reached out and picked the flower in full bloom in front of her, thinking carelessly that Miss Du was really lucky. First she could marry the person she liked. Then something happened, and then she could marry the prince who only had her. Her luck was really annoying. In the palace, there were many people who also felt that Du Yuling was lucky. Seeing this grand wedding, many people were full of envy. Du Yuling jumped from the second prince's wife to the crown princess's wife. Her status had already been greatly improved. What made everyone even more jealous was that the crown prince was willing to keep Du Yuling alone before she gave birth to a child. This is the royal family. However, a woman suddenly laughed and whispered, "Do you think that Ji guy must be regretting it now?" Although the royal family did not clearly say what Miss Ji had done, there is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. Miss Ji was taken for questioning. Ji's father was demoted, and concubine Zhuang was also very unhappy with Miss Ji. It is obvious that Du Yuling's fall into the water must have something to do with Miss Ji. When Miss Ji was the daughter of the left prime minister, everyone had to flatter her because of her status. Now that she has fallen, she naturally doesn't get such treatment. I heard that when the prince met her before, he didn't dislike her plain appearance. Originally, all this should have belonged to her. That's right. The prince is a gentleman and doesn't care about appearance. But it doesn't mean that others don't care. I heard. The woman lowered her voice. Empress Zhuang has already assigned 2 beautiful maids to the second prince a few days ago. Originally, before these princes got married, they all had maids to sleep with them and teach them about that aspect. Even the concubines would enter before the main wife. However, because the second prince went to the battlefield not long after the marriage was granted, and only came back recently, they missed it. But when the second prince came back, everything was arranged. Of course, the second prince's marriage date was set long ago, just 1 month after the crown prince's marriage. So the concubine could only enter the palace after the first wife came in. Although when the wedding date was negotiated, the second prince's first wife could be moved back a little, and the concubine could be married first. But neither the second prince nor concubine Zhuang wanted to delay this time. The second prince got married later than the crown prince. If the first wife was married later, wouldn't she give birth to a legitimate son later than the crown prince? They had to race against time. The eldest grandson of the emperor must be born in the second prince's mansion. At the beginning, the second prince and the crown prince were only a dozen days apart. This time he must not miss it again. If it weren't for the etiquette, then he couldn't get married before the crown prince. The second prince wished that this day would come earlier. The prince's wedding was smooth and perfect. When Du Yuling was woken up by the maid the next day and went to meet the emperor and the queen with the prince, she was still a little confused when she saw the scenery of the palace wall outside. She actually married the prince, and she was the only one in the prince's backyard. And the prince was so kind. The prince asked softly when he noticed that the girl beside him was a little distracted, "But are you feeling uncomfortable?" "Ah?" Du Yuling was stunned, blushed under the prince's concerned eyes, and said repeatedly, No, I'm just a little nervous." The prince was actually a little uncomfortable. After all, he had not gotten along with Miss Du for a long time. But he still dutifully comforted her. "Don't be afraid. As long as you don't go too far. Your father shouldn't have any opinions about his daughter-in-law. Today is the first day of our wedding, and your mother won't embarrass you at this time, especially when he was present." He and the queen each played their own roles. The queen showed her love for him, and of course, she would not deliberately embarrass Du Yuling in front of him. Du Yuling was not stupid. She could tell the difference just from the prince's words. During the previous election, she had already noticed that the queen's attitude was wrong, and the prince's words just further confirmed this. Since she was already the crown princess, Du Yuling had already decided that she would stand by the crown prince in the future. Thinking of this, she smiled and said to the crown prince with a smile, "If I am in trouble in the future, please protect me a little bit, Your Highness." The crown prince looked at her playful appearance and knew that she understood what he said. He was relieved. It seemed that the new crown princess was not as ignorant as she seemed on the surface. In this way, he didn't have to worry too much about the queen making her feel wronged. Facing the other party's warm smile like the rising sun, the crown prince nodded. "Okay, I will try my best to protect you." The couple smiled at each other and walked forward together. Today, just as the prince said, neither the emperor nor the queen picked this time to say something bad or to embarrass Du Yuling. The prince's wedding had just ended, and the atmosphere in the palace seemed to be busy again, because a month later, it would be the second prince's wedding. Although the second prince was not the eldest or the legitimate son, thanks to his performance on the battlefield in the previous year and the emperor's attention to him, his wedding ceremony was not much inferior to that of the prince. All preparations were made according to high standards. For her son, concubine Zhuang was so busy all day that she wanted to see everything for herself. The people in the harem felt quite sad about this. At present, many concubines in the harem have already had children, especially the high-ranking queen, the niece of the queen mother, concubine Chun, and high-ranking concubines such as concubine Shun and concubine Ning. all of whom had their own children. However, they are too young to participate in the fight for the throne. The crown prince, the second prince, and the third prince. The three princes in front are really too old compared to the princes behind. Now they are getting married one after another. And maybe they will have children soon. What's more, these three princes are already participating in political affairs. Needless to say, the crown prince was born in the Duke of Ying's mansion. As the eldest son, he naturally has a bunch of officials standing by his side. The second prince took a different approach, going to the battlefield to gain military merit and win the hearts of the generals. The mother's family of the third prince was a noble family, and there were some people behind him. When these little princes in the harem grow up, will there be room for them to play in the court? Therefore, many concubines looked at this situation, and their eyes were almost red with anxiety. They never expected that giving birth to a little prince was not the end, but the beginning of everything. But things would not change with the concubines' anxiety. A month later, the second prince got married. Another half a month passed, and the second prince continued the wedding. This time he married a concubine. The second prince's concubine, who was sure to be the second prince, was gone. Although the original crown princess candidate of the Ji family was given to the second prince, Ji's father's official position was directly demoted again and again. In the end, the second prince was at a disadvantage. So in order to make up for the second son, or perhaps to balance the power among the princes, the emperor chose the second prince's main wife and concubines, all of whom had relatively good family backgrounds. The second prince's wife also came from a military family. Although she was not as capable as the Du family, she was not bad either. There were two concubines. One was Miss Ji, and the other was the daughter of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. In addition to having a good family background, the daughter of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue was also very beautiful. It must be said that the second prince should like this compensation, because after the concubine was married, the second prince obviously liked this beautiful concubine more. Of course, whether it was for the family background of the wife or the legitimate son that the second prince was thinking about, the second prince did not ignore the wife. However, the other concubine, Miss Ji, was not so lucky. The two concubines came in at the same time. After more than half a month, the second prince was too lazy to go to her room once. In addition to her unremarkable appearance, the most important thing was probably that the second prince remembered what she had planned. Miss, what should we do next? The personal maid who had served Miss Ji since she was a child brought back the food with a worried tone. The kitchen is getting more and more unrestrained. The food they sent us today is like this again. It's cold. How can we eat it? In theory, the prince's concubines are different from ordinary concubines and have a high status. But in this mansion, let alone their high status, even the second prince's concubines live more comfortably than them, and they can still ridicule them unscrupulously. Ji Mingyan looked at the food on the table and couldn't help frowning. She had been living a life of luxury since she was a child, and she had always been particular about food. Even when her father was demoted, he had never been short of food. After all, the family still had some wealth, but she didn't expect that, after coming to the second prince's mansion, she would go back to her old ways. She took a breath silently and said, "Go get some silver to the kitchen and ask them to make some new ones." "Yes, Mississippi." The maid responded quickly and went to the house to get the silver. But she was still very unhappy. After all, the silver the kitchen wanted was not small. The kitchen gave some normal food with the silver, but for the former Ji Mingyan, these were really ordinary. The maid was setting the table and said worriedly, "Miss, the second prince has not come over yet. This can't go on for a long time. Her young lady has not yet consummated her marriage with the second prince. It's a pity that the young lady offended concubine Zhuang and the emperor in the palace. So there was no consummation of the marriage, and no one in the palace interfered with the second prince." Ji Mingyan didn't feel disgusted with the maid's words. This was someone who had served her since childhood. There was absolutely no problem with loyalty, and he could do things according to her requirements. This was enough for Ji Mingyan. She picked up the chopsticks and smiled. Don't worry. This situation won't last forever. What she was most proud of was her brain. The fight between the second prince and the crown prince was so fierce. The other side would need her. Her father had fallen from the position of left prime minister, but the connections were still there, and she could help the second prince a lot. For the time being, this day has not come yet. In addition to attending court, The second prince was busy making babies at home. There was nothing he could do about it. The second prince did not plan to stay in the capital forever. There were many wars at the border now, and it was a good time for him to make meritorious deeds. The previous year alone was not enough to compete with the crown prince, and he did not really win over a few generals. However, he was married, and the only thing he was worried about before leaving Beijing was the legitimate son. That is, the emperor's eldest grandson. He and his mother, concubine Zhuang, had discussed it and would leave after she was pregnant. As for the crown prince, it cannot be said that he was indifferent to the matter of the eldest grandson. The Duke of England beside him was also urging him. For a while, the crown prince and the second prince were both trying their best to have children. A month later, the crown princess was diagnosed with pregnancy. The second prince's mansion. The second prince strode in, and the second prince's concubine greeted him with a smile. Since the marriage, the second prince's attitude towards her has been very good, which also led to the second prince's concubine being quite enthusiastic and fearless when facing the second prince. "Your Highness is back." She stretched out her hand to take off the cloak on the second prince, but she was pushed away directly. "Get out of here." The second prince's concubine staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. She held the door frame to stand firm. She looked at the second prince with doubts in her eyes. The maid hurriedly helped the second prince's concubine steady. The second prince sat on the chair with a dark face and heavy breathing. He didn't even look at the second prince's concubine, and said directly, "Go. Call the palace doctor to ask for a pulse for the main wife." It was said to be a safe pulse, but everyone knew in their hearts that it was to see whether the second prince's wife was pregnant. This was the first time that the second prince's wife was given such a cold shoulder by the second prince. The anger on the second prince's face had not yet subsided, and she was immediately a little terrified, scared, and her hands were shaking. Although her family background was good, it was nothing in front of the prince, especially since the family background of the original second prince's wife was much better than hers. After a long time, she mustered up the courage and asked, "Did something happen?" She also knew that the second prince would sometimes talk about the legitimate son. Combined with what he said just now, she thought in disbelief. Could it be that the crown princess was pregnant? Sure enough, the next moment, the second prince said, "Today's news from the palace is that the crown princess is already 1 month pregnant." His eyes stayed on the second prince's wife's belly for a moment, expecting that there might already be a child inside. Thinking of this, and thinking that the principal wife was pushed down by him just now, if she had a child, there might be some problems. He suddenly became a little nervous, stood up and walked to the second prince's wife. "I was too strong just now. Are you okay?" The second prince's wife shook her head and forced a smile. Nothing. For the first time, she realized so clearly that the second prince might not be concerned about her, but the child that might be in her belly. Soon, the court doctor came over. In the silence, the heart of the second prince's wife was pounding. The second prince also stared at the hand of the imperial physician who was taking the pulse, hoping to get good news. Unfortunately, after a while, the court doctor withdrew his hand and said, "Reporting to your highness, the second prince's wife is in good health. Your highness can rest assured." The second prince's face changed immediately. He was a little impulsive and couldn't control his emotions. He said directly, "Doctor, please take another look to see if the principal wife is pregnant." As soon as these words came out, the court doctor understood everything, although he didn't show any signs of this just now. The second prince and the second prince's wife were staring at him, and he immediately took the pulse again. What if he hadn't noticed it before? After carefully checking the pulse again, the doctor said, to answer the second prince, "The second prince's wife is not pregnant yet. Of course, it is also possible that the pregnancy is still young, and it is not easy to see." "Okay." The second prince calmly sent the doctor away. After everyone left, he swept the things on the table directly to the ground. He was very angry, and his anger was obvious at a glance. The maid in the room was so scared that she didn't dare to move. After a long time, the second prince left this place after venting his anger. A maid came over and whispered, "Your Highness went to Concubine Lu." Concubine Lu was beautiful, and was the second prince's favorite. On the other side, not long after, Ji Mingyan also got the news that the crown princess was pregnant. While the second prince's wife had not made any movement, Ji Mingyan raised her eyebrows slightly, but she didn't have any extra emotions. Anyway, she and the second prince had not consummated their marriage yet, and the child was not born by her. So she didn't care whether the second prince's wife gave birth to a legitimate grandson or not. It's better for the second prince's wife not to give birth, so as not to bother her. As for the second prince's anxiety, Ji Mingyan felt that the order of precedence was not that important. The crown prince was already the crown prince. If you want to dethrone the crown prince, it's useless to rely on the ranking of sons. What if the child born is a loser? In the end, you have to raise him well to make the emperor more cautious. However, Ji Mingyan knew that she had left a bad impression on the emperor before. Even if she taught her children to be smart, the emperor would not like them much. If she wanted to break the shackle, she had to completely dethrone the crown prince and make the second prince the first choice, so that her son could ascend to the throne in the future. So her focus was on the crown prince and the crown princess, not the so-called childbirth. In the East Palace, the crown prince and the crown princess were also very happy about the pregnancy, and the emperor gave them rewards directly. Another month passed, and the second prince's wife was also nearly a month pregnant, and the emperor also gave her rewards. But for the second prince, although this news was good, it was more than a month later than the crown princess, and it was late after all. But thinking back, if the child is not born yet, it is not certain whether it is a boy or a girl. What if the crown princess gave birth to a girl? Or, what if something happened to the crown princess, and she didn't give birth? But the second prince's worry is unnecessary. The crown princess is the only mistress in the East Palace backyard, so naturally no one would use some secret scheme to make the crown princess miscarry. The second prince couldn't reach out. He could only wait and let fate take its course. During this period, his favorite concubine Lu also became pregnant. At this time, several months had passed, and he still hadn't consummated his marriage with Ji Mingyan. The second prince thought, whether it was the crown princess or concubine Lu, there would always be one prince born from two bellies. Right? With offspring, he doesn't have to waste time in the capital anymore. The second prince is going to ask to leave the capital. Ji Mingyan is anxious now. The second prince refused to see her or consummate his marriage with her before. Now that the second prince is gone, where can she consummate her marriage with him? Even if she has all kinds of tricks, she has to meet someone. In fact, Ji Mingyan didn't lower her attitude to ask the second prince to come before. After all, she was once the daughter of the left prime minister and had her own pride in her bones. But now that the second prince is leaving the capital, she is really anxious. In the palace, concubine Zhuang also thought of Ji Mingyan. She asked her son with a headache, "Have you consummated your marriage with that girl from the Ji family?" The second prince shook his head. No. Ji Mingyan lost his second prince's wife, who was worth 100,000 soldiers. The second prince felt that he was just ignoring her and letting her suffer in the mansion, which was already considered soft-hearted. This was because she loved him and was the future crown princess. But this crown princess's family background was gone, and she was useless. She also lowered his father's impression of his backyard. The second prince did not get the secret pride of the crown prince's former future wife at all. Seeing her son's righteous look, concubine Zhuang choked in her heart. Even though she looked down on Ji Mingyan, a woman who took the initiative to stick to her, she couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for her when she saw that she hadn't consummated the marriage for so long. She reminded her, "You are leaving soon? Before leaving Beijing, you still have to do the things that need to be consummated. Otherwise, if your father thinks about it in the future, it will be bad." The second prince's face changed slightly. Yes, Ji Mingyan did something wrong at the beginning, but his father had already punished her. However, he still kept holding on to Ji Mingyan, which inevitably made people think that he coveted the military power of the Du family and could not forget it. This is not okay. Thinking of this, he nodded and agreed. Yes, mother. I know. That night, before Ji Mingyan was ready to act, the second prince came to Ji Mingyan's room. Ji Mingyan looked at the second prince as if she couldn't believe it, and stood there without moving. The second prince said unhappily, "What? Are you stupid and don't know how to move?" Ji Mingyan blinked. Tears flashed in her eyes, but a surprised smile rose at the corner of her mouth. And she stepped forward and said, "I just didn't expect that I could really meet His Highness." The second prince looked at her when he heard her words. Seeing the joy and tears in Ji Mingyan's eyes, he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, Ji Mingyan was willing to give up her future status as the crown princess and insisted on marrying him. The second prince also knew the gap between him and the crown prince. Ji Mingyan's firm choice of him still touched him. He suddenly realized that Ji Mingyan seemed to be much thinner than a year ago. That's right. After marrying into the second prince's house, Ji Mingyan ate cabbage and tofu every day. It would be strange if she didn't lose weight. The second prince came to consummate the marriage tonight. He didn't mean to get angry with Ji Mingyan. He just looked at her with a weird smile and said, "The crown princess has fallen to such a point. I don't know if Miss Ji regrets it." Ji Mingyan said hurriedly, "I never regret marrying your highness." The second prince sneered, obviously not believing it. He still had some knowledge, and knew how many women envied Du Yuling. However, he could not be as shy as the prince in these matters of love. It was impossible to give up a bunch of beauties for a woman. So it was doomed. And Ji Mingyan's envy was useless. Seeing this, Ji Mingyan hurriedly explained, "Your highness may not know that it was your highness who saved me on the way to the temple outside the city to burn incense. Since then, I have always kept your highness in my heart." The second prince was unmoved. There were many people who loved her. His favorite concubine Lu also loved him. Ji Mingyan's point was nothing at all. If Ji Mingyan was a beautiful lady, the second prince might be more interested in her. Ji Mingyan's eyes darkened, and her voice seemed to have changed in addition to admiration. "I never regret my choice. Not to mention that it is not certain who is the better choice between the crown prince and the second prince. This means..." The second prince looked at Ji Mingyan in surprise. Ji Mingyan looked at the second prince with a firm and confident look. The crown prince is the crown prince now. But in the future, it is not certain whether he will be in the position of the crown prince. The second prince stood up in a flash, looked at Ji Mingyan with a deep look, and scolded, "This kind of words cannot be said casually." Ji Mingyan smiled and walked leisurely. "I know that your highness has been worried about the eldest grandson recently." The second prince was impatient and sarcastically said, "Why? Do you want to reach out and get rid of the baby in the crown princess's belly? Not to mention how strictly the Eastern Palace protects the crown princess. Given the current situation, if something happens to the crown princess, I'm afraid all eyes will be on the second prince's mansion." He didn't think he could hide from the palace quietly. Ji Mingyan didn't take the second prince's words of frustration to heart. Of course, she wouldn't attack the crown princess. In this situation, she didn't have the power to do that. And she couldn't afford the consequences of being discovered. The last time she did that, her father was demoted and she became a concubine. If she attacked the crown princess again this time, I'm afraid her whole family would die. Ji Mingyan wasn't so careless. She knew that if she was really discovered, the second prince would not protect her. She denied, "Of course not." The second prince said, "Then what else can you do?" Ji Mingyan smiled and walked in front of the second prince. "We can't attack the crown princess directly, but that doesn't mean we can't attack from other aspects." The second prince looked at her suspiciously. "What do you mean?" Ji Mingyan tapped the second prince's chest with her fingertips and uttered two words lightly. "Du family." The second prince's expression changed immediately. He lowered his head and looked at the place, thinking quickly in his mind. Ji Mingyan ignored him and continued, "I know that your highness has been worried about the military power of the Du family. Now is the time when we are at war with Xia. The death of one or two generals is really normal. As long as the father and son of the Du family die, the prince's marriage will be ruined. Perhaps, after hearing about the death of her father and brother, the crown princess was so shocked that she couldn't keep the fetus." The second prince looked at her solemnly. But Ji Mingyan was not afraid at all and looked back directly. After a long time, the second prince laughed. Okay. Your idea is not bad." Everyone's eyes were on the East Palace, but no one paid attention to the outside. Although it was a bit troublesome to plot against the Du family, it was not without room for maneuver. He had to think of a foolproof plan to completely get rid of himself. At the moment, after hearing what Ji Mingyan said, the second prince's mind was full of what would happen if the Du family was abolished. As for whether the crown princess would have a miscarriage due to grief over the death of her father and brother, it was no longer important. As long as the Du family was abolished, what would happen if the eldest grandson was born by the crown princess? Can a legitimate grandson be worth the 100,000 troops that the crown prince lost? Time passed quietly. The second prince did not stay in the capital for long. He asked the emperor for permission to go to the border. He had contacted Ji's father in advance about the Du family. When he found an opportunity, he would act naturally. He went to the border, so that when the Du family got into trouble, they would not focus on him. Of course, before leaving, the second prince and Ji Mingyan consummated their marriage and restored her status in the mansion, but also warned her not to use any means to attack her two children. After all, he knew how daring Ji Mingyan was. In response, Ji Mingyan agreed with a smile, and said a little aggrievedly, it was a big deal to get married. Mingyan had to do it. The main wife and the concubine Lu gave birth to your children. I love them so much that I can't wait to do it. How could I attack them? She really didn't plan to take action now. After all, she hadn't given birth yet. It wouldn't be good for the second prince's mansion to be too deserted, which would be disadvantageous for the second prince to seize the throne. As for the future, when it's time to take action, she will naturally not be soft-hearted. She has this confidence, so she is not in a hurry. The second prince didn't believe this nonsense at all. He grew up in the palace and saw many concubines who were friendly in front of each other, but killed each other behind their backs. He just said, "You better do this." After warning everyone in the mansion, the second prince went to the border. But until the second year, the crown princess gave birth to a son safely, and the Du family still had no problems. After that, the second prince's wife gave birth to a daughter, and concubine Lu gave birth to a son. Without the second prince in the capital, the second prince's mansion seemed much quieter. In the same year, the third prince's marriage was also decided, and he got married at the end of the year. This year, Zhao Yuan was 8 years old. At the end of the year, on a snowy day, the third prince got married, and he officially entered the court this year and participated in political affairs. After that, more than 2 years passed, and Zhao Yuan was 11 years old. Near the Qingjing Hall, Zhao Yuan held a sword in one hand, but his attention was not on the sword in his hand at this moment. He looked at the little kid in front of him with a wanton smile on his face, teasing the child like a puppy. "Come on. Come here. If you catch up with Uncle, I will give you candy." The child didn't mind him, grinning and running towards Zhao Yuan with his short legs. When he was almost in front of him, Zhao Yuan quickly ran away again. The child chased for a long time, and stayed in the same place with an expression that could not hold back. His mouth was drooping, and it seemed that he wanted to cry. Zhao Yuan hurriedly stopped. "Come here quickly. Don't cry. Uncle Jiu won't run away this time. Uncle Jiu is waiting for you here." The child hesitated for a moment, and then laughed again in an instant, running to Zhao Yuan, stretching out his hand, and muttering happily, I want candy." When the candy was about to reach the child's hand, Zhao Yuan raised his hand suddenly with a bad taste, and the candy was far away. The child was teased by him for a long time, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. He sat on the ground and cried, and his unscrupulous Uncle Jiu saw that he was crying so hard, and laughed even harder. "Father! Father!" The child saw that Uncle Jiu was still laughing, and immediately kicked his legs and shouted sadly on the ground, "I want my father!" In the Qingjing Hall, the emperor rubbed his head with a headache, and said to the prince beside him, "Xiao Jiu probably made your son cry again. Go out and comfort him. It doesn't matter if he cries. The key is that the prince's son has a really loud voice. Just like Xiao Jiu back then. I still remember that when Xiao Jiu was still being nursed by concubine Yi, he got sick and woke up in the middle of the night and yelled for concubine Yi. He kept crying when he couldn't see her. At that time, he was lying with concubine Yi, and the arrow was on the string. But he cried and took it back. That voice is really not to be covered." The prince's expression twisted. His son loved to cry since he was young and could not be comforted easily. Now, when he heard his son crying, his head began to ache. Hearing the emperor's order, he stood up and said, "Yes, I will go now." The prince left the Qingjing Hall. Zhao Yuan saw the prince coming and immediately put away his arrogant smile. He said to the prince with a guilty conscience, "Brother prince." He cried by himself. "I didn't bully him. It's really embarrassing to bully someone else's son and make him cry." The prince sighed in his heart and comforted his brother first. "It's okay. Xiuhu loves to cry too much." The nickname of the prince's son is Xiuhu. Seeing that the prince was not angry, Zhao Yuan smiled again and felt relieved. The prince squatted down and picked up his son, wiped his tears. "You are a real man. Why are you crying for no reason?" He was helpless. His younger brother just liked to tease children. He actually had no opinion. In his opinion, whether it was his son or his younger brother, They were all children. Children would fight with each other. And quarreling was nothing. His younger brother also knew the severity of the situation. He was just teasing the children, not beating them. It is good for children to cry more. If his son didn't want to be bullied, he could not play with Shijio. But every time he was teased to tears, he would stick to him and talk about looking for Uncle Gio every day. Not only is he clingy, but every time he cries, he still asks him to comfort him. After he comforts him, he doesn't see his son being as clingy to him as he was to Xiaojio. The prince was speechless. The prince patted his son's back. Okay. Stop crying. Your uncle didn't beat you. What's there to cry about? Xiuhu was pitiful and whimpered. Uncle Gio won't give me candy. The prince looked over, and Zhao Yuan immediately raised the candy in his hand and said righteously, Here, Uncle Gio will give you some. The prince stuffed the candy into his son's hand. Okay now. Uncle Gio will give you the candy. Xiaohu accepted the candy, but his mouth was still pouting. He still felt wronged, but he couldn't tell what was going on. It wasn't just the candy. He wanted Uncle Gio to stop teasing him all the time. He wanted Uncle Gio to play with him every day. It was a pity that his little head couldn't think of anything specific, so he could only bury his head and hug his father's neck and continue crying. Prince. The prince found a place to sit and coax him, while Zhao Yuan continued to practice sword here. This was the place where the emperor had found for Zhao Yuan to practice martial arts. And there was a master who came to teach him. With the emperor's supervision, Zhao Yuan's training was much stricter and more difficult. But Zhao Yuan also persisted one by one. After a while, his son in his arms also sat up, biting a candy in his mouth, looking at Uncle Gio on the field with sparkling eyes. In the child's young heart, Uncle Gio was really too powerful, too shining, and the whole person was shining at any time. Well, even better than his father. When Zhao Yuan stopped to wipe his sweat, Xiuhu had already happily run to find Uncle Gio again. The prince was too lazy to say anything about this. Could it be that his son is so clingy because Uncle Gio is good-looking? Could it be that he gave birth to a son who values beauty? Then he will not marry many women in the future? It shouldn't be. The prince felt that he was obviously not immersed in beauty. For so long, there was only the crown princess in the backyard. At this time, someone hurried into the Qingjing hall. After a while, a eunuch came over and whispered in the prince's ear, Your Highness, the emperor invites you in. The prince looked at the eunuch's heavy face and had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked at the two children who were holding their son high up, one big and one small, smiling happily, and turned to the Qingjing palace. Let's go! Zhao Yuan accompanied Xiuhu to play around the palace for a long time, and only returned the child to the East Palace when it was time for dinner. When he arrived at the East Palace, he felt that the atmosphere was a little different. He grabbed a eunuch next to the prince and asked, What happened? Having been with the prince for so long, everyone in front of the prince knew that the prince would never hide anything from the ninth prince. Not to mention that this matter could not be hidden. It is estimated that everyone in the court will know about it tomorrow. The eunuch whispered. Both the father and son of the Du family died on the battlefield. The crown princess was so sad that she fainted. Zhao Yuan was shocked. Died on the battlefield? What happened? He knew that the little eunuch must not know everything about this matter, and it was useless to ask. He looked down at the child who was lying in his arms tired and didn't know anything. He shook him and said, I will take the eldest grandson home today. You go and tell the crown prince. The crown princess fainted. I'm afraid no one will take care of the child. Yes. Zhao Yuan carried the child to his residence. The child had clamored to sleep with him before, but after Zhao Yuan was woken up by the cold of urine in the middle of the night, he never wanted to sleep with this stinky child again. Knowing that he would sleep with Uncle Gio again today, Xiuhu was not afraid at all, and his little face was full of joy. Zhao Yuan wiped his face and sighed. Children are still happy. They don't understand anything. After finding something for Xiuhu to do first, Zhao Yuan went to the emperor to inquire about the situation. The father and son of the Du family did die in the battlefield. Whether there were any other tricks or not needed to be investigated. But no matter how it happened, it was a major blow to the crown princess. Even for the power of the prince's party, this was not a good thing. However, Zhao Yuan didn't care about the issue of power. He never liked to pin his hopes on others. Without the Du family, the crown prince still had him. He has recruited many talents in the past few years, and his business has grown to a considerable scale in just a few years. In comparison, he sympathized with the grief of the crown princess. He himself was the kind of person who cared deeply about his parents and relatives. It was hard to imagine how people would accept the fact after losing their loved ones. The next day, Zhao Yuan was in a good mood and played with his nephew for the whole morning. Although Xiaohu was happy, he still asked about his father and mother before taking a nap at noon. But Zhao Yuan fooled him for the time being. The crown prince came over with a tired face. "Shijiu, thanks to you for taking care of Xiuhu. Please take care of Xiuhu here more these days." The atmosphere in the East Palace was not good. The crown princess was hysterical about the death of her father and brother, and could not bear it at all. If the child was there, it might not be good for the child. Zhao Yuan said honestly, "Xiao Hu asked you today. He may not stay here for long. It is one thing for the child to like him, but the attachment to parents is also innate." The prince was silent for a moment and sighed. "Forget it. It doesn't matter if he comes back. It is not a good thing for the children in the palace. The children of the prince. To be too naive. This is the reality. And there is nothing we can do." In the afternoon, the child really wanted to go home. Seeing that the child was about to cry, Zhao Yuan could only hold him and go to the East Palace. As always, the Eastern Palace did not stop Zhao Yuan at all. He went directly to the backyard with the child in his arms. It was not that he did not avoid suspicion, but mainly because there was only one female master in the backyard, the crown princess. He often went there for dinner, so there was no need to be too particular. Of course, when he got there, he would not go directly to the room where the master and mistress lived, and there would be servants guarding everywhere, so there would be no problem. As the distance got closer, Zhao Yuan suddenly heard the sound of something falling to the ground in front of him. And then the crown princess's hoarse and sad voice. It was the second prince and Ji Mingyan. "I know. They did it. When I met Ji Mingyan before, she told me to be careful. It is normal for a few people to die on the battlefield. This must be them who did it." Then the prince lowered his voice and said something. In the room, the crown princess looked at the crown prince with red eyes, full of resentment. "They say you are a high and mighty crown prince. But what use can you be? It was the second prince and Ji Mingyan who killed my father and brother. But you couldn't do anything. I really regret why I married you in the first place. If I really married the second prince, I'm afraid I wouldn't have to go through all this." She knew that the crown prince's methods of doing things were more decent. Even if she was the second prince's helper, the crown prince would not use these methods to hurt the soldiers bleeding on the battlefield. Great grief and hatred stirred in Duoling's heart. She squatted down in despair and cried loudly. "If I hadn't married you, why would they target my father and brother? Why did you come down to save me in the first place? It's obvious that someone was calculating you. Can't you see it? I would rather die in that pool. I don't want to experience my father and brother dying on the battlefield because of her." The prince stood in the broken ground, staring at the crying princess. The sweet feelings between the husband and wife in the past seemed to be gone. Duoling vented her hatred and said countless words without thinking. A distance outside the room, Xiaohu turned back and asked strangely, "Uncle Jiu, why don't you leave?" Zhao Yuan has been practicing martial arts for many years, and his hearing is much better than that of ordinary people. Xiaohu didn't hear the sound in the room, but he did. He lowered his eyes and said to his nephew, "I suddenly remembered that your father seemed to have said to go directly to the dining room to wait for dinner together. They may not be in the room. Let's go there and wait first." Xiaohu didn't know what happened at home, so he didn't question what Uncle Jiu said, and turned around happily to go to the place where he ate. Zhao Yuan lagged behind him a few steps and said to the servant standing beside him, "Go tell the prince brother that we are back." He thought that sometimes, the closer the person is, the more terrible they are. Duoling's words stabbed the prince brother's heart. He didn't hate Duoling because of these words. After all, Duoling lost two relatives, and this was just a moment of anger and carelessness. But it was hard for him not to feel sorry for the prince brother. He followed his nephew and went in another direction. At dinner, there was no doubt that only the prince came. He had already put away the emotions on his face. As for the crown princess, she was afraid that she was not in the mood to coax the child now. After dinner, Xiaohu was carried to bed by the servants. Zhao Yuan looked at the prince, hesitant to speak. Seeing this, the prince smiled slightly. "I heard you came here earlier?" "Yes." Zhao Yuan nodded. The prince said, Then you should have heard me quarreling with your sister-in-law? Although he was asking, the prince was actually very sure, because he knew that his brother's hearing was different from ordinary people. Zhao Yuan nodded again. The prince reached out and touched his head. Don't be angry with her. Your sister-in-law is upset now, so her words are inevitably a bit unpleasant. It's not intentional. If it weren't for marrying me, her father and brother might not really die. At the end, the prince's expression was heavy. Zhao Yuan retorted, if I don't marry the prince, I might die because of other reasons. Besides, how can I blame the prince for this? The second prince and the concubine Ji should be blamed. And it's not certain whether the second prince and his friends were responsible for the death of the Du family father and son. The prince agreed with his brother's words, and he pretended to be relaxed and joked, don't worry about the prince. He is so old. Why should you worry about him every day? Go back and have a rest. Then the prince pushed his brother's shoulder forward. Let's go. Brother will take you back. Zhao Yuan pursed his lips and was speechless for a moment. He knew that the prince seemed to agree with him, but in fact, he would definitely blame everything on him and put a burden on him. But knowing the prince's character, he didn't know how to persuade him, no matter how much he did afterwards. He couldn't save 2 lives. The atmosphere in the East Palace did not improve as time went by. A few days later, Zhao Yuan heard that when the crown princess came to the palace to pay respects to concubine Ji, she directly raised her sword to chop the other party, but was stopped by the guards and only injured the other party's arm. When Zhao Yuan learned the news, he was with his mother in Zhaoxia Palace. After hearing what Xiao Yun said, Lu Hanwan opened her eyes in surprise. The crown princess's action was too quick, but it was a pity that she didn't really stab the man to death. There was some regret in her tone. The East Palace is in the palace, while the second prince's residence is outside the palace. Generally speaking, people in the palace cannot leave the palace at will, and the crown princess is no exception. This is probably the important reason why the other party did not rush to the second prince's residence to chop people at the first time. This has been suppressed for many days. Zhao Yuan said, but is it really the second prince and that concubine Ji who harmed the Du family father and son? Of course, he knew the conflict between the second prince's party and the crown prince. But the result of this matter was not certain. Lu Hanwan said, it is possible. Otherwise the crown princess would not rush over with a sword to chop people. Although there is no evidence. Sometimes, in the confrontation between women, you can tell who did it at a glance. Of course, it is not ruled out that some idiots are not smart enough and make random guesses without finding the point. But she has seen Du Yuling, who looks innocent, but is not stupid. Finally, she said indifferently, anyway, Ji Mingyan is so scheming, and she must have had a lot of bad thoughts. Otherwise the second prince would not have mentioned her before leaving. And it is not unfair to be beaten. Things have already happened. As a member of the prince's camp, Lu Hanwan of course spoke to the crown princess. As she said, Lu Hanwan suddenly looked at her son vigilantly. No matter what, these things are decided by the prince and the emperor. Whether it is the second prince and Ji Mingyan who did it, don't interfere in it. Understand? They have been mother and son for so many years. When they were young, Lu Hanwan didn't suspect what her son would do because of his age. But as Zhao Yuan grew up, Lu Hanwan didn't know much about his power outside. But she knew a little bit. As her son was obsessed with his brother, she was really worried that he would rush up to help deal with the second prince and Ji Mingyan before the crown prince was anxious. Zhao Yuan. Got it. Lu Hanwan kept nagging her son. Don't be disobedient. Don't look at your crown prince brother's gentle appearance. The power behind him is much greater than yours. The Duke of England also has a high status in the court. If he takes action, it will be much easier than you. If you mess around and your father finds out, he will be angry. Although he dotes on you, the second prince is also his son. No father likes to watch his sons kill each other. Don't bet on how much your father loves you. He is the emperor after all. You may not be able to bear the consequences. Zhao Yuan reluctantly agreed. Yes, mother. I know. If it was really the second prince and Ji Mingyan's trick, then the Duke of Ying's mansion is indeed more suitable than him to take action. After all, party struggles are not like this. If one side takes action, the other side will have to fight back. Concubine Ji was chopped off for no reason. And this incident did not have no impact on the emperor. When he heard that the crown princess was going to chop off the second prince's concubine with a sword, He wondered if Du Yuling had any important evidence to confirm that it was the second prince and his men who did it. If that was the case, then although such behavior was a bit out of line, it was not incomprehensible. But after asking the person over, he found out that concubine Ji had said some ambiguous words a long time ago, and there was no direct evidence. The emperor was so angry that he laughed. He kept thinking in his heart, what are the ministers of his generation doing? Why are the daughters born one generation worse than the next? The first candidate for the crown princess, Ji Mingyan, was a bit scheming, but she was too bold and could not be foolproof. The one he chose later was even more incredible. He thought she was at least a little smart. But the result was just like this. Why can't these ministers give him more options? Why can he only choose the crown princess from these few people? The emperor was furious, and he couldn't say anything to his daughter-in-law. After all, her father and brother had been defending the country on the battlefield, and now they were dead. You all go out. The crown prince stay, he said. After everyone left, he scolded the crown prince. As his son, he couldn't even control his wife. The crown princess's behavior was not as steady as that of the crown princess. The emperor was very angry. For no reason. Without evidence. The second son's concubine was injured, and he couldn't say anything. After the prince left, Zhao Yuan poked his head in from the doorway to see what his father's mood was like. The emperor noticed the noise and said unhappily, "Why are you sneaking around outside instead of coming in?" Hearing this voice, Zhao Yuan felt relieved. He ran in with a smile. "Father." The emperor looked at him. "What are you doing here? Are you here to defend your brother, the prince? How can I do that?" Zhao Yuan ran behind the emperor attentively, pinched his shoulders, and complained, "I heard that my father was angry, and I was worried. I didn't expect that my father thought of me this way." He raised his mouth high, and pinched his shoulders lightly and heavily. The emperor hissed in pain. All right. It's my father's fault. I shouldn't think about you like this. I know that our Shujio is the one who loves my father the most." Zhao Yuan grinned. Really? So if you want to press, can you press it properly? Why does a father have to suffer this kind of hardship at the hands of his son? Another son would never dare to treat him like this, he muttered in his heart. And when Zhao Yuan pressed normally, the emperor smiled unconsciously. He stayed with the emperor for a long time and made him happy before he left. Zhao Yuan was right before. He went to the emperor to plead for the prince. He just didn't want his father to be too angry. Of course, if the emperor was not angry, he would be better to the prince. On the other side, the prince returned to the East Palace, and that night, there were 2 more people given to him in his house. "Who is this?" The prince frowned. "Xiao Fuzi said, Your Highness. These are people given by the emperor." The prince was silent for a moment, knowing that his father was dissatisfied with the crown princess. "Send them to the backyard." The crown princess also soon learned about this matter. After a long time, she whispered, "Let it be." She knew that this should not be the prince's intention. Who can resist the people given by the emperor? She did not blame the prince. And she also knew that she had gone too far before. After saying those words that day, she also regretted it. She knew that she should not blame the prince. The prince did nothing wrong. But she still couldn't forgive herself. Because no matter what, she must have had something to do with the death of her father and brother. After a while, the results of the investigation came back. Zhao Yuan was practicing martial arts near the Qingjing Palace. When he saw the people sent by the emperor coming back, he hurried in to listen. The emperor glanced at him and saw that he was motionless. So he didn't bother to care and let Zhao Yuan listen. The little leader of the Jinui who reported below said, after investigation, "I found that General Du and his son were besieged in a village. The rescuers were slow to come. It is said that they took the wrong road, which was too late. General Du and his son could only break through by force. They were hit by several arrows and bled to death. The leader of the rescue team is named Do Da, 34 years old, and is a deputy general under General Du. No one knows that he has any conflicts with General Du and his son. However, after investigation, it was found that the Do family suddenly had a lot of money. The Jinui was talking about the key points. The emperor still had the detailed investigation report he handed in. Zhao Yuan leaned over to take a look and found that even the purchase of an extra piece of clothing and the number of times he went to the toilet were written down. After everyone finished speaking, the emperor waved his hand and signaled them to leave first. Zhao Yuan asked from the side, could it be the second brother who did it? Although Zhao Yuan usually called the second prince in front of the prince and his mother, he restrained himself a little in front of the emperor and called him the second brother. Now it has been confirmed that there is something wrong with the Du family father and son. Zhao Yuan immediately cast his suspicious eyes on the second prince. The emperor looked at him speechlessly. Is that how you ask? This silly child doesn't know how to be a little more tactful. At least learn how to talk from your mother. Don't even use eye drops like this. In front of him. The father, without any evidence, he directly asked whether it was another son who did the good deed. Is this something that can be done so blatantly? There are more people with interests involved than just the second son. Zhao Yuan. He didn't take the emperor's cold eyes seriously, and slightly changed his question. Father, who do you think should have done this? Emperor, he said unhappily, how do I know who did it? That being said, the emperor was indeed more suspicious of his second son, because he had already sent Jinui to investigate the second prince, Ji Mingyan, and even Ji's father. But there was no need to tell Shuzhou about this. Otherwise he was afraid that Shuzhou would make a scene and force the second son to die to apologize. Although the emperor was angry, he did hate this kind of thing. But since it had already happened, he would not let his son die too. In fact, the emperor was overthinking this. The prince was the prince, and the princess was the princess. The two had completely different weights in Zhao Yuan's heart. Especially when he heard what the princess said about the prince that day. He understood it. But it was impossible not to feel anything in his heart. He would not embarrass his father for the crown princess. Zhao Yuan vaguely heard some of what happened afterwards. The General Dou who deliberately delayed the military affairs was chopped off. And the second prince seemed to have been beaten up as well. The forces behind the crown prince and the forces of the second prince were more obviously targeting each other. However, the atmosphere in the East Palace seemed to be unable to return to the joy of the past. When I went there again, I always felt that it had been deserted for a long time. Even the always carefree Xiao who rarely dared to laugh and play in the East Palace. What made Zhao Yuan feel a little relieved was that after so many years, the crown prince was not so fragile in his heart, and he was not so depressed by the words of the crown princess. On the contrary, he was as calm as ever, as if those words had not affected him at all. Zhao Yuan was worried at first, but after a while, he let it go. Yes, people always grow up. The prince brother didn't dare to rebel against the queen at the beginning. Now, the queen is nothing. In a blink of an eye, it's the autumn hunting season again. After all, the emperor has to go out with a big fanfare, which is a bit troublesome. The emperor only goes once every few years. But this year is different from usual. The emperor intends to let the prince govern the country. As soon as this rumor spread, it immediately caused a lot of shock. Originally, the position of the prince was the legitimate next emperor. Now the emperor let the prince govern the country. During the period of governing the country, the prince handles all the affairs of the court and the country. This power is really too great. It also greatly improved the reputation of the crown prince. Such an arrangement also shows that the crown prince is in the emperor's heart. In an instant, whether it is the second prince's party, the third prince's party, or the mothers of the princes who have not grown up in the harem, their hearts are full of emotions. The second prince is at the border, and the third prince also went to the Qingjing Palace to drum up support for the emperor. It's a pity that he was rebuffed by the emperor. For a while, he was so angry that his hair stood up. He slapped the table. It's too much. It's too much. Seeing this, the third prince's wife asked, what's wrong? Who made his highness angry? The third prince said, who? Who else? Isn't it that old nine? Since the third prince's wife married the third prince, she knew more or less about the entanglement between the third prince and the ninth prince. It was because the ninth prince, the new love, completely suppressed the third prince's old love. Everyone knows that the emperor's favorite prince is the ninth prince. As long as the ninth prince is involved in all things, accidents may happen. The third prince's wife asked curiously, what happened to the ninth prince? Humph. The third prince said, it's all because of him. Now the crown prince has become so popular. The regent, this kind of important matter, the emperor also intends to let the crown prince do it. When I asked, the emperor pushed me back, thinking of his panic under his father's eyes. He hated Zhao Yuan even more. The father was obviously not that satisfied with the crown prince before. If it weren't for the ninth prince mediating, it would never have happened. The third prince's concubine. Well, she knew that the third prince couldn't say anything good. The third prince's concubine knew that the third prince had great ambitions, but she thought it was hopeless. The crown prince had a reputation for benevolence and was good at handling government affairs. He was supported by many civil officials. The second prince had many achievements on the battlefield, but the third prince had nothing. He just kept jumping around, and the emperor didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Of course, the third prince's concubine knew that this matter was not something she could stop just because she wanted to. Anyway, with the third prince's brain, he shouldn't lead everyone in this mansion to a dead end. As long as her life is safe, the third prince's wife will be fine. Seeing that she could not find out anything new, the third prince's wife called the maid. Go to the kitchen and bring a bowl of jade bean cake. And tell them, by the way, add a stewed snow clam for lunch. And the third prince was so angry that he slammed the table. It's so late, and you still want to eat? The third prince's wife rolled her eyes and continued to instruct the maid. Okay, that's all for now. The third prince felt a lump in his chest and turned to the place where the concubine lived. The matter of the crown prince's regent was settled, so he could not go with him to the autumn hunt this time. But Zhao Yuan, of course, followed his father and mother and went to the enclosure together. After all, he was still young and had not participated in government affairs, so it was not very useful for him to stay in the capital. This was only the second time he had gone on a long journey in so many years. It was 2 months later when they returned to the capital from there. Zhao Yuan followed his mother and listened to people talking about what had happened in the capital during this period. Some people wanted to cause trouble for the prince and wanted to prove that the prince was incompetent, but they were blocked by the prince, etc. Lu Hanwan was quite satisfied with what she heard. The prince is indeed excellent since he was a child. He does things in a way that people can't say anything bad about. Any trouble can be solved well. The better the prince is, the better the situation will be for her and Xiuzhou. The prince's party. After returning, the emperor also praised the prince. Needless to say, the mood of the second and third prince's parties, who failed to make trouble, was self-evident. In a blink of an eye, it snowed, and winter came. This winter seems to be particularly cold, and the border war has temporarily come to an end. Everyone knows that fighting against Xia is a long war. Therefore, the second prince also returned from the border. As a prince, he wants to win the throne. Although his military exploits are important, it is not the case that he stays at the border all the time. It is appropriate to show up more in the capital. Therefore, the 3 adult princes in the capital are fighting more fiercely, and it is very lively. The prince has also suffered losses. The prince himself has no problem doing things, but not every official behind him is really innocent, including the leader of the bad conduct, the Duke of Ying, who is really a model of a pig teammate. Of course, the other 2 princes were equally matched, and the princes at the top all had crooked butts. The forces behind some immature princes in the harem were still stirring up trouble from time to time. Time came to July. The prince looked at the heavy rain outside the window. This year's rain is too heavy. Zhao Yuan knew what the prince was thinking. The prince was kind and often thought about problems from the perspective of the common people. At the moment, he was worried about the flood. We have already made cement to build a dam. We have done everything we should do. If it can still be washed away, there is no other way. Perhaps we can ask the officials below to investigate and see if we can temporarily move the people in some dangerous places to another place. Su Gaoyi is a good businessman and has earned me a lot of money. If these can save people, it will be a good thing. The cement was given to the prince by Zhao Yuan before, but he knew that this was not enough. Cement was not indestructible. It was not uncommon for floods to destroy reinforced concrete in later generations. As for relocating the people, this was not a simple matter. The people's roots were on the land. If they were to be relocated rashly, there would be too many things to consider, such as how to settle them after relocation, etc. There were a lot of problems to be solved, and a lot of money would be needed. The prince also knew Su Gaoyi's name, but he didn't know how big Zhao Yuan's business would be later. He looked at his brother with a smile in his eyes. I guess most of the money you earned is in the hands of the emperor. It's not easy to get it out of the emperor's hands. He didn't take his brother's words seriously. Children may think that 10,000 or 100,000 is a lot of silver, but it is just a drop in the bucket when used in a large project. Zhao Yuan pursed his lips. turned his head and told Wei Nani, "Nani, go and get the box on the shelf in the study for me." Zhao Yuan also had his own study where he lived. Except for him and Wei Nani, no one else was allowed to enter. In fact, there were no other secrets except the banknotes. However, as for Wei Nani, she had protected him since he was a child and treated him as her lifeblood. Zhao Yuan certainly trusted her. Not to mention that after he made money, he also gave Wei Nani a lot of silver. If other people wanted to bribe Wei Nani with silver, it would be basically impossible. First of all, no one gave Zhao Yuan more. Even if there was something, Wei Nani was smart and felt that it was better to ask her young master for help than to listen to others. Even if she needed silver, she could ask the ninth prince directly. It was estimated that no one would ask her to pay it back. Zhao Yuan was not short of silver. So, when the prince opened the box and saw the full of silver bills, he was stunned. You? Father is willing to give you so many silver bills?" He was referring to the textile business. Their shop was very large before. He also knew that every time he gave Xiaojio silver bills, the shameless father would cry poor in front of Xiaojio. Zhao Yuan smiled. "This is the money earned by Sugaoi." The prince was amazed. He never thought that Sugaoi had such a skill. No. He paused and looked at his younger brother. Thinking of his younger brother's previous skills, he felt that his younger brother's participation in this was probably not small. The prince closed the box. They have been brothers for so many years. He didn't say politely to his younger brother, "This time it concerns the safety of the people. Brother will accept it. But he can't take the credit for doing things. What belongs to Shijio is Shijio's." Zhao Yuan nodded. The prince touched his younger brother's head. "Then you play by yourself first, and brother will discuss with father how to do this." Zhao Yuan agreed. The prince took the things and went to the Qingjing Palace. In this era, natural disasters and man-made disasters are sometimes completely unavoidable. In September, the Yellow River burst its banks. Countless houses were flooded, and countless people were killed and injured. The court and the public were shocked. The prince petitioned to go to the disaster relief in person, and the emperor agreed. However, the treasury was empty and could not take out much silver. Everyone was waiting to see the prince's joke. But when the prince raised a large amount of food and grass, everyone was shocked. The second prince couldn't believe it. The little brat of the ninth brother actually has such a big business? He heard that most of these were caused by the ninth prince. To be honest, he knew that Shujio was doing business. After all, the spinning wheel and loom incident had caused such a big stir. He just thought that the other party was just lucky, and the craftsmen of the Ministry of Industry were really capable and developed it. He didn't care about the small business afterwards. But looking at the scale now, it's more than just a small business. He is a wealthy man. This won't work. The second prince discussed with his staff. The prince is quite capable, and brought so much food and grass. If he really lets him handle the disaster, I'm afraid his reputation will be even more prosperous. Someone whispered, "Why not let the prince never come back?" The room was quiet for a while. The other parties also had the same idea. The prince must not be allowed to come back. Before the second prince could do anything, he hurried to the border when he heard something unusual happen. The prince left with a lot of supplies. And of course, he also brought a lot of guards to protect him. The prince's party also knew that this trip was both an opportunity and a danger. But people couldn't stay in the capital all their lives. The second prince had to go to the border from time to time. For more than a month, the prince's trip was very smooth. With a lot of supplies, he rescued a lot of disaster victims. The people were grateful and his reputation was getting better and better. But just when things were almost settled, the prince was repeatedly assassinated. On his way back, he was assassinated again and again. Zhao Yuan was attending classes in the capital as usual, and his life was pretty good. Hearing the good news from the prince, he was in a better mood these days. Lu Han once said to her son, "It's getting colder and colder. Mother asked someone to make you some new clothes. Remember to take them when you leave later." Zhao Yuan glanced at the weather outside. It was indeed getting colder recently. It's going to snow soon. I don't know when the prince will be able to come back. Lu Hanwan said casually. He is busy with work. Of course he has to do it slowly. But if he hurry up, maybe he can come back for the new year. Zhao Yuan thought about the time of the new year, and thought it would be nice if the prince could come back during the new year. In fact, he knew that the prince was doing serious work. But he just wanted to see his brother. The time outside was too far away, which made him feel fearful. This was the shadow left by his death in his previous life. As the mother and son were talking, Xiaoyun came in and reported, "Master, the emperor sent someone." Lu Hanwan looked over and saw a eunuch who often accompanied the emperor came in, lowering his eyebrows and saying, "Empress Rong." The emperor asked the ninth prince to come. Lu Hanwan noticed that the little eunuch looked at Xiao Jiao with a strange look, as if he was sad. In an instant, an incredible thought popped up in her mind. Then she dismissed her absurd idea. No, it shouldn't be possible. There are many people protecting the prince when he travels. The Duke of Ying's mansion is not a pushover. The emperor has sent people. The prince shouldn't be in trouble. Although she comforted herself in this way, she couldn't help but feel sad when she saw Shijiao, who knew nothing and was still immersed in how to spend the new year if the prince came back. She gently pushed her son. "Go. Your father is looking for you." Such a situation is not uncommon here in Zhaoyuan. The emperor often sends people to look for him. He stood up and asked casually, "What does the father want to talk to me about?" The little eunuch lowered his head even lower for a moment. "This servant doesn't know." Zhaoyuan walked in front, and the eunuch and Wei Nani followed closely behind, all the way to the Qingjing palace. Just as he approached the door, Zhaoyuan's cheerful voice rang out, "Father, what do you want me to do again?" As soon as he stepped into the hall, the scene inside was instantly in his sight. Zhaoyuan's smile faded, and his chest shrank as if it was pricked by a needle. He subconsciously felt that something seemed to have happened. The person kneeling on the ground was dusty, with blood on his face, and his body seemed to be badly injured. He saw the man's face clearly, walked over, and his mind seemed to be blank. Knowing nothing, he heard himself asking softly, "Why are you back? Where is the prince brother?" He remembered that this person was one of the guards around the prince. Zhaoyuan had seen almost all of the prince's people, so he naturally recognized him. The guard choked up. "Your Highness, the prince? He's dead?" Tears rolled out of his eyes instantly. Zhaoyuan stared at the person, then looked up and looked carefully at the emperor's expression. He needed to confirm from these expressions whether what he just heard was true. Just now, he couldn't have heard it by hallucination? Yes, this must be false. The prince is so old. He has learned martial arts well, and there are so many people protecting him. How could he die? He had obviously changed the prince's original death. The prince grew up so big, got married and had children. How could he die in an instant? But the emperor's sad and painful eyes made him clearly understand that this was not an auditory hallucination. The prince brother is really gone. His tears kept flowing silently. His mind was in a mess. He asked, "Where is the prince brother's body?" He looked around the hall and didn't see any trace of the prince. The guard said, "The little ones didn't find the prince's body." Zhaoyuan's eyes were filled with a faint light. He murmured, "No, he is." The guard said, "The prince fell into the flood." "Yes." Zhaoyuan's eyes suddenly brightened a little abnormally. He grabbed the emperor's hand fiercely. "Father, the prince brother must not be dead. He may not die if he falls into the water. Even if he is not found, maybe someone saved him? He may send a message back in a few days. No, he may also have a head impact and lose his memory, and will think of us later." He thought, "This must be the case. The prince brother is still so young. It is impossible for him to die like this. How could such a capable person die so easily?" He remembered that those TV dramas in his previous life had all these things. All by accident. The prince brother was going to be the emperor in the future. How could he die so early? He tried desperately to find clues that the prince might still be alive. But he became more and more desperate. Perhaps it was because he clearly understood that reality was not a TV drama, and ordinary people did not have so many coincidences. "Shijiao? Shijiao?" The emperor looked at his son with a worried look, and spoke with some reluctance, saying, "The prince was chased and injured, and then he was hit by several arrows and fell into the water. He would not survive if he was hit by an arrow, not to mention falling into the flood." Zhaoyuan knew what the emperor meant. That is, the prince must be really dead. The life he hoped for was like a thin bubble that would dissipate on its own without being poked. Zhaoyuan lost all his strength and fell to the ground. He was caught by the emperor. He grasped the emperor's clothes with his fingertips, buried his face in the emperor, and cried bitterly, "Father, my prince brother is gone." The emperor hugged his son. When he heard this, his red eyes could no longer hold back and tears fell. He had more than 20 children. Yet he didn't have much affection for most of his children. The prince, as the eldest son, and a son who often played tricks on him because of Shujo, and whose presence in front of him was not weak. The emperor's feelings were definitely deeper than those of other sons. He was dissatisfied with the cowardice in the prince's character. But overall, this was the prince he recognized more. As long as he continues to polish her, she will eventually grow into someone he is satisfied with. But now, she is gone. He raised his head and took a deep breath, trying to force back his tears. But he failed. Zhao Yuan couldn't control his emotions. The more he thought about his brother, the tighter his heart became. He cried until the end, covering his chest with his hands, choking and unable to breathe. But his tears still couldn't stop. After a long while of breathing, he felt a little better. The emperor simply calmed down inside. Go back and rest first. If you are like this, your mother will also worry about you. Father will continue to send people to look for your brother. The prince, no matter what, he must come back. Zhao Yuan nodded. When he walked out of the Qingjing Hall and could no longer see the side, he stopped and looked up at the sky. Perhaps because winter had arrived, the sky looked much gloomier. The cold wind blew on his body, and he could not feel any warmth all over his body. He said, "Go find the guard just now and bring him here quietly." The guard had roughly described the situation, but did not say anything specific. The assassination of the crown prince must involve many people behind the scenes. Zhao Yuan could guess some of those people. His father would definitely punish those people. But as his son, would his father kill those princes to pay for the crown prince's life? Zhao Yuan thought. It shouldn't be. To the father, they are all his sons. But to Zhao Yuan, it's different. The prince is dead, and those people deserve to be cut into pieces. How can they still live in this world? The river is cold. It would be great to accompany the prince. He has no doubt that the father may hide part of the truth from him about the mastermind behind the scenes. This is why he agreed to come out easily. He wants to ask more truths in person before the father can react. Zhao Yuan guessed correctly. Long before he came to him, the emperor had asked all the details from the guards. There were several ways of people who wanted to assassinate the prince, and it was too far-reaching. It was clear that if Shujo knew the truth, he would definitely go crazy. It was the prince who died, not others. So even if the emperor hadn't figured out how to deal with it, he subconsciously suppressed the matter first, not letting his son know too much. Therefore, the guard just now only told the general situation. After his son left, the emperor's eyes were filled with anger, and he said in a deep voice, "Go, bring the third prince to me." From this title, it can be seen that the third prince is going to suffer this time. At the same time, this also means that the death of the prince is related to the third prince. Su Quan was secretly shocked, and followed the emperor's order to go out and find the third prince. In the third prince's mansion, the third prince was also walking around the room nervously. After the news of the prince's death came, he was not only surprised, but also panicked. When the prince was not dead, he wanted to kill him. But when the prince was really dead, he was worried that what he did would be exposed, especially when he knew that there was a guard beside the prince who had escaped death and returned to the capital. Even though he knew that even if the guard came back, no one would find him. The biggest beneficiary of the prince's death was the second prince, and if anyone should suspect him, he should suspect the second prince. But for some reason, he still couldn't stop panicking. Outside the door, Su Quan led the guards to the study of the third prince. The servants of the second prince's mansion didn't even have time to go in and report. The third prince heard the noise at the door, and then saw Su Quan's face with a fake smile, and his whole body suddenly turned cold. Su Quan pulled his lip. "Your Highness, the third prince, the emperor summoned you. Please come in." This tone is not polite at all. Although Su Quan is the most capable eunuch around the emperor, he is respectful to the princes, concubines and other nobles. This is the first time Su Quan speaks like this. It's over, the third prince thought, and he felt like he was falling into an ice cave. Su Quan watched coldly, and in fact, he felt sad about the death of the prince. The prince had a mild temper. Because of the ninth prince, the prince often appeared in the Qingjing Hall, and he and the emperor had a childish battle of wits and courage for the ninth prince. Su Quan felt happy watching from the side. Now that the prince is gone, Su Quan thought that he was afraid that the Qingjing Hall would never be able to return to its former warm and lively appearance in the future. Su Quan took the third prince to the Qingjing Palace. The emperor was furious at the third prince. Zhao Yuan was not aware of this for the time being. He was looking at the guards kneeling on the ground. His eyes were heavy. And he said, "You should know that this is not what I want to hear. Who killed the prince's brother? How many assassinations were there? What was the style? Was it the same group of people? Did the prince's brother have any suspects at the time? Did those people leave any flaws? You said these words to me because your father asked you to tell me. Right? But you should also know that besides your father, I can decide your life and death." After speaking, Zhao Yuan paused, squatted beside him, and softened his tone. "Don't worry. As long as you tell me everything, I will definitely protect the safety of your family. And you will not lack money. You have been with the prince for many years, and the prince has treated you so well. Can you bear to let him die in vain?" After all this, the guard was very loyal to the prince. But he didn't dare to tell Zhao Yuan the truth because of the emperor and the safety of his family. Now he told everything. The people who chased them were not of the same style. Sometimes the two sides have bumped into each other. There are at least 3 forces. I can't be sure of other things. But, the guard said, but among the group of people who shot the arrows and made His Royal Highness the Crown Prince fall into the flood, there was one person whose face I have seen. He was somewhere around the third prince. For a major event like assassinating the Crown Prince, it was perfectly normal for the third prince to let his trusted men do it. After all, no one could find out if he covered his face. But he didn't expect that the cloth on his face would be knocked off during the fight, and his true face would be revealed. The third prince. Zhao Yuan's eyes instantly became extremely cold. And, the guard gritted his teeth and said, in addition to the third prince, one of the guards brought by the Crown Prince secretly stabbed the Crown Prince. That guard was from the Duke of Ying's mansion. After the Crown Prince fell into the flood, the rest of our guards were also hunted down. Obviously, those people didn't want the guards to go back alive and say too much. When the prince traveled, some of the guards who served as guards were the prince's own guards. Some were given by the emperor because he was worried, and the rest were from the Duke of Ying's mansion. Almost in an instant, Zhao Yuan understood that the Duke of Ying's mansion had always been more supportive of the prince. And the Duke of Ying's son Mu Windy was the prince's companion, and the two had a good relationship. No matter from which aspect, the Duke of Ying's mansion would not abandon the prince and choose someone else. Therefore, there was only one person who had the conditions to do such a thing. The queen. Zhao Yuan smiled. She was obviously a very good-looking person. But for some reason, the guard shuddered when they saw her, feeling cold all over. He asked, "Have you told my father about all these things?" The guard said, "I have." He looked at the ninth prince in front of him, full of hope. Perhaps, the only person who can completely help His Royal Highness to avenge the Crown Prince is this man in front of him. Zhao Yuan nodded and asked someone to send him away. Outside the house, he heard the voices of Wei Nani and Xiao Yun, and walked out. Xiao Yun looked at Zhao Yuan, and when she saw his red and swollen eyes, she knew that the master's guess was probably true. She said, "The master is worried about His Royal Highness, so she sent me to invite His Royal Highness over." Zhao Yuan nodded and walked ahead. He had an idea, and he had to tell his mother first. All the way to Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan was already waiting anxiously inside. The news that the prince had been in trouble had spread throughout the harem. Su Quan forced the third prince into the palace, and then beat him in public outside the hall. When she saw her son's expression, Lu Hanwan's heart sank. She went up to him. "Shijio? Mother!" Zhao Yuan shouted, saying, "One of the prince's guards managed to escape. He said that the prince was chased all the way, suffered a lot of injuries, was shot by several arrows, and fell into the flood. He has not been found yet. I want to go and bring the prince back in person. All those who hurt the prince will not escape. But the most important thing now is to find the prince. If he doesn't hurry up, he may not be able to find him in the future. He is going crazy when he thinks that the prince's body cannot return to the capital, and will lie in the cold water for the rest of his life, decaying, festering, and being eaten by fish." Lu Hanwan's words got stuck in her throat when she met her son's eyes. She knew that her son seemed to be able to communicate with her calmly about the death of the prince. But in fact, Hidden under the calmness was endless despair. She wanted to say that even the prince and so many people died outside. If Shujio went out again, it would be hard to say whether he could save his life. She also wanted to say that her son was so loved by the emperor that many people wanted him to never come back. She also wanted to say that if he died, what would happen to her? A mother who was left alone in the world. She wanted to say too much. But in the end, Lu Hanwan just smiled lightly and agreed. Okay. Mother knows how important the prince is to you. But you must also remember that you are equally important to Mother. Zhao Yuan blinked, forced away the tears inside, and promised, I will come back safely. It's just that Lu Hanwan's test is easy. But it's hard to say about the emperors. When Zhao Yuan arrived at the Qinzheng Palace, the third prince had already been beaten with a board, and the person was carried back and directly demoted to a commoner. But Zhao Yuan didn't know about this for the time being. After he explained his purpose to the emperor refused without thinking. No. You know how dangerous it is outside. I don't agree. Don't even think about it. The emperor knew that Shujio and the prince had a deep relationship, so it was normal for him to have such an idea. But he had already lost a child, so he couldn't put Shujio in danger again, even if there would be fewer people who would take action after he dealt with it. He didn't want to try. What if someone took the risk again? Zhao Yuan's emotions were swelling, but not towards the emperor, but towards his desire to find his brother. The prince? He was so far away from him. He was afraid that his brother would feel lonely. And if he wasted a second, he felt that his brother would have a greater chance of being eaten by fish in the flood. He also knew that the emperor would not agree easily. His mother was emotionally paranoid and crazy, which was very similar to Zhao Yuan. So he knew that his mother was willing to let him try this kind of thing, even if it might be dangerous. But the emperor is different. The emperor's love is to let him go under his wings. And that place is too far away, out of the emperor's control. So the other party will be uneasy. But Zhao Yuan still wants to come down and try with the emperor. He knows that his trip may be dangerous. So if the emperor agrees, he can get some secret guards from the other side to wait by his side to increase the chance of returning safely. He is going to take the prince brother home. He still has his mother waiting for him. He doesn't want to die. If it really doesn't work, he can only go by himself. After all, he has his own manpower outside and is not short of protection. Zhao Yuan said, Father, I want to personally take the prince brother back. Those people haven't found him yet, and I am worried. The emperor objected, but what can you do alone? Can you go into the water to find him? Father has already made arrangements and will definitely find the prince. You just have to obey. If your brother the prince is still alive, he will not want you to take your life lightly, and he will not want to implicate you. Zhao Yuan looked at the emperor steadily, making sure that the emperor would not change his mind. So he lowered his head and agreed in a low voice. I know. The emperor rubbed his son's head. Go back. Father has things to do. After his son left, the emperor slumped in the chair alone, his expression dazed, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, he suddenly sat up. No. Is Shujio such an easy compromiser? He was obviously an extremely difficult guy. How could he give up so easily? He shouted. Su Quan! Su Quan! Hurry up. Go to Chaoxia Palace to see if the ninth prince is there. No. Forget it. Just go to the palace gate. Su Quan responded repeatedly and ran out without touching the ground. As expected, after he finished talking to Zhao Yuan, he went to the East Palace to ask for a few guards and left the palace. In the palace, the only prince who could leave the palace at will was the ninth prince. Except for the adult princes. Every time I saw the ninth prince with a few guards, I knew he was going to leave the palace again, in order to avoid being stopped by the emperor. Zhao Yuan did not ask his second uncle to come with him this time. After all, his second uncle was a guard in front of the emperor. After knowing his idea, it would be difficult to deal with it whether he reported it to the emperor or not. Bang! The emperor was so angry that he slapped the table. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. It's useless to bring those people. Even if you want to run, at least bring more people. He was very anxious. Su Quan. Su Quan. Go and call Zhang Pu over. Quickly. Zhang Pu was the leader of the Jinui. After Su Quan went out, the emperor ordered his secret guards to follow him quickly. We must find the ninth prince and protect his safety. Shujio had only been out for a short time, so he would definitely be able to catch up. He wanted to stop the child directly, but he knew that with the child's stubborn temperament, he would have to find a way out. Rather than letting the child run away when he didn't know, he might as well make arrangements in advance. After several orders were issued, the emperor felt a little relieved. He thought about the prince and the assassins, and he prepared to go to Changchun Palace with a gloomy face. That was his prince, and he couldn't just let it go so easily after his death. Your Majesty. At this time, Su Quan came in and whispered, "The Duke of Ing wants to see you." After leaving the city, Zhao Yuan led his men and horses to leave Beijing at a high speed. Not long after, someone reported, "Master, there are Jinui people chasing us from behind." Zhao Yuan did not stop, and the horse continued to gallop. This situation was also within his expectations. His father would definitely come to his senses and find that he was missing. But it was quite fast. However, he could not guess whether these people were here to take him back or to protect his safety. He said, "Keep some distance from them. When the distance is farther, you can feel more at ease." This episode did not affect too much. Zhao Yuan soon knew that these people were sent by the emperor to protect him. The group gathered together and continued to ride fast horses towards the place where the prince disappeared. Of course, during this period, the local government and Zhao Yuan had also sent a message to their people early, asking them to look for the prince's body. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the place, there was no progress. This is where the prince fell into the water that day. The local official accompanied Zhao Yuan and said carefully, "We have also sent more people during this period, but we still haven't found any trace of the prince." Zhao Yuan looked tired, with blue around his eyes. Even the adults in the team couldn't stand such a long journey, let alone Zhao Yuan, a teenager. He spoke with a hoarse voice. "Have you asked the people around?" The official said. "We have already asked, but no one knows the whereabouts of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." At this moment, he was in no mood to say anything more. "Send more people to continue looking. Anyone who can provide clues will be rewarded with 100,000 taels. If you find the Crown Prince, you will be rewarded with 1,000,000 taels." The official took a breath of cold air, and his heart couldn't help boiling. So much silver. But he was not ignorant of the look, and he didn't dare to show any expression at this time. He said solemnly, "Yes, I will do it immediately." More than a month passed. "Your Highness, Your Highness." An official suddenly ran over excitedly with something in his hand. Zhao Yuan looked over with a little hope in his eyes. The official ran out of breath and held up the thing in his hand and said, This, it seems to be the clothes of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Zhao Yuan took the thing and said it was clothing, but it was actually just half a piece of cloth. There was still a hole where the prince was pierced, and traces of being torn by something. Zhao Yuan looked at it, and he lay on the side and retched, tears falling down. He didn't like to show his emotions in front of outsiders, but at this moment, he couldn't control his sobs. The people around him turned their backs quickly. During this period of time, everyone realized that this ninth prince, although young, was from the royal family, and the pressure was not small. Now that the other party was crying, they didn't dare to watch the excitement. Zhao Yuan recognized this piece of clothing. He had a good memory and basically remembered most of the clothes worn by the prince. It was because of this that he could recognize this piece of clothing in the more than 1 month since he came. Plus the guards report back to Beijing, and then they rushed here. Zhao Yuan had already given up hope. He just wanted to bring back the body of the prince intact. But now this dress has shattered his extravagant hope. He was convulsing all over, feeling more pain in his body, vomiting for a long time, and fainted as if the world was spinning. "Your Highness." Zhang Pu heard the movement behind him, and in a blink of an eye, he saw the ninth prince fell to the ground, and hurried over to pick him up. After putting him on the bed, a doctor came to confirm that the ninth prince was just too sad, and he had not eaten well during this period, which led to his fainting. Zhang Pu was relieved. At the same time, he looked at the ninth prince lying on the bed, with a worried look on his face. The ninth prince had made himself look like this these days. How should he go back and explain to the emperor? After Zhao Yuan woke up, he asked about the source of the clothes. After knowing that the body of the prince could not be found, he became silent. Zhang Pu went to the ninth prince with a stiff upper lip. "Your Highness, the emperor has sent another letter urging you to go back. You have been here for such a long time. Why don't we go back? No matter how long we stay here, we can't find the prince." Zhao Yuan looked into the air. not knowing what he was thinking. Just when Zhang Pu thought he would not get an answer, he heard a soft promise. Okay. Zhao Yuan thought that he should go back. Although the prince was dead, the others who deserved to die were still alive. And Xiu, he had to protect the prince's only bloodline in the capital. The team returning to the capital officially set off early the next morning. When they came, they were in a hurry. When they left, Zhao Yuan was also eager to go home. He refused the carriage and rode on the horse. And the team flew out. What he didn't notice was that not far behind them, a figure looked at their backs with complicated eyes. On the night of returning to the capital, Zhao Yuan developed a high fever and fell into a coma. The emperor and Lu Hanwan both watched their son. It was late at night. Lu Hanwan looked at the sky outside and said, Xiuzhou is better now. It's getting late. The emperor should go and rest for a while. He has to attend the morning court later. As a wise ruler, the emperor would never miss the morning court. It was really late now. It would be time for the morning court in more than an hour. He rubbed his tired eyebrows and said, I will sleep for a while. If Xiuzhou makes any noise, you can wake me up. Lu Hanwan agreed. After the emperor left, Lu Hanwan saw that her son's forehead was covered with fine sweat. She got up and wrung a wet towel from the basin beside her and wiped her son's face. Suddenly, she seemed to see something. She paused and looked closer. In an instant, she covered her lips and cried. Her son was so young, but he had white hair. Master. Xiaoyan hurried over. Lu Hanwan held her hand and went to the outer room, fearing that her movements would wake up her son, and then her son would worry about her again. The next day, Zhao Yuan woke up. He lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, until he heard Lu Hanwan coming in. He woke up, with a faint smile on his face. Mother! Why are you here? Lu Hanwan wanted to stop him from laughing, but couldn't speak, so she just said, Mother came to see you. Zhao Yuan said, You got sick right after coming back. I'm afraid you scared your mother? He was also weak, but over the years, he had already taken care of himself secretly. After all, he originally wanted to learn martial arts from the emperor and become a powerful person like the emperor in the future. He and the prince brother are just good at one thing, and he will help the prince brother fight outside, while the prince brother can be at ease in Beijing to manage the court. Lu Hanwan shook her head. As long as you are fine, mother will be at ease. Zhao Yuan sat up and put on his clothes, while asking, Has anything happened in Beijing during this period of time? Lu Hanwan knew what he really wanted to ask. The third prince murdered the prince, and was beaten with 50 boards by the emperor and demoted to a commoner. The queen was also put in confinement, and I don't know when she will be able to come out. At that time, it should be the Duke of England who went to plead with the queen, and perhaps made some exchanges. The Duke of England has always relied on his seniority in the court, and has been close to a group of meritorious officials who followed the previous emperor. If the Duke of England surrenders, the emperor will indeed save a lot of effort. Although the emperor is not afraid of these people, they are meritorious officials who followed the previous emperor. If he treats them harshly, his reputation will not be good. Zhao Yuan sneered and was not surprised by this result. Seeing this, Lu Hanwan was afraid that he would have a problem with the emperor. Now that the prince is gone, the path they planned has also been broken. Now it is not good for the emperor to really have a rift with his son. So she hurriedly said, Your father has been very worried about you during this period. He stayed with you all night yesterday, and went to rest for a while until dawn. Zhao Yuan fell silent. He had no hatred or resentment towards the emperor. For Zhao Yuan, after his past life, both his parents' preference for him and his brother the prince's love were very important to him. He would not resent the emperor just because he did not do what he wanted. He knew that the emperor had different considerations, but it didn't matter. He would take revenge himself. He said, Mom, don't worry about me. I know what to do. Lu Hanwan thought to herself that it would be strange if she could rest assured. She knew that when her son came back, the ending of the assassination of the prince would really begin. At this time, a voice came from outside. Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu. Lu Hanwan said. Xiuhu is here. He came when you came back yesterday. But you had a high fever and you were unconscious. So he didn't bother you. He just looked at you and went back. Zhao Yuan hummed, got up, put on his clothes, and walked out. Xiuhu. Uncle Jiu. Xiuhu hugged Zhao Yuan's legs. looking at Zhao Yuan with hopeful eyes, but full of anxiety. Some results? Maybe Xiu has already felt it. Zhao Yuan picked up the child and walked to the empty garden of Chaoxia Palace. The palace people didn't follow him. Xiu asked in a low voice, "Uncle Jiu, my father, will he not come back?" Zhao Yuan hummed lightly. And just mentioning it, his tears rolled in his eyes again. He took a deep breath. Yes, the prince brother will not come back. The uncle and nephew snuggled together, not speaking for a long time, with only the child sobbing in the air. After a long time, Zhao Yuan gently patted Xiu's back. "Don't be afraid. Uncle Jiu will protect you in the future. What belongs to the prince will always belong to the prince." In the days that followed, Zhao Yuan did not act rashly. He knew that to achieve his goal, he couldn't do it too obviously, so he kept his sad look while slowly recovering. After he recovered from his illness, he left the palace again. Of course, the reason was to relax. The emperor could understand, and he carefully asked someone to protect his son out of the palace. Not daring to say a word, Zhao Yuan, who appeared again, became much more silent and cold compared to his previous lively appearance. After leaving the palace, Zhao Yuan arrived at Lu's house, had lunch at noon, and rested at Lu's house. The guards who followed him naturally stood guard outside the door. However, they didn't know that the ninth prince, who they thought was taking a nap in the house, had already taken this opportunity to leave. When he got outside, someone would naturally meet him. The third prince was demoted to a commoner, and he could not live in the third prince's mansion. It can be said that the death of the crown prince was directly related to him. The crown prince was forced by his people to be shot with an arrow and fell into the flood. So the emperor was the most severe in punishing the third prince. Although the third prince had a closer relationship with the emperor among all the other princes. After this incident, the emperor's attitude made him dare not take any chances. The 50 strokes of the cane were merciless, and he took away half his life directly. He finally survived with great difficulty. At this time, the third prince was lying on a chair in the courtyard, full of regret. So many people were chasing the crown prince. But how come his people were so lucky that they just happened to send the crown prince on his last journey, and were discovered by others? It would be great if someone else could send the prince off. In that case, even if he participated in it, the punishment would not be so severe. Now, he has become a commoner, and has nothing. Although the house where the third prince and his family live is a little small, it is still okay. After all, the third prince himself has nothing. But he still has the third prince's wife. The third prince was demoted to a commoner, and the third prince's wife naturally could not escape. It doesn't make sense that the emperor's own son lives a hard life, but his daughter-in-law can leave. At least in the early days, the family of the third prince's wife did not dare to plead at this time. But the dowry of the third prince's wife, etc., can be taken away by herself. And the families of these wives and concubines in the backyard can also subsidize some secretly. There are also some concubines, etc., who were asked by the third prince's wife for their opinions after the third prince got into trouble. Some left, while some still had hope that the third prince would regain his status, and came here together. Of course, at this critical moment, everyone on the third prince's side had to keep a low profile, for fear that the emperor would find out and be displeased. Zhao Yuan looked at the third prince quietly, and the hatred in his eyes could not be suppressed at all. He stepped forward slightly, wanting to end the other party's life. But suddenly, he paused, changed his mind temporarily, and asked, "I heard that he has been in love with Miss Fong Fong from Suiyu Tower recently." "Yes," Su Gaoli said on the side. After the third prince was demoted to a commoner, he was depressed all day long. The third prince's wife was a little overbearing and didn't give in to him, which made him very depressed. When he went out one time, he accidentally met Miss Fong Fong. He felt a little fond of her, and went to Suiyu Tower twice, as if he was a little concerned. In fact, he didn't really admire Miss Fong Fong. But Miss Fong Fong was really beautiful, and the girls in the brothel were all gentle and considerate. They didn't know the specific identity of the third prince. So of course, the third prince felt relaxed. If you go there twice, there will be a third and fourth time. Zhao Yuan sneered. Since the prince brother fell into the flood and died, then my good third brother will do the same. It would be a good thing for the third prince if he died directly. He ordered, find a way to make him stay in the brothel all day, hang out outside more, and come back as little as possible. It would be best if he disappeared for a month without being noticed by the third prince's wife. It was not enough to be drowned. The body of his brother, the crown prince, was not found in the flood. If that was the case, how could the third prince, the culprit, leave a complete body? Such a request was not difficult to do. For a person like the third prince, it was very easy to corrupt him. Su Gaoli agreed. Zhao Yuan originally wanted to deal with the third prince on this trip, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. He temporarily returned to the Lu family and pretended to rest before returning to the palace. It was very easy to kill the third prince. Zhao Yuan had many people outside. However, he was stubborn and wanted to avenge his brother the crown prince himself. He wanted to do it himself. Outside the palace, Su Gaoli was very fast. Before long, the third prince, who was already unable to bear the fact that he was demoted to a commoner, naturally fell under the temptation of someone with ulterior motives. Not only did he like to hang around in brothels, but he also got into gambling. Of course, as for gambling, Su Gaoli knew that the third prince's money basically came from the third prince's wife. He didn't mean to cheat out all the dowry of the woman. So the third prince also had some losses and some wins in the gambling house. Overall, it was enough for him to spend in the brothel. The third prince felt more confident without having to ask the third prince's wife for money. He was even more reluctant to go back to see the third prince's wife's serious appearance and didn't want to hear unpleasant words from others. So, he stayed in brothels and gambling houses all day. Gradually, the people in the third prince's mansion got used to the fact that the third prince didn't come back every other day. In the palace, concubine Xian. No, it should be concubine Xian. When the third prince got into trouble, she, as a mother, didn't run away. She also knew about the assassination of the crown prince. On the contrary, concubine Xian's family, the Zhang family, really knew nothing about these things. In addition, old Master Zhang was once the emperor's teacher, so he was not implicated much. Concubine Xian was not only demoted at the beginning, but also put in solitary confinement. She finally came out at this time. Once she came out, of course she was worried about her son. Her son was a prince, who had been high and mighty all his life, but suddenly became a commoner. How could she feel at ease? When he was in solitary confinement, she couldn't intervene even if she wanted to. Now that he was out, concubine Xian couldn't help it. In addition to caring about her son, concubine Xian was also thinking about something in her heart. After all, she only had this one son, and she had raised him so big. He could have made great achievements in the court. But he was suddenly demoted to a commoner. It would be strange if she was willing. She used to be of one mind with her son, and both had fantasies about that position. She thought that she had to find a way to let the emperor restore the status of the third son. Her family was a noble family, and there was no overnight hatred between father and son. After a long time, the emperor would forgive the third son. But before that, she was worried about her son's current situation. You said that the third son has been out for so long, and I don't know how he is doing. He has always been arrogant. Now he has to rely on his wife to make a living outside. He has to be humble in front of others. I feel bad just thinking about it. Her Xiangrui hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry, Your Highness. This situation is only temporary. The third prince's wife dare not act rashly in front of Your Highness, and will definitely take good care of Your Highness. Apart from anything else, the Zhang family behind Your Highness is a noble family. How can the third prince's wife be arrogant in front of the third prince? Alas, concubine Xian sighed. You are right. She actually knew that her son would not have too many problems outside. After all, the emperor was not too harsh on the third prince's wife, and the third son would naturally benefit from it. How can I, as a mother, not worry about my child? It's been so long since that happened. Please ask someone to go out of the palace to find out how the third prince is doing recently. Xiangrui said, Don't worry, madam. I will do it immediately. I think His Highness is also worried about you outside the palace. You need to take care of yourself. The third prince outside the palace did not worry about his mother. He had been giving up on himself, and was very sad because he was demoted to a commoner from the beginning. Later, he was addicted to brothels and gambling houses. Now he is having a lot of fun, and is very happy. All his troubles are forgotten in the dice. Big, 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 small, small. The lively sounds in the gambling house make people dizzy with excitement. When concubine Xian learned about her son's current situation, she felt dizzy and almost fainted. She leaned on the table with one hand, staggered, and breathed rapidly. He, this bastard. Concubine Xian slapped the table. She was so angry that her eyebrows stood up. How could he do such a bastard? Eating, drinking, whoring, gambling. He is everything. What if the emperor remembers and asks someone to find out what he is doing outside? Can such news be shown to the emperor? I'm afraid that the emperor will not have any pity for his son after seeing this, but will be more disgusted, and be glad that he demoted such a thing to a commoner. Concubine Xian was filled with anger. Her chest was heaving violently. Xiangrui supported her, and when she learned about the current situation of the third prince, she was also quite unbelievable. Her first reaction was that someone must be harming their third prince. She calmly analyzed with concubine Xian, "My queen, the third prince has always been smart. Even if he suffered a great blow, he would not fall into this state. There must be someone behind the scenes plotting against the prince." Concubine Xian calmed down a little. She looked at Xiangrui. "What do you mean?" Xiangrui said, "It must be the second prince who is behind it. The crown prince is dead, and the second prince is now the only one in power in the palace. The biggest threat to the second prince is their third prince. Who else could it be? Although the queen is the prince's adopted mother, she had a role in the assassination of the prince this time. She has been put in solitary confinement by the emperor, and it is unknown when she will be released. As for the Duke of Ying's mansion, after saving the queen last time, it has been much worse than before. They are busy with their own affairs. So how can they have the energy to target the third prince?" Noble Lady Xian hesitated and said, "The second prince is still at the border. And with the third prince in this state, he has been demoted to a commoner. Is it necessary for the second prince to be on guard against the third prince?" Xiangrui analyzed with certainty. "Madam, you forgot that although the second prince is at the border, not all of his people are at the border. The former daughter of the left prime minister," she reminded him in a long tone. Concubine Xian remembered it immediately. And Xiangrui continued, "That concubine Ji is famous for her cunning and courage. Now that the second prince is not here, there is no guarantee that she will not take action against our prince in order to remove obstacles for the second prince. Among so many princes, in the emperor's mind, the ninth prince ranks first. But among the remaining rankings, the third prince has occupied a large position." After listening to the analysis, concubine Xian felt that this was too likely. But she asked again, "What about the ninth prince? In this palace, who doesn't know that the ninth prince has the best relationship with the crown prince?" Xiangrui knew this, of course, but she thought about it and hesitated regarding the matter of the crown prince. "The emperor has already dealt with your highness. The ninth prince relies entirely on the emperor's favor. Can he and the crown prince really have such a deep brotherly love that he is willing to treat your highness like this just because the crown prince is gone? If the emperor knew that the ninth prince was so vengeful and so cruel to his brothers, I'm afraid it would not be a good thing for him. But the ninth prince is indeed possible, and we also need to be vigilant." Hearing this, concubine Xian laughed contemptuously. There is no real affection between brothers in the royal family. She didn't believe that the ninth prince really had such deep feelings for the crown prince. It was just a show for the emperor. Even when the crown prince was so good to the ninth prince, she felt that it was entirely because there was something to gain from the ninth prince. The better the crown prince treated the ninth prince, the closer the emperor was to the crown prince than usual. If it weren't for the ninth prince, the crown prince wouldn't have been so glorious. She thought that the ninth prince was willing to go there to find the crown prince's body in person some time ago, which was enough to show his deep brotherly love in front of the emperor. If she did that to her son again, it would only ruin the emperor's impression. That being said, concubine Xian and Xiangrui only temporarily lowered their suspicion of the ninth prince and focused on the second prince's concubine. But they did not immediately determine who it was, and they had to wait until the investigation was thorough to find out. Before the truth was found out, the first thing to do was to make the third prince turn over a new leaf. Concubine Xian could not imagine how she would answer that her son had done everything from eating, drinking, whoring and gambling if the emperor asked her about it one day. Of course, concubine Xian could not have done this herself. But she was from a noble family, and her elders were also in the capital. So this matter naturally spread to her family. The old man of the Zhang family is old. After hearing the news about the third prince during this period, He almost fell down with anger. The Zhang family is not weak. It is a noble family. The old man of the Zhang family was quite popular with the late emperor. He also taught the emperor. It is not an exaggeration to call him the emperor's teacher. The emperor still has some affection for him. Seeing this, Mr. Zhang hurriedly supported his father. Dad? Dad? Are you okay? This third prince is really too unreasonable. At this critical moment, he doesn't stay at home and behave himself. He is so wanton to go to the brothel to gamble. It's just unreasonable. Mr. Zhang felt that what the third prince did was so absurd that it was unimaginable. All along, he thought that this grandson looked quite self-conscious. But who would have thought that such a big thing would happen after such a short time of not watching him? Old Master Zhang took a break, was helped to sit on the chair, waved his hand tiredly and said, "Forget it. Forget it. He has been demoted to a commoner. It's no big deal if he is so absurd. Anyway, it is impossible to restore the status of a prince, unless all the princes under the emperor's name are dead. But obviously, this is impossible. You know, the emperor still has more than a dozen princes now. And the emperor is still young and strong. It is not certain how many princes he can give birth to in the future. He is not short of sons." Master Zhang was a little anxious when he heard his father say this. "Dad, our Zhang family only has this one prince. Having a prince grandson is also very useful for the status of the Zhang family. The Zhang family used to be treated with many favors because of having a prince grandson. Now because the third prince was demoted to a commoner, the Zhang family was ridiculed a lot. So Master Zhang was eager to restore it to its previous state. Master Zhang was not as capable as old Master Zhang, but he didn't want to watch the Zhang family fall into desolation. So he paid more attention to this. Of course, he didn't think about letting the third prince ascend the throne in the future. He just thought that if he performed well, maybe the emperor would be soft-hearted and forgive the third prince in the future. At least get the status of a prince back. In addition to these benefits, concubine Xian was also the pampered daughter of the family. Mr. Zhang certainly hopes that the third prince will be fine." Old Master Zhang sighed. "You want him to walk the right path. Even if he is a commoner, he still has to live his life in the future. But you better give up your calculations as soon as possible." He didn't think his son and granddaughter's ideas would work. Mr. Zhang didn't care too much. Their Zhang family was diligent and hardworking. And his father was the emperor's teacher. When they make contributions in the future, it is always possible to think more about it. But when Mr. Zhang thought about the situation of the third prince at the moment, he was angry again and ran to the brothel alone to find the third prince. The door was pushed open, hitting the wall with a loud crash. The angry and terrible look of Master Zhang made the girl inside scream. "Ah! Get out!" Master Zhang waved his sleeves and looked at the girl in the room fiercely. The girls looked at each other in surprise. They knew at a glance that the man's momentum was not ordinary. They didn't dare to provoke him, and left one by one in silence. The third prince looked around with his drunken eyes, a little puzzled as to why the girls around him were gone. He looked at the person dissatisfied. "Who are you?" Master Zhang closed the door, turned around, and said with gritted teeth, "Look who I am?" The third prince came closer and looked over. It took him a long time to make eye contact, but when he realized who the person was, he was startled and stammered. "Grandfather." Master Zhang snorted. "You still know that I am your grandfather? Look at what I look like." He was extremely distressed. A stream of curses came out of his mouth. The third prince listened quietly on the side, not daring to refute at all. Master Zhang has always been a strict person. The third prince was afraid of him before. Not to mention that he knew in his heart that what he did was wrong. After the curse was over, seeing that the third prince did not refute at all, but was scolded obediently, the anger in Master Zhang's heart was slightly reduced. "Tell me, what do you want to do in the future? Just keep degenerating like this?" When it comes to this issue, the third prince's face was bitter. He laughed at himself. "I killed the crown prince, and the emperor did not kill me, which was a great favor. What else can I do now? I'm afraid that my father is disgusted even by looking at me now." Mr. Zhang said, "The emperor is tired of you now. But it doesn't mean that it will always be like this in the future. The emperor's favorite son in the past was you, even though there was a ninth prince later. But the emperor did not kill you, which means that you still have a place in his heart. The crown prince is indeed a difficult matter. But no matter what, the emperor is still a father. If you keep thinking about him outside the palace, send him some gifts from time to time. and sincerely repent your regret for the crown prince. The third prince interrupted him. It won't be of any use. He knew that his father would not be moved by these details, which was why he was more and more addicted to wine and sex. The more time passed, the more desperate he felt. Master Zhang smiled when he heard this. Tell me, if there is an assassin who wants to kill the emperor, you are willing to sacrifice your life for the emperor. Will the emperor still care about you? The third prince opened his eyes wide when he heard this. And then he said, No, grandfather. I want my father to forgive me. But I don't want to die either. It's not so easy to block the sword. Master Zhang said, Wealth and honor are sought in danger. If you do something like this, the emperor will naturally not forgive you without using some methods. But don't worry. Grandfather certainly doesn't want to see you die. Do you know the genius Dr. Luo Huaqing? Luo Huaqing. The third prince's eyes lit up. Obviously, he knew the name. But he seems to have not appeared for a long time. And all forces can't find him. Yeah. Mr. Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Grandfather used to have some friendship with him, and knows where he is now. If he is here, he can protect you from death no matter what. Hearing this, the third prince was obviously moved. He has been pampered all his life. And of course, he doesn't want to be a commoner all his life. However, he hesitated and said, If we arrange an assassination, my father will definitely find out. By then, he will not be the only one to die. I am afraid that the entire Zhang family will be wiped out. His great-grandfather's title as the emperor's teacher could not be preserved. Thinking of this, the third prince looked at his grandfather with more affection and emotion. He did not expect that the Zhang family's feelings for him were so deep. They would rather risk being exterminated to help him. Go. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Zhang said unhappily. How could it be that our family arranged the assassination? He was not tired of living yet. The forces of the previous dynasty have been making small moves in the past 2 years. I have touched their tails a little bit. If they want to assassinate the emperor, I will arrange you in advance. Then the third prince can just go directly. Mr. Zhang is not bold enough to attack the emperor. Oh! The third prince was inexplicably disappointed. So that's how it was. Mr. Zhang ignored what the third prince was thinking. He continued, The struggle for the throne is cruel and ruthless. When the emperor and those princes fought, they also fought for their lives. What you did is not a big problem. You and the prince are both princes, so there will be these fights. But as long as your filial piety to the emperor is true, this is enough. How can it be considered that you are not filial enough to sacrifice your life for the emperor? After he finished speaking, he wanted to leave. He felt uncomfortable in the brothel. His Zhang family had been upright for a lifetime. But for the sake of the little thing called the third prince, he was allowed to set foot in such a place. It was simply treason. He glared at the third prince fiercely. The third prince? Master Zhang suppressed his discomfort and warned him at last. Think about what I said to you again. If you think clearly, go back. If I see you come to such a filthy place again, Master Zhang sneered. And the meaning was self-evident. The third prince shuddered all over. With Master Zhang's calculations, he was of course also excited and wanted to return to the palace. There was no need to go to this brothel and gambling house again. But before he could say anything sincere, Master Zhang had already waved his sleeves and slammed the door. After Master Zhang left, the third prince sat on the chair for a while, until the voice of the girl came from outside. He stood up and was about to leave. This brothel, there is really no need to come again in the future. When he came, the third prince was full of depression. But when he left, he was full of relief. The location of this brothel is by the river. From here to the home where the third prince lives now, you need to walk a long way along the river. Walking on the road, the third prince's heart was full of blood. He felt that his grandfather's arrangement was quite good and very feasible. After he saved his father would definitely forgive him. Just when the third prince was happy, he suddenly heard a chuckle. Before he looked over, a huge force hit his arm. And then, with a splash, the third prince fell into the water. The third prince was floundering in the water. He had learned to swim before, but he was not proficient in it and had not practiced it for a long time. However, floundering like this did not allow him to sink for the time being. The riverside was not dark at night, and many lanterns were hung high, allowing the third prince to see the appearance of the people on the riverside clearly while struggling. Shujio? The third prince was shocked. He never expected that the person who pushed him into the water would be the ninth prince. Shujo had a good relationship with the prince, and he knew that Shujo would be sad and hate him if the prince died. He also knew this. But the other person just rushed over and took action himself, which was completely beyond the third prince's expectations. While he was lost in thought, he sank again and choked on the water. After finally coming to the surface, he asked, "Shujo, do you want to help the prince get revenge?" Zhao Yuan smiled. "Obviously, you are not wrong." The third prince's heart sank, and he tried to persuade him. "Although I have been demoted to a commoner by my father, the blood relationship can never be changed. If you really kill me, it will be brother killing. Do you think my father will still like you as before after knowing it? My father likes you only because you are smart, innocent and cute. But if he finds out your true face, and knows that you can be so cruel to your brother, will he still like you? Can your status in the palace be like this?" Zhao Yuan was completely unmoved. In a way, in his heart, emotions were more dominant than real interests. He was sincere to the emperor, and the other party's love for him made him unable to help but rely on him and be willful, just like a pair of truly close father and son. So in many things, Zhao Yuan did not particularly want to hide it from the emperor. He knew that this matter was very important to the emperor, and hiding it blindly would make him feel sorry for the emperor. But on the contrary, letting the emperor know directly would not make him feel guilty. In the final analysis, the prince brother died, and he was not satisfied with the emperor's punishment. The prince brother may not be so important in the emperor's heart, but that was his prince brother. How could his father not take it to heart? To some extent, Zhao Yuan is even more paranoid than Lu Hanwan. He never thought that he could keep the secret of killing the third prince from the emperor. After all, he was determined to make the third prince die in the same way as the crown prince. When they were found, he would be exposed, so he just needed to act quickly and get rid of everyone before the emperor found him. He knew from the original plot that his father was a very cold person, except for the people who really walked into his heart. He didn't care about other people that much. That's why he turned a blind eye to Song Shuqing's various behaviors in the harem. Now, it's time to test this, isn't it? He looked at the third prince, who was constantly choking in the water, with a sweet smile on his face, and said with some trouble, "But I still want you, third brother, to accompany the crown prince. What should I do?" After saying that, the smile on his face disappeared, and he looked at the third prince with cold eyes. "Do you know, I have been there for so long, and sent so many people, but still haven't found the body of the crown prince. The river is so cold, and the crown prince is alone. He will be lonely. Isn't it good for you, third brother, to accompany the crown prince?" That look actually made the third prince shiver. He never expected that the child who laughed and scolded in the palace all day long, and competed with him for his father's favor, was actually like this. It's not that he was scared because Zhao Yuan pushed him into the water. His fear came from the fact that he knew he might not be able to escape tonight. After all, his ninth brother didn't come alone. There was a group of men following him, staring at him covetously. But the third prince was really unwilling to accept it. He just cheered up tonight, was scolded by his grandfather, and found a way to see the light. But he was pushed down by someone when he was one step closer. How could he accept this? He begged, "Ninth brother, third brother, please, I was wrong about the prince. I shouldn't have done anything to the prince. But my father also punished me. The 50 boards almost killed me several times. There are techniques for beating with a stick in the palace. Some look miserable, but are not really severe, while others are really severe. The third prince was beaten for real. 50 strokes of the stick are enough to kill a person. The emperor said at the time that whether he could survive depended on his own fate. Fortunately, the third prince really survived. I was really wrong. Ninth brother, if you kill me, you can only destroy your image in the heart of the emperor. If the prince knew that you did this for him, he would definitely not be willing. Just let me go. I promise that I will never mention this matter to anyone in the future. The implication is that the emperor will not know that he once wanted to kill his brother." Zhao Yuan was impatient to listen to his nonsense, so he waved his hand. Before the third prince could react, he felt a force under the water pulling his feet down. The third prince opened his eyes in horror, but he was already pulled into the water. The waterways on the river bank were swaying, spitting out a few bubbles. Looking around, I saw that on this piece of the river, I don't know when, there were already a few boats parked around, blocking possible prying from afar. After a long time, two figures emerged from below. They were the two people who were good at water arranged by Su Gaoli. As the two got on the boat, the water's surface completely calmed down. "Master, it's getting late. Let's go." Zhao Yuan followed the emperor out tonight. When he was in the restaurant, he pretended to drink accidentally and rested in the room temporarily. In fact, he ran over to end the life of the third prince. The body would usually float after soaking in the river for a few days. But this was not allowed. In order to make the body of the third prince as miserable as the prince, Zhao Yuan specially found someone to disguise the third prince as being entangled by riverweed. After all, it is better to be restrained when doing such things. It is a bit too blatant to directly wrap stones around the third prince and sink him in the water. If you can't hide it from your father, you have to hide it from others. The superficial reason is also a reason. However, as he walked on the street, thinking about the fact that Mr. Zhang had gone to find the third prince before, he sighed and liked it for a while. After all, Mr. Zhang's words made his good third brother cheer up again. He must be countless times more desperate to die with hope than to die with a depraved mentality before. Knowing that the third prince was extremely painful before his death, he was relieved. The third prince cannot die easier than his brother, the crown prince. However, if the third prince is missing, people from the Zhang family will pay attention to him, which is a bit troublesome. Thinking in his heart, Zhao Yuan didn't care too much. After all, the third prince has been depraved for so long. It is normal that he was not awakened by a scolding. It seems that his progress should be faster. Back in the room of the restaurant, none of the guards outside the door noticed the problem. Inside the room, Wei Nani had been guarding. Seeing Zhao Yuan return safely, she was immediately excited. She was afraid that something happened to the little prince. "Don't worry, Your Highness. No one has come in yet." It was lively outside, and the emperor and several ministers were still eating. It would not end so soon. Anyway, someone was watching his son, so the emperor did not think there was anything wrong. After dinner, the emperor took his son and several ministers for a walk on the street. Today was a festival, and there were lights and decorations everywhere outside. It looked festive, and the emperor looked everywhere. When he saw the rare smile on his son's face, his heart softened. After so long, Shujio was finally able to come out slowly. In fact, Zhao Yuan was just happy that he had solved the third prince. After returning to the palace, Zhao Yuan began his own purge. He had found out who had acted against the crown prince early on. The third prince and the queen had contributed more to it. The rest were the second prince's concubine Ji and Song Shuqing. When the crown prince went out, the second prince also went to the border urgently. So he himself did not do it. I just don't know whether he arranged the matter to Ji Mingyan, or Ji Mingyan made his own decision. The Ji family has at least sat in the position of left prime minister. Even if Ji's father was demoted, he still has some people in his hands. The people who chased the crown prince were arranged by Ji's father. It's not entirely correct to say that it was arranged by Ji's father. He handed it over to his partner and asked the other party to send people. This is why the emperor didn't find Ji's father when he checked the person before. Those assassins were all dead. They were not members of the Ji family. There was no trace of the Ji family on them. It's not surprising that they couldn't find out. If Zhao Yuan had not suspected Ji Mingyan based on his feelings, he would not have found out all these. Ji Mingyan and his daughter were easy to deal with. Su Gaoli had already investigated Ji's father and found out a lot about him. He just needed to present the evidence. As for Song Shuqing, Ken Yuanhua found someone to do it. Compared with the second prince and Ji's concubine, they were somewhat similar. The second prince was far away at the border and could not take care of it so far for the time being. Zhao Yuan focused on these people in the capital. He knew that the emperor would not agree to what he was going to do, so he had to do it as soon as possible. Zhao Yuan acted quickly. When he was in school, he attacked the 10th prince. They were in the same class, which was very convenient. In his mind, the 10th prince has always been an eyesore, and he lives to bully the crown prince. If it weren't for the birth of the 10th prince, the queen wouldn't have wanted to kill the crown prince. The 10th prince is the source of all evil, since the queen values the 10th prince so much. He also wants him to experience how he feels when he loses the crown prince. Zhao Yuan thought strangely. No wonder in palace fighting dramas, everyone often attacks other people's children. It turns out that losing someone you cherish is really painful. The 10th prince soon fell ill and could not come to class. But the 10th prince was easy to deal with. But the queen was put in solitary confinement. This was a punishment for the queen. But people outside could not enter. And people inside could not leave. To a certain extent, it became a kind of protection for the queen. After dealing with the 10th prince, Zhao Yuan moved his attention to Song Shuqing's 2 princes. Zhao Yuan's feelings about Song Shuqing were different. He felt that even if he let Song Shuqing's 2 sons die, it might not be as terrifying as Song Shuqing's own life coming to an end. This does not mean that Song Shuqing does not love her children. But the degree of children's love for their mothers is different. For example, the queen. She had a cold body and always thought that she would not have a biological son. When she was older, she finally had the 10th prince. And naturally she felt pain in her bones. The 10th prince was not only her son, but also carried her dreams for the future. She wanted her son to ascend the throne. As long as the 10th prince died, the queen would suffer a double blow. Of course, the reason why Zhao Yuan attacked the 10th prince was not only because of this, but also because the other party had been making things difficult and insulting to the prince since he was a child. If the 10th prince had not appeared, the prince would not have suffered so much. But for Song Shuqing, the child might be different. Anyway, when he was watching the drama, Song Shuqing let the matter go after a while after the child died. As if the child had never existed. Can laugh and make noise. Zhao Yuan couldn't accept this. So he was thinking, should he attack Song Shuqing directly? Or attack the 12th and 18th princes first? And then attack Song Shuqing after they died? After all, although Song Shuqing can recover, she will still feel pain. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yuan subconsciously searched for the 12th and 18th princes in the crowd after school. He and the 2 were not in the same class. Unfortunately, he didn't see the 2 of them. After leaving Chongwen Hall, Zhao Yuan walked forward until he reached the vicinity of the East Palace. He suddenly remembered that he shouldn't have come to the East Palace. The prince brother was not inside. He stood there in a daze, feeling a little depressed for a while. Nani Wei, who followed behind him, saw this and was full of heartache. She had noticed that the 9th prince had gone to the wrong place before, but she didn't know how to remind him for a while. Zhao Yuan turned around and walked towards his residence. After returning, he finished his homework first. Zhao Yuan put down his pen, looked at the quiet courtyard, and thought about his father's caring eyes. It seemed that he hadn't taken the initiative to find his father for a long time. He stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the father's place for dinner today." Nani Wei was very surprised to hear this. The young master finally seemed to be a little lively. Several people came to the Qingjing Hall. When they arrived outside the hall, Zhao Yuan saw Su Quan standing outside. When the other party saw him coming, his expression was a little strange. Zhao Yuan asked puzzledly, "Is there anything wrong with eunuch Su?" He often met Su Quan since he was a child. This eunuch has always been very protective of him. So Zhao Yuan would not ignore him when he saw him. So he asked directly. Su Quan's expression was even more difficult to describe. He stuttered, that, Your Highness, there is someone inside now." He pointed his finger in the direction of the hall. Zhao Yuan heard this and said, "Is there a minister inside? Then I'll wait a little longer." But looking at Su Quan's expression, he didn't seem like a minister. Su Quan almost slapped himself when he heard this. He knew how much the emperor valued the 9th prince. If it was a minister inside today, it would be fine. But the people inside? If the 9th prince was really asked to wait for the other person to come out before going in, the scene would be unimaginable. "No, it's not." Su Quan apologized with a smile. "It's someone else. Your Highness can of course go in directly." He was just worried that the 9th prince would be upset after seeing it. The crown prince was gone, and the 9th prince was at this critical moment. If the 9th prince saw something he shouldn't see, I really don't know how the emperor would end it. Now Zhao Yuan understood. It could be a concubine or another prince. Looking at Su Quan's performance, his father should still have some favor on the other person. Otherwise Su Quan wouldn't be so afraid of him seeing it. He was too lazy to think about who it was. Just go in and take a look. He strode forward, and as soon as he reached the door, he heard a nervous voice reciting homework inside. Zhao Yuan stood at the door and didn't go in. Su Quan followed behind him and paced back and forth anxiously. How could it be such a coincidence that the 9th prince just happened to see it? The 9th prince had not come to the Qingjing Palace during this period, but he came back this time. What should I do now? After the voice inside finished reciting, the emperor's pleasant praise could be heard. 12 is good. It seems that you have studied very hard in Chongwen Hall. The corners of the 12th prince's mouth were dyed with a smile. Thank you for your praise, father. Then a female voice spoke at this time. 12 is a very good child. He studies hard every day and cares about his younger brother. He is the one I worry about the least. Only 18 is a naughty boy. He knows how to get into trouble all day long. It's really a headache. Zhao Yuan recognized that this was Song Shuqing. Song Shuqing was indeed a person who occupied a special position in the emperor's heart. After she made up her mind to fight for that position, she gradually became more harmonious with the emperor. In the harem, she was considered a relatively favored concubine. Of course, she was not too favored. Zhao Yuan had heard before that the emperor seemed to be quite good to the 18th prince, but he did not take it seriously at that time. Now he saw with his own eyes that the 18th prince was held in his father's arms, and his feet were still jumping restlessly. He just felt that it was too dazzling. He asked, when did they start like this? Zhao Yuan was very sure that from the time he could crawl around the palace to the time he grew up, there had never been a happy exchange between other princes and the emperor in the Qingjing palace, especially those princes below him in rank. Over the years, many people in the harem were jealous of his favor, and everyone wanted their son to become the next 9th prince. After all, the 3rd prince was suppressed by the 9th prince, so it was not impossible for another person to suppress the 9th prince. With this idea in mind, the concubines used their own sons to come up with various tricks, but none of them succeeded. But now, is someone going to succeed? Su Quan hesitated. Yes, it was some time ago, after His Highness came back. After Zhao Yuan came back from looking for the crown prince, he has been very depressed and no longer took the initiative to come to the Qingjing palace to look for the emperor. Su Quan knew the emperor's feelings for the 9th prince, so of course he didn't dare to make trouble for the emperor on this issue. He explained for the emperor. In fact, it was just that the 12th prince was sick before and almost didn't make it, so the emperor couldn't help but indulge the 12th prince a little more during this period. As a father, especially the emperor himself, he is not the kind of person who is too harsh. When his son almost died, he would certainly give in. The 12th prince was killed in the palace fight, and his body has always been sick, which is why it was so serious some time ago. Really? Zhao Yuan replied lightly. He looked at the warm scene inside, with a sneer on his lips, but his eyes were cold. He felt sorry for the 12th prince because he was sick. But what about the 18th prince? The little 18th prince was making a fuss in his father's arms, and he didn't seem to be afraid of his father at all. This was so much like him in the past. Among so many princes, whether it was the gentle and calm crown prince, the 2nd prince with outstanding martial arts, or the 3rd prince, who was once very favored, everyone's ability was not bad. But in front of the emperor, they were actually afraid in their hearts. In the whole palace, only Zhao Yuan was not afraid of the emperor at all, and even dared to quarrel with him when the emperor was angry. Now, it seems that there will be one more candidate. Will the emperor look at the 18th prince differently because of this? He thought about it. It seems that the emperor has too many sons. How many children like him will appear in the future and steal the emperor's attention? Should he kill these people? If the emperor finds out, he will hate him even more. Or, he should always keep the emperor in the time when he dotes on him the most. 9th prince. Su Quan couldn't bear it anymore and shouted with a slightly raised voice. The people in the palace looked over instantly. Zhao Yuan walked in, and the emperor put down the 18th prince in his arms as if he was hiding something. He stood up and greeted Zhao Yuan. Xiao Jiu, you are here. After doing all this, he secretly annoyed himself for what he was doing. He just hugged 18. 18 was still so young. Xiaojiu shouldn't care. He knew that Xiujiu had always been jealous and didn't like him to get close to other children. But there was a 3rd child who often argued with Xiujiu before, and Xiujiu was fine. For some reason, the emperor felt more and more guilty, and finally, he could only comfort himself. Xiujiu was in a bad mood recently, so he just went along with Xiaojiu. Thinking of this, the emperor suddenly stood up straighter. But when he saw Xiujiu's eyes lingering on 12 and others, his straight body quietly bent down again. The 18th prince was pushed aside by the emperor. Of course he was unhappy. He climbed towards the emperor, and shouted dissatisfiedly, "Father, I want to hug you." Hee hee. The emperor laughed dryly, and moved to the side. He smiled at his son ingratiatingly. Shujio, father was just thinking about going to have dinner with you and your mother today. Song Shuqing frowned. The emperor had just agreed to have dinner with her. It's just that even though she had already decided to cultivate a deep relationship with the emperor, after all, she had loved the emperor before. And Song Shuqing also had her own pride. She didn't say anything to expose the emperor at this time. But she didn't say it. The 18th prince, this child, couldn't help it. He shouted directly, Father, you clearly promised mother to have dinner with us tonight. How could you do this? Zhao Yuan looked at the emperor, not hiding his emotions at all, and said directly, Father has lived a fulfilling life these days, with the 12th and 18th brothers around. I think even if I am gone, Father will not be lonely. For Zhao Yuan, the emperor is his father, not the emperor. He never hides his emotions in front of the emperor, and everything is revealed directly. When he was still young, he might have calculated in front of the emperor. But as time passed, Zhao Yuan really regarded the other party as his father, without any other identity. In his heart, only this is the most important. Such behavior is very dangerous in front of an emperor. But who says that the emperor will not really like it? Hearing Zhao Yuan's words, not to mention the emperor's reaction, Song Shuqing frowned first. Song Shuqing had carefully studied the favor of the 9th prince. The difference between the 9th prince and others, in addition to his cuteness, is the word sincerity. The emperor always indulges those who are sincere. Of course, the premise is that the emperor himself likes the other party. Otherwise, sincerity alone is useless. After all, there are people in the harem who really admire the emperor. But the emperor has never treated them with admiration. Song Shuqing thought that she had a special place in the emperor's heart at the beginning. Perhaps because their love began when she didn't know the other party's identity. So this is very important. She couldn't make her 18th like the 9th prince, who was only a few months old and particularly liked the emperor. But at the age of a child who was ignorant, she could guide him to like the emperor and not be afraid of the emperor. In the past few years, 18th has been reluctantly liked by the emperor. Perhaps because of this reason. This kind of thing is easy to say but difficult to do. The emperor is very majestic and not always kind to every son. It is common sense for the princes to be afraid of the emperor. This is also the reason why no other princes are too favored in front of the emperor. Fortunately, Song Shuqing's son has grown up a little and is also a bit smart, which is why he has been able to maintain this appearance until now. At this moment, after hearing Zhao Yuan's repulsive words, Song Shuqing felt uncomfortable instantly. She said, what the 9th prince said is too hurtful to the emperor. The emperor has been worried about the 9th prince for some time. The 9th prince knows how much the emperor loves you. So why does he say such words to hurt the emperor's heart? She said this not to vent the emperor's anger, but because she knew very well that the emperor indulged the 9th prince. It was not that there were no other princes who wanted to get close to the emperor, but they were blocked by the 9th prince. So she never let the 12th, 18th and 9th princes appear beside the emperor at the same time, which gave her some peace. During this period, she knew that the 9th prince was quarreling with the emperor, so she wanted to take advantage of the situation. She was also laughing at the 9th prince in her heart. After all, he was a child who was spoiled by the emperor and didn't know how high the sky was. The one sitting on the throne was not only the father of the prince, but also the emperor. As the emperor, how could he allow his son to be so unreasonable? How many people flattered and chased him to make him happy? Once or twice is fun, but if it happens too many times, you will naturally get tired of it. But at the moment, she didn't know whether the emperor was tired or not. She only knew that if the 9th prince continued to say this, her son's good situation in front of the emperor would be ruined. And she couldn't stand it. So she spoke up immediately. Zhao Yuan glanced at Song Shuqing lightly, and then looked at the emperor with a stubborn and aggrieved look. Seeing this, the emperor immediately said unhappily, Shupin, what are you talking about? If Shujio didn't care about me, how could she say such angry words? The emperor never doubted how much Shujio cared about him. Your Majesty. Song Shuqing's face flashed with embarrassment. And she was also angry in her heart. I just feel sorry for your Majesty. And I am the concubine mother of the 9th prince after all. The 9th prince's attitude towards me just now. It seemed that he didn't like her at all, and didn't bother to pay attention to her. The emperor was unhappy when she said that. Shujio is still young. And you are so old now. Don't bother with the child. When he came in just now, The two younger brothers, 12 and 18, didn't even remember to greet their brother. Song Shuqing's breath suddenly got stuck in her chest. Xioxiaxiaco. Little shit. If she remembered correctly, the emperor always let the older give way to the younger in front of the ninth prince. But when there were princes younger than the ninth prince, the emperor would not remember anything. This was telling her that if she bothered about the ninth prince not greeting her, the emperor would start to investigate the matter of 12 and 18 not greeting their brother. Before Song Shuqing could think of what to say, the emperor waved his hand and said, "Okay, it's getting late. Just take them back first. Whether to say hello or not is not a big deal." Song Shuqing. Song Shuqing left angrily with her two children. As soon as they left, Zhao Yuan looked at the emperor and his eyes turned red. The emperor teased, "Didn't father help you? Why are you still wronged? Father went to you during this period, but you didn't like father at all. Father is the one who should be wronged," he explained. "It was because 12 was seriously ill a few days ago and almost died. So father, the emperor had many sons. Although according to the weight, Xuzhou alone accounted for the majority. The crown prince, the second prince, and the third prince were not much different. The third prince was slightly stronger. After all, he was also a son he loved, and the rest were average. But even so, the emperor would not be indifferent to the death of his son." Before he finished speaking, a small figure rushed over. Zhao Yuan hugged the emperor and cried in his arms. The emperor felt sad and patted his son's back. Okay. Father is here. Father will always be with you." Zhao Yuan cried. "Father, I thought you really didn't want me anymore." "How could it be?" The emperor said, "You are father's little nine. No one can compare to you. This is the child he has raised since he was a baby. He has taken good care of him. He has even changed his diapers." The father and son cried and comforted each other. And after a while, their relationship improved a lot. The emperor took out a handkerchief to wipe his son's face. "Why do you cry more and more as you grow older? It was not like this when he was a child." But he knew in his heart that when he was young, the people Xuzhou cared about were all around him. And he was small and had no worries at all. When he grew up and the prince was gone, Xuzhou's world would fall halfway. Just like him. He didn't dare to imagine that he would lose Xuzhou one day. Now, he could only wait for Xuzhou to come out by himself as time goes by. Zhao Yuan's eyes were swollen like peaches from crying. He listened to the emperor's doting tone, hesitated for a long time, and asked, "Father, if one day I do something particularly serious, will you no longer like me?" The emperor didn't hear what was said clearly, but caught the last key words and blurted out, "Father will always like you." Of course. After he finished speaking, he realized what his son said. But he thought about it, and thought that Xuzhou should mean that when he gets older, the relationship between father and son will become suspicious and complicated with the power struggle. But he thought that this was completely impossible. If Xuzhou can really be a suitable heir, it is not impossible for him to give up the throne at that time. He has always been thinking about returning to the battlefield. He grew up on the battlefield since he was a teenager. If he can die on the battlefield in the future, he can afford to die. At the moment, the emperor's mood was indeed like this. Zhao Yuan heard the emperor's assurance and showed a satisfied smile on his face. He dared to attack the third prince and others because he was sure that the emperor would not really do anything to him. But he also knew that this matter was very serious. Even if the emperor would not take his life, it was uncertain whether he would have a barrier in his heart towards him. It was just that the death of the prince made him unable to watch these murderers live in this world. After talking with the emperor, the father and son seemed to have returned to the past. Zhao Yuan still went to the Qinzheng Hall every day to practice martial arts under the supervision of the emperor. He was now 13 years old, which was not a young age. Therefore, the emperor also began to teach him to get involved in government affairs. The emperor had never been prepared for this before. But now, he was teaching him directly. Zhao Yuan looked at the memorial at his hand and hesitated. "Father, should I read this?" Although he could read it before, Zhao Yuan didn't take it seriously at that time, and only occasionally listened to the emperor talking about political affairs. But now, if he reads these at his age, he always feels that it is not appropriate. "What should I read or not read?" The emperor said indifferently, "You are a prince, my son. How can you go to court if you don't understand these things? You are not young anymore. You have to start learning these things. Your brother the crown prince, the second and third brothers, Didn't they also go to court at about the same age? The three who went to the court were a little older. But now they were just teaching Xiaojiu, not letting Xiaojiu go to the court directly. He knew his son was smart, so he should learn more. The emperor was actually a little worried when the prince was still there, although he was not completely satisfied with the prince. In the long run, it was not impossible to cultivate him slowly. The most important thing was that the prince and Xiaojiu had a good relationship, so he didn't have to worry about Xiaojiu's delicate temperament and what to do when the next emperor took the throne. But now, the prince is gone, and Xiaojiu is too domineering in the palace. Who should be the next emperor? A secret thought flashed through the emperor's mind, and was suppressed again by him. I still have to wait and see. The next day, Chongwen Hall was closed today. Zhao Yuan went to Chaoxia Palace, and when he came out, he had nothing to do. As for martial arts training, this was something he did every afternoon, so he was not in a hurry to go to his father. After thinking about it, he went to a remote corner of the palace and tore some leaves in his hand and threw them to the fish in the pond. The fish pecked at the grass, and he looked at it in a daze. Suddenly, a child's childish voice came from his side. Ninth brother. Zhao Yuan looked over curiously. He had a good memory and could actually tell whose voice it was. But in this remote corner, he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come over. After all, their relationship doesn't seem to be very good. There was a child standing about 2 or 3 steps away from Zhao Yuan. After meeting Zhao Yuan's gaze, the child showed him a somewhat innocent smile, and then called out, Nine brother. It was Song Shuqing's second child, the 18th prince. Zhao Yuan responded casually. His eyes fell on the fish in the pond again, and he said perfunctorily, It's little 18. The 18th prince did not leave. He came directly to Zhao Yuan, squatted beside him, and asked curiously, Does Nine brother like to watch fish? Zhao Yuan responded again without explanation. It seemed that seeing that Zhao Yuan didn't like to talk, the 18th prince became quiet. After a while, Zhao Yuan glanced at him. Why are you still here? The 18th prince showed a trace of grievance on his face, but he quickly restrained it and smiled at Zhao Yuan. Here, brother 9. Here you go. Zhao Yuan stared at the pair of small hands stretched out in front of him. The palms of the hands were spread out, revealing a piece of cake wrapped in a handkerchief. The cake may have been treasured by the little prince for a long time, and it has been crushed. The 18th prince followed Zhao Yuan's line of sight to the cake and swallowed his saliva quietly. It is not difficult to see that this should be his favorite cake, even for a little prince. Daily snacks cannot be taken at will. The adults are paying attention. Eating too much sweet food will easily cause tooth decay. The 18th prince said, Brother 9. Here you go. Every time I am in a bad mood, I eat this snack, and I am no longer troubled. This is for you to eat. Zhao Yuan said after a long while, If you give it to me, won't you have nothing to eat? The 18th prince shook his head and tried to restrain his desire for cakes. It's okay with me. Zhao Yuan laughed, stretched out his hand, picked up the cake, and then put the cake into the 18th prince's mouth under the 18th prince's sticky eyes. The 18th prince's eyes widened immediately. Zhao Yuan said, Nineth brother. 18th. Eat it yourself. His tone was gentle, and there was still a smile in his eyes. The 18th prince ate the cake at his mouth. And then, seeing that Zhao Yuan had no intention of keeping him, he stood there, hesitating for a long time, and then asked hopefully, Can I come to see Nineth brother next time? Zhao Yuan looked at him, and saw that the child's eyes were full of love for him. He looked at him for a long time before he said softly, Ninth brother likes to be alone. It's okay to accompany someone to perform a play once, but forget it if you ask him to accompany you often. Hearing his refusal, the 18th prince seemed to be wet by the rain for a moment, and was very sad. Tears welled up in his eyes. His mouth pursed, and he turned and ran away. The palace servants who served the 18th prince hurriedly chased after him. Zhao Yuan watched the group of people run away. After those people went away, Wei Nani came to Zhao Yuan and said with some concern, Your Highness, this Xupin and our queen have always been at odds. The 18th prince has never liked your highness much before, but today he is so. She was afraid that there would be problems. For example, the cakes of the 18th prince. What if there was something in them? It is not impossible that he would harm his highness by relying on the fact that everyone is not on guard against children. In fact, Nanny Wei has been with Zhao Yuan for so long because of Zhao Yuan's status. She is a little self-righteous. She always thinks that other princes approach the ninth prince to get close to him and cultivate feelings with him by using him. Didn't you see that the previous prince got better and better in front of the emperor because of the ninth prince? Zhao Yuan sneered. Don't worry, Nani. I know what's going on. This 18th prince is indeed quite clever. But it's a bit too obvious that he is acting in front of Zhao Yuan. He has been acting since he was a few months old. He had watched a lot of TV dramas in his previous life. So he knew how good a person's acting was. A child who grew up in the palace is not 2 or 3 years old. How could he still be so innocent? The 18th prince is already 6 years old. He already knows everything he should know at this age. Especially since Song Shuqing has never been short of things. And her status is low. When she gave birth to the 18th prince, she was demoted to a noble lady. And only in the past 2 years has she been promoted to a concubine. The 18th prince's show of goodwill today not only did not make Zhao Yuan get closer to him, but aroused his inner disgust. To persuade him to get out of his sadness. Isn't it just to replace the prince's position in his heart? No one can erase the existence of the prince. Zhao Yuan immediately decided to kill the 2 18 princes. It was not difficult for Zhao Yuan to find an opportunity to kill without being noticed. All the princes who were 5 years old would study in Chongwen Hall. It was natural to meet them on the way to, and from get out of class. The poison he had given to the 10th prince did not work immediately. But after these days, the 10th prince's condition became serious. When Zhao Yuan went to class today, the 10th prince did not come. It was said that he was sick. No one cared. It was common for children to get sick. But as the 10th prince's condition became more and more serious, and he did not come to class for half a month, everyone realized that the problem seemed serious. Such a scene instantly reminded people of that incident. The 10th prince was also ill that year. But it gradually became a serious illness, and he couldn't even get out of bed. Later, it was discovered that it was Xu Bin who gave him the medicine. This time was really similar to the last time. On the other side, although the queen had been under house arrest and Changchun Palace had become a cold palace in disguise, the news that the 10th prince was in this state finally reached the queen's ears. What? The queen said in disbelief. Baiji suppressed her sadness and said, Your Majesty, the 10th prince has been ill for several days and has not recovered. The imperial physician said. The imperial physician said. As the queen's personal maid, Baiji had been accompanying the queen in the Duke of Ying's mansion since she was a child. Even though the 10th prince was spoiled and willful, it didn't cause her any trouble. After all, she was not the one who took care of the 10th prince. So at this moment, Baiji was also very worried about the 10th prince's accident. With the prince, the queen has a chance to turn the tables. If the 10th prince is gone, the queen will have no hope. What did the imperial physician say? The queen grabbed Baiji's arm and asked loudly. Baiji's nose was sour. The imperial physician said that the 10th prince may not live long. The queen's head seemed to buzz, and her whole body shook. She had a splitting headache and no strength in her legs. Baiji hurriedly supported her and took her to sit on the chair. After a little relief, the queen asked anxiously, Xiao Shi. What happened to Xiao Shi? Is someone harming him? The queen also thought of the last time the 10th prince was seriously ill. At that time, all the doctors could not see the problem, and they all thought that the 10th prince was seriously ill. It was common for children to be sick and unable to survive. Xu Bin. She gritted her teeth. It must be Xu Bin again. Or maybe it was the concubine who did it. This was just what the queen said in a hurry. In the queen's heart, she really didn't want to believe that the 10th prince was really just seriously ill, because it meant that the child might really be incurable. If someone had drugged him, there would be room for struggle. She was about to rush out, eager to see her son. But the guards at the gate of Changchun Palace were still motionless. She could only be stunned and barely maintain her dignified appearance. Go and report to the emperor, and say that I have important things to ask to see the emperor. This was the first time the queen had said such words since she was imprisoned in Changchun Palace. She actually knew before that the fact that she had harmed the prince was enough for the emperor to kill her. The guards at the door looked at each other, and then one of them agreed. When the emperor heard this, he was in the prince's residence where the 10th prince lived. Hearing this, he glanced at the unconscious little 10 lying on the bed, and sighed inwardly. He knew why the queen had come to him. He pondered for a moment. The queen had murdered the prince, so she must not be released just like that. But little 10 was about to die. The queen had finally had a son after so many years, and it was not appropriate for her to not even look at him before he died. After thinking for a while, he ordered, "Take the 10th prince to Changchun Palace to live during this period, and let the queen and the 10th prince meet him properly. The queen and the people in the queen's palace don't need to come out. Just let the imperial physician go in and out." The people below took the order and acted quickly. In Changchun Palace, the 10th prince's residence, clothes, etc. were all ready, so it didn't take much effort. Soon the 10th prince was carried to Changchun Palace. The queen looked at her son lying on the bed, with a haggard face and a lot of weight loss, and covered her mouth in grief. She sat at the head of the bed and stroked the 10th prince's cheek with one hand. "How could it be? How could it be like this? How long has it been?" she sobbed and cried. The crying woke the 10th prince from his sleep soon. He looked at the queen. Tears kept falling, and shouted, "Mother, I feel so uncomfortable. Little 10, little 10. The queen rushed over. "Where do you feel uncomfortable? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" The 10th prince cried, "I feel uncomfortable all over my body. I often wake up in pain, and I always have nightmares. Mother, do you think that the prince brother has come back to find me?" When these words came out, the queen was shocked. She pursed her lips, and then said seriously, "How is it possible? Your prince brother likes you. How could he bear to let you feel so uncomfortable?" Although the queen often loves to worship Buddha, she actually doesn't believe in these wrong souls. She really doesn't think that the prince will come to harm Xiaoshu, even if she did kill the prince. She asked, "Who taught you this? Who told Xiaoshu that the prince came back to find you?" The 10th prince said, "I don't know who it was, but people outside are saying that. In fact, he himself would not think of the prince. The relationship between the 10th prince and the prince has always been not very good. He is more arrogant in front of the prince and always feels that his status is higher than the prince. How could he think of the prince at this time? It's just that he has been seriously ill in bed for this period of time. He knows that he is going to die, and he is very scared. Occasionally, he hears the palace maids talking about the 10th prince being like this. Maybe the dead prince has come back to find him. After all, everyone in the palace knew that the queen had killed the prince, so it was natural for the prince to come to the queen's own son. He had heard it several times, and sometimes the 10th prince woke up in the middle of the night. The candlelight in the room flickered, or there were strange noises outside. The 10th prince was just a child, so of course he would be afraid of these weird things. The queen's eyes were fierce. These palace servants didn't take good care of the 10th prince, and dared to gossip about him. But now was not the time to deal with these people. She comforted her son softly. "Those people are talking nonsense. No matter who your prince brother looks for, he will never come to you. Can't your mother stay here with you tonight? Our little 10 is just sick. Once we find a good doctor, he will be cured naturally." Under the comfort of the queen, the 10th prince's mood gradually stabilized. Not long after he ate the meal fed by the queen, he fell into a deep sleep again. After her son fell asleep, the queen quietly left the room. As soon as she came out, her face changed instantly. "Go and deal with those who gossip about little 10. Yes, Baiji has been with the queen for so many years, and this kind of thing has long been perfect." So she agreed immediately. But this is not the most important thing. The queen is most worried about her son's life or death. The imperial physician has also seen it before, and it is still the same as when he saw it outside. There is no way. Little 10 will not live for a few days. No traces of drugs were found, but the queen was unwilling to accept it. Xiaoshu fell ill suddenly, and someone must have wanted to harm him. She immediately had several candidates in her mind, such as the 9th prince, who was the best friend of the crown prince, and several other high-ranking concubines who had given birth to children. After all, only after Xiaoshu, the only legitimate son, was solved, the children of the remaining people could take the throne. Of course, the most important one was Shupin Song Shuqing, because this kind of medicine that harms people but makes people unable to detect the problem is not rare in Shupin. After the last Shupin incident, she asked someone to investigate and found that Shupin seemed to have a relationship with the genius Dr. Luo Huaqing, and Shupin's medicine came from the other party. She asked the people who served Xiaoshu to come over. After carefully asking her son about what happened in the past few days, and whether he had contact with anyone, the queen turned her attention to Song Shuqing again. Whether Song Shuqing has a problem or not, If Luo Huaqing can be invited to see her son, there is still hope. The queen told the emperor about her request. And the emperor was silent for a moment and said, but now, no one knows the whereabouts of Luo Huaqing. He has been looking for him for several years. The same is true for Song Shuqing. After all, Song Shuqing is still waiting to find Luo Huaqing to see if he can take care of 12's body. The queen didn't believe it. Your Majesty, Xiaoshi is also your child. The emperor also said with a heavy heart, I know that I have tried every possible way to deal with Xiaoshi. I have also posted notices at the city gates and asked many doctors from outside to come. Luo Huaqing has also been looking for him. But he has never found him. He has posted notices. But it is not up to him whether Luo Huaqing will show up. If possible, he certainly would not want his son to die. The queen couldn't help but ask, what about Shupin? What? The queen said, I know that Shupin has a good relationship with the miracle doctor. As long as Shupin can help me save Xiaoshi, or find a miracle doctor, I am willing to do anything. I promise that even if the poison was given by Shupin, I will never pursue it. I only hope that my Xiaoshi can live safely. The queen said with tears in her eyes. She said this on the surface, but she hated it in her heart. She hated that she had no way to deal with it, and could only beg Shupin like this. She swore in her heart that when Xiaoshi was really rescued, if it was really done by Shupin, she would tear Shupin, the bitch, to pieces. The more she thought in her heart, the more miserable the queen cried on the surface. The emperor supported the queen. I have asked Shupin about Xiaoshi, and I have checked. There is really no medicine in Shupin's palace. He checked her out last time. This time he asked the people he had planted around Shupin, and it was indeed not Song Shuqing who did it. But the queen did not believe it. Your Majesty, please let me see Shupin. There is no result for Xiaoshi, and I can't let it go. I want to ask her in person, whether it is coercion or inducement. She has to see the person. When the emperor saw the queen's expression, he knew that she was certain that Song Shuqing was the one who did it. Thinking of his dying 10th son, the emperor agreed to let the queen meet Shupin. The emperor arrived at Changqiu Palace and told Song Shuqing about the general situation. Song Shuqing bit her lip and looked at the emperor stubbornly. No matter what the outside world says, I really didn't do anything to the 10th prince. I know, the emperor said, but no one knew what he was thinking. On the surface, he said very seriously, the queen and you have no conflict. I know that you are kind-hearted. So how could you do anything to the 10th prince? This is also what he can't figure out. Who is going to do something to the 10th prince? The queen will be imprisoned for the rest of her life, which is equivalent to being useless. The 10th prince, the legitimate son, is not a big threat at all. Could it be that the second son did it? The crown prince is dead, so the second son is the biggest. The second son's current achievements are not great, and it is not impossible for him to clear all obstacles. Or is it Shizhou? As soon as this thought came to mind, the emperor pushed it away. He secretly thought that he had been the emperor for a long time and wanted to doubt everyone he saw. Although Shizhou and the crown prince have a very good relationship, where did Shizhou get such an untraceable medicine? Every time Shizhou goes out, his people follow him to protect him. Shizhou's mother's family, the Liu family, are also a group of ordinary people with no background, and they can't find such a thing at all. Besides, how could Shizhou, such a young child, do such a big thing? The emperor kept thinking in his mind, but his face remained calm. Song Shuqing didn't know what the person in front of her was thinking. She cried with joy at the emperor's promise. As long as the emperor is willing to believe in me, I will be satisfied. It doesn't matter what others think. Since the emperor wants to see me, I will go to see him. Song Shuqing was really annoyed when she talked about this. She knew whether she did it or not. She really didn't do anything to the 10th prince. But during this period, everyone in the harem had their eyes on her. This feeling of being considered a bad person by everyone really made Song Shuqing feel uncomfortable. But she didn't know where to start to refute. Fortunately, the emperor still believed in her. Thinking of this, she felt a little complicated. After experiencing so many things in the harem, she was no longer the simple and kind-hearted person she was back then. She really intervened in the prince's affairs. But she didn't do it to the 10th prince, but thinking about the child who had aborted in the palace, the weak body of the 12th prince, and the emperor's favor for other people. She calmed down again. Song Shuqing went to see the queen, and the emperor didn't follow. In Changchun Palace, The queen was dressed in dark and gorgeous clothes, with a serious face, which made her aura stronger. She cried pitifully in front of the emperor, because she knew she was in a bad situation. The emperor also investigated Shupin, and didn't think it was Shupin's problem. So she had no choice but to do this. But when facing Song Shuqing, asking her to cry and beg like that again, for the queen, it would be more painful than killing her. In her heart, all the concubines in the harem were not as noble as her. You are here. The queen spoke first. The emperor was not here, and Song Shuqing was too lazy to play some respectful dramas. As for the queen's situation, although she was not deposed, she was only one word away from the emperor, which was almost the same as being deposed. She directly found a seat and sat down. I know what the queen meant by asking me to come, but I must make it clear that I really didn't do anything to the 10th prince this time. Song Shuqing was also unhappy. She was inexplicably blamed for someone else, and had an additional enemy. No one could be happy. Although the queen did not have the momentum of the past. She had been operating in the palace for so many years, and the queen must still have some people in her hands. If she was to cause trouble for her, it was not impossible. Hearing Song Shuqing's words, the queen's eyes did not waver at all. She did not believe Song Shuqing at all. This is not important. You should know that I only have one child in the palace. The 10th prince. He is my life. I asked you to come here this time for no other reason. I just heard that you, Shupin, have a good relationship with the genius Dr. Luo Huaqing. So I want to ask you to invite the genius doctor to see my son. After that, we can discuss anything you want. Song Shuqing smiled politely. If possible, I also want to find Luo Huaqing. My family's 12th son has been in poor health for many years. I have been looking for him, but unfortunately there has been no news. I can't help with this matter. Song Shuqing was also uncomfortable. The queen had been so high and mighty for so long that she still thought she was the queen. She was also uncomfortable asking for help. Of course, even if the queen really begged her, her intention would not change, because she really couldn't find anyone. The queen's breath was choked. She turned around abruptly, looked at Song Shuqing fiercely, and said sternly, I am not discussing it with you. If you did it in Xiaoshi's situation, as long as you save him, I will not pursue your responsibility. Or you can find a miracle doctor for me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the life and death of your 2 children. Song Shuqing stood up in a flash, and she was also annoyed. The queen was nothing but a deposed queen. Even the power of the Duke of Ying was weakened by the emperor. She didn't want to have another enemy, but it didn't mean that she was really afraid of the queen. She said coldly, I have already said that I did not do what happened to the 10th prince, and I cannot find a miracle doctor. Instead of being suspicious, you might as well think about it. Maybe the 10th prince is really ill. She had to blame the physical illness on others for poisoning. The queen immediately said, it is impossible. Little 11 has always been lively and strong. It is impossible that he is sick. Song Shuqing's 12 has been sick for so many years. Why should her little 10 have to suffer this? Speaking of which, the prince was also weak and sick when he was young, but he recovered when he grew up. Thinking of the prince, the queen's eyes were dazed for a moment, but she quickly woke up and continued to speak harshly to Song Shuqing. If little 10 is alive, your 2 children can live. If little 10 is gone, I will let your 2 children be buried with him. Song Shuqing was so angry that she almost exploded when she heard this. I will tell the emperor what you said for you, but I don't know whether your mother's family can bear your misbehavior. The queen snorted. My life is not good, and it would be a good thing if the Duke of Yingzhou's mansion is defeated. The queen did not completely ignore the Duke of Yingzhou's mansion, but she did have some resentment towards it in her heart. She remembered that she was not favored and ignored in the mansion at the beginning. In the confrontation with Song Shuqing at this time, she really didn't care about the fate of the Duke of Yingzhou's mansion. Anyway, she didn't care about the succession because she didn't have a prince. If she killed the prince, she would be imprisoned in Changchun Palace for the rest of her life, and she might be deposed one day. It didn't make much difference whether there was a Duke of Yingzhou's mansion or not. She probably cared about her parents only because they were alive, and whether they would be demoted or reduced in rank was irrelevant. Such a slippery and vicious queen really shocked Song Shuqing for a moment. After all, you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. The queen is more than one person, and who knows who else is secretly working. It's impossible to watch. If there is an accident, Song Shuqing should cry by herself. Song Shuqing left Changchun Palace in anger. Halfway through the walk, she ordered, Wenqin, go and report what the queen said just now to the emperor. Wenqin is one of Song Shuqing's 2 senior maids, and was also the person arranged by the emperor to be with Song Shuqing in his early years. When Xian left in a hurry, the only person left besides Song Shuqing was Qianru, who had grown up with her. After returning to Changqiu Palace, Qianru was also worried about Song Shuqing. Master, what should we do next? Song Shuqing was sitting at the table. After a short silence, she couldn't help but get angry. She stood up and pushed the teapot and cups on the table to the ground, and smashed some porcelain in the room. After a crackling, she gasped and felt a little better. Qianru and Wen Xian, who had returned, stood aside silently waiting. Song Shuqing usually didn't like to smash things like this, but it was obvious that she was really angry this time. The room fell silent. After a long while, Song Shuqing finally spoke. I don't know what to do either. She really couldn't contact Luo Huaqing, and she really didn't do anything to the 10th prince. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but have a headache. Who in the palace would do something to the 10th prince? She searched in her mind, and suddenly, a figure popped up in her mind. Do you think that this was done by concubine Rong? Concubine Rong was naturally Zhao Yuan's mother. Lu Han was too late. Song Shuqing didn't doubt Zhao Yuan, mainly because this thing was so cruel, so secretive, and straightforward. It didn't seem like the cheerful and smiling 9th prince would do it at all. Mainly, he didn't have the ability. Song Shuqing analyzed. The 9th prince and the crown prince have a deep relationship. When I walked by the 9th prince before, I noticed that there were some white hairs in his hair, which shows that he really has a special relationship with the crown prince. Lu Hanwan, that woman, is protecting the 9th prince like she is someone. It is hard to guarantee that she will not avenge the crown prince to make him happy. Besides, the crown prince is dead, and the next crown prince is in doubt. The 9th prince has no good relationship with any of the other princes. The death of the crown prince is also a huge blow to concubine Rong and others. It is not impossible that Lu Hanwan will be resentful. The queen sent someone to assassinate the crown prince, which was open in the palace. The key is that Lu Hanwan also has a grudge against her. When she harmed the 10th prince, she directed the suspicion to the 9th prince. Now that Lu Hanwan has the opportunity to retaliate, it is perfect to direct the hatred to her. The more Qianru listened, the more she felt it was possible. Master is right. When Xian also nodded. After all, they were all people who followed Song Shuqing. At the beginning, they, like their master, treated Rong Fei as a rabbit with no claws and teeth. As a result, their master almost lost her innocence without a sound. And then they found out that this was a ruthless person. She was really scheming and extremely cruel. It is not impossible for Rong Fei to do such a thing so neatly. After analyzing Lu Hanwan, Song Shuqing thought about other people in the palace, including the 2nd prince. After all, sometimes when doing things, you have to see who benefits in the end. The 10th prince died, and of course, the 2nd prince benefited the most. Song Shuqing decided to investigate the 2 secretly. As long as the real murderer could be found, the crazy queen would not keep arresting her. At the same time, she also added more people to her 2 sons to ensure the safety of her sons. But that night, Song Shuqing was still sleeping soundly when she was awakened. She pressed her swollen forehead and asked impatiently, "What happened outside in the middle of the night? Why are you making so much noise?" She was worried about her children all night, wondering who had done something to the 10th prince, and was awakened just after she fell asleep. Qianru came in quickly, her tone a little anxious. "Master, the maids around the 12th and 18th princes came over. They said that the 2 princes had a high fever in the middle of the night and were unconscious." "What?" Song Shuqing's originally groggy mind suddenly became clear. Her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately lifted the quilt and tried to get up. Qianru hurried forward to help Song Shuqing put on her clothes. Song Shuqing asked anxiously, "What's going on? Why are both of them like this? Didn't we just arrange people around them today? How did those people take care of the prince?" Song Shuqing was extremely angry. Qianru couldn't answer this, but she also knew that Song Shuqing was just complaining anxiously, and she didn't really expect her to say anything. Song Shuqing dressed quickly and hurried to the prince's residence. Under normal circumstances, Concubines cannot go to the prince's residence at will. But now the news of the high fever of the 12th and 18th princes has spread everywhere. So there is no need to be so strict at this time. When they arrived at the residence of the 12th and 18th princes, the imperial physician had already arrived. Song Shuqing stared at the 18th prince on the bed without blinking, and tears were about to come out. She anxiously asked the imperial physician, "How are the 12th and 18th princes now?" The imperial physician touched his beard and said strangely, "Speaking of which, the symptoms of the 12th and 18th princes are exactly the same as those of the 10th prince." When the 10th prince was ill, the imperial doctors who were good at this went to see him. But the result was also obvious. The 10th prince has not been cured yet, and he doesn't have much time to live. What? Song Shuqing was shocked. Now she was really panicked. When the 10th prince got into trouble, she didn't say it on the surface, but she was actually very happy in her heart. She had her sights set on that position. And of course, as many of the princes in front of her as possible would die. Especially the 10th prince. The 10th prince is the legitimate son, and his status and position are naturally more logical than her 18th. It is a good deal to get rid of a competitor without waiting for her to take action. But she was so happy that the 10th prince was going to die. Now she was even more panicked. If she couldn't save the 10th prince, it would mean that her 12th and 18th princes couldn't be saved either. She suppressed her panic and asked with trembling lips, "Can the imperial physician really confirm that the symptoms of the 12th and 18th princes are the same as those of the 10th prince?" The imperial physicians in the palace naturally spoke more tactfully, and didn't dare to make a direct conclusion. "In my humble opinion, they are indeed very similar. But I'm not completely sure. We'll know whether they are the same after a few days. After all, if they are all like the 10th prince, and can't be cured and are going to die, then they are definitely the same." Song Shuqing was obviously also aware of the imperial physician's words, and her heart fell into the ice cellar. Not long after, the emperor came over, and the imperial physician said the same thing. Although the emperor asked the imperial doctors to treat him as soon as possible, they all knew that this would not be very effective. The emperor said, "It seems that we still have to find Luo Huaqing." He thought that when Xiao Shi was sick before, although he had posted a notice, Luo Huaqing was unwilling to come out. But this time, it was Song Shuqing's two sons who were in trouble. So Luo Huaqing should be willing. Of course, there is a greater possibility that Luo Huaqing is not here, and when he receives the news and rushes over, maybe everyone is dead. But no matter what, we have to try. Song Shuqing also has the same idea. "I will try my best to find him." But her words still revealed a strong sense of helplessness. She had been looking for Luo Huaqing for so many years, but there was no way. She even had a grudge against Luo Huaqing in her heart. He had said so well in front of her at the beginning that he would treat her wholeheartedly and treat her well for the rest of his life. But he disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was no trace of him after so many years of searching. Could it be that because the other party liked her, she had to agree? If this time, 12 and 18 really got into trouble, what should she do? The emperor also saw Song Shuqing's helplessness, but he was not in a good mood after 3 sons got into trouble. He simply comforted Song Shuqing a few words and returned to his study. Sitting in the room, the emperor's face was gloomy. "Go and find out who was the one who did it to the 10th prince, the 12th prince, and the 18th prince." It was really unexpected that there was such a capable person in his harem. But this at least confirmed one thing. That is, the 10th prince was indeed harmed by someone. Not just because of illness. Many people thought of this. At dawn, Song Shuqing was worried about her son and didn't sleep all night. When Xian saw that she looked haggard and advised, "Master, you should go to rest first," Qianru said angrily, "I don't know who is behind this, but she moved 3 princes at once, which is so bold that it will definitely be found out." "Master, don't worry." Song Shuqing closed her eyes tiredly. Yes, how could the person behind the scenes move 3 princes at once? Her 12th and 18th princes were not ranked high among the princes. As for the emperor's favor, everyone knew that the favor of the princes was directly taken by the 9th prince. Even if there was interest involved, it shouldn't be her children. For a moment, Song Shuqing even thought of all the people she had offended when she was too popular in the palace. Could it be that those people were afraid that the emperor would still favor her, and that the situation would reappear? So they directly cut the grass and rooted it out from the beginning? As soon as this idea came out, she rejected it. She already understood the emperor's ruthlessness. Over the years, the other party had long lost interest in her. Apart from anything else, the status of her and her 2 children combined may not be as high as the position of the 9th prince in the heart of the emperor. The 10th prince? The queen. Song Shuqing muttered. Qianru immediately said, Master, the 2 princes were not killed by the queen. Were they? She knew how cruel the queen was to her master during the day. Song Shuqing shook her head. If she could create the same symptoms, she would have detoxified the 10th prince long ago. Why would she have to do so many things? There must be someone behind this. She kept thinking. What exactly is there in common between her and the queen? Thinking about it, Song Shuqing suddenly remembered one thing. The prince. She immediately grabbed Qianru's hand. Qianru, find someone to ask Qin Yuanhua about his situation as soon as possible. Everyone in the palace knew that the queen and the 3rd prince had harmed the prince. But in fact, Song Shuqing also had a hand in it. She wrote a letter to Qin Yuanhua to let Qin Yuanhua take action. But she knew at the time that the prince's trip was not an easy thing. There were many people watching the prince. And maybe they didn't need to take action at all. Song Shuqing also knew that her capital was not very sufficient now. She didn't want to gamble that she would not be discovered every time she did something bad. So she would not really take action unless it was absolutely necessary. This was also what she told Qin Yuanhua. To watch first. And if the prince escaped by chance, they would make the final move. Facts have proved that the others are really powerful enough to really solve the prince without their manpower. But what if someone noticed them? The 3rd prince. Song Shuqing breathed quickly. Yes. And the 3rd prince? Go and find out how the 3rd prince is doing. Is he still alive? It is well known that the people who harmed the prince are the queen and the 3rd prince. If the person behind the scenes is really seeking revenge for the prince, then the 3rd prince should not be let go. Wenqin and Qianru looked at each other, somewhat puzzled by Song Shuqing's performance. Assassinating the prince is a big deal. Although Song Shuqing sent a letter to Qin Yuanhua, she did not let her 2 maids know the specific content. But the master has given the order, and it is not easy for a servant to find out the truth. When Xian immediately agreed. Yes, I will go now. Qin Yuanhua is not in the capital, so it takes time to find out his movements. But it is convenient to find out about the 3rd prince. After asking clearly, Qianru got the news and went back to report to Song Shuqing immediately. Our people asked the servants in the 3rd prince's house, and they said that the 3rd prince has been in low spirits since he was demoted to a commoner. After the injury on his buttocks healed, he drank to drown his sorrows and looked terrible. Later, he began to hang out in brothels and gambling houses. It was common for him not to go home for 10 days or half a month. Song Shuqing said, in other words, the 3rd prince has not been home for a long time? Have you asked the brothel? I have asked. Qianru said, the 3rd prince has not shown up in his own mansion. But he has appeared in brothels and gambling houses many times. The last time he appeared was yesterday. Yesterday. Song Shuqing muttered about this time. The 3rd prince was not in trouble. Why? Could it be that her guesses were all wrong? Who would want to harm her child? Song Shuqing could not find a direction, and could only hope that Luo Huaqing would show up quickly after knowing her predicament. In Changchun Palace, the situation of the 10th prince was even worse. His cheeks were sunken, and he rarely woke up. The queen had been silently guarding the 10th prince's bed. Baiji brought a basin of warm water to wash the 10th prince. Shupin's 12th and 18th princes also had the same symptoms. It seems that this poison may really have nothing to do with her. Moreover, the 2 children of concubine Shu were like this, which was also good news for Changchun Palace. After all, concubine Shu would definitely try her best to find the miracle doctor. The 10th prince could just take this opportunity to be cured together. Of course, Baiji was not speaking well of Song Shuqing. But if it was not concubine Shu who attacked the 10th prince, then they would have to change their thinking. If they could find the person behind the scenes, the poison of the 10th prince could be solved. The queen sneered, and her voice sounded a little hoarse after not speaking for a long time. That's not necessarily the case. If the 12th and 18th princes live and die with little 10, maybe I would trust them a little. She didn't believe in this kind of self-torture. She looked at her son on the bed with a sad look. Even if the miracle doctor really appeared because of Song Shuqing, could her little 10 still wait until then? Would Song Shuqing deliberately delay until her little 10 died, and then let the miracle doctor enter the palace, so that she could get rid of suspicion and hold her 2 princes? Right? Undercurrents surged in each palace. Lu Hanwan's Chaoxiao Palace had also been rectified these days. And it was particularly quiet. It was not good to cause trouble at this time. The Queen's Chongqun Palace, Song Shuqing's Chongqiu Palace, and even the Emperor's side. Everyone had their own doubts. But at the same time, they did not give up staring at other people. For example, Lu Hanwan was being secretly stared at. After all, Lu Hanwan had a motive to take action. Lu Hanwan knew that she did not take action. She and Xiao Yun were also muttering in the room. I don't know who it was that did this to the three princes at once. Who did Shupin offend? How could the person behind the scenes bypass so many princes in front and take action against the 12th and 18th princes, who were not threatening to seize the throne for the time being? It's not that Lu Hanwan thinks too highly of herself. She thinks that it is more reasonable for others to take action against Xiaojiu than those two. Xiao Yun followed and said, Shupin has offended many people. It is not impossible for others to take care of her in passing. Lu Hanwan. It seems to be the case. They were guessing in the room. But they didn't know that in the eyes of the Queen and Song Shuqing, she became one of the most likely candidates to take action. As time passed, the genius Dr. Luo Huaqing did not show up after all. With a sharp cry in Chongqun Palace, the death of the 10th prince was announced. No. Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi. Wake up. Wake up. The Queen was heartbroken and held the body of the 10th prince and refused to let go. She was like crazy and could not believe that the 10th prince would never wake up again. The 10th prince died. And everyone in the harem, including the princes including Zhao Yuan, must be involved. When everyone gathered together, Lu Hanwan and Zhao Yuan stood by and watched. There were also two concubines who were on good terms with Lu Hanwan standing beside them. She noticed that the Queen seemed to be looking at her. She looked over with some doubts. After meeting the Queen's gaze, she frowned. If it weren't for the special situation today, she would have wanted to fight back directly. She pouted her lips and pulled Xiujiu to stand on the other side of her, away from the Queen, so that this Queen who looked a little crazy would not be jealous of other people's children and attack Xiujiu. That would be bad. The Queen retracted her gaze and put her eyes on the 10th prince again. She lowered her eyes and darkened. Lu Hanwan did not look like the person who attacked Xiao Shi. She had not seen any unusual movements from Lu Hanwan during this period. It was different when Song Shuqing arrived. The Queen's main target was on her. Now that she had arrived, she felt something knock her down before she could even see the person inside. Then the pain came. Ah! Song Shuqing screamed. The scene suddenly became chaotic. It turned out that the Queen and Song Shuqing had started fighting. This shocked everyone. You know, the Queen has always been synonymous with majesty and seriousness. Now the other party actually fought with others in person. It was incredible. But on second thought, the Queen herself was equivalent to being abolished. And her son was killed by someone. The murderer was probably Shupin. The Queen watched the other party appear. And it seemed unreasonable not to do something. After the two were separated by the palace servants, the Queen still stared at Song Shuqing with resentment. Song Shuqing, you killed my son. You will be punished. Of course, this retribution is not by praying to God. The Queen will do it herself. However, because it is in public now, she doesn't want to be caught by others, so that she will be more guarded. So she didn't say more straightforward words. Song Shuqing has been taking care of her two sons these days, and she is exhausted. She can't save her own son, and she is hated by others as a murderer. She is very angry. I have said many times that I didn't kill the 10th prince. If I really have that ability, would I let my 12th and 18th fall into danger? As she said this, she thought of 12 who was still in bed. Her eyes turned red, and tears fell. 12 was weak to begin with, and now that she was drugged, her condition was much more serious than 18. It was very likely during this period. But who told her that she had a criminal record? This method was so similar to the method used back then. Regardless of whether it was a wrongful killing or not, the Queen would not let Song Shuqing go. She smiled more and more, and she looked a little crazy. She stared at Song Shuqing and said loudly, "Okay. Then I will wait for your 12 and 18 to go downstairs to accompany my little 10. The implication was that if it wasn't you, then your two children would die together. This will probably prove Song Shuqing's innocence." Song Shuqing choked, and her sadness could no longer continue. She looked at the Queen fiercely, although she couldn't save her two sons at the moment. It didn't mean that she was willing to be expected to die. She still had some hope in her heart, hoping that Luo Huaqing could come, and that her 2 sons could live well. Zhao Yuan, who was standing aside, looked at the scene of their confrontation with a faint look, and felt a little happy in his heart. This was right. Seeing these people suffer like this, he felt much more comfortable. He was sad that the prince was dead, and these culprits should also be sad with him. From the beginning, Zhao Yuan didn't want to kill the 12th and 18th princes with his own hands. After all, he still cared about the emperor's thoughts. If too many people died, he was not sure whether his father would still like him so much. But it was impossible for him to let these people go. So he carefully planned to let these people fight each other, and let the queen who had lost her son deal with the 12th and 18th princes. It did sound much better. Maybe his father would be more likely to accept this result. After the queen dealt with Song Shuqing, he sent the queen to apologize to the prince. He would not forget the 2 main murderers, the 3rd prince and the queen, and let them live well. During this period, the news of the Qin family being confiscated was also making a lot of noise in the capital. Zhao Yuan was a little surprised when he heard the news. Confiscation? Yes, Wei Nani said. I heard that Qin Yuanhua was beheaded directly. Zhao Yuan was silent for a moment. Qin Yuanhua was Song Shuqing's accomplice. He was originally afraid that these people died too concentratedly, and the suspicion would be pulled on him. So he temporarily let these unimportant people live for a while. Unexpectedly, the emperor actually took action against Qin Yuanhua. Did the emperor find out that Qin Yuanhua was also one of the people who attacked the prince? Wei Nani approached Zhao Yuan and whispered worriedly, I heard that the Ji family was also confiscated. It is said that they colluded with the enemy and sold out the country. Even the concubine Ji in the 2nd prince's mansion was not spared. She was arrested and is expected to die. Nani Wei was still very trusted by Zhao Yuan, so she knew a lot of things. And she was even helping Zhao Yuan cover up, such as the time when Zhao Yuan went out to kill the 3rd prince. So she said these things because she was worried that the emperor had already known that the affairs of the 10th prince, the 12th prince, and the 18th prince were done by the 9th prince. Otherwise, the prince's affairs had obviously come to an end a long time ago. But suddenly it became so big again. Nani Wei couldn't explain it clearly, but she always had a bad premonition. Zhao Yuan smiled at Nani Wei and comforted her. It's okay. This is a good thing. Don't think too much. Nani. He knew that he couldn't hide it from his father. And it was normal even if he was discovered. It's just a matter of time. In the afternoon, Zhao Yuan went to the Qingjing Hall to practice martial arts as usual. And the emperor accompanied him. The father and son practiced until they were out of breath and sat on the ground. After a long time, the emperor said, Your 12th brother is weak. I heard that he will die in a few days. 18th seems to be able to hold on for a few more days. Yeah, Zhao Yuan responded. Hasn't the miracle doctor been found yet? He thought Luo Huaqing was also outrageous. He didn't contact the heroine for more than 10 years and couldn't find her. He was a talent. The emperor said, No. I don't know where she is hiding in the mountains. This miracle doctor is worthy of being a miracle doctor to a certain extent. He has basically spent his whole life in various poor and backward places. On the contrary, the other party sneered at the rich merchants and nobles. Zhao Yuan responded and didn't say anything. After a while, the emperor sighed. Before the prince was assassinated, father has been investigating. And later, he wanted to catch those people in one fell swoop. So it took some time. Now Qin Yuanhua and the Ji family have been dealt with by father. Xiujiu. The emperor tilted his head to look at his son. A little 10 and a 3rd brother died. Which is enough. Zhao Yuan's mood, which was originally quite happy, changed suddenly. When he heard that it was enough, he was unhappy instantly. He turned his head, and his tone was not very excited. He was full of doubts, and asked as if lightly, Enough? How can this be? They are not suffering enough. Not enough, he said affirmatively. The prince is also someone else's relative. They can hit the prince without mercy. How can they say enough when it comes to me? I want them to feel my pain. After they recover, I will send them to accompany the prince. Zhao Yuan's lips trembled a little, and tears flashed in his eyes. These words sounded like the words of a child in a fit of anger. But the emperor who knew his son's power knew that this might not be just a fit of anger, but a reality that the other party would meticulously realize. The emperor looked at his most beloved son carefully, and he felt that he seemed to have never really recognized the temperament of this child. He had never doubted that it was Shujio who did it before. Even after seeing the body of the third prince, he still couldn't believe it. But now he knew that it was indeed the soft Shujio in his heart who did it. For a moment, the emperor didn't know what kind of mood he should be in. He felt a strange sense of pride that his son had grown up and had ability. But when he thought of the dead Xiaoshi and the dying 12th and 18th princes, he was silent again. He really couldn't watch the two children die in front of him. But he couldn't scold Shujio. He originally thought that it was Lu Hanwan who did it, thinking that the other party was quite capable. But, finally, he could only say, "You killed the third child. When this is discovered, everyone's eyes will be on you and your mother. Are you sure you can protect your mother at that time? Every wrong has its perpetrator. It's not the 12th and 18th who harmed the prince." Zhao Yuan pursed his lips tightly. But the emperor knew that he was loosening and afraid. He sighed in his heart and put his hand on his son's shoulder. "Don't make it difficult for father." "Okay." After a while, Zhao Yuan looked up at him stubbornly and asked softly, "Will father like me again in the future?" The emperor noticed that the look in the child's eyes was about to break when he said this. He nodded. "I like it." Zhao Yuan couldn't help but shed tears, sobbing and asking, "Father, don't you think Shujio is too cruel and terrible?" The emperor thought to himself, that you are crying like this. How can you be cruel? Don't be afraid. It's best that father knows Shujio. Father likes Shujio the most. When he saw his son crying, he felt depressed. He hugged his son in his arms. Zhao Yuan also hugged the emperor and cried loudly. "Whoa! I thought that if father knew, he would dislike me and don't want me anymore. I'm so scared." His whole body twitched twice, sobbing, and continued, "But the prince brother is feeding the fish in the water, and the body will swell and rot if it is soaked in the water for too long. I feel so uncomfortable. I want to soak everyone in the water, but there is no way." The corners of the emperor's mouth twitched. He couldn't bear to think of the queen, Shu Bin, and others floating in the water. But the third child was really swollen and rotten, and there were fish to eat. The temperature is high in summer, so it will rot faster. Thinking of this, he sighed again. But who can he blame? Blame the little crybaby in his arms? Since childhood, Shujio seemed to care about their relatives very much. Every time he fooled Shujio's money, no matter how outrageous the reason was, Shujio would give it all without hesitation. He was upset, and Shujio would also worry. The emperor has a feeling whether a person really likes you. So after knowing so many things, the emperor's first reaction was to find excuses for his son. These people killed Shujio's brother, the prince. What's wrong with Shujio fighting back? He also thought about whether Xiaojio would be discovered. If he was discovered, it would be a bad ending. After thinking about it, he was a little angry. This rebellious son was so good at causing trouble. He was his own brother, but he did it like this. But when Xiaojio came to him, the brewing curses disappeared unconsciously. The emperor sighed again. He didn't know how many times he sighed these days, thinking about his son's straightforward methods. He couldn't help but want to say a few words. It's okay for you to want revenge, but these methods are too simple. And it's too easy for you to think of you and your mother. Don't you think that the person who killed the prince is dead? In this world, besides you, who else would care about the prince so much and want to avenge him? The prince is backed by the Duke of Ingwa Mansion. But the Duke of Ingwa Mansion is also the Empress's family. If the prince dies, even for the sake of the 10th prince, the other party will not attack the queen. Of course, father also cares about the prince. Father has chopped off the heads of the Qin family and the Ji family. The emperor felt something was wrong after he said that, and hurriedly added a sentence. He did find out who it was, but he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. So he specially collected evidence. After guessing that the third child was probably killed by Shujio, he hurried to deal with the Qin family and the Ji family. Otherwise he was afraid that if he was a step slower, Shujio would send people to kill people himself. In that case, the whole capital city could really guess that these things were done by the powerful 9th prince. He knew that Shujio had a good business outside. Although he didn't know how big it was, he still had some people in his hands. In addition, he deliberately sank the third child to the bottom of the river to feed the fish. Who wouldn't say that he died as miserably as the prince? He continued, there is no need to rush for revenge. Find the opponent's weakness, kill someone with a borrowed knife, and divert the trouble to others. There are many ways to clear your suspicion. The emperor was talking, and he felt that Shujo was still the same Shujo as before. In fact, he hadn't changed at all. He always worried that the child would be fooled by others one day. Really sad. Zhao Yuan looked at the emperor obediently and nodded continuously. Who says it's not true? He was planning to put the blame on Song Shuqing and these performances in front of the emperor. If not, how could he keep his father's heart? But Zhao Yuan didn't think he was deceiving his father. He just used special means at special times. After the emperor was dry-mouthed and explained the pros and cons to his son, Zhao Yuan stood up and trotted to bring a bowl of tea. Father, drink tea. The emperor took it, drank it all, and then said, now 12 and 18 are surrounded by people all day long. Even if you want to go over to detoxify, you can't, and it's easy to arouse suspicion. Give the antidote to father. Zhao Yuan widened his eyes. Father, is the emperor going to help him detoxify himself? He had thought that after the 10th prince died, he would let the 12th and 18th princes live, and then let the queen and Song Shuqing fight. It's a pity that he couldn't find a good opportunity to detoxify. He also thought that if Luo Huaqing could come at this critical moment to save the 12th and 18th princes, he could also achieve his goal. But so far, Luo Huaqing has not made any move. Even if he is a child, he will arouse suspicion if he goes to the scene. But if it is the emperor, it will not happen at all. The emperor will visit the 12th and 18th princes every day. Besides, who would suspect that the emperor would help the murderer who killed his 2 sons to cover up? This is simply a fantasy. The emperor said, hurry up. The emperor felt a little uncomfortable, but he had no choice. Could he let Xiaozhou be discovered? That wouldn't work. Zhao Yuan took out the antidote. His mouth drooped, and he cried again with emotion. Such a father might seem a little heartless to others, but to Zhao Yuan, who had been favored since childhood, his father was the best father in the world. After the child finished crying, the emperor asked curiously, where did you get all this medicine from? The imperial physician couldn't find out what was wrong with him. The last person like this was Luo Huaqing. He wondered if he could get him to the imperial hospital. The imperial physicians in the imperial hospital were always too useless, and he was sometimes a little helpless as an emperor. Zhao Yuan shook his head. I did it myself. Father, you know, I have read a lot of medical books. That's it? The emperor couldn't believe it. That's it, Zhao Yuan said. I have to help my mother develop better skincare products. There is no other way. Emperor. He seemed to have heard of this before. The emperor once again deeply realized that his son was really a genius, not just a photographic memory. Zhao Yuan often practiced martial arts in the Qingjing Hall until dark. Today, because he cried, the emperor specially asked him to stay in the Qingjing Hall for a while, wait for the redness and swelling of his eyes to subside, and go back when it is dark, lest anyone notice anything wrong. As for the emperor, he would deal with memorials for a while in the Qingjing Palace. At night, Zhao Yuan returned to his residence smoothly. When he woke up the next day, there was no trace of crying on his face. With the emperor's actions, after the 12th prince survived a crisis, everyone found that the 12th and 18th princes, who were originally thought to be dead, were slowly getting better. In an instant, the whole harem was talking about it. Song Shuqing's smile was even more forced. She was very happy that her son was getting better, but at the same time, she seemed to be unable to smile, because in this way, it seemed as if she really did what happened to the 10th prince. Otherwise, there was no miracle doctor. So why did the 10th prince die, but her 2 princes survive? Qianru came back from outside, looking unhappy. These people are really too much. I've already said that the 2 princes were cured by the famous doctors invited from outside, and they are slandering the master outside. Song Shuqing took a deep breath. In fact, she could roughly guess what people said, but she still asked, what are people saying about me outside? Qianru said, they are saying that the master is the thief crying thief, and you did all the things that happened to the 10th prince. She didn't want to repeat the very unpleasant words, such as pretending to be so, as to pollute the master's ears. When Xian placed the washed fruits and vegetables in front of Song Shuqing and comforted her, no matter what, it's the best that the 2 young masters can recover. Thinking of the children, Song Shuqing's tense spirit during this period also improved. She nodded, but frowned and said, but how they recovered? We have to investigate it carefully. Otherwise, it would be so easy to give the antidote. Wouldn't it be easy to give the 2 children drugs next time? There were no other outsiders in the two children's room. Only the servants who served them, as well as the imperial physicians, doctors, etc. And when the medicine was boiled, someone might take action. In short, Chungcheou Palace did not find out the truth after a thorough investigation. But it did find two people sent by other concubines among the servants serving the 12th and 18th princes. However, her efforts were useless in the eyes of outsiders. Everyone was sure that Song Shuqing must have poisoned the two children in order to get rid of her suspicion. No one thought it was the doctor's credit. At least the queen was sure of this. Even the Duke of Yinghua's mansion also believed that it was Song Shuqing who did it. As a result, Song Shuqing's father was often targeted by the Duke of Yinghua in the court. But these had nothing to do with Zhao Yuan. Now the queen and Song Shuqing were the only ones who harmed the prince. They would have a lot of time to tear each other apart in the future. And no one would be happy. The rest were also dealt with by their father. Of course, the queen's fighting power was not that strong yet. Recently, the harem was relatively calm. After all, knowing that the queen hated Song Shuqing, the emperor certainly had people keep a close watch on the queen. He could not let the queen harm her two sons like this. He even thought about whether he should just let the queen die. Zhao Yuan didn't know about these things. He went to Chongwen Hall for classes every day, and then went to Qinzheng Hall to practice martial arts. At the same time, he took Xiuhu with him when he did these things. He took care of Xiuhu the same way the prince took care of him, because he had much more free time than the prince before. He could show up at the door of Xiuhu's classroom on time every day. When school was over in the afternoon, Zhao Yuan showed up outside Xiuhu's door as usual. Speaking of which, Zhao Yuan was a miracle in the palace. He was the only prince that the emperor particularly favored for so many years. Everyone looked at him as if he had a special halo. Seeing the 9th prince coming to pick up Xiuhu from school again. Some people in the class were envious. Xiuhu, the 9th prince came to pick him up again today. The 9th prince comes to pick him up every day. I heard that he teaches him martial arts. Xiuhu is so happy. Thanks to Zhao Yuan, Xiuhu lost the care of his father, the crown prince, but he did not become an inconspicuous character in Chongwen Hall. On the contrary, he was quite eye-catching. Of course, the princes were not afraid of Xiuhu. After all, the crown prince was the crown prince, and Xiuhu was the crown prince's son. But Xiuhu was not the crown prince's grandson. The current emperor has so many sons. It is impossible to pass the throne to the grandsons over more than a dozen sons. Especially Xiuhu's brain is not very smart. This is not a disguise for self-protection. When the prince was still there, Xiuhu's grades were very average. In front of the envious eyes of his friends, Xiuhu took a deep breath, walked to the door bitterly, and smiled. Uncle Jiu, you are here. Yeah. Zhao Yuan turned around. Let's go. Change clothes, warm up, and then prepare for martial arts practice. Xiuhu had a sad face. He liked Uncle Jiu since he was a child, and he was happy to have Uncle Jiu pick him up. But as a child, he would resist if he suffered a little. Zhao Yuan was not so crazy. After Xiuhu finished the class, he let him rest for a while. He practiced on his own for a while before letting Xiuhu start martial arts. Xiuhu was so tired that he was out of breath. When he lay on the ground and couldn't get up, he couldn't help asking Uncle Jiu, "Can I not learn martial arts?" "No." Zhao Yuan refused directly. "You have a good talent in martial arts. This is your strength. How can you not practice more?" he said. He suddenly laughed. "You know, your father used to be weak. He was weak and sick since he was a child. The second prince was good at martial arts, and the crown prince couldn't beat him. At that time, he especially expected that he could have a good body, and then learn martial arts well, and become the most powerful prince in martial arts." Xiuhu also laughed. He liked to listen to Uncle Jiu talking about his father's past. At first, he felt uncomfortable listening to it. But later, after listening more, he always felt that his father was still by his side, and had never been far away. With this incident, Xiuhu's motivation to practice martial arts came back. Besides, he still remembered how powerful Uncle Jiu was when he was wielding swords and guns. The only bad thing was that he couldn't do it like Uncle Jiu after practicing for so long. "I really want to grow up quickly." When he was almost done practicing, the emperor came out. Xiuhu was a little afraid of this serious-looking emperor grandfather. Although the other party had never been angry with him, and was often amused by Uncle Jiu, he was still afraid and dared not approach. The emperor didn't care about this. There were so many people who were afraid of him, and few of his sons were not afraid of him. He had no intention of changing to cater to them. After practicing martial arts, Xiaohu returned to the East Palace. His mood was obviously much heavier. His mother always had a sad face, and he couldn't smile in the East Palace. He felt that if he smiled, he would be sorry for his dead father. After hearing the news of his father's death, his mother didn't like to talk much, and he basically didn't see her smile again. He missed Uncle Gio a little. Xiaohu took out the homework assigned by the teacher in class and started to do it. In the past, he would sometimes be lazy and not do it. His father was not very strict with him, but Uncle Gio would not allow him to do so. He could play, but he had to study hard. Xiaohu knew that after his father passed away, Uncle Gio was probably the only one who really cared about him. So he did it, although the effect was average. This year, the rest of the time passed silently. In the second year, I heard that there would be another talent show this year. However, this had little to do with Zhao Yuan. He and his mother had already secured their positions, so it didn't matter whether or not to add more people. He was in no mood to do anything else, and was ready to stay quiet in the palace for a while. After all, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time to push Xiaohu to the top. Even if Xiaohu was named the crown prince in advance, it would only make Xiaohu a target for everyone in the harem. This kind of thing could only be planned after Xiaohu grew up. The most important thing now was to lie dormant. In the spring, the second prince returned from the battlefield. Zhao Yuan knew the news early. When he saw him that day, he was outside the Qingjing Palace. Zhao Yuan brought Xiaohu to practice martial arts. Although the second prince was in good spirits, he looked like he had just arrived in Beijing and had no time to return to his own house. He came to see the emperor first. Ninth brother. As soon as the two sides met, the second prince greeted him directly and naturally. The expression on the second prince's face was quite relaxed, and people could feel his good mood at a glance. After calling Zhao Yuan, the second prince looked at the child next to Zhao Yuan. This is Xiaohu. Right? I am your second uncle. He also treated Xiaohu very well. This was not surprising. Now that the crown prince was dead, the second prince was equivalent to the eldest prince. He also had achievements, and the position of crown prince was almost in his pocket. Therefore, the second prince did not mind putting on the airs of the eldest brother and being nicer to Xiaojiu, the favorite of his father, to show what it means to be friendly and respectful to brothers. As for Xiaohu, there was no threat, and he stayed with Xiaojiu all day, so it was just a matter of greeting him. In fact, he did not take Xiaohu seriously, but just did it on the surface. Xiaohu looked at him and greeted him. Meet the second uncle. Hey. The second prince responded, reaching out to touch Xiaohu's head, but his eyes were fixed on Zhao Yuan. My second brother just came back today, and I have something important to report to the emperor first, so I'll leave first. Zhao Yuan nodded. Go, my second brother. The emperor is waiting for you inside. After both sides finished talking, the second prince strode into the Qingjing Hall. Soon, the emperor's loud laughter came from inside. Zhao Yuan ignored these and led Xiaohu to the place where they used to practice martial arts, and then started training. When they took a break, Zhao Yuan sat down and drank water. He noticed that the children around him glanced at him from time to time. Just say it if you have anything to say. Xiaohu had something on his mind for a while. Uncle Gio, Uncle Er is back. What should we do in the future? He had heard that the second prince had a bad relationship with his father before, and even just now, he could feel that the second prince didn't like him. Xiaohu was worried when he thought that everyone was saying that the future crown prince would belong to the second prince, and they would have to make a living under the second prince. What should we do? Zhao Yuan was not in a hurry at all. He turned his head and looked at Xiaohu with a smile. You look carefree, but I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful and think about these things. But he also knew the rumors in the palace. After the death of the crown prince, the second prince was very popular as the next crown prince. He said, but it's too early for you to think about these things now. Look at your grandfather. He is strong and healthy, and he dances with his weapons every day. It's not a problem for him to live another 50 or 60 years old. With your father, your uncle has a good life, and you can't escape your life. When the next emperor takes the throne, you will be an old man. Why are you still thinking about these things? Xiaohu. But think about it. What Uncle Gio said seems to make sense. Even if the second uncle becomes the crown prince, the emperor is still the grandfather. So there is no need to be so anxious for the time being. But what if the emperor grandfather doesn't live to that age? Xiaohu didn't dare to say this point. Before he could speak, a familiar voice came from behind him. The emperor said with a smile, "You think that your father will protect you from everything. In this day and age, living to 50 or 60 is not bad. How could the emperor be unhappy when his beloved son said that he could live for a few more decades? Of course, the current emperor is not very afraid of life and death. He just thinks that his son is not in vain. When it comes to the imperial power, he doesn't want to seize power, but hopes that he, as a father, can live as long as possible." "Father." Zhao Yuan showed a bright smile to the emperor and raised his chin proudly. "Father, you said that you will love Xuzhou the most for the rest of your life. You can't go back on your word. Let's do the math." The emperor surrendered and didn't dare tease his son about this, fearing that he would have to coax him himself. And he was the kind that couldn't be coaxed easily. With the return of the second prince, the candidate for the crown prince was previously just a guess. But now a minister in the court has directly mentioned it, and directly proposed that the second prince be the new crown prince. For this, the emperor ignored it for the time being. He has his own ideas. The second prince had vowed before, thinking that he would definitely be the next crown prince. But the emperor's delay in agreeing also brought down his confident state. He was puzzled. It is said that the eldest son of the legitimate wife should be appointed. But now there is no legitimate son. I am the eldest prince. Why doesn't my father appoint me as the crown prince? He felt that he was not bad in his ability, both civil and military. Especially he had made some military achievements. Which prince below him could compare with him? But no matter how the second prince thought in his heart, he did not dare to ask the emperor about this. Some of the courtiers who proposed to make the second prince the crown prince were the second prince's people. Some stood on his side because he was the eldest son, and some were the forces behind the princes who were testing the emperor's thoughts. It seems that there are many people who proposed, but few of them who are really in a position spoke up. For example, the Empress Dowager's family, Ningpin, Shunpin, Yupin and other families all have princes, and their family backgrounds are not weak. They naturally do not want the second prince to ascend the throne. But the prince they support is still young, and the second prince is currently powerful. So everyone also wants to see if the emperor has such an idea. After all, if the emperor really wanted to, they couldn't stop him. They had to make other preparations in advance. When the emperor didn't mean to do that, many people were relieved, and no one in the court asked the emperor to appoint a prince. Not long after, when Zhao Yuan went to have dinner with the emperor suddenly said, "Xuzhou, you are 14 years old. At this age, it seems that you are about the right age to go to court." "Ah?" Zhao Yuan was confused. Although Zhao Yuan looked surprised, he was not surprised by his father's proposal. After the prince's accident, he knew that if he wanted to push Xiaohu to the throne, he would need more power, not only in terms of economy, but also in the court. So when the emperor taught him how to handle memorials, Zhao Yuan did not hide his shortcomings and learned everything he should learn. His purpose was to enter the court as soon as possible. Moreover, since he was a child, it was as easy for him to grasp the emperor's preferences as drinking water. Or maybe because the emperor liked him. Whatever he did, the emperor thought it was good and wanted to give him better things. He actually realized that the emperor's training of him exceeded that of ordinary princes. Now that the second prince has returned, in the past 2 years, if nothing unexpected happens, he probably won't go to the battlefield again. So whether it's for balance or emotion, it's not surprising that the emperor made such a decision. He frowned and said, "Father, I'm still young." "What do you mean young?" the emperor said unhappily. Seeing that his son had no sense of crisis at all, he was very disappointed. "You are at the age when you should work hard. Do you really plan to rely on your father for the rest of your life?" Zhao Yuan raised his chin and said proudly, "Why not? He has his father to rely on, but others can't." The next moment, the emperor hit him hard on the head. Zhao Yuan covered his head in pain. "Father, it hurts. It hurts." The emperor said, "You should learn a lesson." He himself didn't believe that he could live that long, and he was so sure of it. He was afraid that if something happened to him, he wouldn't know what to do with the child in the future. The emperor, who was still strong and healthy, had a kind father's heart. Seeing the emperor like that, Zhao Yuan didn't dare to refute. Okay, father, I will listen to you. He also wanted to go in. But which department should I go to? Zhao Yuan asked with some curiosity. When these princes came to the court, they would not be given any positions, but would just work in a certain department. Anyway, their status as princes was enough. The emperor had already thought about this and said directly, "You should go to the Ministry of Revenue." The Ministry of Revenue is a powerful department and a popular one among the 6 ministries. The old man Chen in the Ministry of Revenue is the grandfather of Chen Rui. If you go there, there will be people to take care of you, so you don't have to worry about being bullied. Zhao Yuan, he yelled, I am my father's child. Who dares to bully me? Although he said so, he couldn't help but smile. The emperor thought about it and felt that he was worrying too much. Yes, it's fine if you don't bully others, but who dares to bully you? His son is not a patient person. If he is bullied, he will fight back if he can beat him, and come back to complain if he can't beat him. Being teased by the emperor, Zhao Yuan immediately puffed up his face and became unhappy, which made the emperor laugh again. Soon, the emperor announced the news in the court. Suddenly, the ministers were all shocked, and some of them couldn't help saying, Your Majesty, the 9th prince is still young, and it is not appropriate for him to go to the Ministry of Revenue so early. After he goes there, the Ministry of Revenue will have to take care of this old man. Everyone felt that the emperor's favor for the 9th prince was too much. He could even enter the Ministry of Revenue whenever he wanted. This was the court. Not a joke. Before the 9th prince, there are the 2nd prince, the 7th prince, and the 8th prince. Of course, the 2nd prince was in the Ministry of War before, and it is the same now that he is back. The emperor said directly, the 9th prince is very talented and has a photographic memory since he was young. He has learned everything he should know. There is nothing wrong with him going to the Ministry of Revenue. As long as my prince is capable. Age is not a problem. The emperor said so. And although everyone was still skeptical, they also felt that the 9th prince might really have some ability. When the 9th prince was young, he could improve the spinning wheel and loom with the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works. When he thought of this, he saw someone standing up in front of him. Your Majesty. The emperor looked down and saw that the old man, the Minister of Works, stood up. Your Majesty, the 9th prince might be more suitable to come to our Ministry of Works. You know, the shock brought by the 9th prince's spinning wheel and loom is still in everyone's mind. Yes, Your Majesty, the 9th prince has a talent for this since he was a child. And the Ministry of Works is more suitable for the 9th prince. The 9th prince. With the Minister of Works opening like this, the ministers behind him all spoke up. There was no way. The supporters of the other princes all felt a sense of crisis. At the beginning, the late emperor wanted to support his youngest son to ascend to the throne for the sake of his favorite concubine, and forcibly suppress the other princes. Although the emperor has not said it explicitly, it seems that he has already taken this stance. With the previous experience, how can everyone not be afraid? Everyone was muttering in their hearts that the emperor and the late emperor are indeed father and son. They are the same in some aspects. The only difference may be that the late emperor was fascinated by women, while the emperor is good. He only dotes on the mother of the 9th prince, and directly dotes on the 9th prince himself. This makes people want to curse the concubine for ruining the country. But they don't know where to start. Anyway, everyone's goal is the same. That is, to quickly suppress the 9th prince. And it is best to get the 9th prince directly to the Ministry of Works. How could the emperor not see what these people were thinking? He looked at the people below with cold eyes. Anyone else wants to say something? There was total silence below. Everyone had said what they needed to say. Everyone could see that the emperor was in a bad mood at the moment, and no one wanted to tease him at this time. The emperor said coldly, My son, is he not worthy of a Ministry of Revenue? The status of craftsman in the world is not high. As the grandson of the prince, Zhao Yuan was positioned as a craftsman, which was definitely not a good thing. The emperor did not reject his son's invention of some useful things, nor did he think that craftsmen were lowly. But he was unwilling to look down on his son like this. The old man in the Ministry of Works was also dumbfounded. He simply thought of the 9th prince's previous achievements and wanted to snatch him away in excitement. Who knew that he would be pushed by others to do this? The emperor himself also had his confidants. And soon someone agreed with the emperor, and the emperor's face became a little better. Okay, this matter is settled. After that, they discussed other political affairs. But the second prince, who was standing in front of the ministers, felt his hands and feet cold. He had to think about what his father meant by letting Shujio enter the court at this time. After the court, most of the ministers were also discussing this matter. Some people thought, at the moment, the other princes are still young, and the emperor may not be very satisfied with the second prince. So, this is why the favored ninth prince was allowed to enter the court. But in fact it was just a sign to check and balance the second prince. The supporters behind the second prince did not dare to believe that the emperor really wanted the ninth prince to take that position. Your Highness, what do you think? In the end, the question was kicked to the second prince. The second prince did not come back to his senses for a long time. Your Highness? Your Highness? The second prince suddenly woke up, and the other party repeated his opinion. The second prince's expression was solemn. To be honest, although he did not want to admit it, he really felt that his father might really have ideas about Shujio. Since childhood, the father has been particularly fond of Shujio, and he can even hold Shujio to the Golden Palace to watch the candidates take the exam. At any time, only Shujio can instantly calm the father's anger. For so many years, no prince could replace Shujio. Not to mention that Shujio's studies in Chongwen Hall seemed to be very good, and he was also talented in martial arts. He was good at both literature and martial arts. But Shujio was also good, and even stronger than him. Shujio's studies in martial arts, etc., and his father's personal teaching. It is said that his father had let Shujio read memorials by his side early on. He was a child raised by himself. Did his father really have no other expectations for this child? The more he thought about it, the heavier the murderous aura on the second prince's face became. We must not let Shujio grow up. A child born by a slave. Why should he compete with him? The others looked at each other, and knew that the appearance of the ninth prince was really not to be underestimated. Such speculation also occurred among most of the ministers, and even among the concubines in the harem. The emperor's actions also caused 1,000 waves. Lu Hanwan was a little angry in Chaoxia Palace. Tell me, why did your father let you participate in government affairs so early for no reason? People outside don't know what you will think if you go to court at your age. The emperor loved you so much before. But now he is taking advantage of you without mercy. However, Lu Hanwan held back the last sentence and didn't say it directly. In front of her son, she often said a lot of things and would not be too shy, because she knew that her son was a person who had a plan in mind. Even if she said a lot in front of him, her son would not talk nonsense. On the contrary, it was a good thing to have a plan in mind. However, she also knew that her son valued feelings, especially the relationship between the father and son of the royal family, which was changing rapidly. So she took back some words that provoked the relationship between the two. But this did not mean that Lu Hanwan was not angry. The emperor's arrangement directly put Shujio in the spotlight. Shujio's life will be much more dangerous in the future. Before there was the prince, and now Shujio is like this. The foundation of their mother and son is not comparable to that of the prince. In particular, in Lu Hanwan's mind, the emperor was just using Shujio to check and balance the second prince, and he did not really have that kind of plan for Shujio's future. Thinking about it made her even angrier. Mother. After listening to his mother's nagging, Zhao Yuan drank a sip of noodle soup, and then said slowly, Father really has that idea. Ah? Lu Hanwan was stunned for a moment. What idea? After a pause, Lu Hanwan opened her eyes wide in shock. She covered her mouth and quickly glanced around the room to make sure no one was there. Then she lowered her voice and asked, What did you say? Are you saying that your father really wants to pass the throne to you? Zhao Yuan nodded. The more things went on, the clearer the vague guess in his mind became. My father should have this idea. He has been teaching me to read memorials for the past year, and has very high requirements for me in all aspects. Even the emperor's words hinted at it. Zhao Yuan thought that the emperor, who had not experienced the torture of illness and fear of death, might really be happy when he found that he could have an excellent successor. At this time, his father's feelings for him were sincere, and his expectations for him were also sincere. However, thinking of this, he felt a little melancholy in his heart, because he always remembered the emperor, who went crazy in his later years in the plot. He didn't know if he could be that exception. For him, power was just something to protect his important people. But if he and his father fell apart because of this, it would be putting the cart before the horse. This news was a bit too exciting for Lu Hanwan. She had thought that her son might want to fight for that position when he grew up. But she didn't expect that her son was pushed by the emperor to accept it even though he didn't have that intention. Looking at her son's expression again, she felt speechless for a moment. She had never seen an emperor dote on his son so much. It is said that if you love someone, you love his dog. Generally speaking, an emperor will love the son of a concubine because he loves her. But this is different for her. She was favored for 2 years many years ago. But now, the title of favored concubine is really unworthy of her. However, the emperor was not the kind of person who liked the new and disliked the old. And she was always scheming. So although she was not as good as before, she was not out of favor. In the harem, people like her basically had a stable position. When her son had no chance of ascending the throne, Lu Hanwan thought about the possibility of her son ascending to that position. But now that the matter was really in front of her, she was a little flustered and didn't know what to do. Finally, she looked at her son and asked, "What do you think? Shijio? Do you want to sit in that position?" Zhao Yuan thought about it, shook his head and nodded. Not really. He didn't have much desire for that position. He just wanted to stay with his family for the rest of his life. On the contrary, those government affairs were too troublesome to deal with. And he didn't want to be busy every day. It would be great if the prince was still here. With the prince supporting him, he only needs to be happy. But now, he wants to give everything to Xiu. But he also knows that if he still does this when his father is determined to give him this position, it will be a waste of his father's intentions. And his mother will not agree. But this is not a big problem. Zhao Yuan has already thought about it. This position is still far away from him. In this life, his father will definitely live a very long life. By that time, he will be old. And it is not certain whether the throne will be his turn. No matter what, his father will not find an older child to inherit the throne. In addition, his father wanted to return to the battlefield. But the emperor was so old. Zhao Yuan didn't trust him to go alone. Even if the emperor said that dying on the battlefield was worth it, Zhao Yuan didn't like it. His father had to live well, even on the battlefield. So if he had to go to the battlefield, he had to go with his father. If that was the case, Xiaohu had to be trained as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be bad if he couldn't catch up with him and his father on the battlefield. Of course, this was just Zhao Yuan's temporary plan. And he would make appropriate adjustments in the future according to the situation. If you don't want to, do you want to? Lu Hanwan asked. How could I not think about this? Then should I take action on that position? Zhao Yuan said helplessly, Mom, the prince is gone. We don't have good friends in the palace. It is extremely stupid to hand over our future to others. We can't expect other princes to treat us well after they take the throne. So even if I don't like that position very much, I have to get the power. In this way, we have the ability to protect ourselves. Lu Hanwan was speechless after hearing this. You are also ashamed to say that it is stupid to hand over your future to others. Didn't I follow the prince wholeheartedly before? Zhao Yuan said, as a matter of course, how could the prince be someone else? Of course it's different. Lu Hanwan. Okay. She should have known it long ago. Lu Hanwan skipped the topic of the crown prince. After all, he was gone. And she turned to talk about reality. Although your father is very good to you now, and even wants to hand over the throne to you, this is only a temporary idea. When he gets older, it is hard to say whether his ideas will be the same. You need to grasp the balance yourself. Now when things are good, of course everything is good. Even if the emperor says he wants to give power, she and Xiujiu are both dependent on the emperor. And the other party can take it back if he can give it. Everything is still in the hands of the emperor. But it is hard to say how long this situation can last. Now they can still live in peace in a corner. But if they really get caught up in the struggle for the throne, there will be no way out in the future. Zhao Yuan couldn't bear to let his mother worry. Mom, I will pay attention. Don't worry. I can still accurately understand my father's mood. He will try his best to maintain the relationship between father and son. He believes that as long as his father's health is always good. I am afraid that so many things will not happen later. If it really doesn't work, he also has a way to protect his mother. The news of Zhao Yuan entering the court was also reported to the East Palace. After hearing the report from the servants, the crown princess Du Yuling, who had always been a little heavy, felt much better. She looked through the window at Xiaohu, who was really holding a long spear outside, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Seeing this, The red beans also lamented, I really didn't expect. It would be His Royal Highness of the 9 Princes. Red beans are the personal girl who serves Du Yuling. She grew up together since she was a child. Ling's side has developed a more lively temperament. Now see how the second prince is still showing off in front of the prince. She hummed. Previously, the next prince was likely to be the second prince. The relationship between the East Palace and the second prince was not good. Even the relationship between the prince and the second prince was average. Speak some windy words. Du Yuling sighed. Yes. Fortunately it's the 9th prince. He has always liked Xiuhu. So there is no need to worry about Xiuhu's future. The prince's legitimate son is still very threatening in the eyes of some people. Especially Xiuhu, who is obviously talented in martial arts. And will definitely want to lead troops on the battlefield in the future. It's just that no one knows the outcome of this battle for the throne until the last moment. Speaking of this, Du Yuling's expression faded a lot. And her heart was shrouded in sorrow again. Except for the surprise at the moment of hearing the news. But after calming down, Du Yuling was more pessimistic. She didn't believe that the emperor really wanted to give the throne to the 9th prince. Let alone Du Yuling. No one would believe this matter casually. It is more likely that the emperor is ready to raise the 9th prince and the second prince to compete. After all, the other princes are still young. And only the 9th prince is smart and has always been favored. Only by raising him can he really compete with the second prince. For Du Yuling, their relationship with the 9th prince is good or bad. If they get involved, if the 9th prince fails in the future, they don't know what will happen to them. It's a pity that my father and brother died early. Otherwise, at this time, I can stand behind the 9th prince and increase the power behind the 9th prince. Now what the 9th prince has comes from the emperor, not the 9th prince. Du Yuling herself is a kind and active person, and she sees things more clearly. If it weren't for her status, she actually didn't want to become the wife of the crown prince or the second prince and get involved in the struggle for the throne. Later, she couldn't accept the death of her father and brother. And she couldn't get over it, because she felt that her father and brother's death was caused by her. But after the death of the prince, Du Yuling didn't want Xiaohu to become the emperor. Or rather, she didn't even think about it. The current emperor had so many children. How could Xiuhu, the grandson, be the next emperor? When the prince was still alive, the emperor didn't like him very much. Moreover, Du Yuling's father and brother were gone, and she had no power in her hands. So what could she use to fight for? She herself was not a person who was power-hungry. With Xiuhu's tiger-like appearance, there was no potential for him to be an emperor. Since the death of the prince, she was just worried about Xiuhu's future. Now they were protected by the 9th prince. And when the next emperor came to power, she couldn't protect him even if she wanted to. Hongdo's originally smiling expression collapsed after hearing Du Yuling's words. Zhao Yuan didn't know the reaction of the Eastern Palace yet, and he went to the Ministry of Revenue to report the next day. Your Highness. Chen Ping had a headache, but he still greeted Zhao Yuan with a smile on his face. He felt that the emperor was really giving him a difficult problem. His grandson was the companion of the 9th prince, and their relationship was already ambiguous in the outside world. Now the emperor sent the 9th prince to his Ministry of Revenue. In the future, everyone would think that the Chen family was definitely the 9th prince's party. Master Chen. Zhao Yuan also noticed Chen Ping's emotions, but he didn't say much. This was not something that could be explained in a few words. As for Chen Ping not wanting to be his man, it doesn't matter. Chen Ping is old. When Xiaohu grows up, the Minister of Revenue may have been replaced. He said, my father asked me to come to the Ministry of Revenue. I will trouble you, Mr. Chen. Chen Ping sorted out his mood. He just didn't want to take sides. He actually had no opinion on the 9th prince himself, and even had a good impression of him. These are all within my responsibility. How can I say troublesome? Your Highness, please come this way. Your seat is ready for you. Chen Ping gestured in the direction. Zhao Yuan followed him in, and then read a lot of information. After a day, the time was almost up. After the afternoon shift, Zhao Yuan had to continue to practice martial arts in the Qingjin Hall. The emperor never let him stop. Sometimes when Zhao Yuan didn't go, the emperor had to ask someone to call him. The father and son practiced together. Xiuhu was a little further away, with a master to guide him. While practicing, the emperor asked, how did you feel in the Ministry of Revenue today? Did anyone bully you? Zhao Yuan shook his head. It was okay. No one bullied me. I read some information and then followed Mr. Chen to watch him work. He was new and young, so it was normal that he didn't have anything to do at the beginning. Yeah, the emperor responded after hearing this. But he didn't think about helping his son solve everything. If Shujio couldn't stand on his own in the matter of seizing the throne, then he should consider whether Shujio was really suitable for this position. He already favored Shujio enough, but he couldn't support him all his life. Achievements are not achieved in a day or two. Take your time. Okay. Zhao Yuan was not in a hurry. After the exercise, he couldn't wash up immediately. The father and son stood together and talked. Zhao Yuan estimated that the time was about right. So he said, "Father, stretch out your hand. I will take your pulse." The emperor laughed and said, "Why? With the three-legged cat skills you learned by yourself, you still want to treat your father?" Zhao Yuan has been in the palace since he was a child, and there is a large group of people around him at any time. Whatever he does, he can't hide it in the palace. So the emperor knew that Shujio didn't study medicine at all, but he had seen a lot of medical skills. But at that time, his son was still young, and the emperor did not think that he was learning seriously, nor did he care. It was not until the last time that the poison killed Xiao Shi and almost killed 12 and 18 that the emperor realized that his son had really learned something. But despite this, he actually didn't really take it to heart now. In the emperor's mind, poison may be read from the book and the herbs can be prepared according to the book, but the specific practice of medicine is different. These psychological factors did not prevent the emperor from speaking, and his body had already honestly raised his hand. Zhao Yuan took the pulse and retorted, "I am very powerful." That being said, Zhao Yuan also knew that his words were too unreliable. Yes, yes. The emperor's attitude can be seen from his smiling tone. While waiting for the result of his son's pulse diagnosis, he said as if he remembered something, "You know medicine. Don't show it to others unless it is necessary. After all, the 10th prince is dead, but the queen is still alive. Song Shuqing is still alive. If it is found that this matter may be related to Shujio, Xiaojio will be targeted a lot, especially the Duke of Ying's mansion, which will definitely do its best to avenge the 10th prince. He is not afraid. But this kind of thing is not easy to calculate. He can't let Shujio kill Xiao Shi, and he has to deal with all the people in the Duke of Ying's mansion just in case." The emperor felt that he was not that crazy. Zhao Yuan's fingers trembled slightly. He pursed his lips, and after a while, he muttered, "I know. This matter involved the death of the prince." So the father and son fell silent. After that, Zhao Yuan continued to go to the Ministry of Revenue as planned. Chen Ping did not leave Zhao Yuan alone. After all, the emperor obviously wanted to train the 9th prince, and his own grandson was the 9th prince's companion. No matter from which aspect, he could not do anything. The 9th prince looked easy to get along with, but he did not think that he really had no temper. If these princes and grandsons were really angry, his old bones would be broken. Gradually, Chen Ping also discovered the good of the 9th prince. After all, some things he said would not work, but the 9th prince would work especially well. Today, Zhao Yuan just came to the Ministry of Revenue. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Chen Ping looking at him and laughing. Zhao Yuan subconsciously wanted to retreat, but he held back. He walked over and said helplessly, "Master Chen, what's the matter today?" Chen Ping smiled and took the account book in his hand, and said to Zhao Yuan earnestly, "9th prince, you have been in our Ministry of Revenue for a while. You see, our Tianqi is fighting all day long, and we really have no money. It's the Queen Mother's birthday soon, and the Emperor wants to hold a big party. Where can we get the money?" Zhao Yuan. He looked at Chen Ping and said unhappily, "Master Chen, do you think this prince is a fool? You also want me to talk about this kind of thing? That was the Queen Mother's birthday banquet. No matter what the specifications were or whether the timing was appropriate, they were all elders. He, a junior, asked the Queen Mother to be frugal. Isn't that sick? If this was the Emperor's birthday banquet, the Emperor might not mind if he asked him to say it. But he was the Emperor's favorite child, not the Queen Mother's favorite grandson. Among so many princes, everyone knew that the Queen Mother only valued the 15th prince born to her niece, concubine Chen. Of course, if it was his father who wanted to have a luxurious birthday banquet, Zhao Yuan would not think that the money was spent wrongly. He would only think that everything was as it should be, and he even wanted to add more. Chen Ping was not annoyed by this. I was thinking wrong. But the treasury is really out of money. Not only the Queen Mother's birthday banquet this time, but also the expenses of the war afterwards are endless. Your Highness, please help me. In the past 2 years, the money in the treasury has been spent like water. Chen Ping's heart aches so much that he can't breathe. Especially since the war is not over yet, and the expenses will be even greater. His hair has turned a lot whiter due to worrying. And his face looks older. But there is nothing he can do. This is when he was sighing at home, and heard his grandson hesitantly say that the 9th prince is smart. If he told the prince about the dilemma, he might get some solutions. Chen Ping didn't think he could really get a solution from the 9th prince. When he was young, the 9th prince did improve the spinning wheel and loom with the Ministry of Works. But such things don't appear at any time. How can it be so easy? So he set his sights on the 9th prince's private treasury. Chen Ping's eyes lit up when he thought of the silver. He didn't care whether it was the 9th prince's private treasury or not. Even if it was the emperor's private treasury. He wanted to get it into the national treasury. Therefore, he was going to show the 9th prince how difficult it was to get the Ministry of Revenue. And to play pitiful in front of the 9th prince to see if the 9th prince, who was still young, could be fooled a little. After all, this country will belong to the 9th prince in the future. It belongs to their own family anyway. What's wrong with getting it from the private treasury to the national treasury? He remembered that the business of spinning and looms was handed over to the 9th prince. The 9th prince was said to be generous to the crown prince and the emperor. If this business was put into the national treasury, it would be a golden goose that would keep laying eggs in the future. Zhao Yuan did not think of his own money at the first time. And he did not know how thick-skinned Chen Ping was on that pitiful face. He was really thinking about how to increase the income of the Ministry of Revenue. During this period of time, he had been thinking about this matter after reading the information of the Ministry of Revenue. To be honest with you, Lord Chen, I do have some ideas about the Ministry of Revenue during this period. Ah? Chen Ping blinked. He was thinking about how to turn the topic to the private treasury of the 9th prince. But the 9th prince really had a way. He said curiously, please speak. 9th prince. Zhao Yuan said, collect taxes. Hearing this, Chen Ping's originally excited mood suddenly calmed down. Now is the time of war. And the people are not rich. If we easily raise taxes, I am afraid that many people will be forced to death. All wise rulers in history have lightened taxes and levies. Chen Ping's family had fallen into poverty, but later climbed up on their own. So he was very concerned about the suffering of the people. When Zhao Yuan said this, he even felt that he had misjudged him before. Zhao Yuan explained, I have read the information of the Ministry of Households in recent years. Now taxes are collected based on the number of people. But in fact, it is really uncertain how many people there are in each place. When he said the last sentence, Zhao Yuan smiled, and Chen Ping's heart skipped a beat. He knew that many people concealed their population in order to avoid taxes. Of course, the people could not hide these things by themselves. Behind this were the nobles and the royal family. Apart from other things, the princes on the fiefdoms probably used many tricks to pay less taxes, or even concealed their population, with the intention of rebellion. Chen Ping swallowed his saliva and felt his throat was a little dry. What does your highness mean? The tax is distributed according to the land area. The tax is distributed according to the land area. And the gentry pay taxes together? The emperor looked at the memorial in front of him, on which Chen Ping had written down the relevant pros and cons, and his words were passionate. Yes, Chen Ping said excitedly, this method was proposed by His Highness the 9th Prince. He was the Minister of Revenue. So he naturally knew that if this policy was really implemented, not only would the tax collection increase, but the population of Tianqi would also increase significantly. For a country, population is a big deal. Naturally, the more the better. Of course, Chen Ping also knew that if this policy was really proposed, it would affect many interests. After all, he was on the same side as the 9th Prince. Chen Ping still had a conscience and did not directly report this matter in the court, but first brought it to the emperor to talk about it. Let's see what the emperor has planned. Zhao Yuan followed him. Of course, the emperor looked at the memorial in silence. After a while, he slapped the table and said, Good. Very good. The moment he saw the policy, the emperor had made up his mind. He wanted to implement it. Even if there would be many obstacles, the emperor was strong-willed. As long as it was beneficial to the country, all the opposing voices would be suppressed. After a long time, He told Shenping. You go down first. Xiujio stays. Don't let anyone know about this for the time being. Yes. Shenping certainly knew what he meant. After Shenping left, the emperor motioned his son to sit in front of him. His eyes were still full of excitement. He asked his son, what do you think about this? This method is a good method, which benefits the country and the people. When the people know this news, they will definitely be grateful for the benevolence of the emperor. But at the same time, it also touches many interests. If people really knew that it was you who proposed it, I'm afraid these people would hate you with gnashing teeth. The public opinion is important. But the fight for the emperor does not rely entirely on the public opinion. The previous prince also had a reputation for benevolence. And after he died, he was dead. In comparison, those whose interests were touched would instead try their best to pull Xiaojio down. The power of these people is much stronger than the public opinion. That's why the emperor wanted to ask his son's thoughts. After all, if this kind of benefit to the people is attributed to the emperor himself, it must be a good thing. But he didn't want to take advantage of his son, so he wanted to ask his son's opinion. Zhao Yuan heard this, with a sense of pride, and said as a matter of course, what if they hate? What can they do to me? The son of the father can't be timid. Zhao Yuan didn't care about other people's thoughts. He had thought of these things long ago. This was also a way to maintain the relationship between father and son. After all, these ministers were affected by their interests. They didn't dare to do anything to Zhao Yuan, but they wouldn't want to surrender to Zhao Yuan. In this way, even if Zhao Yuan had more power, it would be difficult for the emperor to be afraid of Zhao Yuan because of these open opponents. Maybe he would feel more sorry for his son. In this way, their father-son relationship would only get better and better. This was one of the methods Zhao Yuan had thought of early. Of course, he didn't worry that he would really become a prince without polls. After all, there were many ministers in this world who really worked for the country and the people. These ministers would have a better impression of him. As long as he is a prince, there will always be people who will cling to him under the power. Good. The emperor laughed. My son is right. The emperor really prefers such a strong child. Previously, he was dissatisfied with the prince's indecisiveness. Not decisive enough. Of course, he also has very high requirements for ability. The next day, this policy was brought up. It immediately caused a sensation in the court, and the ministers opposed it. Your Majesty, that is the policy set by the ancestors. It is against the etiquette to change it rashly. Yes, Your Majesty, the late emperor once, knowing that this matter was raised by Zhao Yuan. Some people shouted directly in anger. The ninth prince does not follow the etiquette of the ancestors, and does not respect the late emperor. It is simply, how dare you? Before he could finish his words, the emperor angrily slammed the table. Come here. Drag the official out. Your Majesty, spare my life. With this, the court instantly quieted down, and no one spoke anymore. However, the emperor at the top was still furious. As early as when he made the decision, he knew how the courtiers would react. But he had to do it. And these resistances would not affect anything. So he was not angry. But when he heard someone start to attack his son, the emperor felt genuinely angry, and could not control it at all. He sneered. This policy is a good policy that benefits the country and the people. You don't agree to it, whether it is because of the ancestral etiquette or because it affects your interests. You know it yourself. Sir Feng, are you using the tribute you received a few days ago? Surly. You? The emperor pointed to a few people who had jumped the most and told them directly. I wonder if the ancestral etiquette taught you to do this. The few people had already collapsed on the ground. Your Majesty. For a moment, they couldn't think of what to say to defend themselves. Then they were all dragged out by the guards. After a lot of trouble, the matter was settled. The emperor quickly arranged the matter. He wanted to distribute the land tax according to the acreage. And the measurement of land was a great contributor. There is still a lot of work to do. Of course, there are also voices of support in the court. Everyone knows whether this policy is good or bad. After the court was dismissed, the princes outside the palace got the news. In an instant, I don't know how many teapots were smashed on the ground. This ninth prince is really in the way. The emperor wants to thoroughly investigate the land and population, which is definitely not a good thing for the princes. Although these princes have been forced by the emperor to stay in the capital for so many years, they still have something in their hearts. The fourth prince hurriedly went to find the eldest prince. Brother, What do you think we should do? If I had known earlier, I should have sought revenge on the ninth prince earlier. Although I didn't find the opportunity for so many years. The eldest prince shook his head. Wait a little longer. Wait. The fourth prince said angrily, how long do we have to wait? We have been in the capital for more than 10 years. The first prince was indifferent. And the fourth prince ran away angrily. Similarly, the sixth prince and other princes were also in different emotions. The previous dynasty was in turmoil. And there was no rest in the harem. Soon it was the day of the Queen Mother's birthday. Zhao Yuan naturally participated in it. After a series of activities, everyone changed places to listen to opera. This is the Queen Mother's hobby. The opera troupe that was recently invited to the palace is a very popular opera troupe in the capital. Because the Queen Mother was very interested. The people who organized the birthday banquet also invited the opera troupe. Generally speaking, such things are not impossible in the palace. But Zhao Yuan knew that the troupe today was not just performing a play. It was actually the remnants of the previous dynasty, who came to assassinate the emperor. And the emperor himself knew the tune. But he just wanted to catch everyone in one fell swoop. So he took advantage of the situation. That is, in this assassination, Shupin protected the emperor with her body and blocked an arrow, which instantly improved her status in the emperor's heart and aroused the emperor's nostalgia for their youth. In short, after this block, Song Shuqing immediately turned over in the harem. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuan glanced at his mother, who was talking to Feng Guren beside him. Forget it. Even if his mother knew about this, she probably wouldn't be willing to come up to help his father block it. After spending a long time with his mother, Zhao Yuan could see clearly that his mother had 4 points of love for his father. But she could express 9 points. However, if it really involved life-threatening situations, she would not do it. She was willing to serve the sick during the smallpox period only for him. She had no choice but to take a gamble. He retracted his gaze. He did not want his mother to be hurt. Both his father and mother should live well. Soon, the group arrived at the place. And everyone sat down and started watching the show. Zhao Yuan sat with the second prince and other princes. They were not far from the emperor, but not close to him. After all, in such occasions, the concubines in the harem were also there. Of course, the emperor had to sit with the queen mother and the high-ranking concubines in the palace. The queen mother ordered a play. The stage was singing. It was obvious that the troupe was of good quality. Many people were listening to the play seriously. Halfway through the play, the actress suddenly rushed over with a dagger in her hand. You bastard emperor. Give me your life. Many people in the troupe immediately came over with sharp weapons in their hands. Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor quickly. The team was noisy in an instant. Zhao Yuan had been prepared for a long time. He rushed to his mother in the first moment of the chaos. Mom, be careful. He stood in front of his mother. It is worth mentioning that his mother was concubine Rong, and she was relatively favored. The queen in the harem was in solitary confinement, so his mother sat quite close to the emperor. When the assassination happened, everyone gathered towards the emperor. So Zhao Yuan was standing not far from the emperor at this moment. There were also the empress dowager's niece, concubine Chun, concubine Yi, and others around. The guards rushed up to fight the assassins, and everyone watched nervously. Suddenly, a scream sounded. Your Majesty, be careful. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw concubine Shu rushing towards the emperor with a worried look. But there was a sharp arrow shooting towards the emperor not far away. Before that, Zhao Yuan had raised his sword and wanted to cut off the arrow, although the voice came from not far from his ear and was a little sharp. Zhao Yuan was not affected. The only problem was that when Song Shuqing rushed towards the emperor, she directly bumped into Zhao Yuan. Song Shuqing's strength was not small, which showed her determination to protect the emperor. She directly knocked Zhao Yuan off balance. Seeing his son fall, the emperor subconsciously took 2 steps to pull him. But Zhao Yuan had been supported by Lu Hanwan. Shijiu, are you okay? No problem. Zhao Yuan quickly stood up. Concubine Feng beside him hesitated and said, maybe it's concubine Shu who's in trouble? Everyone looked over and saw that the emperor was not standing there. But Song Shuqing rushed to where the emperor had stood before, and was hit by an arrow directly. And the whole person was shaky. This, Zhao Yuan and Lu Hanwan were silent. It seemed to be true. On the other side, the emperor came to pull his son, which was just a subconscious reaction at the first time. He also quickly realized that his son would be fine, and tried to pull Song Shuqing back. But it was too late. The emperor supported Song Shuqing, and a lot of blood had already flowed out of the place where Song Shuqing was shot. The other concubines did not notice the ups and downs in the short time before, but only knew that when it was dangerous. Song Shuqing rushed up to help the emperor block an arrow. The emperor had an idea in his mind, but in such a situation, he couldn't blame concubine Shu for not coming to save him, whether it was useful or not. At least she had this intention. The assassin who shot the arrow was also caught quickly. In the palace, these people could not escape. The assassin was taken to the prison for custody. The emperor carried Song Shuqing to find the imperial physician for treatment. Zhao Yuan did not follow. He was so old. It was not appropriate for him to follow a concubine to see the treatment. He went with his mother. On the way, Lu Hanwan was very unhappy. She muttered, "Shupin must be jealous of me when I went to serve the emperor. She didn't go. Today, she finally showed that she really loves the emperor. She must be very happy." When serving the emperor, Shupin also wanted to go, but she was pregnant at the time, so the queen certainly didn't want to. As for Lu Hanwan, who successfully returned after going there, it is well known that her status in the harem has risen. In the years when she was favored, she pretended to be deeply in love with the emperor in the harem, but she also had the experience of attending to the emperor's illness. She said that these were all reasonable and well-founded. She disgusted people in the harem. At that time, Song Shuqing did not believe her, and believed that she was just ambitious and opportunistic. In Song Shuqing's heart, she really believed that she really loved the emperor at that time. So she was willing to give up so many things and enter the palace to accompany the emperor. Lu Hanwan also knew her tune. Of course, Lu Hanwan could also see that the current Shupin might not still have the same idea as before, and the current Shupin should understand her ambitions a little better. It is precisely because of this that Lu Hanwan did not like it. She knew that Song Shuqing had great ambitions, and the one blocking the way ahead was her Xiaojiu. Lu Hanwan secretly prayed that Song Shuqing would not be able to recover from the arrow she blocked. There were many people in the harem who secretly cursed her. Everyone knew that if Song Shuqing woke up, the harem structure might change again, especially since Song Shuqing had such a special position in the emperor's heart. He almost let the emperor give up everything and follow her away. What if the emperor did that again this time? In everyone's expectation, Song Shuqing woke up after being in a coma for 2 days. After hearing the news, Lu Hanwan pouted. "She's lucky." "Forget it. Xiaoan, pack some things and let's take her up to see concubine Shu." Song Shuqing had suffered so much for the emperor, and now that she has woken up, the concubines in the harem must go and see her. No one needs to say this deliberately. Everyone will basically go. In Changqiu Palace, there was a joyous atmosphere, not only because Song Shuqing woke up, but also because the emperor just directly appointed Song Shuqing as a concubine. Now, their master is a concubine, and from now on, they can finally hold their heads high and walk sideways in the harem in Changqiu Palace. In Changchun Palace, there was a loud noise. The queen sat upright on the chair. After so much time, the queen looked much older, but her face was still majestic, and people dared not look directly at her. At a glance, you can tell that she is not someone who is easy to mess with. At this moment, her eyes were cold, and a name seemed to come out from her teeth. Xu Fei. Her little Tin was gone, but the culprit was living a good life. Both sons were saved, and she was even made a concubine. Her future in the harem was just around the corner. Thinking of this, the queen felt like 100 claws in her heart, full of resentment. After a while, the corners of her mouth raised an arc. It's been so long. It's almost over. As everyone expected before. After Song Shuqing woke up, she immediately had a considerable presence in the harem, and became one of the leading figures in the harem. The emperor also went to Changqiu Palace a lot. It is said that the emperor also loved the 12th and 18th princes very much, and taught them to read. But Zhao Yuan didn't know that the emperor wouldn't be so affectionate with other princes in front of him. At least there was a third prince who competed for his favor. After all, the third prince was the prince that the emperor liked more before Xiaojiu came to power. After the third prince, there was no one. But Zhao Yuan also had other troubles. For example, at this moment, when he walked through the imperial garden, he heard a sweet voice. "Jiao Gu." The child's tone was full of sweetness. Zhao Yuan turned around impatiently. looked at the child who ran towards him happily, and said, I don't like children around me. The 18th prince looked at Xiao Hu standing next to Zhao Yuan with grievance, and said, But Jiuge, you obviously always bring Xiao Hu with you. Everyone in the palace knew that the 9th prince loved the child left by the crown prince very much, and he often took him to practice martial arts and study. The 18th prince was not particularly old, but there were no fools who grew up in the palace. In particular, the 18th prince was still a little smart, which was one of the reasons why he barely stood out in front of the emperor among the other princes. The 18th prince also knew that it was not so easy to get close to the 9th prince. He himself was not here to question the 9th prince or find fault with the 9th prince. So after he finished speaking, he immediately pretended to be pitiful and continued, Brother 9, just let me follow you. I promise it will be fast. To be honest, there are no ugly children in the palace. The emperor himself is handsome and extraordinary, and the concubines in the harem also have their own characteristics. Even the least outstanding ones can be considered pretty. It is difficult for children born from such a combination to be ugly. Just like Xiu Hu. Although he is chubby, he looks cute. The pitiful appearance of the 18th prince is indeed pleasing to the eyes of those who don't know. But Zhao Yuan is indifferent to all this. Get away. Don't think I dare not do anything to you. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Hu away quickly. Behind him, the 18th prince followed aggressively, not far away, which was one of the scenes that could be seen frequently in the palace during this period of time. After the 18th prince recovered from his illness, he rekindled his passion for the 9th prince. Even if the 9th prince refused and the 18th prince was scolded to tears, he would still run over enthusiastically the next time. Many palace people were speculating when the 9th prince would be able to accept the 18th prince. Although there were conflicts between the previous generations, it had little to do with the child. Moreover, now that Xu Fei was favored, it would not be a bad thing for the 9th prince to be on good terms with the 18th prince. Of course, most people in the harem did not think so. Ning Fei said directly and bluntly, Sister Xu Fei has more ways. If the 18th prince can be on good terms with the 9th prince, it will be much easier to see the emperor in the future. In fact, she wanted to say that Song Shuqing had instructed the 18th prince to approach the 9th prince on purpose. The 18th prince was not a 3-year-old child. A child of this age would have known the pros and cons long ago. And he was not a good person. It was just that Ningpin was only a concubine now, and Song Shuqing was in her prime at this time. She didn't want to be the target of Song Shuqing's power, so she was a little more tactful. But with that look and tone, who could not tell what she meant? The benefits of approaching the 9th prince. The previous example is still there. That is, the crown prince. Ningpin still had to consider Song Shuqing's identity, but Lu Hanwan didn't have to. She said with a fake smile, The 18th prince is 7 years old. I didn't know that he was only 3 or 4 years old. He was innocent and ignorant. Xu Fei, you and your son are making a lot of tricks that are flying in my face. You better stop. If you can't control your son, I don't know what I will say to the emperor. Song Shuqing was so angry at Lu Hanwan's words that her breathing became heavier. 18 is 18 years old. He has the freedom to like his brothers. They are all the emperor's sons. What's wrong with 18 wanting to play with 9th brother? Song Shuqing didn't arrange to get close to the 9th prince. She just acquiesced. This was something that the 18th prince had to do. The 18th prince was smart since he was a child. He actually tried to compete for the emperor's favor. But even if he tried his best, the emperor would favor him more than some other princes. But if he was in front of the 9th prince, he would be completely unbearable. He knew what his mother thought, and he was also interested in that position. After the death of the crown prince, the 18th prince keenly realized that his opportunity had come. The 9th prince had no good friends in the palace, and many princes were even dissatisfied with the 9th prince because he was favored by his father. But with his father's favor for the 9th prince, maybe the other party would want to leave a suitable way for his 9th prince when considering the throne. As for the fact that the 9th prince already had Xiu Hu by his side, the 18th prince did not take it to heart. Xiu Hu was obviously a warrior, and even if he caught the eye of his father, he would not be able to sit on the throne. Besides, don't worry about whether his idea is right or not. If he can get the care of the 9th prince, he can get along with his father more, which is also a big benefit. Lu Hanwan laughed. Whether it is so high-sounding or not. Xu Fei, you know it yourself. Look at the concubines present. Which one believes it? After the quarrel, Lu Hanwan returned to Chaoxia Palace happily. A few days later, a major event occurred in the palace. The 18th prince fell into the water and died. In Chaoxia Palace, Song Shuqing's shrill cries were heard everywhere. In the harem, the concubines who heard the news were all overjoyed. And at most some were indifferent. These people felt that their children had no chance of taking the throne. So they didn't care about other princes. During this period, Song Shuqing's rise and the favor of the 18th prince were indeed a nuisance to many people. In Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan naturally received the news. After hearing what Xiaoyun said, she took a deep breath and couldn't help complaining, "What kind of things are these?" In the harem, without children, not many people can sympathize with him. At least Lu Hanwan is not such a kind person. After hearing the cause of death of the 18th prince, she was only worried that this matter was related to her son. It was late now, but the 18th prince fell into the water and died tonight. On weekdays, the princes would always be accompanied by a group of servants when they went out. Even when they grew up, there would be at least 2 or 3 people following them. Of course, it was up to the adult princes to bring servants with them or not. The 18th prince was already 7 years old, because the queen had previously determined that Song Shuqing was the murderer of the 10th prince. There were many servants around the 18th prince, but last night, in order to go play with Shizhou, the other party left the group of servants there, which was why he suffered. If this matter really gets entangled, it is related to Shizhou. Even if it was not Shizhou who did it, some people with unclear minds may think that it is really related to Shizhou. After all, if it were not for Shizhou, the 18th prince would not have left the servants around him where they were, and would not have encountered such a disaster. The 18th prince is small, and has such deep thoughts. Shizhou's repeated refusal is useless. Now that something has happened, he will also implicate his own Shizhou. He is really a person who can do more than make things happen. With a heart full of anger, Lu Hanwan reluctantly took the maid to Chaoxia Palace. Such a big thing happened. Everyone had to go and see it. Along the way, Lu Hanwan found many concubines who rushed over like her. When they arrived at the door of Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan thought about it, and still turned her head to Xiaoyun and said, "If Song Shuqing, that madman, is going to rush over later, you have to stop him." She felt that she was in danger. Xiaoyun and several of her maids were ready to fight immediately after hearing this. The prince was also awakened by the noisy noise. Zhao Yuan sat up from the bed and asked, "What happened outside?" Soon, the door was pushed open and Xiao Luzi walked in. His face was not very good. He whispered, "Your Highness, the 18th prince fell into the water and died." "What?" Zhao Yuan wondered for a moment if he had heard it wrong. The 18th prince? That was Song Shuqing's son. In the end, it was this 18th prince who Song Shuqing slayed the dragon and ascended the throne. Even though he knew that the world had changed too much and everything could not be determined by the plot, at least the 18th prince was still alive and kicking in front of him tonight. And this child had a lot of little thoughts. Such a character was gone, which made Zhao Yuan feel a little absurd. But he immediately thought of the queen. Yes, the queen is a very difficult person in the play. She is a very stable person who is good at killing people with borrowed knives. He is sure that the queen was behind the 18th prince's incident. But even if he investigates, he can't find the queen before revenge is complete. Zhao Yuan believes that the queen will not want to die so early. At least, the 12th prince must be dealt with. And then it will be Song Shuqing's turn. As for the 18th prince's early death compared to the plot, Zhao Yuan did not reflect on himself or feel guilty. The fight for the throne was originally a pile of human lives. Since Song Shuqing started to attack the crown prince, he did not want to let these people go. The death of the 18th prince was already in his expectation. Besides, wasn't it him who did it? After realizing it, Zhao Yuan was ready to get up. If the prince was in trouble, the remaining princes would definitely go and see what was happening. His father should be there by then. Xiao Luzi dressed him and said, "The 18th prince was in trouble when his highness left." As someone close to the 9th prince, Xiao Luzi was also worried that his master would be smeared. Zhao Yuan made a him sound, indicating that he heard it. But the 18th prince's death was caused by him. So even if Song Shuqing misunderstood him, it was no big deal. After the misunderstanding, Song Shuqing calmed down and would definitely put the main conflict on the queen. Zhao Yuan raised his lips slightly, put on his clothes, and said, "Let's go." As soon as Zhao Yuan went out, many princes came out nearby. It must be said that the emperor was really fertile, and there were many princes living in this area. Each of them probably saw Zhao Yuan, and they didn't mobilize a large number of people in the middle of the night. They all greeted Zhao Yuan in a low voice, and Zhao Yuan nodded. Zhao Yuan was a popular person in the palace, and ordinary princes really didn't have the courage to be arrogant in front of him. After a while, a string of princes followed Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan looked back, was silent, and almost walked forward. Then he met the emperor who came in front of him. At this time, the father and son were not in the mood to say some intimate words. The two walked together and continued to walk towards Changqiu Palace. The string of princes behind him continued to follow. Entering Changqiu Palace, a group of palace servants were kneeling outside. Song Shuqing stood there with her hair in disarray, and asked sternly, "I told you to follow and protect 18 all the time. When he got into trouble, why didn't you stay by his side?" In fact, she already knew the general reason. But because of this, her son was gone, and Song Shuqing naturally couldn't accept it. "He told you not to follow, but you really ignored it. I told you to stay by my side a step. Didn't you hear it?" When she thought of her son struggling desperately in the water, this group of people were indifferent not far away. Song Shuqing couldn't breathe. She just wanted to send all the people involved to be buried with her child. Zhao Yuan arrived at such a time. He was with the emperor. When the emperor came in, there was naturally a lot of noise. Song Shuqing also saw Zhao Yuan. In an instant, Song Shuqing's eyes turned red, and her eyes were filled with hatred. She walked towards this side quickly. When she was about to approach Zhao Yuan, her palm was raised. Zhao Yuan looked coldly. "Song Shuqing, you dare!" Lu Hanwan was talking quietly with Feng Guiran on the side. When she was reminded, she realized that her son had come. Seeing that Song Shuqing wanted to attack her son, she immediately became anxious. Although the son had a higher status in the emperor's heart, one was a prince, and the other was a concubine. From the perspective of seniority, Song Shuqing was considered the elder of the son. Then, as a junior, wouldn't his son be bullied by Song Shuqing? In fact, Lu Hanwan thought her son was too harmless. Zhao Yuan was never a person who would let himself suffer. If others didn't do it, he would just stand there and take it. But before Zhao Yuan could react, the emperor was already gone. He stood in front of his son and said in a deep voice, "Xu Fei, what are you going to do?" Song Shuqing was not a person who lost her mind. She knew that it was wrong for her to blame the ninth prince. In fact, she also guessed that it was the queen who did it. She was just angry. If the ninth prince had paid more attention to 18, 18 would not have encountered these things tonight. If the ninth prince had not left after speaking coldly to 18, leaving 18 alone, 18 would not have been in such a situation. At other times, 18 would never leave his side, and even if the queen wanted to take revenge, she would not be able to find a place to start. So she had resentment and hatred towards the ninth prince. But after being stopped by the emperor, she could no longer ignore him and act crazy and stupid. Her tears, which had stopped flowing, flowed again. She looked at the emperor, helplessly and desperately grasping the emperor's clothes. "Your Majesty, my 18 is gone. 18 is gone," she cried bitterly. The emperor was not feeling well after losing a son, especially since the 18th prince had a strong presence in front of him during this period and had appeared many times. He put his arm around Song Shuqing's shoulders and whispered to comfort her, "I know. I will definitely find out who killed 18. Song Shuqing shed tears. "The queen. It must have been the queen. She said before that if the 10th prince is gone, my 12 and 18 will not be saved." Lu Hanwan almost rolled her eyes. "So you know it's the queen? Then you wanted to hit Xiaozhou just now." She was getting more and more annoyed with Song Shuqing. As for whether Song Shuqing was venting her anger on others, Lu Hanwan didn't care. Anyway, it was not okay to have malice towards her child. Back then, Song Shuqing wanted to put the blame on Xiaozhou, and their relationship was never good. Now that Song Shuqing has no child, Lu Hanwan certainly can't directly mock Song Shuqing, so she can only endure it for the time being. She decided that after these few days, she must find fault with Song Shuqing. On the other side, the emperor held Song Shuqing's hand and promised, "I will check it out." After thinking about it, he still reminded, this matter has nothing to do with Xiaozhou. And it was not Xiaozhou who asked 18 to leave the servants where they were. He never liked to stand with 18. So it was normal for him to leave. The person who harmed 18 behind the scenes should be blamed for this matter. Not Xiuzhou. The other party's target is 18. Even if it's not tonight, they will find another time later. In fact, the emperor also suspected the queen. So the direction of his words was actually quite obvious. He felt that his thinking was quite right. This matter had nothing to do with Xiuzhou. Just now, Song Shuqing wanted to come up and beat Xiuzhou, which was really a bit too much. It's not like you're in trouble, so people who have nothing to do with you should give in to you. The emperor felt that he had an obligation to make things clear. Hearing the emperor's series of words to excuse the ninth prince, Song Shuqing felt more and more uncomfortable. Her fingers on the hand that was not held by the emperor were clenched, and her nails were sunk into the flesh. Her face buried in the emperor's chest had a distorted expression. She said in a muffled voice, "Yes, the emperor is right. It was just that his own children were dead." And the emperor was still in the mood to excuse the culprit, which made Song Shuqing more and more unbearable. She originally knew that the 18th was killed by the queen, and it was indeed not the ninth prince's fault. But after the emperor said this, she rebelled, and the ninth prince suddenly became one of the culprits who killed the 18th prince. The emperor could not see Song Shuqing's expression, but from her tone, he thought she understood, and felt a little comforted. He patted Song Shuqing and whispered, "Okay, let me go see 18. At this point, he became even more melancholy. Song Shuqing wiped the tears from her face. 18 likes the emperor the most. If he knew that the emperor came to see him, he would definitely be very happy. The emperor went inside, and Song Shuqing was about to follow. But at the moment she turned around. She looked at the ninth prince and suddenly said, "Ninth prince, do you want to come and see your brother?" When 18 was alive, he also liked the ninth prince very much. No matter what others said about him, he always shouted that he liked the ninth prince and wanted to be with the ninth prince. I taught him many times, but he refused to listen to me. Until he died, he never got the ninth prince's good face. Now that he is like this, His Highness the ninth prince might as well fulfill his childish wish. Song Shuqing looked at Zhao Yuan with endless malice in her eyes. The whole audience fell silent after hearing Song Shuqing's words. Everyone looked at the people in the room and looked at each other. Don't say it. Song Shuqing's words are good, and she is really a kind mother. The 18th prince was indeed very enthusiastic about the ninth prince when he was alive, and he even died because of his enthusiasm for the ninth prince. It is precisely because of this that the ninth prince couldn't refuse. Although everyone knew that the 18th prince had been so persistent in pursuing the ninth prince before, it was definitely not because of a child's love for his brother. That little trick could fool anyone. It was just to take advantage of the ninth prince. But now the 18th prince is dead, and death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. These words can't be said by the concubines present. The ninth prince is only 14 years old. This Xu Fei is really disgusting. One concubine muttered in a low voice. The 18th prince's stubbornness can also be related to the ninth prince. This Xu Fei now asked the ninth prince to see a dead body. It is one thing to scare him, but if the ninth prince really thinks that he killed his brother, he will have a hard time in the future. When he goes back later, he will not be able to sleep. In the eyes of the concubines in the harem, Zhao Yuan is a pure and kind image. No one thinks that he can be unharmed after seeing the body of the 18th prince. Xu Fei. The emperor's face is a little ugly. No matter how nice Song Shuqing's words are, no matter how sufficient the reasons are, as long as it is bad for his son, the emperor thinks that the other party must be intentional and ill-intentioned. At the same time as the emperor's voice, Concubine E also spoke. Xu Fei, have some shame. How come your prince is noble, and other princes deserve to be inferior to him? Song Shuqing pulled a sad smile and said weakly, Sister Yifei misunderstood. She hadn't finished her words yet. Concubine E didn't listen at all, and her voice directly overwhelmed her. If I really want to say it, a dead prince is really not as noble as a living prince. Let the child see the dead. If he really wants to see the good and the bad, will you pay with your own life or your family's 12th life? The two of them combined are not as good as Xiuzhou. What did the 18th prince want to chase Xiuzhou before? Don't think he's dead. We all have no memory. We all know it in our hearts. There's no need for you to fool people now. After so many years in the harem, Concubine E is old and can see things more clearly. She is not afraid of what others dare not say. Her uncle is fighting on the battlefield now. When these words come out, the emperor will scold her at most, but he will not really do anything to her. As for the emperor, he actually has no intention of scolding concubine E. If this kind of thing happened to other princes, the emperor might consider brothers being friendly and respectful. They are all born by the same father, and children should behave like this and that. But now it is not someone else. It happened to Shujo, and the emperor thinks concubine E said it well. It's just that the words are a bit sharp. Lu Hanlan was even more shocked. She was not easy to talk to after what Song Shuqing said just now. She did not expect that concubine E would directly fight back. She looked at concubine E with a complicated look. She never expected that concubine E's feelings for Shujo would last so long. Just because she spoke up for Shujo today, Lu Hanwan decided that if concubine E was sarcastic to her again in the future, she would not only not fight back, but also give her a smile. Perhaps they were shocked by concubine Yi's series of attacks. For a long time, no one spoke, and the air was filled with unspeakable silence. Song Shuqing's face was also extremely ugly. After a long time, the emperor coughed dryly and reacted. Let's go see 18 first. With so many things going on, the emperor's sadness was greatly reduced. Song Shuqing couldn't keep chasing Zhao Yuan, so she went in with him. After they left, Zhao Yuan couldn't stand outside. He had to go in and take a look. After entering the inner room, Zhao Yuan looked around and found a place to stand. The princes behind him also stood beside him. Zhao Yuan. He moved forward a little bit. Mainly because if he didn't move forward, he suspected that the people behind him wouldn't be able to squeeze in. Looking at this position, Zhao Yuan thought that Xu Fei's fuss just now was a bit unnecessary. As a prince, his brother died, so he couldn't stand too far away when he came in. Even if Song Shuqing didn't do that, he would still see the appearance of the 18th prince after his death. So why did he do that just now? He let himself be slapped in the face for nothing. Zhao Yuan stared at the 18th prince. Except for the affection between his parents, Zhao Yuan was very receptive to a certain extent. He didn't mind seeing these things. It wouldn't affect him at all. Having nightmares was nonsense. When he went to the disaster area to find his brother, the prince, he was soaked in the flood. There were many more corpses with cruel and terrifying faces than the 18th prince. This was nothing. Song Shuqing also realized this problem. She looked at Zhao Yuan. She thought that the 18th died because of the 9th prince. Now that the 9th prince saw the 18th prince, he must feel indescribable pain and guilt in his heart. But when she looked over, she saw the 9th prince looking at 18 calmly. His expression was calm, and he seemed a little dazed. Song Shuqing's anger deepened. She took a deep breath and cried, "It's also my 18th's fate. I don't know why the 9th prince left. He was just a child. He stayed there late at night and refused to leave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cried." She didn't say anything else. She knew that if she blamed the 9th prince, the emperor would not agree. But she was unwilling to accept it. Why didn't the 9th prince receive any punishment? And the emperor still protected him. Obviously, 18th's death was related to the 9th prince. Xu Fei, the emperor said angrily, Xiao Jiu has never liked to contact other people. This is known to everyone in the palace. It was 18 who pestered him, not him pestering 18. I understand that you are in a bad mood, but there is no need to catch innocent people and make trouble. This Xu Fei, why does she always pull things onto Xiao Jiu? This is not the way to vent anger. Lu Hanwan also spoke up at this time. The person behind the scenes wants to harm the 18th prince, and naturally planned it according to the 18th prince's actions. The 18th prince pestered Xiao Jiu all day long. This is something everyone knows. Xu Fei herself did not know how to protect her own child. Now that something happened, she knew to blame all the responsibility on others. When concubine Xu drugged the 10th prince, everyone suspected that it was Shijio's fault. You know, it was Shijio who taught your 12th prince how to fall into the water. You have done so many things to trick Shijio. How can you blame Shijio for not playing with your child? If she didn't say anything, and Song Shuqing said such nonsense, and it got out, everyone might really think that Shijio was partly responsible for the death of the 18th prince. This is what Lu Hanlan can't stand. Why should Shijio owe someone a life for no reason? So she didn't care whether it was appropriate or not, and said everything she wanted to say directly. When everyone heard it, they also felt that it was true. The 18th prince did that every day, and it was inevitable that someone would catch the flaw and take action. Song Shuqing was also a little bit broken. If it wasn't because the ninth prince didn't like servants to follow too closely, why would 18 leave the servants behind? If the ninth prince didn't go from another way, how could the servants outside not notice that 18 was the only one left inside? If the ninth prince didn't say too much, why would 18 stay there alone after he left? Although they didn't know what the ninth prince said, everyone knew the impolite words that the ninth prince had said to the 18th prince for such a long time. There was a lot of noise in Changqiu Palace. Tonight was obviously the death of the 18th prince. But there were all kinds of quarrels all night. In the end, even the little grief for the death of the 18th prince was mixed up. Everyone came here in the middle of the night, so it was impossible for them not to sleep. They stayed here until dawn. Because of these quarrels, Zhao Yuan and his friends did not stay here for too long. After a while, the emperor dismissed everyone. Lu Hanwan felt much better after the quarrel, and went back with the concubines she had made friends with. As for Zhao Yuan, he was already 14 years old, so it was naturally impossible for him to go back to the harem and go back to the prince's residence. When they went back, it was already late, and Zhao Yuan laid down to sleep, and had no dreams all night. The next day, he got up on time and attended the morning court. After the morning court was over, Su Quan ran over and stopped Zhao Yuan. "Your Highness, the emperor invites you to come over." After arriving, Zhao Yuan was stared at by the emperor. Zhao Yuan touched his face in confusion. "Father, is there something on my face? Did he not wash it clean in the morning? That shouldn't be the case. Or did someone poison him?" The emperor retracted his gaze and asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Zhao Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed again. His father was worried that he was frightened by the 18th prince last night. He shook his head and said, "It's okay. Father, you don't have to worry about these. I have seen many corpses before, and I don't feel anything. The death of the 18th brother is not caused by me." He could actually say it more comprehensively and express his sadness for the death of the 18th brother. But Zhao Yuan held it back for a while. Perhaps because he knew that his father believed in him wholeheartedly. He did not want to or need to make up some unnecessary lies. The emperor did not feel anything wrong at this moment. He was very hypocritical towards all the princes. All the princes were divided into Xiuzhou and others. He just needed to know that Xiaozhou cared about him and Rongfei, and these relatives, very much. For several days in a row, Zhao Yuan did nothing wrong. He ate well and slept well, and his face was rosy and shiny, which made Song Shuqing, who prayed that he would have a nightmare, so angry that her chest hurt. This is a small matter. The harem these days is mainly looking for the murderer who killed the 18th prince. The emperor and Song Shuqing both thought that it was the queen who did it. But no matter how they checked, it had nothing to do with the queen. The eunuch who did it had died that night. After going to Changchun Palace, the emperor did not get a promise from the queen. The two looked at each other. Their eyes did not give way to each other. Finally, the emperor walked out of the door. He looked at the sky outside and directly ordered, "From today, the queen will start to be ill." Although all the evidence was destroyed, the emperor believed that the queen did it. Even if the queen did not do it now, she would do it later. In this case, it would be better to solve the queen directly to avoid any more trouble in the future. If the queen is quiet, he can tolerate her. But if she wants to make trouble in the harem, he will not tolerate her. Yes, Su Quan certainly knew the meaning behind this. Not just illness. He was shocked and quickly responded in a low voice. He thought to himself, "It seems that the emperor is really angry this time." That's right. The princes have been in trouble one after another in the past 2 years. It would be strange if the emperor could be happy. Zhao Yuan knew nothing about the emperor's treatment of the queen. He only knew that she had been to Changchun Palace. But he didn't know the details. It wasn't that the emperor deliberately wanted to hide it from his son. But there was no need to talk about such things. But in the harem, the hatred between Song Shuqing and the queen became deeper and deeper. She had already lost a son, and Song Shuqing didn't dare to be careless anymore. Now she only had one son left, and he was sick. Thinking of this, Song Shuqing felt heartbroken. In contrast, most people in the harem were quite happy. After all, Song Shuqing rose because she protected the emperor from the arrows. Of course, it would be better if her prince was gone. Now there was only a sickly child left, and he was not a threat. Lu Hanwan told her son, "Song Shuqing seems to be unreasonable. She seems to blame you for the death of the 18th prince. She seems to know a lot of people. When you walk outside, you should be more careful and don't let others harm you. As soon as her son left her, Lu Hanwan wanted to tell him everything clearly, even though she knew in her heart that her son might think much further than she did. Yeah, Zhao Yuan responded. I know that the death of the 18th prince has nothing to do with me. Mother, don't be wronged in front of Song Shuqing. Don't really put the blame on yourself. Lu Hanwan nodded. Don't worry. Your mother will not do such a loss-making thing. She was just afraid of her son's influence on the emperor's impression of him. But it didn't mean she was a good person. Even if her son did it, she wouldn't feel guilty. Not to mention that Song Shuqing was forcing her to take the blame. She was still thinking about how to teach Song Shuqing a lesson. How could she bow down in front of Song Shuqing? Sure enough, maybe every mother is a gentle and kind person in her son's heart? Lu Hanwan thought wildly in her mind. After that, Zhao Yuan continued to do his own things. Now he has entered the court. And there are many things to do every day. Sometimes he also needs to read the memorials from the emperor. During this period, there was one thing that had been on Zhao Yuan's mind. That was the death of Feng Ji in the original plot. Feng Ji was betrayed and died in the war with Xia. But Zhao Yuan had reminded Feng Ji long before that. But despite this, Feng Ji was still not at peace. Although Feng Ji was called the god of war, he was still a mortal after all. It was impossible for him to win every battle completely and without any setbacks. Especially when facing Feng Ji. Basically all enemies would be on high alert. Take out all means, and try their best to target Feng Ji. Under such circumstances, Feng Ji finally fell into trouble in this war, and even suffered many casualties. The war was at a stalemate, and as time went by, different voices gradually emerged in the court. There were even a lot of secret letters sent from the border, which were said to be letters of collusion between Feng Ji and Xia. And the handwriting inside was exactly the same as Feng Ji's. The court officials were excited. There was no doubt that Feng Ji was a good general and a good minister under the emperor. But this did not mean that there was no one in the court who did not want to get rid of Feng Ji. In fact, there were quite a few such people. As soon as the secret letter came out, someone stood up happily, raised his chin high, and said confidently, Your Majesty, General Feng has always been invincible on the battlefield. But this time, there has been no progress for such a long time. And it has caused us a lot of damage to Tianqi. General Feng definitely has ulterior motives. Yes, Your Majesty. The secret letter is here. General Feng is a traitor. Your Majesty. General Feng. Of course, there were people who spoke up for Feng Ji. But with the secret letter in front of them, no matter how they spoke, they could not beat the imperial censors and others who were good at talking. After everyone had been arguing for a while, they didn't hear the emperor speak. So they finally realized and quieted down. Looking up at the emperor above, the emperor still had a secret letter in his hand, looking at the soldiers kneeling on the ground below with heavy eyes. You mean, General Feng has betrayed the country? That's right, the soldier said righteously. Zhao Yuan, who was standing in the front row, looked at all this and felt that it was hard to say. He didn't know what these people were thinking. Feng Ji was the only pure white jasmine in the emperor's heart. It was quite courageous to frame Feng Ji in front of the emperor. The emperor trusted Feng Ji very much. This trust, in addition to his trust in Feng Ji himself, also included the emperor's trust in his ability to judge people. Feng Ji was raised by him and received top treatment. Under such circumstances, it was simply a fantasy to say that Feng Ji would betray the country. Feng Ji was not incompetent, so he had to do these little tricks. As for whether Feng Ji would become more ambitious and intend to rebel because of his long-term victories, the emperor thought it was impossible. Feng Ji was not that kind of person. He asked, So that means General Feng is currently seriously injured and unconscious? This is what he is most worried about. The area where Feng Ji fought with Xia was full of miasma. Snakes, insects, rats and ants. And there were people who were good at driving snakes and insects. Feng Ji was injured this time because of this. It has been so long, and it is still unknown when he will wake up. As for the secret letter with Xia, the emperor didn't care at all. The soldier was stunned for a moment when he heard that the emperor still cared about the life and death of General Feng, but still replied, reporting to the emperor, General Feng is indeed like this. It is precisely because General Feng has been unconscious that the secret letter in the general's tent was accidentally discovered. But even so, A part of the people headed by Deputy General Lin are still protecting General Feng. Now the army is in chaos. Please give instructions. Your Majesty. From the tone, it can be heard that the soldier who came to report the news actually leaned towards the idea that Feng Ji really colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. It is normal. Otherwise these secret letters and military reports would not be sent to the capital by him. The soldier's eyes were red. On the way to the capital, several of us were chased and killed several times. And it was not easy to send the news out. The emperor's expression did not change. His fingers tapped on the chair from time to time. And his tone was firm. Do you know the people who came to chase you? Yes, the soldier said. The leader is Deputy General Lin's people. Deputy General Lin does not want us to pass the news to the capital. In the army, when Feng Ji is there on weekdays, he can naturally suppress everyone. But once Feng Ji is gone, the deputy generals below will be divided into several forces. Feng Ji is indeed good at leading troops. But he has strict requirements in the army. Not all soldiers think he is good. And some people even don't like him. This is one of the reasons why people are panicked after Feng Ji was suspected of treason. Zhao Yuan blinked his eyes. It seems that Feng Ji has not eliminated the traitor yet? Is there another plan? Feng Ji behaves purely in life. But those who can break the name of the god of war on the battlefield are not stupid. After his reminder, Zhao Yuan doesn't believe that Feng Ji will be completely indifferent. It is impossible not to be vigilant. So this injury is also in Feng Ji's plan? Zhao Yuan muttered in his heart. The emperor didn't know the little secret between Zhao Yuan and Feng Ji. He frowned, a little worried about Feng Ji's injury. As for the others, he didn't believe it. He blatantly sent people around him to hunt you down. It's still unclear whether this is true or false. We have to send someone to investigate. The process must be like this. The emperor thought that he had to send the imperial physician over quickly to see what happened to Feng Ji. What the emperor said made sense. The ministers below couldn't just shout that Feng Ji must be dealt with immediately. If that were the case, they would probably get into trouble before Feng Ji got into trouble. However, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, General Feng at the border has not woken up. Even if he wakes up, it will be difficult for him to lead the troops to fight for a while. We still have to send someone else to take charge of the overall situation. Tianqi has no shortage of military commanders. But there are only a few with outstanding talents like Feng Ji. This may be the reason why those people in the Tianqi court did not really take Feng Ji seriously. Or perhaps, they were just blinded by interests. As for whether harming some people is good for the country and the people, no one cares. The emperor looked down and asked, Do you have any recommendations? At that moment, someone immediately said, General Feng is very powerful in the army. The evidence of General Feng's treason is in front of us. Those deputy generals are still blindly defending General Feng. If ordinary generals go, I am afraid they may not be able to suppress those people. So I asked the second prince to go to the border. Others echoed. Yes, the second prince is quite talented in marching and fighting. And he is also a prince. At this time, it would be most appropriate for the second prince to go. For a while, there were many ministers who recommended the second prince. The second prince stood in the front of the team, with his back straight, and said, Your Majesty, I am willing to go and share your worries. The second prince was full of high spirits. When he came back this time, his reputation would only grow. And maybe he could even place some more of his own people in the army. During this period, the second prince was also depressed. Obviously, he was already the eldest among the surviving princes. And he was both civil and military. So the position of the crown prince was in his pocket. But even so, the father did not make him the crown prince. It seemed that he was training Shuzhou. The second prince did not know whether the father really wanted Shuzhou to succeed him, or just wanted to raise someone to compete with him. But this did not affect his frustration. Now, he looked at the ninth prince standing next to him with pride. Sometimes, being older is not in vain. If something happened, who else could stand up in this matter except him? The prince? Zhao Yuan certainly understood the second prince's meaning. But he was still calm. He knew that it was the father who wanted him to take the throne. So the father would definitely make the arrangements. I won't let him fall behind too much. As expected, the emperor at the top agreed first. In that case, you will go to Suzhou this time. Yes. The second prince was overjoyed. Thank you, father. I will not let you down. Also, the emperor said lightly, The trip to Suzhou is also a good way to gain experience. Shizhou, you are not young anymore. So go with us to broaden your horizons. Zhao Yuan stepped out. Yes, father. The smile on the second prince's face froze, and he clenched his lowered hands. Shizhou, it's like this again. Father has been too partial to his ninth brother since he was a child. Is it still the same even now that he is on the throne? The emperor did not take the second prince's resentment to heart. Shizhou's talent was much stronger than the second prince's. Suzhou was not a safe place at the moment. If the second prince went alone, the emperor felt that he might not be able to handle it. So it was better to let Shizhou go with him. Similarly, he really wanted to train his son. The emperor had protected his son like a treasure, fearing that his son would be in danger if he left his sight. But when it was time to let go, he could let go decisively. He thought that this time with the second prince by his side, if others wanted to do it, at least the second prince would share half of the pressure. So he would not have to worry about his son going there and dying. Unlike the second prince's thoughts, the court officials did not take the ninth prince's going with him seriously. After all, the ninth prince had no precedent of going to the battlefield. In comparison, the second prince was older and had been on the battlefield for several years. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this trip to Suzhou must be mainly for the second prince. The ninth prince was just relying on the emperor's favor to make a contribution. However, some people were disdainful in their hearts. Such merit was not so easy to obtain. They just hoped that the ninth prince would not die on the battlefield. Lu Hanwan knew that her son was going to the border later. But as her son grew up and knew that he was going to compete for the throne, she was mentally prepared in this regard. Lu Hanwan directed the servants to pack her son simple gifts, and reminded him, when you go out, don't stay too far away from your second brother. Before, many people attacked the prince when he went out. Now that you two are together, there may be more people. But Lu Hanwan estimated that this possibility would be smaller. After all, the queen had been put in solitary confinement. Qin Yuanhua, who helped Song Shuqing, was also confiscated and beheaded. And the restless concubine in the second prince's house was also beheaded. With these lessons learned, not all of the remaining prince's maternal family should be so bold. After all, those princes are still far from seizing the throne. If they take action, they may make wedding clothes for someone. Even if they want to deal with the ninth prince, the second prince should be more anxious. Zhao Yuan listened to his mother's nagging and nodded from time to time. Finally, the emperor called him over and gave him a lecture. The next day, after almost packing up, Zhao Yuan found the second prince and took a group of people, and the team officially set off, because they were just going to pack up the stall, and the main things would definitely be done by the veterans in the army. So there was nothing to pay attention to their trip. Both sides only had their mothers and relatives to see them off in advance, and there was nothing else. Before leaving the palace, Zhao Yuan kept Xiu. During the time when Uncle Jiu is away, you have to study hard and practice martial arts well. You can't be lazy. Okay. If I come back and find that you are not doing well in your studies, Uncle Jiu will beat you up. And it will be useless even if you call your mother. Yeah. Xiu nodded with tears in his eyes. He couldn't think of any rebuttal at this moment. His eyes were firmly glued to Zhao Yuan. And he asked tearfully, Uncle Jiu, if you leave, can you come back again? Zhao Yuan. He slapped Xiaohu on the head twice in annoyance. If you don't come back, I will eat dirt outside every day. Xiaohu couldn't help laughing because of the fun. But he couldn't stop crying soon. Of course, he didn't really believe that Uncle Jiu would never come back after leaving. But the shadow of his father's death was quite heavy. At his age, he already knows a lot. He knows that the emperor seems to want to train Uncle Jiu to inherit the throne. But there are more people who want this position than Uncle Jiu. His father died here. So Uncle Jiu's trip this time is similar to his father's trip. And it is also full of crisis. This is what Xiaohu is really worried about. Zhao Yuan picked up the child, and Xiaohu buried his head in Uncle Jiu's shoulder, crying in his voice, Uncle Jiu, you must come back. Okay? Zhao Yuan sighed in his heart. How could he not know what Xiaohu was thinking in his heart? He touched the child's back and said softly, Okay. Uncle Jiu promises that he will come back safely. Over there. The second prince rode on his horse impatiently, and asked loudly, Ninth brother, are you okay? We should set off. Because the emperor was reluctant to make him the crown prince, and favored Zhao Yuan. The second prince was now impatient with Zhao Yuan and Xiuhu. After all, Xiuhu was the crown prince's child, and he couldn't like him no matter how young he was. As for the child, he himself had children, so there was no need to like someone else's. Zhao Yuan put Xiuhu down and patted his head. You are a child. Don't think too much. Uncle Zhou hasn't watched you grow up yet. How could you not come back? Remember Uncle Zhou's words. Go back and do your homework well. Okay? Xiuhu pursed his lips. He knew he couldn't stop Uncle Zhou from leaving. Adults always have things they have to do. So he could only hold back his tears and nod, trying to squeeze out a voice. Xiuhu knows. Well, that's good. Zhao Yuan responded. After he finished his instructions, he quickly jumped on the horse, holding the reins. Seeing this, the second prince also drove his horse forward, and only the other subordinates were waiting for Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan glanced at Xiuhu and drove away. The team gradually went farther and farther. Xiuhu kept watching until he could no longer see it. Then he wiped his tears and walked back crying. On the other side, Zhao Yuan and the second prince led the team on horseback. Because there was still war at the border and Feng Ji was still unconscious, they were not kidding about their journey this time. They galloped all the way, wanting to get there as soon as possible. Even though the second prince didn't like Feng Ji very much, he didn't make any trouble about it. After all, if these things were finally known by his father, he would have to bear the consequences. If you want to seize the throne, you can only make trouble for yourself by doing more tricks on these uncertain small issues. Along the way, I don't know if no one really dared to take action, but Zhao Yuan and his group arrived at their destination safely without any twists and turns. As soon as they entered the military camp, the deputy generals and others in the army came to greet them quickly. The second prince took the lead and walked in front. People already knew who would come this time. They could tell who the two princes were at a glance. I greet the second prince and the ninth prince. Get up. No need to be polite. The second prince hurriedly took 2 steps forward to help the people up, and then asked about the current situation at the border with concern. Everything seemed to be smooth. Of course, those deputy generals did not dare to refuse the prince's face. They had heard that the second prince had spent a lot of time on the battlefield and was also a military general, so they had a good impression of the second prince. At that moment, the two sides asked and answered questions back and forth. The atmosphere was quite harmonious for a while. Zhao Yuan, who was staying at the back, curled his lips. Not because these soldiers ignored him, but because he knew that the second prince was deliberately pulling him down in front of everyone. One was a prince who had been on the battlefield and was proficient in these things, and the other was a young prince who relied on the emperor's favor to gain credit. When these two people were put together, anyone with a discerning eye would know who was more reliable and who would have a better impression of him. This is the border, and there are soldiers around. Everyone looks at strength, not who looks good. Of course, the second prince himself is not bad looking. Even his tough appearance as a military commander would be particularly appealing to the soldiers. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Zhao Yuan would not stay there and wait. He waved to a soldier not far away. When the soldier came over, he said directly, "Where is General Feng? Take me there." Do you know how he is doing now? The man in front of him was the prince. No matter how confidential Feng Ji's situation was, he would not hide it from the prince. At that moment, the soldier immediately led Zhao Yuan. "Your Highness, please come this way." Then, he told Zhao Yuan about Feng Ji's situation. General Feng is still in a coma, but recently we have invited a female doctor from the Ling clan. She said that she can wake the general up during this period of time. The Ling clan is the people who grew up in this generation and like to play with snakes, insects, rats and ants. They live in a corner, and people can't help but feel fearful when they mention it. Of course, they are only afraid of those insects. In fact, compared with the entire Ling clan, there is nothing to be afraid of other people with higher status. With such a small number of people, it is not impossible to directly exterminate the clan. So during this war, Xia dared to make trouble on other people's territory so unscrupulously. When Zhao Yuan followed the soldier, some of the people behind him followed him. In this way, the second prince, who was originally immersed in the communication with the soldiers in the army and completely forgot Zhao Yuan, finally couldn't ignore it anymore. He turned around and said like a good brother, "Just now, the second brother was worried about the situation at the border and forgot about the ninth brother for a while. After traveling for such a long time, the ninth brother should be tired. The second brother will take you to rest first. Zhao Yuan. Old green tea. He said directly, my uncle has not woken up yet. I want someone to take me to see how he is doing. The second prince was stunned when he heard this, because Feng Ji was not in the capital for many years, and Rong Fei and Yi Fei had a quarrel and never contacted each other. He had forgotten that Xiao Jiao and Feng Ji had such a relationship. In fact, when Zhao Yuan spoke, he remembered it. You know, every time Feng Ji returned to the capital, he never forgot to bring gifts to Xiao Jiao. In the minds of many people, although Feng Ji is a royalist, he is also likely to be a member of the ninth prince party. Of course, the father now seems to be intent on pushing Xiao Jiao out, so it doesn't matter which party Feng Ji belongs to. Anyway, they are on that side. The second prince's original intention was not very good to Zhao Yuan, but now that Zhao Yuan said this, it seemed that his words were too inappropriate. He smiled awkwardly, forced himself to forget what he said, and said, yes, that's right. General Feng's safety is indeed important. And this prince has been worried about this all the way. It doesn't matter whether he is worried or not. But he did ask the soldiers about Feng Ji's general situation just now. But he just asked and left it alone. After hearing Zhao Yuan's address, many of the soldiers present looked at Zhao Yuan differently. There is no doubt that these people are those who are biased towards Feng Ji. After knowing that the new prince was the general's junior, everyone looked at Zhao Yuan differently. Previously, I was annoyed by the war going on here, and the emperor actually sent a prince who knew nothing here, which was just a mess. Now, I like him more and more. Vice General Lin immediately walked to Zhao Yuan's side, patted his shoulder affectionately and said, I heard that the general has a very close prince. Sometimes after getting the spoils, he always wants to take the things back to give to your highness. I didn't react at first. Zhao Yuan glanced at the hand patting him, and then at Vice General Lin's smiling face, with a faint smile on his face. This prince also grew up listening to my uncle's stories about the border, and I have heard about all the generals. If I am not mistaken, this should be Vice General Lin, who is very respected by my uncle. Right? Deputy General Lin was a little surprised when he heard this. He had not said his name directly before, but Zhao Yuan had guessed it. However, he only raised his eyebrows and soon calmed down. He was indeed highly respected in front of Feng Ji. Among the group of people, he was also in the leading position just now, so it was not impossible for the ninth prince to recognize him. After Zhao Yuan finished speaking, his eyes passed Deputy General Lin and looked at the people behind him. The smile on his face was more real. I often heard from my uncle that there is a brave general beside him, who is 9 feet tall and has great strength. This should be General Chang Yuanhui. Right? These people originally had a good impression of Zhao Yuan because of his relationship with Feng Ji. Now they heard that he knew him, and they were even happier. Chang Yuanhui nodded after hearing this. Yes, I am Chang Yuanhui. What about me? What about me? Someone immediately came out and asked with some expectation. Zhao Yuan said it again. In the end, he could basically describe the characteristics of this group of deputy generals simply and accurately, and then say their names. The second prince saw that these people who originally surrounded him were now all surrounding the ninth prince. The two sides got along so well. It was obvious to the naked eye that after Zhao Yuan said these people's names, their relationship would be much better. The second prince's face darkened. But as a prince who was so much older than Zhao Yuan, at this time, of course he couldn't leave without caring, especially since he had previously created an image of being calm and caring for his younger brother. The relationship between him and Zhao Yuan was not as good as that between him and the crown prince, where they could easily give each other face. After a while, when Zhao Yuan had finally said almost everything to those people, the second prince found a gap and said, General Feng hasn't woken up yet. Now is not the time to relax. Let's go check on General Feng first. As soon as he said this, the scene immediately fell silent. After all, Zhao Yuan's attitude had always been good, and he didn't behave too abnormally. On the contrary, those deputy generals were surprised that Zhao Yuan could actually recognize people. They were a little surprised and a little excited. The second prince's words not only mentioned Zhao Yuan, but also those deputy generals. The commander was still lying unconscious on the bed, but they were still so happy. It also seemed that Zhao Yuan's feelings for Feng Ji, his uncle, were not sincere at all. For a moment, Many people were ashamed. Of course, not all the deputy generals present were biased towards Feng Ji. After Feng Ji fell into a coma, the army was roughly divided. There were people who sent people to the capital to inform Feng Ji of treason, and even married people who were splitting up and seizing power with Feng Ji's faction. Of course, they would not have any preference for the ninth prince because of Feng Ji. But at this moment, they did not dare to participate. You know, even if they were in such a remote border, and were not very well informed about the news in the capital. The emperor had favored the ninth prince for more than 10 years. Even if the news was not well informed, everyone should have known this letter. Moreover, Zhao Yuan was able to guess the right person just now, and they also participated in it. Zhao Yuan was able to guess these people as well, so now they had nothing to say. In the silence, Zhao Yuan said, "Don't worry, second brother. Deputy General Yu has told me before that my uncle's condition has improved, and a female doctor from the Ling clan has been found to treat him. I think he will wake up soon. And this time, we brought so many imperial doctors and precious medicinal materials. I also brought a pill that my father treasured. My uncle will definitely be fine." In fact, there was no pill treasured by the emperor at all. Zhao Yuan himself brought a lot of tonics with him. But if he simply said that he asked for the medicine himself without a specific name, he would not suppress the words of the second prince. Anyway, now that he has said this, his father will not deliberately expose him. Sure enough, when they heard that Zhao Yuan had a pill that the emperor treasured, everyone's emotions were high again. Everyone felt that since it belonged to the emperor, it must be a life-saving medicine. In an instant, let alone the random thought that the ninth prince did not care about Feng Ji. In everyone's mind, the ninth prince was indeed the most beloved prince by the emperor, and he could even take this life-saving medicine. Everyone had a better impression of Zhao Yuan. But in fact, if the emperor really had this kind of medicine, and the target was Feng Ji, he might really take it out. And it had little to do with Zhao Yuan himself. However, these military generals did not think so much. Compared with sons and ministers, they would not think that their generals were so important in the emperor's heart. And the second prince, who understood the expressions of the people around him, he was angry and sour in his heart. He couldn't help thinking that his father actually gave such precious medicine to his ninth brother. Obviously, he was also a person who came to the army together. But he didn't even hear a little wind, even though he had long known that his father loved his ninth brother. Now he was suddenly asked to face it directly. His heart was still like soaked in cactus. Not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Although the people in the army were a little straightforward, they didn't really understand anything. In these two confrontations, everyone realized that the two princes didn't seem to get along well. Each of them also had some calculations in their hearts. Deputy General Lin broke the silence and said, "Let's go. The general's tent is over here." Everyone took action. Zhao Yuan, the second prince, and several imperial doctors were all taken to the general's tent. There were too many people, so no one else who was not involved went in. When the curtain was lifted, a girl in exotic clothes came into view. Looking very mysterious, Zhao Yuan walked quickly to the bedside and looked at Feng Ji lying on the bed. Feng Ji's face was sunken a lot after not waking up for such a long time. Zhao Yuan reached out to feel Feng Ji's pulse, and his worried expression gradually improved a little. It seems that what the soldier said before was right. This female doctor of the Ling clan is indeed capable. After the second prince came in, he also looked at Feng Ji, and then spoke to the female doctor with courtesy. After all, no matter what he thought in his heart, he still had to put on a show. The second prince almost laughed out loud when he saw his ninth brother checking Feng Ji's pulse. The proper imperial physician and the female doctor were still here, but the little ninth brother was still pretending to be a doctor. I've never heard that the ninth brother had learned any medical skills before. The second prince sneered in his heart, but he didn't say anything to mock him this time. The main reason was that he had just suffered a setback outside, and the second prince didn't have the ambition to do that. He felt that these verbal swearings were just a side job after all. Little ninth brother was so much younger than him. Even if he said he won, it wouldn't be a good thing to win face. The battles at the border will give him a chance to show himself, which is much more important than fighting for these things. I wonder how General Feng's injury is, and when he will wake up. Although Zhao Yuan had said before that General Feng would wake up in the next few days, the second prince still asked the doctor again. The doctor took back her slightly curious eyes from Zhao Yuan. Although she didn't want to talk to the second prince, She also heard from the address of these people just now that this was the Prince of Tianqi. Although the Ling clan was aloof and secluded, the doctor was not completely ignorant of human affairs. She knew that it was the time of the battle between Tianqi and Xie, and their Ling clan was caught in the middle. If something happened, it was not impossible for the clan to be exterminated. This is one of the reasons why she came to treat Feng Ji. So she still answered the second prince. He should be able to wake up in these few days. After getting a positive answer, the second prince frowned at first, a little unhappy. After all, before he came, he thought that Feng Ji was unconscious, and then he would be the one to lead the battlefield here, so that he would make the greatest contribution. But now if Feng Ji wakes up, then his ideas will be in vain. But he thought about it again. It's good for Feng Ji to wake up. Now Feng Ji is charged with treason. Even if he wakes up, it won't affect anything. But if he can't deal with Xie, it's also a good thing to have Feng Ji behind him to give him advice. His expression returned to normal. That's great. The second prince was full of emotion and said to the female doctor with a smile, on the way here, this prince was still worried about General Feng. And my father was also very concerned about General Feng's injury. Now I can hear the good news about General Feng, which is really a happy thing. All this is thanks to this girl. I didn't expect that the girl is so young and has such superb medical skills. It must be said that this female doctor of the Ling clan is really good looking. She is dressed in exotic clothes, and her cold eyebrows and eyes have a kind of seductive charm, but also seem to reveal endless danger. It is very easy to arouse people's desire to conquer. At least the second prince did have a little interest in the person in front of him. Of course, he just wanted to see if the other party would take the initiative to take the bait. He didn't want to do anything with his own power. It's not that he has a good character, but he has heard of the reputation of the Ling clan. Although he was eager to try the danger of the Ling clan doctor, he was also a little afraid of the other party's poisonous insects and other things. The Ling clan is not without people who work for Tianqi. But there are some things that you can't just be a member of the Ling clan. If you really get involved in some difficult things, you may lose your life. So the second prince just felt itchy, but he didn't dare to show it on the outside. The second prince and the female doctor were talking. After Zhao Yuan confirmed Feng Ji's condition, he made way for the imperial doctor to come forward and see him. He also looked at the female doctor. He had been worried before he saw her. Now that his uncle was fine, it was enough for Zhao Yuan to like her. He smiled with gratitude. Royal brother is right. You can cure my uncle. It is a great favor to Zhao Yuan. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. As long as it is within my ability, I will try my best to help you. From childhood to adulthood, Feng Ji treated him sincerely. In Zhao Yuan's heart, Feng Ji had long been his relative. For Zhao Yuan, every family member is worthy of his careful and proper care. This female doctor can save Feng Ji's life, so a mere promise is nothing. Of course, on the other hand, he is quite interested in the Gu technique of the Ling clan, and it would be even better if he could exchange some medical skills from them. The female doctor smiled slightly when she heard this. This is what I should do. But I will accept the promise of His Highness the Ninth Prince. Zhao Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. And then he smiled. Then the imperial doctors also looked at Feng Ji's condition, seeing that everyone's attention was on Feng Ji, who was unconscious on the bed. Some deputy generals who followed him couldn't help but say, Second Prince, the evidence of General Feng's treason is obvious. He has harmed so many of our Tianqi soldiers. He is a sinner. Before the second prince could speak, Zhao Yuan had already looked over. You mean? This battle with Xie is insignificant and can be won easily. Then tomorrow you will be the commander-in-chief. And this prince would like to see how capable this general is. Compared with Tianqi, the emperor and court of Xie were much more corrupt and chaotic. But this did not mean that Xie had no good generals. On the contrary, the other side really had 2 or 3 people whose names could be counted. Although he could not be compared with Feng Ji, he was not an ordinary person. The one who fought against Feng Ji this time was one of them. This person was famous for his vicious heart in using troops. And he could use all kinds of insidious means. He basically did not regard human life as life. This human life not only refers to the soldiers of Tianqi, but also to the soldiers of Xie itself. It was because of this that Feng Ji was in such a mess. Of course, the problem also lies in the combination of internal and external forces. After Zhao Yuan said this, the deputy general, who was still shouting, suddenly stopped talking. This kind of opponent was a headache for Feng Ji. Let alone them. Ninth brother. The second prince coughed dryly, and said in a gentle tone, "What Deputy General Wu said is also true." Before he finished speaking, he was denied by Zhao Yuan. "Second brother, you should be more careful when you speak." As he said this, he turned his head and continued to look at Feng Ji, clearly not wanting to listen to the second prince. The second prince was furious. He had never encountered such a person who didn't give him face. Especially Zhao Yuan was so much younger than him. He had always had a violent temper. At this moment, he didn't care that there were so many soldiers present. He said sternly, "Ninth brother, I am your second brother. What are you doing? Even if the emperor sees that you are young and indulges you, do you believe it or not? I, as your brother, can still teach you a lesson here." "Oh!" Zhao Yuan looked at the second prince in surprise, and said with a smile, "Why didn't the second prince say this in front of the crown prince? The crown prince is the eldest. But the second prince doesn't respect him. On the contrary, he has done a lot of things to stir up trouble. Even the second prince may have participated in the death of the crown prince." The second prince was really angry this time, staring at Zhao Yuan, and the atmosphere in the air became stiff. But Zhao Yuan looked back without fear. The biggest difference between the two of them is the age difference. But if the second prince wants to attack him, he may not be able to beat him. As for the rest, the second prince can't compare with him. At that moment, other soldiers began to smooth things over. After all, the ninth prince had a conflict with the second prince because of General Feng. Now in front of so many people, they certainly couldn't let the ninth prince suffer a loss. So they all stood in front of the second prince to stop him. But another group of people who were dissatisfied with Feng Ji said, "Even if we don't mention the war in advance, General Feng has found so many secret letters. That was what Lieutenant General Lin found first. It can't be that the rest of us framed him. Right?" Lieutenant General Lin was one of the lieutenants Feng Ji trusted very much. During this period, he was the one who took the lead in maintaining order after Feng Ji fell into a coma. He was considered to be one of the lieutenants who supported Feng Ji and had a lot of say. In fact, Vice General Lin had a good relationship with the vice generals who opposed Feng Ji. Zhao Yuan glanced at the people present and said lightly, "General Chenxia is famous for his dirty tricks. He can do anything. What can he do to frame a genius general by writing a few letters?" When he said this, everyone couldn't help but be silent when thinking of the reputation of the general on the opposite side. It seemed to make sense. When this kind of thing was put on that person, it seemed that everything was reasonable. These things happened during General Feng's coma. When he wakes up, everything will naturally come to light. Soon, a soldier came to report the movements of the Western U troops on the opposite side, and everyone went out to discuss the situation. The second prince naturally took the lead. The general's tent soon became empty, but the female doctor was still there. "You are a prince. Why don't you go over and join them?" The female doctor was not ignorant, and naturally saw the fight between Zhao Yuan and the second prince. Zhao Yuan shook his head. "No need. I'll just guard my uncle for a while." He himself had no experience in the battlefield, and even if he went over now, his words would not be convincing. Now was not a critical moment, and Zhao Yuan was not interested in going over and arguing with others. The person he was concerned about at the moment was indeed Feng Ji. The female doctor heard this and said, "Don't worry. I will cure him as soon as possible, and he will definitely wake up in the next few days." Zhao Yuan was also a little surprised by the female doctor's easygoing attitude. After all, she looked difficult to approach. But after a closer look, she was just a teenage girl, and it was normal for her to be a little more lively in front of her peers. "I know. Thank you." Zhao Yuan called the soldier guarding the door over, who arranged the soldiers guarding General Feng. The soldier said, to reply to His Highness, "I am the general's personal guard, and some are arranged by Deputy General Lin and others to take turns guarding." The personal guards were guarding in front of the tent, and the others were arranged farther away. After all, General Feng's current situation was delicate, and everyone was worried that something might go wrong. "Personal guards," Zhao Yuan murmured. As for personal guards, it seemed that Deputy General Lin was also Feng Ji's personal guard. Forget it. With so many people, Zhao Yuan was too lazy to carefully sort out which ones were loyal to Feng Ji and had absolutely no bad intentions. He only knew one thing: that there was definitely a traitor around Feng Ji, such as Deputy General Lin. The other party was still alive, which Zhao Yuan had not expected. He had told Feng Ji before that the person who betrayed Feng Ji was this Deputy General Lin. In addition to Deputy General Lin, the deputy generals in the army were now divided. And there were also many people who did not want Feng Ji to wake up. He waved his hand and directly ordered, "From now on, the guards here of General Feng will all be taken over by my people. The rest of the people are not allowed to enter or leave before General Feng wakes up." The soldier was also dumbfounded. How could they change people all of a sudden? As personal guards, these people are of course more loyal to Feng Ji. They don't want Feng Ji to really get into trouble. If possible, they would rather guard it themselves, rather than inexplicably replace it with someone else. Zhao Yuan didn't trust them, and they didn't trust Zhao Yuan either. It's a pity that a higher-ranking official can crush a person. Not to mention that Zhao Yuan is the most favored prince by the emperor, and has a family relationship with the general. This is really not something they can resist. "Okay, you go out first," Zhao Yuan said, and at the same time asked the people he brought to guard the general's tent tightly, and said to the soldiers standing on the side who were at a loss, "If you are worried, you can also guard it from a distance. But it's not allowed to get close to the general's tent." The news soon spread to the second prince and the deputy generals, who were discussing things. The second prince was fine. He didn't care whether Feng Ji was dead or alive. But Feng Ji and the ninth brother had a close relationship. He was a little worried that the other party had become the ninth prince's party. So if Feng Ji died, it would be good. But he couldn't do it himself. After all, he was not blind. He knew Feng Ji's weight in his father's heart. If he really took action against Feng Ji, he might not be as important as Feng Ji in his father's heart. So now Xuzhou wanted to toss all these things. He was very welcome in his heart. In his opinion, the ninth brother was still a child. His starting point was good, but he didn't measure his own ability. After being treated like this by the ninth brother, it might be easier for people to find flaws and take action against Feng Ji. It seemed that he thought of the good show he would see in the future. And the second prince couldn't help but put on a secret smile. If Feng Ji got into trouble, Xuzhou should be useless in the eyes of his father. But Deputy General Lin couldn't stand it. He looked directly at the second prince. "Second prince? The ninth prince is young. It's not good for him to be willful in such matters." "Right. Except for him." The other deputy generals were also muttering. Deputy General Lin's obvious opposition did not arouse people's suspicion. Not everyone believed that the ninth prince would be able to protect Feng Ji. Zhao Yuan was not convincing enough in terms of age alone. The second prince touched his nose. General Feng is Xuzhou's uncle. Xuzhou is anxious, and it is normal for him to be on guard. He didn't want to care. He just wanted to see Zhao Yuan get into trouble in the future. The second prince found an excuse, and simply left here. Among the remaining deputy generals, those who were originally at odds with Feng Ji were of course happy to watch the fun. Those who had bad intentions were panicked at first. But then, they shared the same mentality as the second prince. If someone got into trouble at the hands of the ninth prince, the ninth prince would have to bear all the responsibility. But Deputy General Lin was of course unwilling to do so. Regardless of whether the ninth prince was easy to fool or not. He had already planted someone among those who were guarding the general. And everything was planned. The ninth prince had disrupted his arrangements. Moreover, he doubted whether these princes from the royal family were really that easy to fool. The extra people left, leaving only the deputy generals, who were on the side of General Feng along with Deputy General Lin. During the time when Feng Ji was unconscious, they often discussed things together because they had to resist others. Now that something happened, it was no exception. Seeing everyone's serious expression, Chang Yuanhui couldn't help but say cautiously, "In fact, this is not necessarily a bad thing. There are still people in the military camp who have framed General Feng and have not been found. It is also a good thing that the people guarding the general are taken over by people in the capital. The general is the uncle of the ninth prince, and the ninth prince must have no bad intentions towards the general." Deputy General Lin's eyebrows jumped, and he hurriedly said, "What you said is somewhat reasonable. But the ninth prince is so young. It is hard to say whether he can protect the general. Everything was fine before he came. Now the general is about to wake up. If something goes wrong at the last moment, then all our previous efforts will be wasted." "What's more," Vice General Lin whispered, "although he is called the uncle, the ninth prince actually has no blood relationship with the general. What's more, The one raised by concubine E in the palace is the seventh prince. So, Vice General Lin did not continue to speak at the end, but gave everyone a look that said, "You know it, and I know it." Everyone did understand what Vice General Lin meant. The relationship between the general and the ninth prince was not that close. In comparison, the general and the seventh prince were closer. The ninth prince might get rid of the general in advance in order to reduce the seventh prince's strong support in the future. That's not the case. Chang Yuanhui couldn't believe it. When the ninth prince talked to them before, his attitude was so good. But from his hesitant tone, we can also see his wavering attitude. On the surface, the situation is indeed what Deputy General Lin analyzed. But the reality is different. Concubine E doesn't care so much about the seventh prince, who was adopted later. And Feng Ji doesn't have much feelings for the seventh prince. He himself didn't want to intervene in the fight between the princes. And Zhao Yuan was also a coincidence. After all, their relationship began at Zhao Yuan's full moon banquet. That was a 1-month-old baby. No matter how defensive Feng Ji was, he would not be defensive to that extent. Later, the emperor made it clear that Feng Ji really liked this baby. And their relationship became closer and closer. This is not something that can be done by changing someone else. But these deputy generals had been at the border for many years, and had no idea about the things in the capital. So they believed Deputy General Lin's analysis. The soldiers guarding the general were carefully selected by them. How could they be less trustworthy than those brought by the ninth prince? The group of people thought very well, and came to Zhao Yuan in a heroic and high-spirited manner. Unfortunately, at this time, this group of military generals was almost like a scholar meeting a soldier. No matter how reasonable and exaggerated their words were. Zhao Yuan looked at them lazily and finally denied everything lightly. "No. The people here must be my people. Vice General Lin. Other vice generals. Why is the ninth prince so stubborn?" In the eyes of everyone, Vice General Lin has always been a gentle person. Now he is furious because of Zhao Yuan. He tried to suppress his anger, but his tone became hard unconsciously. "Ninth prince. After all, you and the general are not related by blood. Concubine Yi's child is the seventh prince. It is hard for us to believe what you think of General Feng. If something happens to the general, can you bear it? The emperor has always valued the general. Even if the ninth prince is favored in the capital, it is better to reconsider it. At this time, if Feng Ji is trapped in his hands, it will be troublesome. Zhao Yuan has nothing to be angry about being questioned. He has already decided the fate of Deputy General Lin. He can take action directly after catching the evidence of the other party. After all, Feng Ji's innocence must be cleared. He looked at everyone. Whether you believe it or not, what does it have to do with this prince? If you have the ability, go to the capital and complain to your father now. However, Zhao Yuan knew that most of them must be people who really care about Feng Ji. And he couldn't be too much to such people. So he said, "This prince doesn't care what your little thoughts are. Feng Ji is protected by this prince. Don't play any tricks in front of me. If you are caught by this prince, you must want to know what is going on with life being worse than death." After saying that, he chuckled and went back to the general's tent, leaving the deputy general standing there. Deputy General Lin was so angry that his chest was heaving. And at the same time, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Always feeling that something bad would happen. The other deputy generals had different thoughts. Some felt that the ninth prince was still unreliable, while others felt that it seemed that the ninth prince really had no bad intentions towards the general. Chang Yuanhui pulled Deputy General Lin and advised, "Why don't we just forget it? The ninth prince seems to attach great importance to our general." Deputy General Lin said angrily, "What's the use of just attaching importance to him? He is just a little kid, with no hair on his mouth. And he can't do things well." Chang Yuanhui spread his hands. "Then what else can we do? He is a prince, and they can't resist." And he looked at the people guarding the general's tent. Each of them was not a simple person. The ninth prince, maybe he was better than the ones they originally arranged. Thinking of this, Chang Yuanhui looked around at the people around him. They arranged the people together at the beginning. But the person who framed the general had not been found yet. And he didn't trust these people. So in comparison, he believed in the ninth prince more. There were more than one person who shared the same idea with Chang Yuanhui. Two of them looked at each other and nodded slightly. Other deputy generals persuaded him. And even if Deputy General Lin was aggrieved, he had no choice but to leave with hatred. In this way, Zhao Yuan's men guarded the general's tent tightly. and no one allowed other irrelevant people to get closer. In this situation, Deputy General Lin became more and more anxious. In his tent, a man dressed as a soldier whispered, "If you don't take action, I'm afraid Feng Ji will really wake up." Feng Ji, who woke up, would definitely not let go of the insider who betrayed the information to Xia. Deputy General Lin looked at him gloomily. Didn't he know that if Feng Ji woke up, he would be the one to die? At this time, Deputy General Lin regretted that he had been so obsessed that he had established a connection with Xia in order to get Feng Ji down. As a result, now he was caught by Xia and had to go down the dark path. He knew that Xia didn't care whether he lived or not. What the other party cared about was whether Feng Ji could die. Feng Ji was the iron wall of Tianqi. Only when Feng Ji died, Xia could be considered to have solved an omnipotent enemy. Half of Tianqi's territory. Although it was a bit exaggerated, Feng Ji's value is unquestionable, especially since Tianqi and Xia are now fighting with all their might. And it is clear that they both want to kill each other. He said coldly, "I know it myself, and I don't need you to remind me." The soldier was not afraid of Lieutenant General Lin's cold eyes at all, and even had the mind to smile. "It's good that you know. Time is running out. I'm just reminding you kindly. Of course, I didn't mean to be kind, but just urged him." Looking at the malicious smile on the corner of the soldier's mouth, Lieutenant General Lin clenched his fists. But he could do nothing. As long as he fails, Xia will not let him go. In the end, he could only say stiffly, "I know." As if knowing that Vice General Lin was not in a stable mood. The soldier did not stay in the tent for long and turned to leave. As it turned out, after the guards outside the general's tent were replaced by Zhao Yuan's men, they were indeed much more difficult to deal with than before. All the people were expelled before they approached directly, and those who deliberately tried to establish a relationship with the guards were directly arrested and tortured. As for the food sent in, it was made by the 9th Prince's people. After it was brought in, the imperial physician tested the poison before feeding it to Feng Ji. Even the 9th Prince would eat the same food as General Feng. In fact, Zhao Yuan just used himself as the last checkpoint to prevent any possible accidents and really wanted to save Feng Ji's life. But his actions did pose a problem for Deputy General Lin and others. It has been several days, and the general has not woken up. We haven't even seen him. Can't we, the general's personal soldiers, even go in to see the general? Deputy General Lin and several deputy generals appeared outside the general's tent. Several people looked excited. But despite this, the people guarding outside still had no expression on their faces. And they were conscientious and refused to let these people step forward. Soon, a group of people had a conflict. Zhao Yuan had been living in the general's tent these days, so he naturally heard the noise outside. Soon, he came out and looked at the lively scene outside. He said with a smile, "What are you guys arguing about?" Seeing him come out, the guards made way. Deputy General Lin and others stood in front of Zhao Yuan. Deputy General Lin frowned and looked worried. He was the first to speak. "9th Prince, we haven't seen the general for several days. We don't know what the general is like now. I wonder if we can go in and take a look." Deputy General Lin was a gentle person, and he still spoke in a gentle tone at this moment. Not tough at all. But his tone made Deputy General Feng, who had been aroused by Deputy General Lin for a long time and had a bad temper, unable to bear it. He pushed Deputy General Lin to the side, stood in front of him, and said loudly, "9th Prince, you just locked up the general when you came. What kind of look is this? The general is our general, not just yours. We want to see the general." Zhao Yuan looked at him. "What if I say no?" Deputy General Feng snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "9th Prince, this is not the palace. Not a place for you to show off. Today, we are going to meet the general. You'd better not stop us." Zhao Yuan carefully observed this man. He looked like a soldier and his brain didn't seem to work very well. But he should be someone who really cares about Feng Ji. But even so, Zhao Yuan was sure that he hated fools who didn't know the limits and yelled in front of him, even if the other party was from his own camp. While he was talking, Deputy General Feng had already waved his hand, and immediately many soldiers surrounded him, all of whom were from the military camp. Zhao Yuan looked around and sneered, "Deputy General Feng, is he trying to go against the court and collude with the enemy and betray the country?" Deputy General Feng was not afraid either. "Don't say these words to scare people. I've already said that we only want to see the general today." "Well, It's confirmed that this person is really annoying. I don't like him. Zhao Yuan curled his lips, and was not very happy. Other deputy generals also came out to ease the atmosphere. Don't blame me. Your Highness the Ninth Prince. We are really worried about the general. Not disrespecting your Highness. This? The man racked his brains to speak. But facing such a group of people surrounding the prince, he really couldn't say anything smooth. Some of them were actually a little anxious. What's wrong with this phone guy? Even if it's for the general's good, there's no need to be so tough in front of the Ninth Prince. It's true that the soldiers in the army are worried about the general. But this will only make the court more convinced that the general may have the intention of rebellion. After all, these soldiers dared to attack the prince for the general. So what else is impossible? Zhao Yuan raised his hand, signaling the person who was talking to shut up, and then walked slowly towards the few people. Everyone didn't know what the Ninth Prince was going to do, and the environment instantly became quiet. Everyone was waiting for the Ninth Prince's next reaction. Zhao Yuan slowly approached, and finally, he reached out and took out something from a person's waist. His eyes were cold, and he said lightly, "What are you carrying?" The method to stop this group of people from entering is quite simple. From the beginning, Zhao Yuan knew the root of the conflict. He didn't want to let outsiders in, but he felt that it was quite troublesome to guard against these people's tricks every time. He simply stopped everyone from entering once and for all, and there would be no trouble. These people wanted to enter, and they were worried about Feng Ji on the one hand, and some people wanted to take the opportunity to attack Feng Ji. But since they wanted to attack, they had to have a way to attack, so as not to do it openly in front of everyone. Zhao Yuan was sure that this disturbance was a preparation for the subsequent action, but he was not sure whether the other party would take action this time. But when he smelled a familiar smell, he knew that the person behind was anxious. If he wasn't in a hurry, the other party shouldn't have wanted to do it this time. That's right. Feng Ji will wake up in 2 days. There's not that much time. Unfortunately, the thing was not found on that Deputy General Lin. Zhao Yuan took out the purse from Deputy General Feng's belt, held it in the air, and smiled. This? Deputy General Feng. Can you tell me? What are you doing with this thing when you come to see the general? Everyone's attention was on the purse. During this period of time, everyone's mind was full of whether the general could survive. Now, when Zhao Yuan took out the thing, everyone's first reaction was to think that Deputy General Feng wanted to poison the general. As a result, everyone's eyes changed instantly when they looked at Lieutenant General Feng. Lieutenant General Feng was at a loss for what to do after this incident. Of course, he could see the way people around him looked at him, but he couldn't explain it clearly. He stammered, No, I don't know how this purse got to me. I didn't get it when I went out this morning. He was always rough. So how could he get these things? He was alert and felt that he might be in trouble. He looked at his companions around him. Wow. Everyone looked at him with suspicion. Lieutenant General Feng. He tried his best to defend himself. I really don't know how this thing came from. It's not mine. Zhao Yuan said, You don't know where this thing came from. Or you don't dare to admit that it's yours? You? Deputy General Feng felt extremely aggrieved. Zhao Yuan shook the purse in his hand and said sarcastically, I thought you were so aggressive and had to go in to see what the general was going to do. But it turned out that you only have this little ability. If this thing is yours, then you have bad intentions. If it's not yours, you don't even know when you have something on you. And you dare to swear that you are doing it for the general's good? It's ridiculous. The facts are in front of him. After Zhao Yuan said this, no one dared to refute anything. Everyone began to check themselves left and right, wondering if there was something on them. At the same time, he was also frightened. After all, if they really succeeded in entering this time, it would harm the general. No one dared to mention going in to see the general at this moment, and many people lowered their heads in shame. Zhao Yuan saw this and said, Now, does anyone else have to go in? No one spoke. Deputy General Lin's face was ugly. He could continue to argue for a few words. Maybe after the inspection, the Ninth Prince would be willing for him to go in to see General Feng. But this would be of no use to him at all. He wanted to kill Feng Ji, not really want to visit him. No one spoke. So Zhao Yuan could only say it himself. Okay. Arrest this Deputy General Feng and interrogate him strictly. After all, whether this purse was prepared by himself or someone deliberately approached him today and put it in, these must be known clearly. When some people heard that Vice General Feng was arrested, they wanted to say a few words. But after hearing what Zhao Yuan said, they fell silent again. Vice General Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. It really wasn't me. But no one paid attention to him. The things were searched from him, and he felt guilty. He didn't resist, and was taken away directly. After the people were taken away, two people came to Zhao Yuan and said awkwardly, "Ninth Prince. Although Feng Mingyi looks a bit annoying, his loyalty to the general is unquestionable. He was a little beggar who was almost fainted from hunger, and was rescued by the general. Even his surname and name were given to him by the general. He definitely doesn't have bad intentions towards the general. He was just like that just now, because he was too worried about the general. Please don't mind it." Ninth Prince. Zhao Yuan didn't plan to really do anything to that person. He just thought it would be better to lock him up based on his previous behavior, so as not to be used by others to do something. Of course, it's also good to make people suffer a little. Such a style of behavior will only cause trouble for Feng Ji in the long run. At this moment, he sneered and said indifferently, "Oh? A person who came out of a pile of beggars? And he has no name or surname? It's not impossible that such a person with no accurate origin is an undercover agent from Xia. Otherwise, how could he be rescued by General Feng? Dear Vice Generals." If Vice General Feng, who had been suppressed, heard these words, he would probably curse in his heart. Back to his own tent, Vice General Lin couldn't help but flip the things on the table to the ground. "You still can't do it." A firm voice sounded beside his ear. "The Ninth Prince is guarding so strictly. It seems that it is not so easy for you to get close to Feng Ji. If you had known this, you might as well have started early." The man's voice was both gloating and disappointed. Vice General Lin knew that as long as he failed, Xia would tell the truth about his collusion with them. It was precisely because his life was in danger that Vice General Lin was so restless. After a while, Deputy General Lin said, "Don't you want to attack Feng Ji? I have another way." "What method?" the soldier asked doubtfully. Deputy General Lin said, "It's very simple. Now the Ninth Prince is keeping a tight watch on the general, so let him relax. The second prince from the capital is a proud and arrogant person. As long as by then, even if Feng Ji really wakes up, you can kill him easily." After listening to Deputy General Lin's words, the soldier was thoughtful. After a while, the soldier said, "I will send a message back to the general." In the dark night, the soldier put the message in an inconspicuous place. Not long after he left, someone came there secretly, found the message inside, and quickly put it back. In the general's tent, Zhao Yuan listened to the news reported by his subordinates. He knew the plot and knew that Lieutenant General Lin was the one who betrayed Feng Ji and had colluded with Xia. So from the beginning, Zhao Yuan had people monitor Lieutenant General Lin and everyone around him. "Look, there are results immediately." He listened to his subordinates and fell into deep thought. It was important to capture Lieutenant General Lin and the Xia spies, but it was also a good idea for these Xia people to harm his good second brother. Or wait a little longer. What's more, it was not certain whether Lieutenant General Lin was the only one with problems in the camp. It would be bad if he alerted the enemy too early. Soon, Zhao Yuan made up his mind. It seemed like a good thing to let the second prince die in the hands of the Western Yu people. And if you really count this, they, Tianqi, can also take some advantage. At the same time, the Western Yu side probably knew Feng Ji's power, and knew that it would be difficult to trick Feng Ji next time. So they quickly acted according to the plan. The two countries fought again. The second prince came to the battlefield to brush his merits. At this time, Feng Ji was unconscious. In the military camp, he certainly wanted to seize an important position. Of course, he was not so arrogant that he could turn the tide of the war that Feng Ji could not win. So he could still hold his ground for a while. The specific arrangements were discussed by the deputy generals, and some opinions were also put forward. Then, everyone found that the second prince was not a paper tiger. He had real skills, and the suggestions he put forward were really useful in fighting Xia. For a while, the reputation of the second prince in the military camp rose sharply. The second prince himself could not help but immerse himself in such an atmosphere. Could it be that this prince was really a genius? In fact, it was not surprising that the second prince thought so. He was indeed capable, and some of the suggestions he put forward were also clever. This made him, and some people in the military camp, not suspect that there was any problem after the success. When the war started again, The second prince was full of ambition and fighting spirit. He had legitimately stood in the middle of the tent to discuss strategies, surrounded by everyone, watching the second prince leading his troops out in high spirits from afar. The female doctor turned her head and looked at Zhao Yuan with some curiosity. Does the ninth prince not plan to wake General Feng up as soon as possible? The female doctor had also heard about the second prince's situation during this period. Now the second prince's momentum in the army is becoming more and more obvious. The two princes came to the army together, but the ninth prince did not move at all. This made the female doctor feel very strange. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that these two princes were not of the same kind, and both of them were aiming for the same position and were competing with each other. Zhao Yuan paused and looked at the female doctor quietly. I don't quite understand what you mean. The female doctor was frightened by his eyes and took a step back. She felt a little wronged in her heart and pouted her lips. I said the wrong thing. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Zhao Yuan looked at her for a while, as if to confirm the truth of her words. He didn't look away until the female doctor felt scared. He looked into the distance again and suddenly asked lightly, I heard that there are 132 people in your village. Right? Female doctor. I said I won't tell anyone. Annoying. The second prince led his people away, and Zhao Yuan was not interested in watching anymore. He turned back and prepared to discuss some things with his people. After all, it was one thing to pit the second prince, but he didn't plan to pit all the soldiers of Tianqi. These had to be arranged in advance. As for Feng Ji, he hadn't woken up for such a long time, and it was indeed Zhao Yuan who had made some moves. Zhao Yuan didn't know Feng Ji completely, but he knew a little bit. For example, if he woke up, he would most likely not cooperate with him to trick the second prince. After all, the second prince was also the emperor's son, and Zhao Yuan might not be able to match the emperor's position in Feng Ji's heart. Feng Ji would never become a member of the ninth prince's party. So just in case, Zhao Yuan simply prevented that possibility from happening and let Feng Ji wake up later. Anyway, he had prescribed medicine for him, and sleeping for a while longer would not affect Feng Ji's body, and it could also help recuperate, which was also good for Feng Ji. But he didn't expect that the female doctor could actually see through his manipulation. After making the arrangements, Zhao Yuan paused and said, Go and keep an eye on the female doctor. Don't let her pass the news to anyone. Also, keep an eye on the people in her clan. So the female doctor has been behaving herself since then, and really has no intention of telling anyone else. Zhao Yuan didn't think of adding a life to his hands. When Feng Ji wakes up in the future, even if the female doctor tells the news again, I'm afraid no one will believe it. After all, Zhao Yuan is not a medical practitioner in the eyes of everyone. Usually, besides the female doctor, there are other doctors who see Feng Ji, and they didn't find any problems. Everything went smoothly as Zhao Yuan predicted. On the battlefield, Xia blew the horn of retreat. The soldiers on Tianqi's side were all very happy. The deputy general beside the second prince looked at the fleeing Xia soldiers and couldn't help asking with a hint of excitement on his face, Second prince, what's going on now? Should we chase them? Although he asked this question, everyone could hear the eagerness in his tone. The second prince also had a willful smile on his face and said loudly, Chase. Why not? During this period of time, the second prince only felt that he was really lucky and it couldn't be smoother. After this battle is over and he returns to the capital, how can his father have the nerve to push his ninth brother out blindly? Second prince? A deputy general called the second prince and said hesitantly, The Su from Xia has always been cunning. These days, I always feel that something is wrong. He couldn't say it specifically, but his intuition told him that something seemed to be wrong. Something is wrong? His words were immediately strongly opposed by another person, who mocked, You mean? These achievements of the second prince are all fake, and the second prince can't defeat the army of Xia? The person who spoke was the one who had previously confronted Deputy General Lin and others, and was also dissatisfied with Feng Ji. It is obvious that during this period of time, these people have become much closer to the second prince. The man immediately explained, That's not what I meant. I didn't say the second prince, but the general before. The general suffered a loss in the battle against Xia. How could the second prince defeat them all at once? Although he didn't say it directly, everyone understood the meaning. What's the matter? The person before immediately said, The general is powerful, But the second prince is born with supernatural power, both civil and military, and is also a genius. Besides, it's the Chu guy who was unlucky. He was shot by a stray arrow not long after the battle started. I heard that he has been unconscious ever since. Isn't the army of Xia relying on the Chu guy? Without the Chu guy, the strength of Xia has been greatly reduced. Before, they only saw that the man surnamed Chu was shot by an arrow. But they judged that the man surnamed Chu was unconscious after that through multiple sources of information. The enemy has not appeared. And the continuous defeat of Xia has also confirmed this. Something has happened to the enemy general, which is one of the reasons why everyone believes in the achievements of the second prince during this period. It's not that everyone really thinks that the second prince is better than Feng Ji. I believe it. The second prince was in a state of excitement, and he was full of impatience when he heard the quarrel. Now this prince is the commander-in-chief. Everyone listen to my orders. Chase. If any of you don't want to go, just stay here. After saying this, the second prince took the lead and drove his horse out quickly. The others followed. The hesitant deputy generals looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and finally followed. After confirming that the second prince behind him really followed, the deputy general of Xia happily reported to General Chu, "General, the second idiot of Tianqi really came." Others also laughed. Fortunately, the emperor of Tianqi was wise, but he didn't expect that his son would be a fool. With a little flirting, he followed by himself. That's right. Even if our general didn't go out, our Xia army wouldn't be so vulnerable. Right? Can we let this rich young man who hasn't even grown a hair grow out be defeated easily? The laughter suddenly became louder. In the middle of the crowd, a man with an imposing manner, a scar on his face, and a look of difficulty to deal with also smiled. After everyone had laughed enough, he raised his hand and signaled everyone to stop. He said loudly, "Okay, guys, let's go and capture the Prince of Tianqi alive, and let Tianqi see the true power of our Xia. The general is mighty. The general is mighty." A burst of cheers rang out. As the man's voice fell, the Xia army also stopped fleeing and turned to face the Tianqi army that was chasing them. The whole team seemed to have changed its momentum, which was very different from the previous embarrassed escape. The second prince, who was rushing in front, saw the Western Yu army like this, and his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition, but at this moment, he could not think too much. The armies of both sides fought together. After a while, a deputy general shouted, "Second prince, it's not good. It's not good. The Western Yu army is surrounding us from behind. There are also on the left. There are also on the other side. Now, no one is unaware that the Western Yu did it on purpose before." The morale of the Apocalypse team, who knew the news, dropped a lot. On the contrary, the morale of the Western Yu side soared. The general surnamed Chu picked up a man with a spear, and blood fell in the air. He shouted loudly, "Capture the second prince of Tianqi alive, and reward 1,000 taels of silver. Capture the second prince of Tianqi alive, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver." The surrounding Xia soldiers also shouted. When the second prince heard this voice, his face turned black. He was the second prince of Tianqi. Was he only worth 1,000 taels of silver? Who was this Chu humiliating? The second prince firmly believed that by offering this price, the Chu looked down on him and humiliated him. That's right. These days, the Chu treated him like a monkey, making him run around. It was normal for people to look down on him. The second prince's face turned red again, when he thought of the situation he would face later. He wished he could die here immediately. But unfortunately, the second prince did not die immediately. He ran too far ahead, and under the bravery of the Xia soldiers, although the soldiers of Tianqi and the deputy general wanted to protect him, he was still caught by the man surnamed Chu. Yo-yo! The second prince of Tianqi was captured. The second prince of Tianqi was captured. This voice made the morale of Tianqi even lower. And in addition to the capture of the second prince, everyone also found that they were surrounded here, and they might all die here. This discovery made the soldiers of Tianqi feel bad. I just felt that I couldn't raise the strength in my hands. My sons and daughters of Tianqi. A deputy general kept shouting loudly to boost morale. This had some effect. 1,000 meters away, Zhao Yuan was still waiting. Of course, it was impossible for all the soldiers in the army to be taken away by the second prince and others. There were still many left, and these were the ones Zhao Yuan was taking with him at the moment. Ninth prince. The second prince has been captured in Xia. When the scout who was investigating the news in front came back and whispered this sentence in Zhao Yuan's ear, Zhao Yuan knew that the time had come. He stopped his slow pace, and the horse galloped out like an arrow from a string. Over there, the surrounded Apocalypse soldiers also noticed the vibration of the ground, and the rumbling sound of horseback riding was getting closer and closer. When the flag of the Apocalypse army appeared in everyone's sight, everyone was surprised and surprised. It's our Apocalypse army. It's our Apocalypse army. Reinforcements are coming. Reinforcements are coming. It's the general. The general must have woken up. Zhao Yuan certainly heard everyone shouting, but he didn't mind at all that Feng Ji had taken the limelight. At this time, mentioning Feng Ji's name was a powerful way to encourage the soldiers of Tianqi, and it could also suppress the morale of Xia. After all, Feng Ji's title of God of War was not for nothing. Sure enough, after the news of Feng Ji's arrival, the soldiers of Tianqi were jubilant, while the soldiers of Xia were a little agitated. General Chu also frowned and muttered to himself, how come Feng Ji woke up so coincidentally, when they had previously made the plan to trap the second prince? They were afraid that Feng Ji would wake up early. If it was Feng Ji, he might be able to see through their plan. But luck has always been on their side. Feng Ji has not woken up for a long time, and it is said that no one can find out the reason. Unexpectedly, he woke up at this time today. He took a look at the second prince in his hand and felt that even if Feng Ji woke up, it would be fine. The second prince was in his hands, and their goal had been achieved. Feng Ji, on the other hand, had been lying in bed for so long, and woke up all of a sudden. I am afraid that his strength has not recovered yet. Thinking of this, he raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Keep an eye on this second prince. Don't let anyone take him away. I will go to meet General Feng today. Which general does not have some ambition in his heart? He did not dare to take action against Feng Ji before, but he was very interested in Feng Ji, who had just recovered from a long illness. Chu Ming felt a surge of heat in his heart when he thought that he could defeat Feng Ji himself. He was ruthless and arbitrary, so when he made the decision, no one in the Xia army dared to refute him. Not to mention that at this moment, the request he made was reasonable. Chu Ming quickly went to the most conspicuous person in the crowd. He had dealt with Feng Ji a lot, so he had naturally seen Feng Ji. He instantly recognized that the person in front of him was not Feng Ji. He looked around and asked, it seems that Feng Ji has not woken up yet. Zhao Yuan did not answer, and he did not mind. After asking, his eyes fell on Zhao Yuan with interest. I heard that 2 princes came to Tianqi's military camp. Looking at your appearance, could it be that you are the 9th son that Emperor Tianqi likes the most? Chu Ming was getting more and more excited. If they could catch the 9th prince, the benefits they could get would be even greater. When there was only the second prince just now, he still thought it was not safe enough. But he didn't expect that another one would come to him so soon. Zhao Yuan smiled, and his slightly immature face looked particularly harmless. Are you the General Chu Ming, who is known for his unparalleled strategy? I've heard of you. He smiled with white teeth. He was very naive. Chu Ming sighed inexplicably in his heart, and said, I am Chu Ming. It's a pity. You shouldn't have come here today. His tone was pitiful, but Chu Ming's movements were not slow at all. The spear at his hand swung in the air with a sharp sound. But the next moment the scene he expected did not happen. With a clang, it was blocked. Even Chu Ming's hands trembled slightly. He retracted his spear and opened his eyes wide in surprise. It seems that the 9th prince is so young, but he dares to come to the battlefield like this. He must have some skills. Be careful next time. I'm going to attack again. This time I'm going to attack you. While taking action, Chu Ming also spoke frankly. His eyes were a little red, and he looked very abnormal. Chang Yuanhui was terrified watching from the side. He was about to step forward to rescue the 9th prince, but was stopped by someone. Wait a minute. The 9th prince can handle it himself. Just by looking at it, you can tell that the 9th prince is definitely very capable. Thinking of the 9th prince mobilizing them, the deputy general's eyes were a little complicated. It seemed that they had misjudged the 9th prince, who was silent, and was the real powerful character. It should be said that he was really worthy of being taught by the general himself. Chu Ming fought more and more crazily, which looked scary, while Zhao Yuan didn't seem to have any extra tricks. But he took all the opponent's moves steadily. When Chu Ming was exhausted, Zhao Yuan finally showed a disappointed expression. That's all you know. Chu Ming froze. And before he could react, he heard the child opposite him say, "Then it's my turn next?" The rapid force came, and Chu Ming's arm was numb. Before he recovered, the next move came one after another. Chu Ming knew now. So you, the stinky kid, used me as a sparring partner before? But he had no energy to curse out loud, fearing that if he lost his concentration, his head would be gone. Well, to a certain extent, Chu Ming didn't want to die. He still wanted to live. Quick! Go up and help the general. Seeing that Chu Ming was struggling and could not hold on any longer, the deputy generals of Xia did not care about anything else and took action. With the help of others, Chu Ming fled out in a panic. It was not until he was a distance away from Zhao Yuan that Chu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He said that for a powerful figure like Emperor Qi, the son he favored would definitely not be as simple as he seemed. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Chu Ming didn't mind losing some face at all to save his life. Surrounded by his own people, seeing Tianqi fighting more and more bravely, and Xia's casualties increasing, Chu Ming was a little unsteady. In order to lure the second prince, they had suffered a lot of real damage in Xia before. Now, he couldn't bear it again. So he brought the second prince over. And as he shouted, the soldiers of both sides retreated to their respective camps. Chu Ming looked at Zhao Yuan, who stopped fighting, and smiled proudly. "Ninth prince, do you want to see who this person is?" The second prince, with his hands tied behind his back, lowered his head in shame. He never expected that his meritorious battle would turn out like this. Zhao Yuan looked over expressionlessly. Of course he knew who it was. He knew exactly how the second prince, this idiot, fell into the trap. He wanted Chu Ming to be blinded and killed. But in the public eye, Zhao Yuan still knew that it was not easy to say such words. He asked, "What do you want?" Chu Ming said, "I am a person who values fairness. How about we exchange one for another?" And exchanged the second prince for Feng Ji? Zhao Yuan. He could feel the commotion behind him. It was normal for the army to care about Feng Ji. Why? The ninth prince doesn't want to? Chu Ming raised his eyebrows. Or is it that the second prince being captured is in line with the ninth prince's wishes, and the ninth prince would be happier if the second prince died? You're talking nonsense, Zhao Yuan said expressionlessly. He would not admit it in public anyway. Even if he and the second prince fought to the point of fighting, it would be difficult to show it directly in public. Chu Ming said, "That's good. The ninth prince might as well consider my suggestion. Feng Ji has been unconscious all the time. It's not a bad idea to replace him." Right? There was another silence. Even the second prince couldn't help but look up at Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan threw the topic to the second prince. "Second brother, what do you think?" The second prince wanted to curse in his heart. What did he think? What could he think? That's Feng Ji. Even though there are still people in the court shouting that Feng Ji is treasonous, this charge has not been removed until now. But he knows that his father's heart for Feng Ji has not changed. He is stupid. He was caught by the people of Xia. And he still had the nerve to say, "Ninth brother, just listen to them, and bring Feng Ji to replace your second brother quickly. He is shameless. There are hundreds of thousands of soldiers led by Feng Ji in front of him." Can he say it? Although he is weighing the pros and cons. In fact, the second prince does not think it is bad to exchange Feng Ji for him. He is a prince. No matter how good Feng Ji is, he is just a minister. Shouldn't a minister shed blood for his master? He is a prince. If Feng Ji is loyal, he should take the initiative to exchange him. It's a pity that Feng Ji is not awake yet, and the person standing opposite is his opponent, the ninth prince. The second prince still has a clear idea in his mind. He and his ninth brother are both aiming for that position. His father even supports his ninth brother. He is the only stumbling block in front of his ninth brother. Thinking of this, the second prince said tearfully, "Ninth brother, General Feng has made great contributions to our Tianqi. How can you sacrifice General Feng for me? Don't agree to him. Agree to him quickly. You bastard. Do you want your second brother to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ming, who was not happy with what he heard, punched the second prince in the stomach. The second prince's face was distorted with pain, and he almost vomited. Chu Ming said unhappily, "I didn't ask you to speak." Tears flowed from the corners of the second prince's eyes. But he was cheering in his heart. It was a good thing that he was not allowed to speak. Otherwise he was afraid that he would say too much. and his ninth brother would really go with the flow and praise him. Chu Ming looked at Zhao Yuan again and asked kindly, "What do you think?" "Ninth prince?" Zhao Yuan said, "It is absolutely impossible to offer General Feng. Can you change the conditions?" Chu Ming said, "Impossible. I don't want anything except Feng Ji. As long as Tianqi has Feng Ji. Even if he asked Tianqi for more cities and things now. Once Feng Ji wakes up, the other party can directly take them back. Only when Feng Ji dies can Xie really have the possibility of defeating Tianqi." Zhao Yuan heard this, and said sincerely to his good second brother, "Second brother, you also heard what General Chu said. Otherwise, in order not to disappoint the soldiers of Tianqi, you just commit suicide? Don't worry. I will make sure to bring your body back to the capital." "Second prince, you." Seeing the distorted expression of the second prince, Zhao Yuan smiled. "Second brother, I am joking with you." The second prince gritted his teeth and said, "Ninth brother is really good at joking." Hearing that the second prince was unwilling to die, Zhao Yuan curled his lips in disappointment. Of course, he knew that the second prince would not really die by himself. But what if? There is nothing to lose by trying. He restrained his emotions and shouted to the second prince sincerely, "Second brother, don't be afraid. Ninth brother will definitely rescue you safely." After saying this, he did not wait for the second prince to say anything else, and looked at Chu Ming seriously. "General Chu, General Feng is a meritorious minister of Tianqi. No matter what the situation is, Tianqi will never let the meritorious ministers feel disappointed. You don't have to mention this request again. Even if you say it, my second brother would rather die than let General Feng be humiliated." "Second prince? I am not. I don't have any. But you can ask for other conditions at will." Chu Ming was unmoved. "I only want Feng Ji." Then, Chu Ming said playfully, "Ninth prince, relax too. Who said I will torture and kill Feng Ji if I get him? As long as he is willing to submit to Xie, I may be under General Feng in the future. If you don't want to, why don't you go back and ask General Feng what he thinks?" The implication is that Feng Ji himself might agree. This ambiguous attitude just happened to be consistent with the previously circulated news that Feng Ji was collaborating with the enemy and treason. The soldiers of Tianqi glared at Chu Ming. Zhao Yuan sneered, "It seems that we really can't reach an agreement." He narrowed his eyes and looked around. "Perhaps it would be a good idea to exchange your life, General Chu, for my second brother's life." Without waiting for Chu Ming to talk about the second prince again, Zhao Yuan had already commanded the army to fight again. Despite this, Chu Ming was not retained in the end. The other party took the second prince away and left arrogantly. "Ninth prince, you should go back and make a decision as soon as possible. After 3 days, if you stay up one day, I can't guarantee whether your second brother is safe." Back in the camp, the entire Tianqi army seemed very silent. Chu Ming's request weighed heavily on everyone's mind. When Zhao Yuan was about to enter the general's tent, Chang Yuanhui couldn't help but ask, "Ninth prince." Zhao Yuan stopped and looked over. Chang Yuanhui's throat was a little hoarse from nervousness. "Will you hand over General Feng?" As soon as this was said, many concerned deputy generals couldn't help but look at Zhao Yuan. Suddenly, a sneer came from the side. It turned out to be the deputy generals who followed the second prince. These people had always been ill-intentioned towards the Feng family champion. Now this business was also full of malice. Everyone glared at them. "What are you laughing at?" The man snorted and laughed, saying, "I'm just laughing. You guys really think highly of Feng Ji. You don't even care about the safety of the prince. The ninth prince is the second prince's brother. If he really does what you said, and doesn't exchange Feng Ji for the second prince, how will the court look at the ninth prince at that time? You don't care at all, right? In my opinion, if General Feng really goes there, it's hard to say what will happen. I haven't heard that General Feng might become the superior of Chu in the future." Zhao Yuan looked at this man with some surprise, wondering if he did it on purpose. Although it sounds like he is speaking well of the second prince and asking everyone to give in and save the second prince. In fact, it has relieved some of the pressure Zhao Yuan has to a certain extent. After all, he and the second prince are brothers. If he really caused the second prince's death, his reputation would definitely be bad. Therefore, the decision of whether to save the second prince cannot be made by him alone. In the end, even if it really comes to that, it will take all the people in the military camp to beg him, and he will be forced and tortured in his heart, and then keep Feng Ji, which is the best way for him. It directly weakens the influence of public opinion on him in the future. However, Zhao Yuan did not speak at the moment, but only glanced at the person who spoke. Suddenly, Chong Yuanhui and others were also ashamed, and they didn't know what to say for a while. At this time, it was Zhao Yuan himself who broke the silence. He looked sad, as if he was worried about the second prince, but really didn't want to take action against the meritorious ministers, and tried his best to appease everyone. Don't worry for the time being. This prince will definitely not let General Feng have any problems. It's getting late now. Everyone go back first. After being mocked by the previous person, everyone also knew that the ninth prince was under great pressure, and no one else was said at this moment. Zhao Yuan entered the general's tent, first looked at Feng Ji's condition, and then sat down on the chair. He thought about what to do next. He knew the emperor absolutely well, even if the second prince was his brother. At this time, the emperor would not want him to use Feng Ji to rescue the second prince. But if he did nothing, it would not be appropriate. So he had to think about how to save the second prince, and when Feng Ji would wake up best. In the matter of the second prince, Zhao Yuan felt that Feng Ji had to take the lead, and he only needed to take the secret guards given to him by his father before Feng Ji woke up to prove that although he was not in harmony with the second prince, he was still very sensible in such a big matter. The important thing was that the death of the second prince could not fall on him. He had killed the 10th prince before, and almost killed the 12th and 18th. His father did not blame him too much at the time, but he would definitely not be able to continue like this. After all, the others were also his father's flesh and blood. Even if his father did not like them that much, he still cared about them. Will there even be a day when his father will start to look at him with fear? Zhao Yuan thought. That won't do. That night, Zhao Yuan summoned his lieutenants. After hearing his idea, they were all shocked and tried to stop him. No, this is not possible. How can the ninth prince risk his life? That is the camp of Xia. The Chu family has always been strict in military discipline. I'm afraid the ninth prince has been discovered as soon as he approached. It was already a big deal to lose the second prince. If the ninth prince was also sent away, it would be a big deal. As long as they thought of this possibility, they felt a chill on their necks. At the same time, everyone felt that Zhao Yuan's method was unreliable. Listening to everyone's dissuasion, Zhao Yuan asked, "So you have a better way to save General Feng and rescue the second prince?" Everyone was silent after this. If you want to rescue the second prince, these are necessary. You can't really exchange the general. After a silence, someone said, "Then we can go." The ninth prince really doesn't need to take the risk himself. Yes, we can discuss how to do it ourselves. The ninth prince doesn't need to go. Everyone unanimously decided that Zhao Yuan didn't need to go. Of course, Zhao Yuan couldn't listen to them. He not only wanted to distance himself from the death of the second prince, but also wanted to do it for his father to see. Or, he was just doing what his father wanted his son to do in this situation. Zhao Yuan was determined to do what he wanted. Of course, the people in the military camp couldn't stop him. After all, he brought a lot of people with him when he came. This time, he was also going to take these people with him. He was of high status in the entire military camp. I'm afraid that only Feng Ji, who was still in a coma, could stop Zhao Yuan from doing anything. As for these deputy generals, how could they dare to do anything to Zhao Yuan? In the end, this matter could only be settled like this. A group of people rediscussed the plan and waited for Zhao Yuan to act after the night fell. Before that, Zhao Yuan went back to the general's tent. He gave Feng Ji a pill to take. After he left tonight, Feng Ji could wake up. After tonight, no matter what happens to the second prince, Feng Ji will be the one to deal with it. When Zhao Yuan changed into his night clothes and was ready to go out, he was stopped by the doctor. "Ninth prince, are you going to save the second prince?" With this outfit, it's not hard to guess. Zhao Yuan turned around, and the doctor plucked up the courage. Can you take me with you?" Zhao Yuan was a little surprised. "Take you with you? You know what I'm doing tonight will be very dangerous. If I'm not careful, I may never come back." "Yes, I know," the doctor said. "You can take me with you. I'm very useful. I can drive those snakes, insects, rats, ants, and poisonous insects. They will be very useful at night." Hearing this, Zhao Yuan looked at the female doctor, looking at her nervous expression thoughtfully. After a while, he chuckled and agreed. Okay. I can still. The female doctor racked her brains to think of a reason. When she heard Zhao Yuan's agreement, she was still a little unresponsive. You agreed? Yeah. Zhao Yuan nodded with a faint smile on his face. Didn't you say that you were very useful? The female doctor looked at him. Her face was stained with a touch of blush. Her chest was thumping. The eyes of the ninth prince. Did he also have a good impression of her? He was smiling at her. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan sighed again. And the female doctor quickly gathered her thoughts. What's wrong? Zhao Yuan said, I just think that the Chu guy is cunning and ruthless. If you are a little girl, it may not be a good thing to take you along. It is more reasonable for an outsider to anger the Chu guy and let him vent his anger on his good second brother. The female doctor was afraid that Zhao Yuan would regret it. She knew that this trip was dangerous. But she would definitely not be able to sit still in the tent and wait for the ninth prince to come back. When she heard him say this, she hurriedly said, Don't worry. When we get there, I will deal with the vicious Chu guy first. He is so bad. Chu Ming's reputation is really not very good. Zhao Yuan's words reminded the female doctor that it was Chu Ming who designed her people and almost exterminated her clan. Originally, he just wanted to help Zhao Yuan. But now he is serious. Zhao Yuan nodded and reminded him with some worry. Then you should be careful when the time comes. But after turning around, the expression on his face became cold, and his drooping eyelashes covered the cold look in his eyes. Not long after, everyone gathered together, and Zhao Yuan set off with his men. Of course, the people he brought were not only his own people, but also the 3 deputy generals in the military camp and some elite soldiers. They knew much more about Xia than Zhao Yuan and his men. The group successfully sneaked into the Xia military camp. Zhao Yuan signaled others to disperse and look for the trace of the second prince, and he led a group to look in another direction. Among them, of course, the female doctor was included. From the beginning, the female doctor had never thought of separating from Zhao Yuan. On the Xia side, the location of the general's tent was still very obvious. It should be said that no one thought that someone would really dare to run to the local military camp in the middle of the night. So Chu Ming didn't think about covering up anything on this. Besides, he still had a lot of soldiers guarding outside, and it was impossible for the enemy to enter his general's tent quietly. But tonight was different. The female doctor took out a small red snake from her cloth bag. She patted the little snake's head and pointed in the direction of the general's tent. After the little snake left, she explained to Zhao Yuan, who was looking at her, although our Ling tribe can drive snakes, insects, rats and ants, it is not that easy. The most common thing is to control them with the sound of the flute. But it was obvious that they were tired of playing the flute in the enemy camp in the middle of the night, and they were afraid that people would not notice them. Xiao Hong is different from the others. It is very psychic and can basically understand what I mean. Its poison is very strong. Once you are poisoned by it, it is difficult to completely remove it. As if thinking of something, Zhao Yuan asked, Will it kill people immediately? If Chu Ming died directly, it would be a deviation from his plan. The female doctor shook her head with some regret. No. Xiao Hong's poison is not that strong. She thought regretfully that it would be better if she could bite the bad guys inside to death directly. Ah! A scream. Inside the tent, Chu Ming was awakened by the pain. He grabbed the snake and threw it to the ground. Just like that, he felt dizzy and lost a lot of strength. General! General! The soldiers guarding outside the tent rushed in immediately. They looked around and quickly approached Chu Ming. General, what happened just now? They didn't see anyone else. Could it be that the general had a nightmare? Chu Ming was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. When the candlelight got closer, everyone realized this. Quick! Go find a military doctor. Chu Ming said, Just now a snake bit my arm. It's a red snake. Someone exclaimed. Just now. He saw a red shadow quickly slipping away in the dim light outside. At that time, he was too anxious to be a general and thought he had seen it wrong. Chu Ming grabbed the arm of the person who was supporting him and gritted his teeth and said, Quick! Let everyone be alert. Someone from Tianqi has broken in. He didn't believe that the snake that bit him was an accident. It's easy to imagine that Tianqi would definitely not hand over a person like Feng Ji easily. The emperor of Tianqi is not a fool. And the ninth prince doesn't look like a simple person. So if they want to solve this dilemma, they can only start with the second prince. So Chu Ming had already assigned more people to guard the second prince. Outside, when they heard the sound, Zhao Yuan and others had already left. In other places, those who went to get information also quickly caused a commotion. Xia was not a match for the crooked melons and cracked dates. They were lucky to sneak in. Of course, it might be that the surnamed Chu wanted to catch the turtle in the jar, and did it on purpose. Anyway, after coming in, it would not be so easy for them to find the second prince and so on. There was a commotion in the military camp. And soon, someone came to arrest them. Zhao Yuan and his group hurriedly fled. And in the Tianqi military camp, Feng Ji finally woke up. General. The general is awake. The deputy generals who found out the news were ecstatic. After lying down for so long, Feng Ji was still feeling uncomfortable all over. Even though he had been recuperating, he felt like his head was going to explode. He asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" He vaguely remembered what happened before he fell into a coma. The deputy general quickly replied, "General, you have been unconscious for more than 2 months." When Feng Ji heard the time, his brows furrowed even more tightly. What was the situation in the army during this period? "General, you don't know that after you fell into a coma, many secret letters between you and Xia were discovered. They falsely accused you of treason. And Su Pingchuan had someone pass the news to the capital. The emperor sent the second." Originally, the deputy general was still complaining indignantly. But when he talked about the prince, his tone changed instantly. Because he remembered that the second prince had been captured by Xia. And even the ninth prince had gone to the enemy's military camp. And now his life or death was unknown. Feng Ji was still rubbing his head. When he heard the voice stop, he didn't raise his head and asked, "Continue. What did the emperor send?" As for the secret letter, Feng Ji didn't take it to heart. He was confident in his relationship with the emperor. He himself had never done such a thing. So he was not at all insecure. The soldiers surrounding Feng Ji's bed looked at each other. The person who spoke earlier spoke in a much lower voice. The second and ninth princes were sent. Shijio? Feng Ji was a little surprised, thinking of the lovable child. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up, and his eyes were also looking for him by the bed. Where is he? Why don't I see him? It was dark now. Could it be that Shijio was still sleeping and didn't know that he had woken up? It's possible. It's estimated that no one notified Shijio. After searching for a while and not seeing anyone, and seeing the deputy general hesitating, Feng Ji's heart sank. Knowing that something must have happened, he asked sternly, "What happened? Where is Shijio now?" "General," the deputy general replied, "the emperor sent the second and ninth princes before. But the second prince fell into the trap of the Chu from Xia and was captured by Chu. He wanted the ninth prince to exchange you." The general. For the second prince? But the ninth prince was unwilling. So, tonight the ninth prince brought people to the Xia military camp to rescue the second prince. Feng Ji forced himself to hold back his temper, and listened to the deputy general say a lot of things that had nothing to do with Shijio. When he finally heard about Shijio's whereabouts, he was instantly furious. He stood up from the bed. The ninth prince said he wanted to go. So why didn't you stop him? Just let him go. Feng Ji felt dizzy, afraid that the next moment he would hear bad news about Xiaojio. Fortunately, his mind was still flexible. Even if he was angry, he still analyzed that Xiaojio was much more useful than the second prince. If Xia really caught him, it was very likely that they would not kill Xiaojio directly, but would use him to ask for benefits from Tianqi like the second prince. Analysis was analysis, and reason told Feng Ji that Xiaojio would not be in trouble. But in fact, he was anxious and worried. He went to get the armor in his tent and put it on, and ordered, "Go. Gather people. Let's go to support the ninth prince." "General." The deputy general wanted to say that the general had just woken up, and he didn't know if his body could bear it. But he changed his mind and swallowed his words. If the second prince and the ninth prince were in trouble, the general would be in even greater trouble. He immediately went out to call for help. Soon, Feng Ji rode on his mount and rushed out with his men. On the other side, Zhao Yuan was also trapped in the encirclement of the Western Yu soldiers. The group struggled to hold on, and Zhao Yuan was also injured. The female doctor played the flute to protect Zhao Yuan, and from time to time someone was bitten by a snake and screamed. The people Zhao Yuan brought also surrounded Zhao Yuan to protect him. The leader said, "Nothing must happen to the ninth prince." Go southeast to provide cover. Take the 9th prince out first. These people were assigned by the emperor to Zhao Yuan. Their mission was to protect Zhao Yuan. This trip, Zhao Yuan almost lost his life because of the 2nd prince. Everyone saw it. This was exactly what Zhao Yuan was aiming for. Zhao Yuan looked serious. He had some medicine hidden in his sleeves. He was hesitating whether to act immediately. If he did so, he would not be able to achieve the best effect of selling misery. Why hasn't uncle come yet? He should have woken up by now. Just as he was thinking, Zhao Yuan keenly heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the direction of Tianqi in the distance. He was instantly excited. Hold on. Our reinforcements are here. The others had not heard the sound of horse hooves yet. But after hearing Zhao Yuan's words, their hearts were instantly filled with strength. Feng Ji's horse ran very fast. And the others here soon heard the sound of horse hooves. Now, everyone knew that the reinforcements were really coming. Even though the night was cold, Zhao Yuan could still see the person coming in the dim light. The tall figure, just appearing, could give people a sense of security. Uncle, I'm here. Zhao Yuan jumped up and shouted happily. Hearing the familiar voice, still so energetic, Feng Ji felt relieved and adjusted the direction of his horse. It's Feng Ji. Feng Ji is coming. The soldiers of Xia panicked. It was the middle of the night, and the light was not good. Zhao Yuan and his men fled quickly, and only some of them caught up with them. The rest were still in the barracks. On the one hand, General Chu was in trouble in the barracks, and on the other hand, it was also to prevent this from being a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. If they ran away, it would be interesting if the base camp was destroyed. At this moment, Feng Ji woke up, let alone wanting to capture Feng Ji and bring him back to make merit. The first reaction of the soldiers of Xia was to run fast. Facts have proved that they have many reactions. Feng Ji had been in a coma for such a long time, but he was still brave in the battle. The people who followed him, who had not kept up with the speed of the horses before, soon caught up. Not long after, most of the soldiers chasing Zhao Yuan were killed or wounded, and only a small part escaped. The danger was lifted. Zhao Yuan walked up to Feng Ji, smiling sweetly. Uncle, you are awake. The time when Feng Ji woke up was predicted by Zhao Yuan in advance. But it must be said that when he saw Feng Ji standing in front of him alive, the joy in his heart was not fake. Feng Ji looked at the child who looked up at him pitifully, and his heart was angry and helpless for a while. In the end, he could only force a cold snort. Don't dare to be the uncle of our 9th prince. I see that you are very capable now, and dare to do anything. He slapped Zhao Yuan on the back twice in anger. Have you ever thought about what would happen to you if I didn't wake up tonight, and no one came to pick you up? Have you ever thought about how upset your uncle would be if something happened to you? And how your father and mother would accept it? Can't you think about it before doing these things? Zhao Yuan hung his head, and let Feng Ji scold him obediently, saying softly, Uncle, Xuzhou knows he was wrong. He had a good attitude to admit his mistakes. And Feng Ji didn't know what to say for a while. But he couldn't forgive the child for his recklessness tonight. In the end, he could only ride on the horse and said coldly, Okay, let's go back quickly. Zhao Yuan immediately jumped on his horse and chased after him, constantly coaxing, Uncle, please don't be angry with Xuzhou. Okay. Seeing this, Chang Yuanhui and other deputy generals didn't want to follow too closely, and kept a little distance. But even so, Zhao Yuan's soft and coquettish voice could be heard from time to time in the breeze. Several deputy generals looked at each other in surprise. No one told them that the 9th prince could be so obedient. Although the 9th prince often spoke with a smile, he looked difficult to approach. Now, he finally broke everyone's impression of him. If Zhao Yuan had behaved like this earlier, they would not have doubted the relationship between the 9th prince and the general. They would definitely stand firmly on the side of the 9th prince early on, instead of thinking that concubine E was raising the 7th prince and wavering. No wonder the general and the 9th prince have a good relationship. Chang Yuanhui couldn't help but sigh. Who can refuse a good-looking, capable, and sincere child who is so clingy to him? This is still a prince. The deputy generals were muttering behind, and the secret guards led by Zhao Yuan followed silently until they were near the military camp. Zhao Yuan finally pestered Feng Ji to relax. This is the last time. If you let your uncle know that you are risking your life next time, your uncle will never let it go so easily. He was actually a little sour in his heart. because he finally remembered that the second prince was captured by Xie. And looking at the injuries on Shijia's body, Feng Ji was not very good at political struggles, and he didn't have so many tricks, but he still knew these. Therefore, he also knew Shijia's situation. When he thought that the child might think so much, he couldn't help but soften his heart. Zhao Yuan cheered and said loudly, "Uncle, don't worry. There will definitely not be a next time." Under Zhao Yuan's entanglement, he successfully reconciled with Feng Ji. Back in the military camp, Feng Ji watched the military doctor bandage Zhao Yuan's wounds. It was already late at night, but they couldn't rest. It was very simple, because the second prince was still in the military camp of Xie and had not been rescued. Now that Feng Ji was here, this burden was Feng Ji's, and Zhao Yuan didn't have to worry about it anymore. So he sat beside Feng Ji and chattered. "Uncle, don't listen to what that surname Chu said. I have already written to my father about this matter. If he knew you dared to exchange me for my second brother, he would never agree. You must be more important than my second brother in my father's heart." "Feng Ji," he said angrily and amusedly, "I haven't said a word yet. But you have said it all." Of course, he didn't intend to exchange himself for the second prince. At least not at the last moment. He didn't have such an idea at all. If he were the emperor, he would be willing to sacrifice his life. Zhao Yuan shut up. Then Feng Ji discussed business with his subordinates, and Zhao Yuan listened quietly on the side. In the middle, there was a subtle sound from outside, and a guard outside came in to report. "Your Highness, your guard said that the things you asked them to do have been done, and asked you what to do next?" Zhao Yuan was reminded and remembered what he had arranged. He raised his chin and said, "Let them in." Although this was Feng Ji's tent, Feng Ji certainly had no objection to anything his son Xiezhou said. The people outside came in quickly. It was Zhao Yuan who brought a familiar person from the capital. That person was Deputy General Lin. But at this time, Deputy General Lin had his hands tied behind his back. He was not as elegant as usual. His hair was messy, and he looked embarrassed. This, Deputy General Lin. The people in the tent also recognized him quickly. Seeing Deputy General Lin like this, they were very surprised. But some people looked indifferent, and they knew the inside story at a glance. Feng Ji, who was at the front, did not show any change in expression. When Zhao Yuan arranged to arrest people, he also asked people in his own military camp to go with him. So some people knew the news. As early as when Feng Ji came back, someone had quietly mentioned the news to Feng Ji. Otherwise, after Zhao Yuan's incident, Feng Ji would not have forgotten to frame the person who betrayed him. Feng Ji did not move. And some people who did not know the inside story also saw that there must be something wrong. So they did not move. The person who escorted Deputy General Lin said, "Your Highness, we followed your instructions to secretly monitor this person, and indeed found that this person was secretly passing information to Xie. Following the clues, we also arrested 2 other people, one of whom was originally from Xie, and was planted by Deputy General Lin." Seeing this scene, who doesn't know where Feng Ji's secret letters of treason came from? You know, those secret letters were accidentally made by Deputy General Lin. It's just that Deputy General Lin has always been very close to Feng Ji and very obedient to Feng Ji. So people didn't think about him for a while. As for Feng Ji, he had noticed Deputy General Lin as early as when Zhao Yuan reminded him. Although he was unconscious this time, he also let the Deputy General he trusted stare at Deputy General Lin. At this moment, Feng Ji looked at Deputy General Lin with a complicated look. Mainly because he didn't find any problems when he checked Deputy General Lin before. Although the other party was a little jealous of him, he had good abilities. There was nothing wrong with wanting to make progress. Feng Ji also wanted to cultivate the other party. But he didn't expect the other party to go to this step. But Feng Ji's eyes soon became cold. He was not a very considerate person. He wanted to train Deputy General Lin out of regret for the military commanders. But since the other party had changed, his emotions were quickly withdrawn. But he was still puzzled. "I had already trained you before. Why did you collude with Xie?" Being valued by the commander, he would definitely be reused. This is already developing in a good direction. What can Xie give Deputy General Lin? The genuine confusion in Feng Ji's eyes angered Deputy General Lin. His eyes were red. And he was no longer silent. He shouted angrily, "What do you know? Do you know what it feels like to be firmly suppressed and unable to turn over? I'm obviously no worse than you in every aspect. And I'm more popular than you in the army. Lin Lieutenant General's anger had not been vented yet, but was interrupted by a chuckle. Everyone looked over, and saw that it was not Feng Ji. It was Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan blocked his face that was laughing so hard that he couldn't help laughing, and said innocently, "Sorry. I couldn't help it for a moment. Mainly because I really couldn't think of how anyone could confidently say that he was no worse than my uncle in every aspect. If the Emperor said this, it would be fine. After all, the Emperor was also a genius in using troops. As for the others, he really didn't find anyone who could compare to Feng Ji. As for this Lieutenant General Lin, if he was really that powerful, he wouldn't be just a Lieutenant General." Lieutenant General Lin's previous resentment was directed at Feng Ji, but now looking at his eyes, he probably wanted to torture Zhao Yuan to death. Zhao Yuan didn't care, waved his hand and said, "Okay. Continue. We're still listening. Everyone." Even if Lieutenant General Lin was angry about Zhao Yuan's mocking behavior, he knew that he could not do anything to him now, so he could only honestly explain the causes and consequences of his actions. In short, it was just as Lieutenant General Lin said. But he was jealous of Feng Ji's talent and firmly suppressed it. In fact, Lieutenant General Lin did know that he was not as good as Feng Ji, especially after Feng Ji began to teach him. These teachings not only did not move him, but made him more embarrassed after he understood the gap between himself and Feng Ji. So he wanted to murder Feng Ji and replace him. He stubbornly thought that he must not be much worse than Feng Ji, and there would not be much difference without Feng Ji. After hearing what Vice General Lin said, Chang Yuanhui and others were so angry. "So it's wrong for the general to be good to you. You don't know how to be grateful. It doesn't matter if he is grateful or not. He even wants the general's life." This logic made everyone dumbfounded. It was totally unimaginable, compared to the indignation of the vice generals. Feng Ji's reaction was not bad. Take him away first. Interrogate him again. Ask him how much he revealed to Xia, and whether Xia has other people in the army. After Vice General Lin was taken away, Feng Ji continued to discuss with the Vice General about saving the second prince. At this time, because they didn't know what Zhao Yuan asked the female doctor to do, they didn't know what the second prince was about to encounter in the Xia military camp. Xia military camp. After being bitten by a snake, the commander Chu Ming found a military doctor in time, but his condition was getting worse and worse. After making the medicine and seeing that Chu Ming's mind had recovered a little, the military doctor said hesitantly, "General, this poison is too toxic. In order to prevent it from spreading to the lungs, it is best to cut off the arm." With a bang, the medicine bowl in Chu Ming's hand fell to the ground. What did you say?" Chu Ming felt as if he had heard something wrong. He never thought that one day he would face such an expression. As a military commander, he knew very well what his arm meant to him. He knew that he had always had a bad character and had offended many people. Without his arm, there would definitely be many people who wanted to harm him in the future. The military doctor looked at Chu Ming's horrible expression, trembling with fear, and dared not speak at all. Quack! Chu Ming threw the military doctor to the ground. "Go. Find all the doctors, and those doctors in the city. Whoever can't cure my arm, chop off all their heads." "Yes." The subordinates received the order and acted quickly. While waiting for the doctor, Chu Ming's high emotions were still out of control. He knew where the disaster tonight came from, and the one who attacked him was nothing more than the people from Tianqi. And the snake. It is very likely that it belongs to the Ling tribe. The Ling tribe is good at using these strange poisons. He was rude to the Ling tribe before, and dragged them into the war. It is quite normal for them to be resentful of him now. But Chu Ming was not someone who could be forgiven just because the other party had a legitimate reason. He could only grit his teeth at the person who dared to assassinate him. His eyes were terribly dark, and he squeezed out a few words from his lips. Tianqi. Ling clan. At this moment, his hatred for Tianqi was deep in his bones. Immediately, he thought of the second prince of Tianqi in his military camp. In fact, Chu Ming also knew that the ninth prince might not have deep feelings for the second prince. These princes probably wanted each other to die quickly. But at this moment, he didn't care whether he was doing this in accordance with Zhao Yuan's wish, and said coldly, "Keep a close eye on the second prince of Tianqi. Don't let anyone rescue him. And by the way, have someone give him a beating and cripple his arm. Be careful. Don't kill him. The crippled second prince is a good thing for the ninth prince. But if the crippled second prince can go back alive, I'm afraid Tianqi's future will start to be chaotic. The ninth prince will also face the most difficult opponent. Perhaps the second prince, who has lost the right to inherit the throne, is more threatening than the second prince, who is alive and kicking. After all, the second prince started his career with military exploits. As a military general, Chu Ming knows how much of a blow it is to lose the ability to go to the battlefield. Chu Ming thought coldly, and felt dizzy for a while, and the irritability in his heart became stronger. And the second prince ushered in his painful night in the cell. Tianqi, Feng Ji and his party also discussed the result. Undoubtedly, they could only send people to forcibly bring the second prince out like Xiao Yuan did before. After all, Chu Ming was quite stubborn and only wanted Feng Ji's life. But everyone knew that Xia also understood this, especially after what happened tonight. Xia's defense would definitely be strengthened. For a while, everyone was distressed. But Zhao Yuan, who was sitting on the side, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. When the female doctor released the poisonous snake, he did not let the people behind him see the movement. So these people did not know that Xia's main general Chu Ming was in trouble now. He thought, if things were really as he thought, the matter of the second prince might really be worth talking about. The other party should be able to come back. It's just hard to say what kind of state he will come back in. Thinking about the suffering that the second prince might suffer. Every time he thought of the prince brother, who would soak Xiao Yuan in the water and make him unrecognizable, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. So much so that the news that the second prince might return safely could not reduce his happiness in the slightest. He thought that some tortures might really require living for a long time to be truly painful. Otherwise, only a moment would not be enough. So it is not impossible to delay the death of the second prince. After discussing for a while, everyone dispersed. It took too long tonight, and it was almost dawn. It would definitely not be a good time to go to the second prince. Feng Ji just woke up from a coma today, and his body had long been unable to hold on. He touched Zhao Yuan's head and asked in a gentle voice, "Are you sleepy? Let's go to bed first." Zhao Yuan rubbed his eyes, and was really a little sleepy. The two fell asleep. In the days that followed, Feng Ji carried out 2 rescues. But unfortunately, the Xia military camp was well guarded. And even if he deliberately caused riots in other parts of the camp, he did not cause much disturbance in guarding the second prince. In the end, he could only return empty-handed. At this time, Feng Ji also found something wrong. The man surnamed Chu seemed to have not appeared for a long time. Generally speaking, according to Chu Ming's temperament, if the other party caught Tianqi's weakness, it would be impossible for him to show off. Now Feng Ji has tried to rescue the second prince twice, but the other party did not come out to warn or do anything else. Listening to everyone's discussion, Zhao Yuan said hesitantly, "Last time when we went to find my second brother, I touched the vicinity of Chu Ming's tent. At that time, I seemed to hear a vague scream inside, but I'm not sure. The guard at the door of the tent went in at that time. Anyway, he definitely didn't know about the poisonous snake released by the female doctor. The female doctor would do such a thing, which was completely due to the hatred between the Ling clan and Xia. It was definitely not him who instigated the other party behind the scenes. In short, if the second prince was dragged down by this, it had nothing to do with him." Feng Ji nodded. This news further confirmed his guess. After that, he stood in front of Xia to provoke, and he didn't see Chu Ming. Feng Ji knew that there was really a problem. Theoretically, such a problem with the other party is the best time for them to attack. But they can't hold the 2 princes in their hands, and they dare not move at all. Even if people do not want the life of the second prince directly, just torture. The pot will be deducted on Feng Yan's head, and deliberately tortured the second prince, in the hands of the 2 emperors, in the hands of the West Vietnam. Feng Yan also did not care about West Vietnam. Maybe it was to make West U be ashamed and kill the second prince directly. In this way, you can help the 9 princes to eliminate the opponent who compete for the throne. If Chu Ming gets into trouble, Xia will send someone else sooner or later. Chu Ming is not interested in the conditions we proposed. But it does not necessarily mean that the Emperor of Xia does not care. You know, the Emperor of Xia is the most incompetent and enjoys pleasure. Feng Ji said this, but he was not particularly sure. After all, before this, he had conquered many cities in Xia. As long as the Emperor of Xia was not stupid, he would realize his threat. No matter how many rare treasures there are, they are not as useful as killing him directly. The Deputy General said, "General, This is a good idea. We can try it again. Zhao Yuan was still listening on the side. He knew that the method proposed by Feng Ji was quite feasible. As long as the right gifts were given and someone talked about it in the court, 9 out of 10 things would be done. But Feng Ji was a very decent person in some aspects, such as in his dealings with Xia. Feng Ji has always been very cautious. He fights when he wants to fight. He has many strategies on the battlefield. But it is impossible for him to get involved with high-ranking officials in Xia. And this aspect happens to be what Zhao Yuan is good at. When he was still young, he thought about doing business in Xia. Over the years, even the emperor didn't know that he really succeeded. And he also got in touch with some people in Xia. However, he wanted the second prince to die soon. So how could he help with this? Therefore, he just listened quietly on the side without saying a word. Soon, the emperor's letter came from the capital. Before, Deputy General Lin's frame-up, the second prince's arrest, and even Zhao Yuan's going to the Xia military camp to rescue the second prince. Feng Ji reported all to the emperor. After reading the letter, the emperor immediately sent someone to deliver the message at an urgent speed of 800 miles. The main meaning was that it was okay for the second prince to die. But Feng Ji was determined not to exchange himself. Let Feng Ji save himself first. Of course, there was also a letter to Zhao Yuan. The emperor scolded Zhao Yuan severely, thinking that he was too adventurous, not taking his life seriously at all, and not considering his father and mother in the capital. He scolded and persuaded Zhao Yuan to pay attention to safety, and not do everything by himself. There were so many soldiers in the barracks. Why did Zhao Yuan, a prince, need to do it himself? Zhao Yuan looked at it, and the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. He knew that his father was worried about him. But in fact, he should be satisfied with him. The emperor himself was a man with strong action and fear of danger. How could he really be angry with him because of these things? In the Xia military camp, Chu Ming had already fallen into a coma. He didn't want his arm to be cut off, which caused the poison to spread and became more serious. The doctors were helpless. So Chu Ming was in a coma for so long. Xia and Tianqi were fighting, and their opponent was Feng Ji, the famous god of war of Tianqi. Now they were in a stalemate, and the Xia court had certainly received the news. Even if Tianqi is willing to return more cities, as long as Feng Ji is still there, he will always be a big threat to Xia. Yes, Feng Ji killed countless Xia soldiers, and we must use his blood to commemorate our dead soldiers. This is a rare opportunity in a century. As long as Feng Ji is killed. Of course, there were also objections. But that's Feng Ji. How could Emperor Tianqi be willing to use Feng Ji to exchange for a prince, instead of forcing him to do it? It's better for us to get the benefits directly. You know, Emperor Tianqi is said to have more than a dozen princes. There is only one Feng Ji, but there are many princes. The court of Xia was arguing endlessly, although there were many corrupt officials among them. Most of the court advocated killing Feng Ji directly, when their own interests were not involved. Although the compensation proposed by Feng Ji was indeed very tempting. Feng Ji's lethality was indeed too great since the war began, which made the people in the court of Xia a little scared. Moreover, they knew that it was unlikely to kill Feng Ji with the help of the second prince. But Feng Ji was a god of war in Tianqi, and naturally hated in Xia. They didn't need to face everyone's opposition at this time. When they hit a wall, they would naturally follow their ideas. Soon, Feng Ji and his men received news that a new general had been appointed in Xia. Zhao Yuan asked for his name. This person did not appear in the plot, which meant that he was not one of the few generals in Xia who were still useful. Of course, Zhao Yuan himself had known about these people in Xia for a long time. He knew everything from the court officials in Xia to the children of various families. And this one now had average ability and average character. Zhao Yuan was a little disappointed. He knew that Xia was about to compromise, and the second prince had to come back. Sure enough, when this new general came, he made the same request as the previous one. That is, to exchange Feng Ji for the second prince. At the same time, he also said a lot of good things, which was roughly that if Feng Ji surrendered, Xia would treat him well in the future. He also said that if he was thinking about Tianqi, then after he arrived in Xia, Xia would not let him fight with Tianqi. As long as he lived in peace and did not care about anything, it would be fine. It is not clear whether these words are specific expedient measures, but they are said in this way. Zhao Yuan felt that it was also possible that the emperor had a bad temper and had sent a message to Xia some time ago, saying that it was impossible to exchange Feng Ji for the prince's life. The new general of Xia was riding on a horse, and the two armies were facing each other. Although he knew that Feng Ji had refused, the other party still did not give up and continued to persuade him. General Feng, although your emperor said on the surface that you don't need to be exchanged, of course he can't say this kind of thing, especially since you have made great contributions to Tianqi. But in fact, the second prince is his son, and you are just an outsider. If he really dies, I'm afraid there will still be a gap between you, the monarch and the ministers. Right? We in Xia have no intention of taking your life. In the future, as long as you stay in the capital safely, you can live a prosperous life. This will not only save you, but also save the second prince. Why not do it? After listening to all this nonsense, Feng Ji said coldly, generally, don't worry about these. He didn't believe a word of it. To be honest, in Feng Ji's current opinion, the second prince's position in the emperor's heart may not be comparable to his, and he has a deep love for the emperor. But he occasionally wondered that the current emperor trusted him so much. And when the emperor got older, would he really not be afraid of him? But it didn't matter. He had already thought about it. As long as the emperor was willing, he would let him do whatever he wanted. He didn't care so much about power and status. As long as he could maintain their purest trust at the beginning, it would be fine. General Li didn't listen. He continued to worry, mainly because he didn't want to fight Feng Ji. He couldn't win. General Feng, you should think about it carefully. Your emperor doesn't want General Feng to pay the price of his life. But now our Xia doesn't want your life, and will provide you with good food and drink. You refuse even this. Isn't it a bit too much? He looked at Zhao Yuan next to Feng Ji meaningfully. Or, General Feng himself didn't intend to let the second prince survive, so he was so unmoved. Zhao Yuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't like someone using him to attack someone he cared about. Before he stepped forward, Feng Ji stopped him, and took the lead in commanding the troops to fight. This attack was not a big deal for him. He had heard more extreme words in the past. But if Shizhou stood up, it would be bad for Shizhou's reputation. Seeing that he had the second prince in his hands, General Li panicked immediately. Aren't you afraid that I will really kill the second prince? Feng Ji stopped his actions and sneered. General Li, you'd better make a decision as soon as possible when you go back. If you agree to release the second prince, we can talk about everything. But if you don't agree, I don't have that much patience. Feng Ji's expression did not hesitate at all. General Li felt that Feng Ji really didn't care about the second prince. Yes, even if he was a prince, no one would want to exchange his life for his own. Especially since Feng Ji was so capable. Let alone Feng Ji. Even if it was General Li himself, he would not want to exchange his life for the prince. Xia retreated, and General Li began to report to the court. Not long after, Feng Ji received a huge exchange request from Xia. For a moment, Feng Ji wanted to say, why not give up the second prince? But Feng Ji certainly couldn't say that. He took a pen and ticked on the list, then handed it over. Tell the envoy from Xia that we can't agree to these requests from Xia. I have already ticked the specific ones. If they are willing to agree, then it will be fine. Yes. The deputy general quickly took the list out. But despite this, the number on the list was still jaw-dropping. After the discussion, everyone dispersed. Zhao Yuan followed Feng Ji and asked curiously, are you really willing to give all those things to Xia? Feng Ji tilted his head to look at Zhao Yuan, raised his eyebrows, and exuded a rebellious temperament. He didn't answer directly, but asked, what do you think? Zhao Yuan was startled. And then he smiled widely. He quickly followed Feng Ji and said, I knew that my uncle was not the kind of person who followed the rules. It was impossible to expect Feng Ji to follow the rules completely. Not to mention that he still wanted him to suffer such a big loss. After Feng Ji's list was sent back, there was naturally another round of wrangling in Xia. General Li could not make the decision on this matter himself, and he had to pass the news to the court. It took a lot of time, and during this period, Feng Ji was not idle. He pretended to be preparing things in advance, and secretly paid attention to the movements of the Xia army, without Chu Ming, who was so sharp, to guard against him. The new General Li was obviously not as good as the previous one. The atmosphere in the Xia military camp had become much more relaxed, especially for the second prince. It was not that they were not strict, But they had been guarding the second prince for a long time. Now that the two sides were about to switch sides, the guards had become a little lax. So, when the food and grass caught fire in the army, it was not difficult for Feng Ji to rescue the second prince in the chaos. When they realized that the people guarding the second prince were lying on the ground, they immediately exclaimed, "Oh no! The second prince of Tianqi is missing." The soldier hurried to report the news to General Li. What? General Li felt dizzy. And there were only two words in his mind: it's over. He knew how much the court hoped to exchange for the second prince. Even if Feng Ji rejected some of them, there were still many left. The whole court was watching this matter. And he lost the second prince. It would be fine if he lost it. But he didn't have the ability to stop Feng Ji, who had no worries. General Li knew that he had caused a terrible disaster. General. The soldier who reported hurried forward to catch General Li's limp body. General Li's eyes were dull at this moment. And he muttered that it was over. He only hated that he was in good health, and didn't faint directly. In the Tianqi military camp, the second prince was rescued. But everyone's mood did not improve. And even became more heavy. Because the second prince's arm was broken and his leg was lame. Everyone still remembered the second prince's appearance when he first came to the military camp. He was heroic, tall and mighty. And he was even more vigorous when leading troops to fight. But I didn't expect that in just 1 month, the second prince would become what he is now. He was much thinner. His temperament was weak. And he had no energy. You can see at a glance that the second prince's will was depressed. The deputy generals looked at Feng Ji worriedly. The second prince's miserable condition at this time certainly made everyone feel a little sympathetic. But after all, they didn't spend much time together. And everyone was more worried that the second prince would become like this, and whether it would affect their own generals. Feng Ji took a deep breath. Hurry up and asked the military doctor to check the second prince's injuries. Someone immediately took action. The military doctor's examination was of little use. The second prince's injuries were already serious, and he had been delayed for so long. There was no need for him to struggle at all. He would be crippled for the rest of his life. Chu Ming. Feng Ji gritted his teeth. After seeing the second prince's situation, he guessed that Chu Ming was most likely responsible. Few people knew about Chu Ming's poisoning at the beginning. But now, with so many people going to treat Chu Ming, Feng Ji also heard that Chu Ming was poisoned by snake venom. This reminded Feng Ji of the time when Xiao Jiao went to rescue the second prince. And the female doctor of the Ling clan also went with him. There is no doubt that Chu Ming was bitten by a snake. And he was angry. So he vented his anger on the second prince. And even doubled it. He comforted dryly. Second prince? Don't worry. I will definitely kill Chu Ming and avenge you. Hearing Chu Ming's name, the second prince's expression moved slightly. After a while, his eyes fell on Zhao Yuan, who was standing not far from him. Don't say that his current lifeless appearance, coupled with his emotionless eyes, really gave people a creepy feeling. Chu Ming was a man who didn't behave himself. As early as when the second prince's hands and feet were broken, he was told by the person who did it that he suffered this because the people led by the ninth prince assassinated General Chu. Whatever General Chu suffered, he would be treated the same way twice as much. The second prince was not on good terms with Zhao Yuan. When he knew that the ninth prince came to save him personally, his first reaction was not that he was really saved, but that the ninth prince must have a conspiracy. This conspiracy, of course, was to anger Chu Ming, and it would be best to eliminate him through Chu Ming's hand. I have to say that the second prince's guess was quite accurate. So during the time he was imprisoned, every time he was in pain, the second prince was thinking about the ninth prince. Now that he heard these words from Feng Ji, he didn't feel very happy. It was Chu Ming's people who hurt him. But wasn't the real murderer behind the scenes the good brother who was standing in front of him now? The second prince knew that Feng Ji had always favored Xiao Jiao. Even if he told him, Feng Ji would not help him to deal with Xiao Jiao. On the contrary, he might even deal with him for Xiao Jiao. He was in such a state that he could not afford to be tossed around. Opposite him, Zhao Yuan was not afraid at all when he saw the second prince's terrifying appearance. He smiled gently and said with pity, "Second brother, don't be too sad. When you return to the capital, your injury will definitely be cured. Ninth brother will definitely help you get revenge." Although he said so, there was no real concern in his eyes when he looked at the second prince. The second prince clenched his fingers in the quilt. He knew that his ninth brother was gloating, but he could only force a smile in the end. Then I'll trouble General Feng and my ninth brother. After saying that, he didn't want to listen to anyone else say anything in front of him. His hands and legs became crippled. For the second prince, it was a huge blow. He still couldn't accept it completely. He didn't want to see anyone's pitiful appearance. He leaned back, closed his eyes and said, "Everyone, go out first. This prince is a little tired and wants to rest first." Everyone left the tent. When most of the people around him had left, Feng Ji suddenly asked, "The doctor?" Zhao Yuan asked in confusion. "She left some time ago. Don't you remember?" Feng Ji was in a complicated mood. Facing Xiao Jiu's innocent eyes, he told himself that he might have thought too much. "No, it's nothing." Zhao Yuan asked curiously, "Could it be that uncle wanted to capture her and bring her back to avenge the second brother?" After all, the injury of the second brother was, to a certain extent, caused by her inability to suppress the hatred in her heart and her reckless actions. The Ling clan was almost involved in the war, and was exterminated. The female doctor did have a deep hatred for Chu Ming. Feng Ji shook his head. "No. She saved my life after all. Even if he wanted to capture her, he shouldn't have asked someone to do it. What's more, it was reasonable for others to do it. I didn't know that Chu Ming was so petty. Even when the poison was so severe, he didn't forget to have someone cut off the hands and feet of the second prince before he fainted. He also noticed the second prince's attitude toward Shuzhou just now. He just thought a little wrongly for a moment, and thought that this matter might really be related to Shuzhou. He even wondered if Shuzhou deliberately arranged for the female doctor to leave early. But on second thought, he felt that he was thinking too much. Shuzhou grew up under his care. She was simple and kind. Shuzhou plotted against the second prince. I'm afraid it was more likely that the second prince plotted against Shuzhou. How could this be possible? Feng Ji reflected on his thoughts, and then seemed to remember something, and warned Zhao Yuan. The second prince suffered such a disaster, and his injury was deliberately caused by Chu Ming after you went to rescue him. Judging from his behavior just now, he has been obsessed with it, and may hate you. You must be careful of the second prince in the future, and don't let him calculate you. Zhao Yuan curled his lips, and said dissatisfiedly, I said that the second brother looked at me a little strangely just now. This rescue was a mistake. If my uncle had come to rescue me, I would have almost not been able to come back. This is not a credit, but it is hard work. In the end, I got nothing and ended up with complaints. Feng Ji also recalled the scene at that time, and felt sorry for Xiao Jiu. He touched Zhao Yuan's head, and said with some emotion, this is human nature. Anyway, you should stay away from the second prince in the future. Zhao Yuan nodded. Xiao Jiu understands. After fooling Feng Ji, Zhao Yuan returned to his tent. When he first came from the capital, the military camp arranged a separate tent for him. But he had been sleeping in Feng Ji's tent because he had to guard Feng Ji. Now Feng Ji was completely unsafe, so he naturally couldn't sleep with him. Back to his own territory. The look on his face might make Feng Ji look at it, and he would no longer think that his Xiao Jiu was really a simple and kind person. After sitting quietly on the chair for a while, Zhao Yuan suddenly chuckled. He called his people. The second prince will probably return to the capital soon. You arrange people to kill him, and don't let him return to the capital. Be careful. Don't let the emperor's people find out. Some of the people he brought from the capital were his own people, and some were the elites and secret guards given to him by the emperor. But of course he is more than just the current manpower. There are also their people outside the military camp. Let them take action. The subordinates behind him agreed. I will do it immediately. Zhao Yuan nodded, and the tent fell into silence again. Sure enough, not long after, the second prince said that he wanted to return to the capital. He smiled bitterly. This prince is now a useless person. It seems that there is no point in staying here. It is better to return to the capital as soon as possible. Feng Ji pondered for a moment and agreed. Okay. Then I will arrange someone to escort the second prince. After returning, it will be convenient for the second prince to find a better doctor. When the two princes arrived earlier, although they also brought some doctors, they were mainly to wake Feng Ji from coma. And the doctors they found were not particularly good at treating injuries, like the second prince. It's not that there are no doctors who know this, but the best ones are definitely still in the capital. But Feng Ji couldn't say this directly in front of the second prince. After all, even if he went back, the second prince's injury would probably not heal. After many years on the battlefield, Feng Ji still had some knowledge of medical skills. The second prince was silent for a moment. He wanted to take the guards, who had just escorted them from the capital. The people said by Feng Ji. He was worried that Feng Ji would help Xiao Jiao to silence him. But it was hard to say. Moreover, he knew that some of those people were given to his ninth brother by the emperor. And he couldn't take them away just because he wanted to. If he brought this up, wouldn't it just mean that he hated Xiao Jiao? Otherwise, why would he be on guard against Xiao Jiao? So the second prince could only swallow his words and tried to force a smile on his face. Then I'll trouble General Feng. Second prince, you are too polite. This is what I should do, Feng Ji said. After that, he immediately arranged people. The next morning, their team was about to set off. As for Zhao Yuan, of course he would not follow them. Now was the time for war. Since he came, Feng Ji wanted to keep the ninth prince to fight together. With him watching in person, he did not have to worry about any problems with the child. Zhao Yuan accepted this with pleasure. The second prince's team was going back, and Zhao Yuan knew it. He stood with Feng Ji, watching the second prince and others leave, and asked casually, "Why is it so early?" Feng Ji said, "The second prince wants to go back early." Zhao Yuan said, "Oh," and looked at some familiar people in the team. They were Feng Ji's personal guards. When he went back alone, he still ordered them not to let these people die in assassinations. These people should be shining on the battlefield. Think of other ways to let the second prince die by himself. And don't make it too conspicuous. If only these people don't die, it will implicate my uncle. At the same time, people will suspect him. After all, it is obvious that he will show mercy to the people arranged by Feng Ji. It must be related to him. After making the arrangements, Zhao Yuan no longer paid attention to this. His attention was all on the war that was about to begin. Feng Ji was teaching him and testing his skills at the same time, while the armies were fighting. Chu Ming finally woke up in the Xia camp. As soon as he woke up, he was discovered by the soldiers, who were feeding him soup. The soldiers were very surprised. "General, the general is awake?" He quickly stood up, went to the door of the tent, and shouted, "The general is awake. Hurry up. Go and call all the doctors." Not long after, a series of doctors came. Chu Ming looked at his arm first. He still remembered that before he fell into a coma, the military doctor told him to cut off his arm to save his life. Later, other doctors came. Although they didn't say it directly, they basically meant the same thing. As a military commander, and a military commander who was arrogant and had offended many people, it was difficult for Chu Ming not to care about this. But fortunately, when he raised his arm was still conscious. The doctor who came to see him also saw what Chu Ming was concerned about, and hurriedly said, "The general's arm is temporarily saved, but the remaining poison inside has not been completely cleared, so the strength cannot be restored to the past. In the short term, the general's hand should not be too strong. Otherwise it will be very bad for subsequent recovery." "Yeah." Chu Ming's heart was slightly relieved and he nodded. He felt that he seemed to hear some sound outside vaguely, and he couldn't help but frown. Is there a war outside? Where is the second prince? Doesn't that General Feng care about the second prince of Tianqi at all? Chu Ming had some understanding of human nature. He had proposed to exchange Feng Ji for the second prince. But in fact, he knew that if the emperor of Tianqi knew about this request, he might not be willing to agree. At least, the other party would never agree to it on the surface. But Feng Ji, as a minister, did not care about the safety of the second prince and attacked them with full confidence, which really surprised Chu Ming. If it really didn't work, Feng Ji should wait until the emperor spoke before doing so. Just as he was thinking about this, suddenly, Chu Ming narrowed his eyes and realized that something was wrong. "How long have I been unconscious?" His personal guard immediately replied, "General, it has been more than a month." Without waiting for Chu Ming to continue asking, the guards took the initiative to tell the whole situation. After the general fell into a coma, the court sent General Li to take over. Before he finished speaking, the general's tent was opened and a man came in. The man had obviously heard that Chu Ming had woken up. When he came in and saw Chu Ming sitting on the bed with his eyes open, he was immediately moved to tears. "General Chu, it's great that you woke up. Tianqi and Arcia are fighting again, and I really can't hold on any longer." The person who spoke was the General Li mentioned by the guards. As a court official, General Li was not an unknown person. He had a good family background, and Chu Ming also recognized him. But it's not that Chu Ming thinks highly of himself. He basically looks down on the military commanders of Xia, thinking that those people are mediocre and far inferior to himself. Seeing General Li's appearance, Chu Ming had a bad feeling in his heart, and he squeezed out his words from between his teeth. "Where is the second prince of Tianqi?" General Li paused with a crying voice, shivered and shrank back a little, and whispered, "Run? Run away? Run away?" Chu Ming raised his voice. "How did he run away?" General Li got angry when he talked about this. "It's all because of Feng Ji, who is really insidious and cunning, and has no martial ethics. We agreed to exchange with each other. If he thinks that there are too many things to exchange, we can slowly discuss it. We are ready to agree to what he said in the court. But he took advantage of our relaxed vigilance and directly rescued the second prince." General Li was full of grievances. "Idiot!" Chu Ming slapped General Li on the forehead. If he hadn't just woken up and was not physically exhausted, he would have wanted to kick him to the ground. If you want to force Feng Ji to surrender, you have to keep exerting pressure. You can't wait until the Emperor of Tianqi gets the news. Since you have decided to exchange other things, you have to take good care of the hostages. As a result, this group of idiots, who are more likely to cause trouble than to do good things, ruined everything." General Li was hit, but he didn't dare to get angry. He knew that he had caused a big disaster this time. Now he looked at Chu Ming eagerly and said hesitantly, "General Chu, what should we do now? Feng Ji has already fought with us, and I can't win. What else can we do?" "Just leave it alone," Chu Ming said unhappily. How could he know what to do? Could he beat Feng Ji? Having said that, Chu Ming had already started to think of a solution. He thought he had a quick mind and would never lose to anyone. Even Feng Ji had suffered a big setback at his hands before. He thought there must be other ways. Chu Ming had a good idea, but was beaten by Feng Ji. With Feng Ji's protection, Zhao Yuan also had a smooth journey on the battlefield, defeating Xia step by step. Feng Ji was very satisfied with Zhao Yuan. "Whenever I told you about your uncle's battlefield since you were a child, you listened very seriously. I don't know if you really understood it, but your talent in this area is really good, and your brain is more flexible than your uncle's. Sometimes, no matter what tricky tricks Chu Ming came up with, Xiao Jiao could find the opponent's door." Thinking of this, Feng Ji doubted his life. His Xiao Jiao was so simple and kind. How could he think of those tricks? Zhao Yuan showed a well-behaved and bright smile that all elders liked. "If I compare with my uncle, then I am still far behind." He was telling the truth. Feng Ji's sense of war was quite sharp, and he could not reach that level at all. But it was enough. Feng Ji smiled brightly. "You have been able to coax people since you were young. When you grow up, you will naturally be better than your uncle." The next few days were still fighting. Xia was retreating step by step and lost several cities. In the military camp, General Li frowned. It was only a few months, but General Li had changed a lot. He even had white hair on his head, which showed how much pressure he was under. He walked to Chu Ming's side, and his tone was the same as before. And he seemed to be Chu Ming's subordinate. "General, there are no more people with high fever in the army these 2 days. The situation has been controlled for the time being." Turning his head, Chu Ming's expression was not relaxed either. The pressure during this period of time had also had an impact on him. General Li said, "What should we do with those who have already fallen ill?" It's not that General Li doesn't even know this basic thing. But although Chu Ming can't beat Feng Ji, there is still a big gap between his ability and Chu Ming's, especially since they have been losing battles. This is why General Li wants to ask Chu Ming before making any decision. Anyway, it's better than doing it his own way. Of course, he was also afraid that Chu Ming would think he was useless and asked him about the smallest things. So after asking, he carefully said, "How about just getting rid of those soldiers?" He made a killing gesture. He was referring to the soldiers who were infected. This is what happened in the Xia military camp these days. For some reason, an epidemic suddenly appeared in the army, which was very easy to spread. Throughout history, this kind of thing is not common in the army, and basically many people will die. At this moment, their situation is critical, and there is not much time to waste on this. So General Li wants to kill all the hidden dangers directly to prevent the spread of the infection. Chu Ming suddenly laughed when he heard this. General Li looked at General Chu intently. He knew that General Chu must have made some arrangements. Chu Ming said lightly, "It's not good to kill him. It's better to put him on a catapult and throw him into Tianqi's camp. General Li was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. Chu Ming's words made him feel cold all over. After a while, he said one word. "Ah?" He really didn't want to believe what he just heard. He knew that Chu Ming's ideas were very vicious. But the way he treated his own people as if they were not human still made General Li's scalp numb. It was simply crazy. For a moment, he was just glad that he was not his opponent. Seeing General Li's expression, Chu Ming laughed. "I just said it casually. You didn't really take it seriously. Did you?" "Ah. No. No." General Li stuttered. Chu Ming said seriously, "Those soldiers are our Xia soldiers. They have paid too much for Xia. How could I treat them like that? However, Tianqi is pressing hard. But they are safe and sound. It is always uncomfortable to see them." "That's right. General Li also thinks so. Why do they have to lose battles one after another? And there are epidemics in the barracks. While Tianqi is going smoothly." Tianqi barracks. Not long after, Feng Ji received the news that Xia sent envoys to ask for peace. Ask for peace? Feng Ji frowned at first. He didn't think of asking for peace. After all, it was obvious that the goals of both Tianqi and Xia were the same. No. Or rather, it should be that the Emperor of Tianqi clearly had this purpose. Therefore, Feng Ji directly refused. "No need. You go and tell the envoys of Xia that we Tianqi do not accept peace. There is no need to discuss this together. It is just a waste of time." The soldier who delivered the message did not leave directly. He continued, reporting to the general. The envoy also said that General Chu can accept surrender if it is really impossible. Please be merciful to the people for the sake of Tianqi and Xia being one family for hundreds of years. After all, in war, the people suffer the most. This shocked Feng Ji. Not about the people, but about surrender. Surrender and peace are not the same thing. If Chu Ming surrenders, it is equivalent to treason. Although Feng Ji is good at fighting, his soldiers are also mortals. Although they have been winning for so long, there are also many casualties. If they can defeat the enemy without fighting, it would be better. Okay, bring the envoy here. I want to see what the Chu guy is doing. Not long after, the envoy from Xia arrived. There were several envoys from Xia, but only one of them really spoke. Tianqi naturally would not bring all of them to Feng Ji. It was unnecessary to increase the risk for himself. During this period, Zhao Yuan participated in this war. Basically, except for sleeping, he was beside Feng Ji to receive his teachings. At this moment, he was naturally also on the scene. When the envoy arrived, his eyes fell on him. Zhao Yuan was not a person who liked to take an unconventional approach. But it must be said that he had an excellent talent for these conspiracies and intrigues. And his intuition was even sharper. It can be said that he could often match Chu Ming's brain circuits. This time, he looked at the envoy from Xia carefully. According to his understanding of Chu Ming's style, the other party does not seem to be someone who will surrender directly. Of course, the other party will not really lose his life for the sake of fighting. But even if he wants to surrender, he should be at the end of his rope. At least not now. So the other party must be planning something. And this plan may be hidden in the envoy. At this moment, the envoy trembled and handed over the letter in his hand. "General Feng, this is a letter from General Chu to you." Immediately, a deputy general stepped forward and prepared to give the letter to Feng Ji. The envoy retracted his hand and said, "General Feng, please forgive me. But General Chu said that this letter is about life, which is very important. It is not good to let too many people know. It is best for you to come and get it yourself." Feng Ji stared at the envoy, and the envoy was trembling under his gaze. Feng Ji was the god of war of Tianqi. As the enemy country, the soldiers of Xia could best understand his horror. During this period of time, they, Xia, were beaten by Tianqi without any resistance. Under Feng Ji's momentum, it was not easy to hold on. After a while, Feng Ji decided to go forward and take it to sea. He was also confident that no matter whether the envoy wanted to assassinate him or not, he would not be hurt at all. But he had just taken 2 steps forward when Zhao Yuan on the side spoke up. "Wait." Feng Ji stopped. Zhao Yuan looked at the envoy and asked, somewhat irrelevantly, "Your face seems to be very pale. Are you so scared? Your envoys from Xia, are you so courageous?" He knew that Feng Ji was scary in the eyes of many people. But this was a major event related to Chu Ming's surrender and treason. Even if he didn't want the matter to spread too much, he wanted to choose a confidant. So he wouldn't choose such a person. Yes, yes. The envoy became more nervous after hearing this. The person that General Chu used before has died on the battlefield. This matter is of great importance. There is no way. So I was sent here. General Feng is very majestic. I can't help it. The envoy stuttered for a long time in a series of words. But fortunately, he explained them clearly. But just like the answer he had memorized in advance. It was meticulous but unreliable. Oh! Zhao Yuan responded slowly. And then looked at the other party's hand. Is your arm itchy? I saw you scratched it several times since you came in. The envoy's lips trembled. And he hurriedly put his hands down, laughing dryly and said, Yes. Is that so? Maybe I haven't washed for a long time. So I didn't notice it. During this period of war. Not to mention Xia. Even the soldiers of Tianqi basically had no chance to take a bath. Well, Zhao Yuan listened to the other party's explanation and nodded seriously. When he relaxed a little, he pointed at the other party's face with some malicious intentions. You seem to have sweated a lot. It's not that hot today. Seeing the envoy hurriedly wipe it, Zhao Yuan couldn't help laughing. Feng Ji and others also realized that there must be something wrong. Feng Ji asked, Xiao Jiu, what did you find? Zhao Yuan raised his chin and gestured in the direction of the envoy. There are some small red rashes on the back of his hand. And there are probably more on his arms. I don't think Quming really wants to seek peace or surrender. Our Tianqi and Xia have shown that they both want to unify. But he wouldn't send a random envoy for no reason. I'm afraid the Xia army has been infected with some kind of epidemic. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. For the military, the most terrifying thing is the epidemic. Generally speaking, the occurrence of epidemics always kills many people, which is more desperate than going to the battlefield directly, because there is no room for struggle. Instantly, everyone took a few steps back. After being exposed, the Western Yu envoy's emotions stabilized a lot. He remembered Quming's previous instructions and rushed towards Feng Ji with a ferocious face. Go to hell! Among a group of infected soldiers. His skills were quite good. But this time he came here not to fight or win with anyone, but to spread the disease. Others were not important. But Feng Ji was important. As long as Feng Ji could be solved, everything else could be ignored. 100 deputy generals and generals of Tianqi were no match for Feng Ji. This was what Quming had told him before. If he could accomplish anything, his wife and children would have a good life in the future. Otherwise, his family would be finished. Thinking of this, the envoy's eyes flashed with determination. And he dodged the person who stopped him and rushed straight to Feng Ji. In addition to the dagger in his hand, his other hand had already taken the water bag on his waist from the beginning. It was not filled with water, but the blood of the most seriously infected person. If he hadn't had a clear goal, the person who stopped him might have been splashed by him just now. Uncle. Zhao Yuan quickly picked up the table next to him and smashed it over. He also moved to the front to block Feng Ji. Compared with Feng Ji being infected and then slowly cured, Zhao Yuan preferred himself. It wasn't a reason that Feng Ji was better at fighting than him. He just thought so subconsciously, not wanting to let the people he cared about take any risks. As for himself, his body had long been trained to be much more resistant to poison than normal people. So he might not be infected. Even if he was infected, he could be cured. At this time, the envoy had already splashed the infected blood in the water bag over. Even though most of it was blocked by the table kicked over by Zhao Yuan, there was still a lot of it spilled over. Zhao Yuan was a little annoyed. He had expected the trick of the envoy, but he didn't think about how to deal with it after it happened. It was really unnecessary to put my uncle in danger. The next moment, a black cloak spun in the air for a few circles. Feng Ji protected Xiao Jiu in his arms. After pressing the deputy general to hold him down, he looked at Xiao Jiu angrily. I told you to protect your safety last time, and you forgot it? You know how dangerous it is. How dare you rush up? Do you know how many people in the army will die because of the epidemic? Zhao Yuan pursed his lips and looked at Feng Ji with grievance. But I didn't want my uncle to get into trouble either. I didn't have time to think about it at that time. Feng Ji's heart suddenly felt sore, and even his eyes were unconsciously moist. Of course, he could see that Xiao Jiu didn't hesitate at all just now and directly blocked in front of him. So he believed what Xiao Jiu said, that his brain didn't have time to react. But because of this, his emotions were even more difficult to suppress. He had always been protecting Xiao Jiu, and he was used to acting as a protector. Even in the situation just now, He was willing to protect Xiao Jiao with his own body. But the child he was taking care of suddenly began to respond violently, even at the cost of his life, which gave Feng Ji a special shock. But soon, Feng Ji restrained the slightest emotion that might have been revealed. His face was stern, and he still scolded cruelly. Uncle is so old, and has experienced so many things. Does he still need your protection? Or do you think that Uncle's reaction will not be as good as yours? Zhao Yuan hung his head and said listlessly, No. Then you are? Feng Ji scolded for a long time, and the deputy generals couldn't listen anymore. General, why don't you just forget it? The 9th prince is also concerned about you. So, Feng Ji gave a look, and the deputy general immediately shut up. You said it nicely. What if Xiao Jiao really got into trouble? I don't need his protection. I just need him to put himself first in everything. And protecting himself is the most important thing. He couldn't accept that Xiao Jiao had to suffer because of him. Instead of that, he might as well bear everything himself. The deputy generals shrank their necks, and were scolded like Xiao Yuan. After a long time, when Feng Ji had almost finished speaking, Xiao Yuan carefully raised his head and said, Uncle, I have some pills to prevent illness. Why don't I bring them over for everyone to take? The imperial physician had already come to see them. The envoy had exactly the epidemic disease, which was highly contagious. Xiao Yuan did have such pills, but he didn't know how effective they were. After all, he didn't have many people to experiment with. After all, they wouldn't kill people. Feng Ji had scolded enough. He just wanted Xiao Jiao to learn his lesson. He didn't really have any problem with Xiao Jiao. Hearing this, he softened his tone and said, Go. The envoy had been dragged away, although the dirty blood in the water bag was not splashed on them. They were in the same place with the man for some time, so there was still a possibility of infection. Zhao Yuan's tent was nearby, and he quickly took it. Everyone took it one by one. Even the soldiers who had contact with these envoys before, who were checked by Feng Ji, were the same. After that, they had to be temporarily isolated to see if they had any problems. Of course, Feng Ji and a group of deputy generals were the pillars of the army, so they had to discuss what to do next. The deputy general was indignant. This Chu guy is so evil. This disease is so terrible. Someone in his own camp has it, and he wants to infect us too. If he really succeeds, how many people will die on their side? Even now, they can't be sure that they are really safe. What should we do now? Do we still have to fight with Xia? Someone else asked, what if we really get infected by fighting? Then Chu shouldn't be, right? The person who took over was also very entangled. After all, Chu Ming was really ruthless. Zhao Yuan said lightly, maybe Chu Ming can use a catapult to throw those infected soldiers directly into our team. At this moment, Zhao Yuan and Chu Ming's thoughts were in sync again, facing the surprised expressions of the crowd. Zhao Yuan paused. I mean, Chu Ming is always vicious. It is not impossible for him to do such a thing, especially since they can't beat my uncle. And half of Xia is about to be destroyed by my uncle. Using some of the corpses can severely injure my uncle. If it works well, the people may not think that Chu Ming is cruel. These are all the soldiers who sacrificed themselves for the country. Chu Ming is willing to sacrifice his reputation for the peace of Xia. Everyone. Zhao Yuan. In silence, Chang Yuanhui coughed twice. I think the 9th prince is right. Chu Ming can do anything. Then what should we do? It's not right to fight. And it's not right not to fight. When everyone thought about the corpses falling from the sky from Xia, they felt their scalps tingling. Feng Ji still examined Zhao Yuan first. What do you think? Shijiao? Zhao Yuan glanced at everyone, thought about his words, and tried to be tactful as not to scare people. Chu Ming sent this envoy to Xia. It's obvious that he has bad intentions, and they are going for my uncle. It's really hateful. Seeing Shijiao's angry look, Feng Ji was helpless, and the deputy generals couldn't help but smile. They knew that the 9th prince was too good to the general. After confirming that everyone's attention was directed to this, Zhao Yuan said his real purpose. Since they did this, we really need to observe. We might as well take advantage of the situation, and don't really scare everyone from Xia away. Take advantage of the enemy's strategy? The deputy general was puzzled. He knew this, but how to do it specifically? Zhao Yuan said, now that the epidemic in Xia has not been reported, it means that Chu Ming may have controlled the situation. But since he wants to divert the blame, he can't just stay out of it. Let's hold him back, and send the envoy back. Send him back? The deputy general replied in a daze. Zhao Yuan pursed his lips. A little impatient. The water they use is downstream. So we can pour the feces and saliva of those people over there. These are all contagious. Leave 2 for the imperial physician to experiment. And pull the rest over to the river and sink them. Everyone. The deputy generals have been on the battlefield for so long. Of course they are not soft-hearted people. But these ideas came from the mouth of the 9th prince. The 9th prince? He looks so well behaved. But his words are shocking. After recovering from the shock, the deputy generals immediately agreed. With Xia. That is an old hatred. And it is absolutely necessary to do something to pit the other side. In the Xia military camp, the envoys were late to return, which Chu Ming had expected. He sent those people there, which was to die. Tianqi found that those people were infected with the disease. And they also tried to infect Feng Ji and other Tianqi soldiers. It would be strange if they would send them back. What he was worried about was whether those people succeeded. In the next few days, Chu Ming was waiting. He wanted to wait for the result of Feng Ji. Later, Tianqi went to war again. The 9th prince came out to lead the troops. But Feng Ji was still nowhere to be seen. Chu Ming showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, Feng Ji was in trouble. Otherwise, why didn't the other side come out to lead the troops to fight? With Feng Ji's ability, there is no need to use these tricks. He has been defeating Xia before. It's time for Xia to fight back. The deputy general under him naturally knew Chu Ming's arrangement. And he was also excited at this moment. General, the 2nd prince ran away last time. Let's invite the 9th prince back this time. I heard that Emperor Tianqi loves the 9th prince the most. And the 9th prince is very useful. For a while, there was laughter in the tent. Without Feng Ji, the killer, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. Chu Ming also pulled the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't say anything, he was thinking about this problem in his heart. The 9th prince's martial arts were no worse than the 2nd prince's. But the other party's age, and Chu Ming's confidence in his own ability, made him subconsciously not take Zhao Yuan to heart. He thought it was not bad to capture the 9th prince. It happened that Tianqi didn't give the compensation for the exchange last time. And he just happened to get it back this time. Of course. This time it must be doubled. Tianqi. Feng Ji is of course fine. But a few soldiers below were infected when they came into contact with the envoy. But now the situation has been controlled. And I believe it won't take long to return to normal. When the emperor sent Zhao Yuan and the 2nd prince, the doctors they sent were all top talents in the imperial hospital. They were very skilled in medicine. So Zhao Yuan didn't need to worry about the epidemic. A group of people found the right direction by themselves. Now, it's only a matter of time to cure people. It's not difficult. Moreover, the soldiers of Tianqi have already taken the preventive medicine. So they are not afraid of infection. As for taking medicine, Xia didn't doubt it. After all, when there is an epidemic, taking medicine for prevention is a normal arrangement. Even in the Xia military camp. However, if the epidemic is so easy to solve, it won't cause everyone in the army to change color every time it appears. So Chu Ming never doubted that Tianqi had developed an antidote. At this time, Chu Ming, after knowing that Feng Ji was in trouble, had been in an excited state of mind, and became more and more motivated in the war, trying to reverse the situation and capture Zhao Yuan. Unfortunately, Tianqi, who had lost Feng Ji, was not as easy to deal with as Chu Ming imagined. And the 9th prince was not as easy to deal with as he seemed. After a period of stalemate, Chu Ming was simply furious. He didn't expect that he couldn't even deal with a teenager. Thinking about the princes of his own country, Chu Ming sneered. This Emperor Tianqi is lucky. He is wise. And the princes he gave birth to are not ordinary people. For a moment, he envied Tianqi. In Xia, where he was, there were tyrants and treacherous ministers. And all the princes were cowards. As a minister, and a minister who claimed to be capable, Chu Ming certainly hoped that his superior would be wise, so that with his ability, he would definitely be able to make further progress. Report? Suddenly, a panicked voice came from outside the general's tent. Chu Ming looked over unhappily. What's wrong? Is Tianqi coming again? General. The deputy general who came in had a trembling voice. Many soldiers in the barracks have symptoms of fever, vomiting, and weakness. They are all infected with the plague. There were people infected in the Xia military camp before. And the deputy general knew what the situation was like at the beginning. It was precisely because of this that the deputy general, who came to report the news, was so terrified after discovering that the epidemic had spread. What? Chu Ming stood up and asked hurriedly, how many people are there? And how are they doing now? The deputy general had tears in his eyes. It's not time to count them all yet. But many people in each camp have symptoms. After being with these infected people for so long, it's hard to imagine whether the remaining people who look fine are really fine. Damn it. Damn it! Chu Ming was furious and strode out. Aren't all the people locked up together? How can this happen? Could it be that this is what happened to Sia? There were quite a lot of people infected in the Sia military camp. This time, Chu Ming really couldn't control it. Every day, new people were infected. In just 3 days, Chu Ming was so anxious that some white hair appeared. He had a gloomy face. If that's the case, then we can't let Tianqi have an easy time. Let those people go to the battlefield. General. The deputy general looked at him in disbelief. Chu Ming's eyes were sinister. Why? Do you have other ideas? He sneered. If Tianqi is not pulled down, Sia may be destroyed. You are still thinking about this and that. Is it interesting? Many people who had ideas in their hearts did not dare to look up at him again. General Li had always supported Chu Ming. He spoke first. General Chu is right. Tianqi has strong soldiers and horses. We have come to this point. If we don't fight to the death, will we become the sinners of Sia? The matter was quickly decided. Those people in Sia who were infected with the disease had to go to the battlefield. Thinking of that scene, Chu Ming's mouth rose cruelly. The previous envoys failed to cause chaos in Tianqi. This time, there were so many people fighting on the battlefield, and blood was splashed. Tianqi couldn't help but be infected. However, he thought of Feng Ji again. Feng Ji was infected before, and he didn't know how he was now. If Feng Ji really died, then it would be worth it for him to pay so much. Thinking of this, he turned his head and asked, those doctors haven't developed the antidote yet? Yes. The guard said, progress is slow at present. Chu Ming frowned even more tightly. It was one thing to plot against Tianqi, but he had to be careful not to get infected. Nothing was more important than his own life. Tianqi, facing the challenge from Sia, naturally did not fight them. This was nonsense. Given Sia's situation, if they didn't fight, those people would die after a while, and fighting would increase the risk of their own soldiers. Why bother with something that you can win by waiting in vain? So no matter how the deputy generals of Sia cursed, Tianqi would not open the city gates. Sia could only force the attack, but this would cause a great loss of life for the people of Sia. But Chu Ming didn't care about these. In his opinion, those who were infected with the disease were already dying. Being able to use some of his remaining energy before dying is also considered to be making the best use of it. But as time went on, not only did Tianqi's soldiers not get infected, but Feng Ji also appeared safely. Chu Ming finally realized that something was wrong. Feng Ji, have you been cured? Feng Ji smiled carelessly in his eyes and said, General Chu, you are joking. I have never been infected. So how can I be cured? You? Chu Ming's face turned pale. He has always been smart, and now realized that he has been tricked. So many people in Sia suddenly got infected. Did you do something? No. How could it be like this? Chu Ming murmured. Feng Ji has always acted tough and upright. Such dirty means that directly cause the spread of the epidemic should not be something Feng Ji would do. This is the important reason why he had never thought of this. He was puzzled. Are you seeking revenge for the envoy I sent to harm you? But aren't you afraid of hurting your own people in Tianqi? Now that a large number of people in Sia have died, Feng Ji naturally doesn't mind telling the truth. The imperial physician has almost developed the antidote. In fact, the research has been successful. But when talking to the enemy, Feng Ji will subconsciously keep a hand. Chu Ming was still struggling with why Feng Ji would use such a method. Suddenly, his eyes moved to the 9th prince, who was also riding a horse and stopped beside Feng Ji. He looked handsome and well-behaved, with clear eyes, and was a good boy carefully cultivated by his elders. He suddenly realized it. He laughed out loud, but his heart was sad. He was injured too badly in this battle. After returning to Sia, the court might hold him accountable. He recalled the little tricks he had done before, but he never tricked Tianqi. He thought Feng Ji was cautious. But now it seems that this may not be entirely true. And the previous fight with the 9th prince, this man was ruthless, and he didn't even blink when the head fell off. The 2nd prince? as the opponent of the ninth prince, is now disabled and useless. Although he was the one who made someone do it, it was because the ninth prince provoked him first. At such a young age, he could be so cruel to his fellow brothers. I should have thought of it earlier. I should have thought of it earlier. Chu Ming hated his arrogance. He thought he was a smart man, but he didn't expect that there were more smart people in the world than him. He was committing a big taboo to look down on a person just by his appearance. Afterwards, Chu Ming lost all his fighting spirit for a while. But after all, this was not a simple person. Chu Ming fled with his men, and Tianqi didn't care about Chu Ming personally. Feng Ji led the army to crush them all the way. In half a year, with Feng Ji leading him, Zhao Yuan's prestige in the army continued to rise. The people in the capital also knew that among the princes, not only the second prince could fight, but the young ninth prince looked far better than the second prince. After staying with Feng Ji for more than half a year, the cold winter is coming. It is too cold at this time of year. Tianqi and Xie are also going to cease fire. In addition, the emperor has sent several letters urging him to go back to Beijing. So Zhao Yuan should also return to Beijing. Feng Ji also knew about these letters from the emperor. He smiled and said, "The previous epidemic was dangerous. The emperor must be worried about you. You have been out for so long. It's time to go back and see him. As a prince, it is not good to stay at the border all the time." Feng Ji is not a person who doesn't care about what is happening outside. He knows that Xuzhou has been in the court for a long time, and the emperor has placed great importance on Xuzhou. With the current situation in Beijing, Xuzhou may have a high possibility of taking the throne. In this case, it is not good for Xuzhou to stay at the border all the time. In the past 6 months, Xuzhou has made a lot of achievements, and it is just right for him to go back now. Zhao Yuan himself knew this problem, and he asked, "Will uncle go back with me? Father must miss you very much." The emperor wrote a lot of letters to him, but he also wrote a lot of letters to Feng Ji. The relationship between the emperor and his subjects is very good. "I won't go back." He shook his head with a carefree smile on his face. "Wait until Xie is conquered. Uncle will go back." His tone was natural and quite confident. But it's not Feng Ji's fault. He has such ability. Zhao Yuan also laughed. "I believe that day will not be too far away. Now Feng Ji has survived the disaster in the plot, and the days ahead will only be better." After packing up his luggage, Zhao Yuan returned to Beijing with his men the next day. Feng Ji was much more concerned about Zhao Yuan's return to Beijing than when he sent the second prince. He knew how the prince died, and the danger Xiao Jiu was facing now would not be less than that. So in addition to the men Zhao Yuan brought with him, Feng Ji also sent a lot of elite soldiers. The group rode fast horses and headed towards the capital. The journey was not peaceful, but with these guards, they were easily solved. There were still a few people in the capital who really thought that the emperor would hand over the throne to the ninth prince. Moreover, after the incident with the prince, knowing that the emperor valued the ninth prince, no one dared to be too presumptuous at this time. Afterwards, Zhao Yuan arrived in the capital safely. When he was about to reach the gate of the palace, Zhao Yuan looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned. He drove his horse faster, and when he arrived, he pulled the reins, turned over and dismounted, with a surprised smile on his face. "Father!" When he shouted, Zhao Yuan had already hugged the emperor happily, and he asked, "Father, why are you here? Did you come to pick me up?" He was a little unbelievable. After all, although he performed well on the battlefield, it was not to the point where the emperor needed to come to the gate of the palace to greet him in person. If it was Feng Ji who came back, it would be almost the same. The emperor held his son in his arms, feeling his son's height increase, and felt that the worry in his heart finally fell to the ground. "Who else can I pick up if not you?" He looked at his son. Taller, darker, and thinner. "Where is he thinner?" Zhao Yuan was dissatisfied. "I am just right. This is called strong. You are the only one who is strong," the emperor said unhappily. But the smile on his face never stopped. Behind them, the princes looked at them with different expressions and envy. The emperor came to pick up his son, but he did not bring the civil and military officials with him. There was no need for that. He just wanted to see Xiaojiu as soon as possible, so he came to wait on impulse. However, the princes came because they knew the emperor's actions. Some were curious, and some were for other reasons. In short, everyone gathered together, in a place slightly away from the other princes. There was an older prince, who looked at the tenderness between the ninth prince and the emperor with a sinister look. Zhao Yuan's eyes swept over these people. And he did not ignore this person either. When he saw him, he showed him a brilliant and malicious smile. The second prince clenched his fists in an instant, and anger quickly filled his chest. It was him. It was definitely Shizhou, who sent people to chase him on his way back. His hands and feet were broken, and it was definitely Shizhou's intention. The second prince's breathing became rapid, and his eyes stared at Zhao Yuan. If eyes could kill, Zhao Yuan would have been stabbed many times. The second prince's anger was useless. Zhao Yuan only glanced at him, then turned his eyes away and continued to talk to the emperor. Zhao Yuan knew that the second prince was not dead. This was normal. There were quite a few soldiers escorting the second prince. Zhao Yuan did not want those who fought on the battlefield to die tragically in the struggle for power. Not to mention that they were his uncle's men. With this restriction, and the second prince himself consciously letting these people be a shield, the assassination did not go smoothly. The second prince returned to the capital alive and well. Zhao Yuan did not feel anything when he heard the news. If he was not dead now, he would die later. For the disabled second prince, being alive was not necessarily a good thing. Now seeing the gloomy state of the second prince, Zhao Yuan was also sure of this. After talking for a while, the emperor's excitement finally subsided a little. He put his arm around his son's shoulder and said, "Let's go back to the palace first. You've been rushing back all the way, and your eyes are dark blue. I'm afraid you didn't sleep well." Zhao Yuan smiled, followed the emperor's steps, and said coquettishly, "I want to see my father and mother as soon as possible. So how can I sleep? I want to rush back after sleeping for 2 hours a day." "You?" The emperor was helpless. "Go back and wash up. Eat something. And have a good sleep. We will talk about it tomorrow." Their natural and intimate words were also heard by the princes, who followed behind them. Everyone was envious. They had long known that their father loved the ninth brother the most, but they had never seen it before. Now that they saw it, they found that it was indeed unusual. If it were them, how could they dare to talk to the emperor like that? And the emperor's expression towards them was never so gentle. The seventh prince looked at the figure in front of him, and said to the eighth prince beside him with a hint of meaning, "Eighth brother, do you think the emperor is too good to the ninth brother?" As soon as the ninth brother came back, the emperor only saw him in his eyes. The eighth prince looked up at the seventh prince, not quite understanding the seventh prince's anger. But, hasn't the ninth brother always been like this? He thought that the ninth brother had been away for only a year, which was not long. So was the seventh brother so forgetful? He was somewhat glad that the ninth brother could come back, so that every time the father checked their homework, he should not be as angry as before. It was like this when the ninth brother was around. Father thought about the ninth brother and other excellent princes, and he would not care about them at all. Now the previous princes are dead or disabled, and it is too difficult for these useless princes. The seventh prince glared at the eighth prince with hatred and quickly moved away from him. Otherwise he was afraid that he would be angry to death. What a useless thing. He also wanted to provoke the eighth prince's dissatisfaction with the ninth prince. But this useless person was timid and didn't think there was any problem at all. It really pissed him off.